For real. Hello and welcome to the AP Literature online sessions. We are really excited that you are joining us today and hopefully for the next few weeks. My name is Susan Barber and I'm from Atlanta, Georgia. Shout out to Grady High School where I teach. And this is going to be my co-teacher for the next month, Bear. He'll be with us. And we are just really excited to spend these next few weeks with you reinforcing things that your teachers have already been teaching you in your classroom and just helping you prepare for the AP Lit exam. More importantly than that, even though we do want to prepare you, we just want to help you become better readers, better thinkers, and better writers over these next few weeks because those skills are going to carry you far in life. So teaching with me for the next several weeks is Mr. Escobar, and I'm going to let him introduce himself.
How are you guys? My name is Carlos Escobar. I'm a teacher in Miami, Florida. I feel for senior high school. And like Ms. Barber said, I'm very excited to be here. This is all very new to me. I'm more of a face-to-face person, but these are different times, right? We'll call it that, and we're all learning to adapt. So here we are. One of the things that I want to make sure that we establish is we have to be a learning community. I need to make sure that I'm talking to my students out there, and Ms. Barber and I are very excited to treat this as our virtual classroom each day. Now, there's a lot of questions out there, a lot of questions about what's the exam going to look like and what's going to be on it and all that stuff. We're going to get to all that. What we have to say, though, is that the College Board is they have been working with universities as much as they can in order to make sure that whoever deserves credit is still going to receive that credit. But obviously, the universities have a concern. They say, well, if the test is going to be shortened, will students learn less material? And that's one of the reasons why we're going to be focusing on some of the skills and some of the ideas that we would normally talk about at the end of this course to make sure that we ensure universities that everyone is going to learn all the material that's normally taught in this course. And you better believe that we are going to be spending most of our time, though, focusing on those skills and ideas that will be necessary for this year's exam. As more information comes about, we're going to be able to adapt our calendar.
So in about a week, you are going to receive a calendar and it will have every day's topic between now and May 1st. So you'll know exactly what we're going to be covering in the lessons. After today, you will have a good idea of what each lesson will look like. And that way you'll be able to decide which lessons are going to be most beneficial for you in your review, or your teachers can decide what lessons they might want you to watch for extra practice. The one thing, like I said before, that we are committed to is we do want to help you develop skills where you read more closely, where you think more critically, and you're able to write more analytically. We are committed to focusing on all of those skills in every lesson.
Absolutely. And for today's lesson, we're going to be looking at poetic structure, and we need to build a common language. I think for all of these skills that we're going to be talking about through May 1st, we need to make sure that when Ms. Barber and I say something, you're understanding exactly what we mean by it, because a lot of teachers may use different terminology, right? So what exactly do we mean by poetic structure? We're talking about those components that create not just the physical structure of the poem, right? What does the poem look like, but also the structures that move us through the poem, right? Do we move from one stanza to the next? Are there any shifts involved? Those are the types of components that we're going to be talking about. But we need to recognize also, it's not just about learning terminology, right? How do we apply the things that we're learning? I've always considered poetry to be extremely rewarding, extremely enriching, right? But when you first delve into the reading of poetry, it can be a little intimidating because our experience with poetry is not as vast as our experience with prose normally. So when you're looking at a poem and your teacher gives you a 20, 30, 40 line poem, it can be really, really overwhelming. So one of the things that we need to learn how to do is how to chunk the text, right? And by chunking, I just mean grouping it into lines that make sense within a context, right? So the structure sometimes helps you create these chunks. And we're going to look at what we mean by that. We're also going to be looking at shifts. If you're able to determine that between, let's say, lines 1 and 5, something is going on, and then there's a shift. It could be a dramatic shift or a very subtle shift. You can already start to chunk the text through the shifts and also see how it's moving. Again, poetic structure is not just about what it looks like, but also about how we progress through the poem. Ultimately, learning the terms and seeing how it helps us read the poem have one common goal, which is helping us interpret the meaning of the poem and delving deeper into our analysis of the poem. To help us do that, we're going to do a little warm-up exercise. Okay, we're going to start with something very, very obvious, maybe, but maybe not for everyone. Okay, so what do we mean by poetic structure? Let's look at George Herbert's Easter Wings, and this is only the first stanza of that poem. It's maybe a poem that you've already read in class, and by just looking at this poem, something is definitely going on, right? This doesn't look like a normal block poem that you expect, and you're trying to determine, well, what is the poetic structure? It's called Easter Wings, and we tilt our heads just a little bit, we might get this, right? And you gotta use your imagination here, okay? I wish I could put pictures up here, but I'm not that techie yet. But this is sort of the picture of a wing, and I told you it's only the first stanza. The second stanza will look the same, so now you have a pair of wings, you have a set of wings, and the poem, if you recall, I can go back here, it's called Easter Wings. So what is meant by poetic structure for this poem? Literally, the physical creation of the poem creates a structure, and it's a structure that ties right back to the title. I don't know how many of your teachers have told you this, or how many times each of your teachers has told you this, but please read the title of the poems. There's so many examples with the answers in the title, and I don't know what it is. I don't know if students just skip over the title or they read it quickly and then forget about it. But here, the title is telling you something about the structure. Don't we wish, Ms. Barber, that every poem were like this, right? That the structure was so obvious, it's just a physical manifestation of what the poet wants to convey. But that's not always the case, right?
It's not always the case, and most of the time, poems are not going to have a concrete or physical outline that translates or reinforces the meaning. However, most poems are structured in a way that you can still pick up on these structural forms, and it can help you dive into the poem. It can give you a way into the poem so that you can begin to understand what the poem is talking about. We are going to review the sonnet today. Most likely, you have already talked about this in class, so this is going to be a review for most of you. If this is new to you, you might want to jot down some notes. But let's look at the sonnet. We start with the sonnet because the sonnet is a very structured poem, and it's easy to take cues from a very structured poem, and then we can go to less structured poems in the next couple of weeks and talk about how we find meaning there. The sonnet, 14 lines, always 14 lines. And you'll see if you're looking at an Italian sonnet, a Petrarchan sonnet, it will be divided into an octave and a sestet. The first 8 lines made up, signified by this ABBA rhyme scheme. That octave, those first 8 lines, are going to introduce some type of topic or issue or question maybe that the poet wants to explore. And then we have this shift, like Mr. Escobar talked about. The shift in the sonnet almost always occurs around this 8 or 9 line mark. Then we shift to the sestet, and you see the shift is signified here by a change in the rhyme scheme. CDE. You may have some variations on that, but you'll shift into the sestet, and now the poet is going to give some type of answer or solution or further address the issue that they brought up in the octave. So it's important that you can understand the shift, that you can understand the structure, because once you have this, you have a way into the sonnet that's going to help you not only be able to identify it, that's not the important thing, but be able to use these structural clues to help you make meaning and determine meaning of the poem.
We're going to look at different aspects of poetic structure, right? Because I think students, you need the vocabulary. You need to know what it is that you're looking for, I think. The first thing is the closed form poem. And that's sort of what Ms. Barber was already talking about. The sonnet, right, is an example of a closed form poem. It's a poem that is defined by different structural features, and those features, again, can help you make meaning of the poem. And by the way, whenever you learn or you recognize a specific pattern, it's also important to see if that pattern deviates. Sometimes that is where the real interesting things things are happening in the poem. A villanelle is another example of a closed form. There's many types, and you guys can look those up, but it's really not worth learning or memorizing for the exam or for any course. A long laundry list of closed form poems. What's important to recognize is there is structure in poetry, and some of these structures are more widely recognized, I guess, by readers of poetry. We also talked about line arrangement or stanza formation. If I give you a 30-line poem and all lines are in one block, in one stanza, right? A stanza is a poetic paragraph, if you will, right? That's what we talk about in prose. Well, those 30 lines could be daunting, right? And maybe that poem is a daunting poem. Maybe it's about a difficult experience, and it's just one long laundry list of maybe jarring images. But a lot of poems, maybe most poems, are organized into stanzas. Well, this is a visual cue. I would like to know how many stanzas are there. Are the stanzas the same line length, right? Is it, so we go from triplets or 3-line stanzas to quatrains or 4-line stanzas, and then if you recognize that sort of shift in the structure, the next thought has to be, well, why did the poet change, right? Why did the poet make this very deliberate shift or change in the structure? We got to tie that back to meaning somehow. And there's 3 others here.
So another structural element that we should consider as readers of poems is punctuation. And we should always let punctuation guide our reading, but it's so easy to overlook sometimes. But the poet uses punctuation to group words together. And this can be a signal to us as readers. Why are these particular words grouped in a sentence? Or maybe why are they set apart with a comma? So maybe there's like a subtopic within a sentence, or possibly there's a colon to signal something is coming. So it's important for us to pay attention to punctuation when we're reading. I like to remind my students that they should read poetry like prose. And what I mean by that is I think a lot of readers are tempted when they read poetry to stop at the end of every line. And that sometimes gets confusing when we are trying to make meaning of what each line is saying. If we will stop and read sentences together or clauses together, then we have those words that are grouped together, and it's easier to understand the idea as a whole.
Absolutely.
So
Follow the punctuation, right?
yes, let the punctuation guide your reading. And we're going to demonstrate that in a minute. Also, rhyme scheme. And y'all are really good at being able to identify rhyme scheme and being able to label it. But we need to move to the next step and think, why is this rhyme important? How does rhyme group words, group lines together? How does rhyme even tie words together? We can think about the 2 words that rhyme, or maybe all the words that rhyme, and think, let's focus on these words that are rhyming. Those are often ways into the meaning of the poem, to pull those rhyming words out. Rhyme is so interesting because it's one of the few elements of literature that forces us to go back into a text and relook at something that we've already read. It just takes us back into the text. So I love that. Let's think about rhyming words when we're reading. And finally, we'll talk about shifts. And shifts, like I said, in the sonnet, you'll often see this at line 9. And shifts in the sonnet are signified a lot of times with words like but or thus or yet. But really, you can have multiple shifts in a poem, and it can be a variety of shifts. You may have a shift in a time period, like somebody is talking in the present and then they shift to the past, or maybe a setting shift. It's winter and then the speaker shifts to summer. Maybe the speaker shifts, maybe the tone of the poem shifts. So shifts are important because that allows us as a reader to see the progression of ideas in the poem. So if you can identify shifts, you're well on your way to working your way through the meaning of a poem.
I think it's important also to keep in mind that while we've given these 5 bullet points under this slide, right, poetic structure, these are skills, these are ideas that will be found in other genres, right? In a novel, we're still going to look at punctuation, we're still going to look at shifts. Of course, we're not going to look at rhyme scheme and closed forms and prose, but it might be important. It might be a good idea for you guys out there watching these videos to maybe keep a composition book and take notes on each of these videos, because these aren't isolated topics. Although we're trying to isolate them for you because we're trying to organize them for you and for ourselves, but these things really transcend. The whole notion behind this is the more we talk about literature, the more we talk about all these structural aspects or figurative aspects, then the better we'll become as readers, So it's important to keep these notes and carry them over onto the videos that we'll be making through the weeks ahead.
So let's go ahead and jump in and look at some of the things that we've been talking about and apply it to a poem. We're going to look at a poem by Anastasia Simone today, and you see her time period here. Just a quick note here about the speaker of the poem. Now, anytime you have a College Board prompt, you're going to have the author's name and typically a time period. And that's important to know because we look at this time period, 1892 to 1950. We know that not many women are writing poetry or writing at all during this time period. And Millay was really a pioneer for women in poetry and a frontrunner to a lot of our modern poets today. So that date does give us some information. But when we're reading a poem, we can't assume that the speaker of the poem is the same as the poet. So they're 2 different. The speaker may possibly rely on some of Millay's experiences, but we cannot assume that they are one and the same person. So just that note as we move forward.
Yeah, that's very significant. Whatever's on that prompt sheet, I say use it, right? Filter it through your analytical mind, but make sure that you always do separate the poet and the speaker. That's critical, I think, as a reminder for students. So let's look at the poem. The poem is What Lips My Lips Have Kissed and Where and Why. It's a provocative poem, I think, right? I mean, you were talking about Millay as this bold woman, right? Creating these roads for poets. Well, these titles are going to capture a lot of attention here. So let's look at what she has to say. What lips my lips have kissed and where and why I have forgotten. And what arms have lain under my head till morning. But the rain is what goes tonight. That tap and sigh upon the glass and listen for reply. And then my heart there stirs a quiet pain for unremembered lads that now again will turn to me at midnight with a cry.
Thus in winter stands the lonely tree, nor knows what birds have vanished one by one. Yet knows its vows more silent than before. I cannot say what loves have come and gone. I only know that summer sang in me a little while, but in me sings no more.
Well, now that we're all depressed, right? Something I tell my students all the time is you have to approach poetry with understanding that this is someone's favorite poem, right? If you read a poem, you're like, oh, I don't like this poem. You're not going to write a very interesting essay. So you have to position yourself. Someone loves this poem. What do they see in it, right? We're talking about structure. So we got to look at the poem, right? Use our eyes, and we see automatically we have 14 lines. All right, that may tell us something. What may it tell us? It might be a sonnet, right? But that's not enough for us to make that determination. We look at the rhyme scheme. We look at the rhyme scheme. We see that it does follow that Petrarchan convention that Ms. Barber talked about. Now, for the formalists out there, we know that sonnets obviously deal with meter as well, right? We're looking at iambic pentameter. We're looking at going through a process of scansion and prosody, but we're not going to get into all that right now. I think it's sufficient to say that if you have 14 lines and you have this rhyme scheme, we could very safely, very comfortably say that we have a Petrarchan sonnet. Well, that's significant because if you remember Ms. Barber's advice, that tells you that you got to look right between the 8th and the 9th lines because that's going to give you where the shift might be, right? The poetical, the turn of the poem. And at that point, I'm no longer going to look at the first 14 lines. What I'm really going to do is see the poem as 2 different structural features: the octave and then the sestet. So when we look at the octave, we're looking at someone who's reminiscing. We're looking at someone who is thinking about former lovers, perhaps, but the memory is a little foggy, right? There's a lot of things that she has forgotten, right? Including maybe who these people were. And in this fog, what does come through is the image of the ghost. That ghost, that it's almost like the ghost in a Christmas Carol, right? Coming back and visiting her and tapping and sighing upon the glass and listening for reply. She cannot answer, and she knows that these people are not truly there. And what she's left with is this quiet pain for the unremembered lads that won't join her anymore. This is what the octave says. I maybe understand the octave, and I don't understand the sestet. So maybe as I'm writing my essay, I'm going to focus more on that octave and let that drive my interpretation. But it's much easier to think of the poem as 2 different sets than all 14 lines together.
So now we're going to look at the sestet, and again, this is where we have the shift. We know in the sonnet sonnet that is built in. And we have this shifting word, thus. So that here confirms to us what we already know, that there is going to be a shift. But the shift is really interesting here. So let's look at that. We shift now, and we have this winter imagery immediately after the shift, and a lonely tree, and the birds are vanishing one by one. And the speaker continues through the poem, saying that summer has sang in me for a little while, but that song is no more. And so we have this shift to almost an acceptance or a resolution of this is where I am with love now. And I think it's really interesting because a lot of times we expect a shift to almost be night and day, happy to sad, joyful to mourning. But shifts can be more subtle to that. And like in this poem, a shift is more of a resolution and an acceptance within the speaker's soul in this change of circumstances.
Absolutely. And I think that's critical because I see my students saying, I don't see the shift. It starts sad, it ends sad. Where's the difference, right? And the difference is in her headspace. Mm-hmm. She is sad. And she is sad perhaps throughout the whole poem, or nostalgic, or whatever synonym you may want to use. But there is an understanding at the end of what is going on. Whereas at the beginning, the poem opens with what, right? That's already a query. It's a question. It's I'm not sure what is going on. And if you look at line 13 and line 10 and line 11, look at how many times she repeats the word knows or no, right? So there's definitely a shift to greater understanding of her situation. And that's critical. And I think that's where the turn of the poem is.
For sure. Okay, so now we are just going to check and review what we have talked about today. We looked at this poem, we have determined it's a sonnet, and we have figured out that it is divided into an octave and a sestet. And that's important because that helps us to chunk the poem and to be able to approach it section by section instead of just 14 lines at once. We also have learned that we have a shift in sonnets in line 9, so the shift is built in. We know exactly where to look there. Also, we have talked about the rhyme scheme. Well, let me go in order. The line arrangement, the stanza formation, I talked about that. Punctuation. It's so interesting that here the punctuation in a lot of ways mimics the structure, because if you will look at the poem, look and see where the first period of this poem is, and it's at the end of the octave. That is all one thought. Even though it is broken into smaller subtopics, that's all one big idea. So use the punctuation to group words together. Think about it as a whole sentence and think about different clauses and then phrases within that sentence. They're grouped together by punctuation. The rhyme scheme, again, it ties words together. And so you have words, let's see, like reply and cry that rhyme. That's interesting to think about those two words. Whine and sigh rhyme. Pain again. So we have these rhyming words, and it's interesting just to think about how those point and direct us to the speaker's feelings and to just, the central ideas expressed in the poem. And finally, we see the shift as one from remembrance to one of acceptance and resolution within the soul.
One of the things I do want to bring up, because I can imagine some students looking at one and gone and thinking, how do those rhyme, right? If I were in kindergarten, I might fail that rhyming test if I say those are rhyming words. And perhaps you're right. In the truest sense, one and gone don't sound the same, do they? And this is the part of rhyme scheme that can get complicated at times, right? Where you have to determine, well, does the poet intend for these lines to be joined by rhyme? We know that they're spelled almost the same, right? Gone obviously has that G in the front, but then the rest of the letters are the same. What's important, I think, the advice I can give you is once a pattern has been established, try to continue that pattern. And unless the words are, like, say, red and black, where those two will definitely be different rhyming words, if they look similar, and usually with rhyme, we're just talking about sound, but they look similar, consider giving it the same letter, right, when we're doing the rhyme scheme. But then that could be fodder for your essay as well. Why is it? We would call it a slant rhyme or a near rhyme or an off rhyme. You may want to jot those down, or, once these videos are out there in the internet for the world to see, you can pause it and write those down and look those up, because I do think, like I said, it's fodder for your essays. Why would Millet, who has rhymed perfectly throughout, give us that slant rhyme of one and gone towards the end of this poem? And can you connect that slant rhyme perhaps to the emotional state or the psychological state of the speaker?
I also think it's a good habit to get into for looking for consistent rhyme patterns, because then when that pattern is broken intentionally, then we know that's a signal too. And we'll address that when we get to modern poetry probably more. But yes, we want to train ourselves to look for these patterns in rhyme. That's a good way to read poetry.
Absolutely. So far we've been talking about poetic structure, and we looked at the closed form, we looked at the sonnet, we talked about possible shifts, we looked at how lines or stanzas might help us chunk the text, how we have to follow punctuation, and look at those punctuations as clusters of information that deserve our attention. And we understand that they're units, right? And we move through the poem through these units that are marked by the punctuation. But you may never see this poem by Millet ever again. And that's something I always say in my classroom. It's not about learning this poem, because that's it. You're never going to see it. I'm never going to give it to you on a quiz or an exam. You're probably not going to see it on your AP test or some exam in college. The idea is, what are the skills that I have learned or mastered or finessed through this lesson that will make me a better reader next time I encounter a poem, and ultimately a better writer when I'm tasked with the challenge of writing an essay. I've been saying something in my classroom since about 2003, 2004, which is, it becomes sort of a saying. I tell my students, you don't know a piece of literature once you have all the answers. You know a piece of literature once you have asked all the right questions. And it's important. My students get very frustrated with me sometimes because they ask me questions and I tell them, good job, right? And they say, well, what's the answer? I go, it doesn't matter. I'm proud of the fact that you came up with a question because you're thinking in the right way. So through this lesson, we've been talking about poetic structure. What we want to empower you is with being able to ask the right questions about a text structure next time you encounter text, next time you encounter a poem. So we're going to look at these questions, and these questions are tied to the objectives or the skills that are part of this course. So the first question is, how does a text organization and arrangement of ideas and details in lines, stanzas, sentences, paragraphs, chapters, or other sections of text contribute to a text structure? So again, we've looked at how lines form stanzas, poems themselves can be broken off into different sections or structural components, and that helps us chunk it and be able to interpret the meaning of the poem. The second one is, how does poem's rhythm and or rhyme contribute to its structure? Today we focus on rhyme. And sometimes I'll tell students, if the poem is very, very long, you may not want to do rhyme scheme. Maybe it'll take you too long to do rhyme scheme. But if it seems to be 10 to 20 lines long, go ahead and invest that time. It should only take you about a minute because of the amount of information that you may extrapolate from recognizing the structural features that are inherent in the rhyme scheme. The next question is, what is the organizing principle in a section of text that makes it a cohesive unit? And we've talked so much about chunking today in this word. We've talked so much about finding the structural components and just dealing with those things in isolation, but that's not the goal. The goal is, at the end, we put the whole poem together. We understand the parts, but we only understand the parts to make a better sense of the whole. And that is key. We have to understand how, not just how it functions as a whole, but also how those parts function with each other.
There's some other questions that you can ask when you're approaching poetry. What's the relationship of a section of a text to the text setting, character, plot, conflict, point of view, thematic idea, really any literary element? We want to think about, not, as Mr. Escobar said, not things in isolation, but how do they fit together as this piece of a puzzle that all makes the text? How do all of these ideas work together and reinforce the same idea? Also, what's the relationship of a section of a text to other sections of a text? Just just, again, we've discussed how the octave and a sextet, they both stand alone, but they both work together in the relationship of a section of a text to the text as a whole. And even when we think about the whole meaning of a text, it's even broader than the text, but it speaks to us as humans and these universal ideas and feelings and things that we all grapple with throughout time and history and place. So these tools, these questions, they're just tools for you to have when you approach a text, and they offer you ways into the text. And like Mr. Escobar said earlier, I think it's important. You will not read a poem and probably ask every one of these questions, and you will not be able to answer all of these questions, but you choose the ones that help you get into a text, and then you enter that way and you move forward with what you know and what you understand, and then more will be unlocked to you.
This idea of asking the right questions, because they'll lead to greater interpretation or deeper analysis, is so critical that, it might be a good idea for all of you out there right now to take a screenshot of this, right? Either take a picture with your phone or take a screenshot on your laptops. And I don't think you should memorize these questions. That's not the right approach. I think what you need to do is make these questions your own. Read through them, see which ones make the most sense to you, see which ones are the ones that you really understand, that you think you can execute. You can provide an answer for that question, and then jot those down in your own words so they mean something to you, and that they can live, they can be a part of who you are as a reader next time you approach a text.
So we have some practice for tonight if you feel like you just want to take a few minutes and try for yourself what we've been talking about today. And from now on, for the rest of the lessons, we will open each lesson reviewing the practice activity from the prior day. So for tonight's practice,
and Ms. Barber, I can just chime in 1 second. I was thinking about, because we have teachers watching this as well, right? And the teachers are doing distance learning with their own students. This might be a great vehicle, a great launching pad if they choose to make this what they're doing with their students, in their own sessions with them, and maybe work with them collectively on this. Right. And we'll all tune in tomorrow and see what we have to say about these practices.
Yeah, and hopefully this can be an avenue for you to have further conversations with your teachers, and this will just be a platform to extend the conversation in your own virtual learning platforms that you're doing with your teachers. So we are just hoping to come alongside teachers and just reinforce what y'all are already doing.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So for tonight's practice, we're going to look at the 2014 release question, and it's another sonnet. For that, he looked not upon her. I promise we won't talk about sonnets in all of our units, but today we are. So what we want you to do for tonight's homework, you're not going to write a full essay, but for tonight's practice, unless your teacher wants you to. For tonight's practice, we just want you to read this and make some notes on the structural element of this sonnet, and just think about the things that we've talked about today: the overall form, line arrangement, punctuation, rhyme scheme, and shifts. And then once you thought about that and possibly made some marks on it, there, if you look in the description under this video, there is a link to this if you would like to print it out and write on it, annotate on it. Once you look for those things and identify those things, write down 2 or 3 ideas about how these can point us back, give us more understanding of an interpretation of the poem, because we don't just want to identify these things and think on them, but we want to tie them to meaning, and we want to see how the poet is using these structural elements to reinforce the central idea of a poem. So if you'll write down 2 or 3 things, we'll open tomorrow's lesson talking about that. So do you have anything else, Mr. Escobar?
Well, this was my first foray into the virtual world and the internet. So, like I said in the beginning, I do want to feel like I'm talking to my students. I want to feel like you're all part of my classroom. My wife and I, we're both teachers, and we both think about our students, let's say on Thanksgiving dinner, for example, right? And we, after today, I think we're going to have a much longer dinner because we have a lot of students out there, hopefully. We want you to know that what Ms. Barber and I are sharing with you is intended to supplement or to support what your teachers are already doing. Your teachers are masterful. Whatever we say is just meant to support what they're already doing. So as soon as this video ends, how about you all write an email to your teachers, thanking them for what they're doing and telling them to join you in watching these videos so that we can grow this community and we can all learn from each other. Take care, everyone.
We've enjoyed hanging out today, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm Susan Barber, and Mr. Escobar and I are excited to be back with you today as we are going to look at some of the elements about contrast, specifically in poetry. Like I said, I'm Susan Barber. I am from Atlanta, Georgia, and I teach at Grady High School. And my co-teacher, he's back with us today, like he will be every day. And we were just really excited yesterday to hear from so many teachers who said, this is exactly what we've been working on in our classroom, and it's good review. And that's just our hope the whole time, that we're just going to be able to come along and just reinforce things that your teachers have already been talking to you about in your classroom. Now, about a week from now, sometime at the end of next week, there will be a calendar that comes out, and this calendar will have the remaining lessons through May 1st. So at that point, you and your teachers will be able to choose the lessons that you will most benefit you in your review.
And I'm Mr. Escobar from Miami, Florida, from Florida Senior High School. I'm excited to be back with you. I really do feel like we're all part of this learning community now. I received a lot of emails and a lot of positive feedback about what we're doing, and I'm just thrilled. And a special shout out to all my students who tuned in yesterday, and I'm sure they're tuning in today as well. We discussed yesterday how we're going to focus primarily on the latter part of the unit or of the course during these first 3 days, especially, and then we're going to talk about reviewing for the course as a whole, and those special topics are going to be covered on the AP exam. But today's going to give you a good idea as to what we mean by that once we get into the lesson overview. But rest assured that everything we're talking about are skills and ideas and notions that can help you become better readers and ultimately better writers in preparation for the AP exam. As a reminder, these are notions and skills that colleges and universities want us to cover so that they are sure that when you enter their campuses and you receive college credit for these coursework, that they know that you have covered all of the material, so they feel confident in awarding you the credit that you seek.
So we're going to be starting each session looking at the practice that you did the night before. We'll get into this routine, and even if you did not join the prior lesson, you can still jump in, and we'll have some teaching points throughout even the warm-up section. So looking at last night's passage, so we looked at a prompt from the 2014 AP Lit exam, and it was the sonnet For That He Looked Not Upon Her. So at this point, Mr. Escobar and I are going to read this to you, then we'll jump into it and talk about some of the different claims and structural elements of this sonnet. And let me just pause and say now, like, we started with sonnets because they're the most structured, but we are going to be looking at more modern and some different voices, and are really excited to for tomorrow's lesson. We'll talk more about that in a minute, but starting with the most structured now, that's why we chose to start with the sonnet. So I'll start reading, and then Mr. Escobar. And notice the way we read, we're grouping the sonnet. We're going to be chunking the sonnet like we talked about yesterday. For he that looked not upon her. You must not wonder that you think it strange to see me hold my alluring head so low, and that mine eyes take no delight to range, and the gleams which on your face do grow.
The mouse, which once hath broken out of trap, is seldom ticed with a trustless bait, but lies aloof for fear of more mishap, and feedeth still in doubt of deep deceit.
The scorched fly which one escape the flame will hardly come to play again with fire. Whereby I learn that grievous is the game, which follows fancy dazzled by desire.
So that I wink, or else hold down my head, because your blazing eyes my veil have read.
So you'll notice that when we read that poem, it's still a sonnet, but the structure is a little different than yesterday's, where you have the octave and the sestet. This structure is different, and that's because this is what we call a Shakespearean or an English sonnet. This is a sonnet that Shakespeare most often used when he wrote. Still 14 lines. We still have that constraint, still a set rhyme scheme, but a little different than the one we looked at yesterday. So when we think about these Shakespearean sonnets, you're going to see that they are divided into 3 quatrains or 3 groups of 4 lines, and the rhyme scheme is going to hold tight in those 4 lines. A, B, A, B, and then we go to another quatrain. C, D, C, D, another quatrain. E, F, E, F, and then the heroic or rhyming couplet at the end, G, G. So, and Mr. Escobar is going to talk about this in a minute, but we see the shift in this Shakespearean sonnet a lot of times happening at the very end. We still have a shift, it's just in a little different space. So when you're thinking about sonnets, I'm sure you noticed this last night, I'm sure you talked about this in class already. When you're thinking about the structure of the sonnet, think about, is it divided into octaves, sestet, or maybe it's divided into quatrains? Whichever way it's divided, how can I use that structure to group ideas or words together? And then how does that grouping reinforce a controlling idea in the poem?
And we understand that we have hopefully a live audience today, and many of you will also pick up and watch these videos at your leisure later on. So let's go back a little bit. Let's remind you of what we were talking about yesterday, because the warm-up each day will focus on the previous day's lesson. Yesterday we were talking about poetic structure, and we were looking at how poems are built and how these building blocks sometimes help us chunk the text. And by chunking the text, we're able to take a more friendly approach to the reading of a poem. Yesterday we focused on the Petrarchan sonnet, and the red line there shows you the divide between the octave and the sestet. And for most Petrarchan sonnets, that's a pretty hard line. I mean, they usually do stick to this format, right? So you're able to quite confidently take the first 8 lines and then take the next 6 lines and try to make sense of those 2 separate parts, but obviously then piece them all together and see how they play off of each other. For Shakespeare, we have this quatrain divide. Shakespeare plays around with that. Shakespeare and everyone who's following in Shakespeare's footsteps by using this form. Sometimes all 12 lines are really talking about one thing and there's no divide. Sometimes there's an octet where the first 8 lines are grouped together, centered on one subject, and then there's a quatrain. Sometimes it does follow this very specific format, which is the quatrain. What's important to note here is, whereas with Petrarch, as soon as the rhyme switches, there is a volta. With Shakespeare, we have to determine if the content of the poem is running parallel to what's happening with the rhyme. However, we can always count on is where that red line is, which is between lines 12 and 13. We're going to be prepared for the heroic couplet. Heroic couplet is just a set of 2 rhymed lines that happen to be written in iambic pentameter. But for our purposes today, let's just think of them as the 2 lines at the end that happen to rhyme with each other, and they normally do what the sestet in a Petrarchan sonnet will do, which is it'll provide some sort of conclusion or resolution, or sometimes, and this is a great little tip for perhaps the examination, sometimes it's just a summary of what the first 12 lines are about. So if you're having problems reading those 12 lines, maybe you'll focus on the heroic couplet, finally understand what the sonnet is about, and then you can go back and do a quick reading of the poem and try to master what Shakespeare or his followers are doing with the form. Here we go to the poem that we already read, and we can see that it is 14 lines. And when we look at the rhyme scheme, we have A, B, A, B, C, D, C, D, E, F, E, F, G, G. So we definitely have a Shakespearean sonnet. We didn't mark out the quatrain separations because that doesn't always work out. Now in this one it does, and Ms. Barbara's going to talk to you about those divisions. But we did go ahead and put that line between the 12th and 13th lines because we want to make sure that we focus on that heroic couplet. But this is a quick visual to determine, am I talking about Petrarch or am I talking about Shakespeare here? It happens to be Shakespearean. So I'm not going to focus so much on the 8th, 9th line. I'm going to look to see if the quatrains form clusters, and then I'm going to focus on that heroic couplet at the end. And here we see an easier way, I think, to visualize possible divisions within the poem.
Yeah, so we can look at it. If you go back with that, okay, perfect. So when we look at this, before we jump into the possible planes, you will see that each quatrain has like a central thought or subtopic, sub-idea that supports the overall theme. The first quatrain is going to be talking, it's about the speaker and how the speaker is feeling, holding his head down, looking down. Then we have the second quatrain is about a mouse that has been once trapped. And the third is about a fly that has escaped death. And then the couplet at the end goes back to the speaker. So each quatrain is going to have one idea that it kind of fleshes out. So let's look now at some possible claims that you may have written last night when we were thinking about it. And this is just what I was saying. Each quatrain is bound by a rhyme scheme that encloses or expands upon an idea or image that speaks to distrust. And so we have, like I just said, and you were able to see the visual of that last time. That's an idea of how structure can reinforce a controlling idea, a central idea in a poem. Or maybe we want to talk about specifically about the structure and the rhyme scheme, and we want to look at some specific words that rhyme, and how do these rhyming words point us to a central idea. We see bait and deceit. Well, those are really interesting words to pair together. Fire and desire. Again, this whole poem is about him desiring to look and not wanting to look because he can be burned. So these 2 words really get to the heart of what this poem is about. And these are all avenues in for you to explore, to expand upon. They're ways for you to get into the text and think about it more analytically. And also, I love when students are able to zero in on specific words and phrases, because that lets you be very concise and focused in your analysis. A lot of times, especially when we're writing quickly, we tend to be very broad-based in our analysis. So if you can take it down to these word levels, and unpacking rhyming words is perfect for that. If you can take it down to the word level and start thinking and analyzing each word and how that ties back to a specific theme, then you're really set for some in-depth analysis.
Absolutely. And we are going to transition now from yesterday's lesson, which was on poetic structure, to today's lesson, which will focus on contrast. Now, we're not talking about contrast as perhaps you've heard of it before in terms of comparing contrast necessarily. We're going to talk about contrast as an umbrella term. And we're going to, again, talk about terminology, make sure we're using the same terminology, because across different classrooms, different words might be used for the same idea. So again, contrast we're going to use as an umbrella term for very specific notions, but the focus of it will be the function of these contrasts within the text. We want to ultimately use these contrasts that we're going to be talking about to explore the complexities, because if we're able to read with an eye on the complexities of the text, then our interpretations will in turn be just as complex. And that's the ultimate goal. So what do we mean by contrast? I'm going to take a moment here to discuss what we meant in the introduction also about what happens at the end of the course versus what we've been doing for the first 3 quarters of the course. Today, we're specifically going to look at contrast in terms of situational irony and paradox, because according to the framework that has been built for this course, at the end of our courses, this is what we should be focusing on. However, for the first 3 quarters of this course, we should have looked at other forms of contrast. And those forms of contrast are contrasting tones or point of view, character, narrator, or speaker's perspective, and how they may contrast, contrasting settings, and contrasting imagery. Because today we're talking about situational irony and paradox within the umbrella contrast, that does not mean that you don't bring into your interpretation and into your analysis, and if we were having a conversation right now, into our discussion, all of those contrasting elements that you've already covered in class. So again, we're hoping that you've already covered the items on the left side of the screen, and today we're going to focus on the items on the right side of the screen. Having said that, for the exam, we've already been told that it's going to be a free response question this year. The beauty of that is that you're not limited by whatever's on that multiple choice stem or the options. Everything that you're able to place on your tool belt, you're going to bring with you on the day of the exam in order to attack that passage and answer the prompt. So just because tone, point of view, so on and so forth are in the left part of the screen, that doesn't mean that if you see a paradox, you're absolutely going to write about that paradox on the AP exam. Okay?
And we just want to give you a couple more tools today to put in your toolbox, ways that you can think about complexities in a text. So we are going to jump into today's lesson and look at irony and paradox. So to start, I want us to look at this photo. This is called Marriage a la Mode, and this is in a series of art pieces. And this is the first one. It's called The Marriage Settlement. This picture in the 1700s, it's kind of poking fun at satire and really trying to push people's ideas on marriage and the traditional idea of marriage in that time period. So I really like this photo because it has a lot of ironies in it. And just like we're going to look at some text with ironies, we can look at this and see ironies. And so as we start looking at this picture, just a few things come to mind. We see the bride and the groom. So the groom over here in the blue and the bride sitting next to them. Again, we think about, a bride and a groom. Well, they are not looking at each other. They're looking in different directions. And that makes us looking at this piece go, that's interesting. I'd like to think on that a little more because that doesn't seem to line up like how a bride and groom should be. They should be facing each other and smiling at each other, but they're looking in different directions. That's really interesting. Then if you look at the groom on the left side, you see he's looking at himself in the mirror. Again, just something that makes us wonder and think that doesn't really align to what we would think a couple approaching marriage. He should be not looking at himself, but he should be absorbed in her. Several ironies in this. My favorite at the bottom, and you may want to spend some more time looking at this, talking with your teacher about it. I love in the bottom left-hand corner, we have this picture of two dogs and they are chained together. Well, isn't that a really interesting image to include in a picture about marriage? I just think that's what is the painter trying to communicate here. And we see like there's, these people over here working on a contract, negotiating a contract. Again, so the emphasis is not on love, but the emphasis is on the business side of things. So just like we can look at art, you can look at music, you can look at videos and see all kind of ironies and things that just seem to not make sense. We see that in text too. And we want to train our eyes to look for things that don't necessarily align or that make us think, that doesn't seem to support the idea that the person is talking about. Why is that? What can I learn from this? How does that take me deeper into the text? So let's look at today's text. And we're going to look, go ahead.
Yeah, so the poem we're looking at is Sir Philip Sidney's Thou Blind Man's Mark. And we are going to analyze the structure. We don't want to let go of yesterday's lesson, right? As we delve into today's lesson, which is on contrast, we want to show you how different components of this course are intertwined, that you can't really just say, well, that was yesterday's topic and today's topic is about something else. No, we want to make sure that you come along with us on this ride and everything we're teaching and everything you're learning or reviewing, you're able to apply each day. So let's take a look at this poem. Thou blind man's mark, thou fool, self-chosen snare, fond fancy scum and dregs of scattered thought, band of all evils, cradle of causeless care, thou web of will, whose end is never wrought. Desire I have too dearly bought, with price of mangled mind, thy worthless wear. Too long as sleep thou hast me brought, should my mind to higher things prepare.
But yet in vain thou hast my ruin sought. In vain thou madest me to vain things aspire. In vain thou kindlest all thy smoky fire. For virtue hath this better lesson taught within myself to seek my only higher, desiring not, but how to kill desire.
Well, I think the picture you showed us earlier pretty much killed desire, right?
So we're going to look at a couple of examples of irony, and then we're going to look at an example of paradox, and then we are going to, most importantly, think about how these connect back to the central idea of a poem. So we see, before we even jump into that, we notice the structure of this sonnet, again, is slightly different. So we started with very structured yesterday. Now we're starting to break that structure a little, but it still has structural elements that give you clues. So we have the A, B, A, B. Now we can also, like we talked about yesterday, use our punctuation. We have a period there. So that kind of ends that thought. And then we're going to have the rhyme scheme B, A, B, A, and that's going to be the octave. And again, we have a period. And even though we start with a B again, instead of switching to C right here, we can look at the beginning of line 9 and see but and yet. So we know this shift, this volta, it is still happening here. We are still shifting between the octave and the sestet. So use your clues that you know. So even if all elements of structure don't align, you can still see the transition. You can still see the end mark with the period and let that guide you in that there is a shift. And then we have structure. It's a little different, but we have the structural elements in the sestet, and the rhyme scheme switches to a BCC, BCC. So again, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Something that I want to touch upon here is sometimes in our own classrooms, we try to create these structures for students in the things that we teach, right? This is a sonnet, this is a villanelle, this is a limerick. But the truth of the matter is that a lot of these poems, it's sort of like music. I'm going to show my ignorance here. I don't know where hip hop ends and R&B begins, or what's modern and what's contemporary in music. And I watch the Grammys and I look at all these categories. It's all music to me, right? I mean, I can tell the difference between a symphony and a rap song. But once you get into the minutiae of the categories, it seems as a non-expert here that a lot of these musical influences blend, right? These artists know each other, they listen to each other. So when you create these demarcations for poetry, it's sort of the same thing. We want to have these clusters of information. It helps us to learn. But here with Sidney's poem, you see really how different schools of poetry, different conventions bleed into one another. These poets are learning from each other. They're challenging each other. They're trying to outdo each other, right? Sort of like a rap battle is what the world of poetry was and perhaps still is, right? And here we see Sidney definitely want to begin with that Shakespearean rhyme scheme, but he does place that but in the 9th line, so that's a very Petrarchan move. And I don't want students to be confused by this. I want you to understand, like Ms. Barbara was saying, there are conventions that are solid and they're definitely following a school of form. And then there's others that are just trying to find their own way into making sonnets fresh and their own. And this is the case here with Sir Philip Sidney, I think.
So let's start looking in the first line. We're going to unpack a couple of these examples of irony and just think about how they can add depth and expand the meaning of poems. Anytime we're given an image to think about, it's to help us rethink a concept in a different way. So that might open up a different way that we view it. And so we want to think in depth about each one of these. So let's look at the first one, Thou Blind Man's Mark. And here's some questions just to think about. So you'll have these, whether you're thinking about imagery, whether you're thinking about figurative language. Today we're thinking about situational irony. We want to ask ourselves some questions. Remember, it's important to question and to self-question when we're reading. So here's some questions we can think about when we're thinking about this phrase, Thou Blind Man's Mark. How can a blind man possibly hit a target? I mean, there's some irony there. So why is Sidney pointing us to this? What might he be saying through that? If you think about a blind man with a bow and arrow trying to hit a target, I mean, that's ridiculous. Like that just does not make sense. Also important, this is the opening image that he gives us. So is he wanting to say this is absurd or this almost cannot happen? Why does he open with this image? And how might this add to the meaning? meaning of the poem. And again, we've just looked at it as the first line, but when we start thinking about this in the context of the poem, one of the questions we want to ask ourselves is, how does this add to the meaning? And he talks about desire and him trying to conquer desire. And so when we think about this image, this piece of irony adding to the meaning, it's almost like a blind man, a person who can't see, trying to shoot an arrow, trying to get a mark. It's just very difficult to do. So he opens with that, and then in the very same line, the first line, he gives us another example of situational irony. There, thou fool, self-chosen snare. Who would make a trap for themselves? Like, who does that? You know? But yeah, that's the image that he follows up with. So why would a person choose or set their own trap? In what way? How does this connect to the first example that we're given? You know, both of these are just things that don't make sense. It seems like it's just an absurd way to approach life. And then how does this add to the meaning? It's almost like the speaker is recognizing, oh, I'm almost setting myself up for something. So that's how it opens. And now we want to carry these ideas and think about these as we read throughout the poem.
And let's remember that today we're talking about contrast, right? Two specific contrasts. The first contrast is the situational irony, which is Barbara was talking about. And the second one is the idea of paradox. And perhaps we should stop here and define what a paradox is, and let's have a common understanding of what we're talking about. The way that I normally explain paradox is I tell the story of Ursula in 100 Years of Solitude. So in this novel, it's a very long novel. You have this matriarch who, struggles throughout the novel to make sure that her children are happy and protected and her house is taken care of and the family unit is maintained despite all kinds of craziness that's going on out there. And she, throughout her life, she thinks she knows her kids, she thinks she knows her family, but it isn't until the very end. Now listen carefully, once Ursula goes blind, that she begins to see her children for who they truly are. So think about that notion of when you can see, you are blind to the truth, but once Ursula goes blind, suddenly she's able to see. A paradox is when you have two items that would logically seem to be impossible, but when brought together as a statement of truth, then you have a paradox. Here you have a woman who is blind who suddenly sees. So that's my working definition. That's how I usually think about paradox. So if we look at the final line of this poem, desiring not but how to kill desire. Throughout this sonnet, you have this lamentation, right, from the speaker. This man will say, right, although we separate speaker from the poet, but I think we might be more guilty of this kind of melodrama, right? But the speaker is saying, oh, the desire has brought me so much pain. I refuse to desire her any longer. Well, guess what, buddy? You're writing a poem, or you're speaking these thoughts about how you still love her, or how you refuse to love her. Clearly, you still desire her because she's still running through your mind. Now, notice the words here: desiring nothing but how to kill desire. If you want to kill desire, and that's your only desire, you still have desire. So that's where the paradox comes in with this final line of the poem. What does the speaker desire? Well, we know the speaker desires his beloved, and he desires to kill desire, or does he? Right? Perhaps that's the irony. He doesn't really want that. He would like to maybe satisfy his desire, have her love him, and then he can stop writing the sonnet and go and marry her, right? And we spoke about the irony here. And how does this add to the meaning? Well, Ms. Barber talked about how the central idea, the central force of this poem is the notion of desire. So his inability to stop desiring, whether it's his beloved or the desire to kill desire, clearly tells you that he's stuck in this world of wanting and yearning for something.
So now we want to do a quick check for understanding. And what we're going to do during this time is just think about, we've identified some examples of irony, we've identified paradox, but the bigger idea is, how does this tie into a central idea or your interpretation of the poem? So let's put this poem up again. And
let's remind you also that even though we're focusing on situational irony and paradox, this might be a good moment for some of you to, again, take a screenshot of this if you're watching us live, or if you're watching after the fact, then perhaps pause it here. And we're talking about situational irony and paradox, but you've already looked at contrast throughout the course because you've already looked at things such as tone, point of view, character settings, and imagery. How do those elements, contrasting elements, appear in this poem, and how do they contribute to the meaning? So that's for you to do, and that's definitely for you to consider for each poem that you encounter. But for today's lesson, we're going to look specifically at the top two.
At situational irony and paradox, even though there's tons and tons of imagery in here. And next week, as we shift to some more broader topics, we will look in broader context. But for today's lesson, go ahead. We're going to give you about, we've looked at this poem for a few minutes now, so we'll give you 30 to 45 seconds. But I want you to be thinking about 2 or 3 different ways that specifically the irony we looked at and the paradox add to the meaning of this poem.
And it might be helpful if we do this so that you guys can see where some of the irony is and where some of the paradox is. So this is the moment where you take the evidence, and we're going to have videos on evidence and commentary later on, but we're providing you the evidence. We want to know what's the commentary and what's the claim that you're going to make, right? How do these two sections, how do these two lines of the poem connect to the meaning and the idea of desire here?
Okay, so let's talk about a couple. And yours may be like this. Yours may be something else. These are just examples. So you could definitely, these are not the right answers. These are a couple of suggestions, and you could certainly have other ideas that we don't mention. So a couple of suggestions that came to our mind are the opening examples of irony in Thou Blind Man's Mark. It opens the poem immediately and highlights the speaker's feelings of helplessness when confronting desire. Now, if you were going to write about this, you could go in depth to specific words in these phrases, how they're ironic, why it shows one thing and what that means, and then you could connect it back to the central idea. And in future lessons, we will talk more in depth about writing, but right now we're just wanting to think about general ways that it adds to the structure. Another idea, ultimately the paradox in the final line confirms that despite the speaker's assertions, he has not been able to stop desiring his beloved. So that highlights that paradox, and it ties it, it connects it back to the central idea of the poem. So again, you may have more suggestions, and those are good things for you and your class and your teacher to talk about.
Absolutely. And what we've done for each of these lessons is we want to have a moment where we talk about what happens next. What happens next time that you encounter a text based on the concepts, the terminology, and the processes that we talked about today. And what we want to leave you with each day is a series of questions that you could ask yourself. And again, we want you to take these questions and make them your own. So if you're jotting things down, if you're taking notes, don't just copy it down, but put it in your own words so they can truly be useful questions for next time you encounter text. I want to draw your attention specifically to the first and last 2 bullets here. The first one asks, what are some striking contrasts in the text? That's a very rudimentary step, I think. And that's where we have to begin. You have a text, you're going to ask yourself, what are the contrasts here? Maybe jot down the different forms of contrast that we already covered. And then when you make your annotations, a lot of times students say, I don't know what to highlight, so I don't highlight anything, or everything seems important, so I highlight the whole thing. Well, a good tip is whenever you highlight something, make sure you write something. Marginal note taking is key, because then you know why you highlighted it. So if you find the contrast, highlight it, and then in the margins write what kind of contrast it is, and then that'll help you make the connection later on to meaning. And if we look at the last 2 questions, how does a contrast contribute to complexity in text, and how does a contrast contribute to meaning in a text? I want us to take those 2 as a unit, because it is only when we're able to delve into the complexities of the text that we're going to go beyond the superficial reading of anything that we encounter, and then our meaning or interpretation for plausible meanings of the text will reach the level of complexity that you're all striving for in order to receive college credit, in order to learn, in order to show your teachers that you have certainly gathered knowledge and skills from the courses. So these questions, I believe, are critical to a reader being more proficient in their analysis of literature.
So for tonight's practice, this is the poem that we would like for you to look at. It's called Convergence of the Twain, and this has been a prior AP prompt before. Now, here we are moving away from the sonnet. This is in a 2002 exam. So this is it is not a sonnet, but you will still see that this poem is divided into different stanzas, and it definitely has a structure. So use your knowledge of what we've already been talking about with structure, and even though it's not the strict confines of a sonnet, we still want to be thinking about structure. But tonight we're going to work specifically, or look specifically at contrast and think about that. What contrast can you identify in this poem from the 2002 exam, and how do they add to the meaning of the poem? And that's how we are going to open tomorrow's lesson. We will talk about this for a few minutes, and then we are so excited because we have been talking to a living poet. We are going to be using her poem tomorrow, and excited to, we've looked at some older works, and tomorrow we're going to be looking at some very contemporary poetry. So, and this will be our bridge in between the two. So again, we hope that this is helpful and comes alongside and just reinforces things that you're already learning in the classroom. And also hopefully this will be just a good way for you and your teachers to talk further, because honestly, these, a lot of these lessons can be 1 or 2 class periods.
Absolutely. And let's also, since we talk about community building here, we know there's a lot of people who are trying to reach the videos or would like to be able to connect with the lessons that we're sharing here. And we know that some of our friends out there don't have internet access or devices. And this is a real concern, and we're very sensitive to this. And this is where we can all chip in and help out. There's a site here that we would like for you to write into and connect with. If you know that there's someone out there who needs these resources, and obviously they couldn't do it themselves if they don't have the device or the access, but let's connect with our friends and let's figure out who out there needs devices. What we keep seeing in the news out there is that we need to have social distance, but that doesn't mean that we're not making connections. Like I told you on yesterday's video, I don't have any social media, so I don't listen to the good or the bad that's out there, but I definitely receive tons of very warm emails, and I appreciate all of those, and when they came from my students, and I miss them dearly. But I want to reiterate that what Ms. Barber and I are bringing to you is not the be all and end all of how this course is taught, but it's a resource to supplement or to give you a different view into what your teachers have been doing with you the entire year. I asked you yesterday, I have no way of knowing if you did the homework assignment, but I asked you to take the time to write to your teachers and thank them for what they've done to you. And I think it's important that we all connect in that way as well.
So we are looking forward to seeing each of you tomorrow. We'll dive into some modern poetry, and until then, have a great rest of the day.
We may have a fan or two out there, so we can continue. I think we may have a little extra time.
So my dog gave up on us. He moved over to his bed. He's like, enough talking poetry. Had enough.
I'm glad that you did mention to our listeners out there about tomorrow's poem. I'm very excited. And a lot of times...
I'm sure most people just popped out as soon as.
Yeah. We weren't disconnecting, so we had to keep going.
No worries. I was trying to kind of sit there and to say.
Happy Friday, everybody. We are excited to be back with you today, talking poetry, specifically looking at a modern poem today after spending a couple of days looking at some older sonnets. Today, we're going to be talking about specific words and phrases in a text, and we're just looking forward to jumping on in with you. So I'm Susan Barber from Atlanta, Georgia, Grady High School, and my co-teacher is here with me, Bear. He'll be with us every day. He says hi. I also want to remind you that next week we'll have a calendar that comes out, and it will give the daily schedule between now and May 1st. So you'll be able to just pick and choose the lessons that are going to best help you review for the exam. So with me again today is Mr. Escobar.
How are you guys? I'm very excited to be back with you all, and we have a few things to cover. We have a few things to talk about. First of all, I've heard of some conspiracy theories out there about how this year's exam will definitely be a poetry question because Ms. Barber and I have now spent 2 days talking poetry. But I will remind you all that A, we don't know, we don't have any insider information. But secondly, we talked about how we are going to focus on the last 2 units of this course, the final units 8 and 9. And unit 8 is all about poetry, and that's why we're focusing on poetry for these 3 days. And starting next week, we're going to focus on unit 9. So for those of you who think the theory is that it will be a poetry question, on Monday you can adjust that theory and think that it's an open-ended question. But all we have to do is wait till April 3rd, and then we're going to find out exactly what kind of exam we're going to be facing. So remember, no theories out there, no conspiracies. Right now, we're just going over unit 8, then we're going to go over unit 9, and then we're going to do a total review. But the good news is everything we're learning throughout units 8 and 9 can be applied, or at least most of the things can be applied to any question that we are going to face on this year's exam. Again, I'm Mr. Escobar from Figurative Senior High School in Miami, Florida. And I also want to say that we have been very touched by many emails, and I'd like to say hi to everyone at Elton High School. And we're very happy and pleased that you're able to find some comfort and some guidance in these videos. So thanks for tuning in, guys.
Let's go ahead and jump in with last night's practice, and that'll serve as our warm-up today. And we looked at the poem Convergence of the Twin, and we talked yesterday about contrast and how specifically you can identify contrast and how they connect to the meaning of the poem, how they add depth and expand on the meaning of the poem. So hopefully you had a chance to work on this, and I know that some of you have worked on this with your teachers and as a class, which I think is really great. And so just to highlight a few of the contrasts that we found in this poem, it's really interesting. In almost every stanza, you can see these contrasts, these seemingly inconsistencies, and that makes us just wonder, why are they there and what are they saying? And so we think about this poem as a whole. You have this unsinkable ship that is sitting at the bottom of the sea, and so that's a contrast in itself. And then in each stanza, you see things like solitude, aloneness, but then humanity, a large thing, opulent, very grand and lavish, contrasted with grotesque and slimed. And there are so many of these contrasts, and you probably picked up on more than we found. And so we want to lean into these and think about how do these add to the meaning of the work or your interpretation of the work. And so some possible claims that you might have come up with, they may look like this: the sparkles of the jewels lie lightless to convey the extent of the ship's demise. That hits both of these tensions that we're feeling, and it points us to the bigger meaning here. Another one: the mortal eye is contrasted with the imminent will, and the spinner of years to denote the futility of man's power over natural world. Again, those two examples are picking up on the tension here with a possible implication of man's futility over God's desire. So again, taking these very specific examples and letting that shed light and take us to a bigger, broader context and meaning. Now, there are lots and lots of claims that we could have suggested here. We want to just give you a couple, but what we want you to recognize is that there are lots more, and you probably found more examples. These are not the two right answers. They are just examples. And so we would encourage you to talk with with your teachers, talk with other classmates about claims that you see. Did these work? How do these extend beyond the meaning of this stanza and onto broader implications in the text? So we really just invite you to look beyond the possibilities we have and think about different claims that you can find.
And today we're going to start looking at a different concept, one that you might be very comfortable with. We're going to be looking at the function of specific words and phrases. Remember, the first video we talked about structure, the second one we talked about contrast, and now we're going to get into the fine details of the words that these poets are using. Once again, the goal is not to generate a list of important words and phrases, but rather to get to that keyword. You're going to see that keyword in each of our goals, the function of the words. What could those functions be? Well, they're going to help us recognize the important words, the important phrases, but then bring them together and see how they contribute to the central idea of the poem. So we're going to have to determine also what the central idea is to see how all these words and phrases work together to convey a message about that central idea. And we're also, specifically for this unit 9, for this latter part of the course, we're going to talk about ambiguity. And sometimes we don't know exactly what the poet intends. And let me rephrase that. It's not that we don't know what the poet intends, but the poet is purposely being ambiguous, not because they don't want to share the truth, not because they have something to hide, but because that ambiguity adds to the richness. Now, I want you guys to keep that in mind. It's not about finding the right answer, like Ms. Barber said, right? That's not what we're after. What we're after is trying to find plausible interpretations, trying to, instead of close the poem, open it up and see all the possibilities that lie within it. For today, we're going to look at 3 levels, and I'll speak about levels today, 3 levels of words and phrases and key terminology that is connected to that idea. Level 1, and for those of you following and you understand what I mean about the standards and the units and the binders, that's more teacher talk and student talk, but I know that we have a lot of teachers watching these videos as well. These levels are really the appearances of these units in the binder, right? So the first time we look at words and phrases, we're talking about alliteration, antecedents, and repetition. How do these terms, how do these tools that poets use serve to convey ideas about a central notion in the text? Level 2, we're going to be looking at adjectives and adverbs and hyperbole and understatement. These are terms that you probably already discussed with your teachers. These are terms that you probably already reviewed and learned. And then when we look at the end of the course, under the umbrella term of words and phrases, that's when we look at ambiguity. So I want you to look at how the complexity of our understanding of words and phrases escalates as we move through the course. We're looking at alliteration. That's probably a term that you learned in middle school, right? We're looking at adjectives and adverbs. I know you learned that in elementary school, but we forget. And now we're not just finding them, but we're talking about how they function within the text. And that's where the complexity, I think, gets leveled up. And then obviously ambiguity, which is what today's lesson will focus on. To practice today, yesterday, Ms. Barber gave you a bit of a hint of what we're doing. What we decided to do, we reached out and we found an amazing local poet, contemporary poet, who was willing to share her poetry with us. Because we, for the bulk of these sessions, we are going to turn to the texts that have already appeared on the AP exam. Obviously, those are texts that we're very familiar with, that teachers have used, that students might recognize, so then they'll be able to follow along. But we also want to find some great contemporary texts out there. But sometimes it's difficult to find the rights for those things. But we found a great poet who was very gracious and was willing to share a poem with us and allow us to share it with you. The poet is Ms. Deborah Kwan, and her poem is Magic Lesson. So let's go ahead and read this poem. This is my face, a spinning plate. I'm unraveling as a mother does a knot from a bow to astonish you. In time, you'll master the fact that every woman has been sawed in half at least a dozen times before sunset.
Some of us walk through that wall. Some of us burrow beneath it. The rest spend their lives as bespoke assistants, younger siblings, bottom drawers unsticking, and then a lifetime of nights. For you, I wish for something else. I want you to be a student of impossible vines, a magician of a bloom from a fist, a dove from a dove from a dove. Love this poem so much and excited to dive into it with you today. So let's go ahead and start looking at some of the specific elements and devices that Mr. Escobar had talked about. Let's talk about the level 1 first, and these are like alliteration, antecedents, repetition, and we do see some of these things in here. Specifically, we can look at the end and we can see a dove from a dove from a dove, and I think that is so interesting. Anytime we see words that are repeated, we know like this is important. Now I've got to figure out why is it this word that is being repeated. I think about a dove and maybe what a dove represents, and a dove represents is often a symbol for peace. And as this speaker is spinning, unraveling, trying to do all of these things, sawn in half at least a dozen times before sunset, all of these different things. I love that we have this holding of a dove at the end. Could it possibly mean that? That's something for us to think on as we read again and again. And you may, when you're thinking about repetition, you may form some ideas and think, I'm not sure exactly if this is what that means, but keep that tucked in your mind. And the more you read it, the more you may be able to lean into, yes, I think this is what it's saying. The more you read poetry, and this is tricky on the exam because you don't have a lot of time, but the more you read it, the clearer things are going to become. Before we move on, I'd like to talk just a minute about alliteration too. And there's a little bit of alliteration in this poem, but I think a lot of times students don't know exactly what to do with alliteration other than, the repetition of these consonants. We see that, but what does that mean? I think alliteration is just a way to really turn up the intensity quickly within a line, and that helps us focus on that line, and we know that's going to be an intense, very focused moment. So when you see alliteration, like some of us burrow beneath it, and that B sound is kind of like a lower sound, and I think it draws attention there about us burrowing and going beneath. So those are some examples of just some easy ways to start diving in and looking at specific parts of the poem and making meaning from it. Then we go to this next level that Mr. Escobar talked about, and we can look at adjectives and adverbs and hyperboles and understatements. And specifically in this, we're going to look at an adjective and we're going to think about the word spinning. It's interesting that this is one of the first images in the poem. And when we think about spinning, we just think about it's not ending. It goes on and on and on. And I think that's really interesting when we have this spinning image at the front, at the very beginning of the poem. Then at the end of the poem, we still have this, it's going, we're pulling a dove from a dove from a dove, but instead of spinning, maybe, is this how a symbol of peace fits in? I don't know. Interesting to think about though, and that almost like yesterday's lesson sets up this contrast. And then finally, we move on to this level of ambiguity. And like I said, like Mr. Escobar said, this is one of the harder things because we can go a couple of different ways here. And when poets put in phrases that are ambiguous, it invites us as the reader to be open to more than one interpretation of it. And I love that because that helps us to really lean into there's not one right answer, but there are a couple of different ways it could go. So we look at this sentence highlighted. I'm unraveling as a mother does a knot from a bow to astonish you. Well, that is so, that can go a couple of different ways. The mother's doing this routine task for a child. This is her work, is she unraveling from doing that? Is she unraveling because she's tired of astonishing others with all of her tricks? We can go and both are right. It can take on either meaning. And that opens up this poem to not just be a very narrow poem, but it can speak to broader context and have different interpretations. That should, as a reader, give you confidence, knowing that you don't have to find the one specific meaning. And hopefully it will also give you some room in your interpretation as you're reading.
And this is one perfect example of how lesson 1 can tie into lesson 3. In our first lesson, we talked about structure. Here we have a movement. It's called enjambment. For those of you who may have learned that term, the movement of one stanza or one line to another without stopping. Here we go from one stanza to the next without stopping. And that's so significant. That structural element is what creates the ambiguity itself. If we were to stop after does, if we were to just say, I'm unraveling as a mother does, period, I think the implication there is that all mothers unravel at one time or another. And it's commentary on the state of motherhood or parenthood. Whereas the flow invites a possible pivot to that interpretation. I'm unraveling as a mother does a knot. So it's the knots who unravel, not the mothers who do the unraveling. And maybe this time it's just me who's unraveling like this knot. So that structural element, that decision not to put a period there, that decision not to keep it within one stanza really does impact how we read and thereby interpret this poem. So there's a little link between the first and the third lesson of this series. We keep talking about how we have to take these words and phrases and connect them to central ideas. But what are the central ideas? So one of the first steps we have to take now is figure out, well, what are some of the central ideas of this poem? What we've seen though, and what we're really encouraged by is that so many students and teachers are using these videos as tools to then extend their learning beyond the confines of our 30 to 45 minute session here. We've heard from teachers who are using them as homework, as review, as extensions to their own teaching. So we decided to give you this little graphic organizer and populate it with this word. So we can agree that motherhood is a central topic or a central idea. You may want to flesh this out into a full sentence, right? What is Kwan actually saying about motherhood in this poem? And then we're going to get more complex writing. But I don't know about Ms. Barber, but I'm tired of doing all the work over here. So the other boxes are left blank. And that's for you guys to think about, what other notions, what other topics is Kwan wrestling with in this poem? The more ideas that you're able to come up with, then I think the deeper you'll be able to understand the poem, but also the more variety you might have for ultimately, what will my thesis look like? What's my ultimate claim going to be? But we're going to get to writing during some other lesson. Then we're going to see how much you're understanding. And these are the 3 sections of the poem that Ms. Barber pointed you to. We have spinning, which was the adjective. That was a level 2 words and phrases. We have repetition there at the end of the poem with a dub, and we have the ambiguity of between stanzas 1 and 2. The point is not to find these within the poem, but the point is to determine how they connect to the central idea. So this is the second graphic organizer. This is the moment where you're going to take perhaps the idea of motherhood or some other idea that you come up with, and you're going to say, okay, this notion of a spinning plate, how does that convey something about what Kwan is saying about motherhood? No one's looking for the perfect sentence at this point. We're looking for you to think about these things and jot down some ideas. And something you may want to do is, again, take a picture of this and then work on it after the video, because we're not going to populate it for you. We're not giving you the answers. We're setting you up so that you can be successful once you follow these processes that we're talking about. Then we'll do it again for the ambiguity, which is that second row, and the repetition. We listed them in the order that they appear in the poem. But the idea is that for each of these, you're going to create sentences or jot down notes that connect them to some central idea that you'd like to discuss. And Ms. Barber, I think something's happening here. We have a special message.
Oh, great. Who's it from?
I have no clue. Let's see.
Hi, hello, AP students. This is Debbie Kwan. I'm so excited to say hello to all of you and tell you how honored I am that Carlos chose my poem Magic Lesson to study with you guys in advance of your AP Lit exam. I just want to say that in my own life, poetry and literature have always been a refuge during especially difficult times, and we're certainly in especially difficult times right now. So I hope in your studies of literature and of poetry that you're able to derive just a little bit of solace, a little bit of peace, maybe a little bit of distraction too during this time. But I also wanted to let you know that we're all rooting for you and we're thinking about you. We're so pleased and proud of how committed you are to your AP work, and we wish you the best of luck in your exam. Thanks, everybody. Bye.
All right, so we're very excited. We'd like to thank Ms. Kwan for sending, first of all, for letting us use her poem and extending that for us without any copyright issues, without any legal matters that we have to worry about. She was very gracious and very excited to be able to share that with the community out there. And then to send us that video, which was very exciting. And Shakespeare never sends us a video, so there's a point for Ms. Kwan right there. So again, Debbie Kwan, Ms. Deborah Kwan, thank you so much for sharing that with us and sharing your poetry with us. And we truly appreciate this gesture on your part. And why not? Let's send an invitation to any writer out there, any poet out there. Maybe Oprah Winfrey or Ellen are watching and they have friends, and if they'd like to share some of their books or poems with us and not charge me anything, then I'd appreciate that as well. But thank you again. Let's get back to it. Let's debrief. Okay, we've talked about words and phrases and the importance of words and phrases, and we talked about 3 levels of note taking and thinking that we should engage in. The first level dealt with things like repetition, hyperbole, and understatement. The second level dealt with adjectives, and then antecedent was also there in level 1. I apologize. And then the third level was ambiguity. Every poem out there, every text, this is one of those things that are cross genre, right? You're going to find issues with antecedents in prose. You're going to find significant adjectives and ambiguity certainly in prose as well. So today's lesson is very significant. I encourage all of you to go back and watch and follow the guided practice and do those graphic organizers, because they are key to changing the way we read, approach text, and ultimately the way that we write. And that is critical. But as always, we want to look at what are the key questions that we should walk away with after going through these steps and after going through this lesson. Some of the key questions here for the functional specific words and phrases are, what are the sounds or words that are repeated? Especially with poetry, where there's such an economy of words. For a poet to repeat himself or herself, then it has to be significant. And it's our job as careful readers to pick up on that repetition, whether it's repetition of sound or repetition of words and phrases, as we're talking about here, and connect that to a central idea and make some sort of claim about that. We looked at antecedent. And antecedent sometimes becomes really, really tough, right? In a text, when we find the word she or he or they, do we really know what the reference is? The reference is simply the noun that the antecedent, the pronoun, was replacing. And what are the relationships between the adjectives? A lot of times we talk about word choice. And this is when we're looking at the types of words. And here specifically, we're looking at adjectives and adverbs. These words called qualifiers. They qualify. They describe a characteristic of a noun or a verb. Let's pick up on that, right? A lot of times we read something like, something's going on. I feel like this person is really happy about something. Well, what words tell you that they're happy about something? And Ms. Barber, you want to talk about the last two?
Sure. So again, hyperbole, understatement, what seems exaggerated or what seems possibly overlooked? These are just invitations for you into the text. All of these actually are questions not that you'll memorize to take into an exam, but they're just ways that you train your mind to think about, how do I enter a poem? Ambiguity. If something is ambiguous or it opens itself up to more than one meaning, that's a signal for our minds to think about the different directions that the text can go or the interpretation can go. And we want to lean into these invitations. So again, all of us as readers, and I think this is a really important point, all of us as readers enter poems at different points. Some of us will enter from the very beginning, others enter midway through. Some people may may not even enter until the end, and then they can go back and make sense of it. So all of us have different entry points into poems. And so these questions are just to help us find what is our point of entry. And now that we've entered, how can we begin to make understanding of what's being said? So tonight, or this weekend, or whenever, we want to give you a little bit of practice. And again, we're going to look at another more modern poem. This was from the 2006 exam. And we're going to ask you to look at this poem, To Paint a Water Lily. And we're just going to be practicing the same things that we looked at today. Look for significant words or phrases. So are things being repeated? Do we have alliteration? Could there possibly be antecedents, ambiguity? What are some things that you see in here that are a signal that, oh, I need to look at this a little more closely? And then once we've identified those specific words or phrases, we want you to connect them to a central idea or central ideas, more than one idea. How can you take these very specific words and phrases and how do they expand and add to the meaning of the poem, your interpretation of the poem? And that's what we'd like you to practice with. Hopefully you got some good tips and strategies today, and this will be a good practice for you. And we will open with this on Monday. So again, it is Friday. Thank you for being with us this first week, and we really appreciate all of the emails we've gotten. We're hoping that these videos are a resource for you and your teachers, and that you'll be able to figure out how to best use them to just supplement the things that you've already been learning in the classroom. We do want to remind you that if you know of people who don't have access to technology and need that, there's this slide that I think is coming up, and you can reach out to this website, this email, and College Board definitely wants everyone to have the tools they need to be able to take the test.
Ms. Barber, I would like to maybe take the opportunity here with this poem to remind our students that if you have watched the previous two videos, go ahead and add annotations regarding structure and contrast here, right? I just received a text from one of my students and said it's couplets, right? So clearly students out there are starting to look at structure, and that's encouraging. I think that if you watch all these videos in whatever order you watch them, as I think I've said before, the idea is to add to your body of knowledge and not compartmentalize your body of knowledge. So if you watch the others and you have something to say about structure and you have something to say about some of the contrasts that appear in this poem, absolutely add that to your annotations and make the connection to the central ideas that you're talking about, because that's how you're going to build a rich, and possibly sophisticated essay, right? Which I'm starting to drop some of the words that we're going to be talking about later on. So absolutely, whatever you've learned and whatever you can bring into the reading of this poem will absolutely enhance your understanding and appreciation of it ultimately.
That's a great point. None of these things are in isolation, and they all fit together. And hopefully what you're seeing is you just have a lot of tools that you can rely on to go to with all of these. So that is a great point. And when you see these practice questions and examples, apply prior knowledge, because that just gives you more and more practice. And you'll see that hopefully you're already seeing that you're able to read poems more richly than you were before.
So thank you for joining us today. We'll see you Monday. Here's an extra homework assignment. How about you read a book, right? There's a lot of stuff in the public domain. I'll throw out a recommendation. How about you read, since we're going to be looking at Unit 9, we're going to be looking at longer fiction and drama next week. How about you pick up Earnest, The Importance of Being Earnest? You can find that, I think, a PDF through maybe your textbook, or maybe through Project Gutenberg, I think has some as well. So let's read Earnest, everybody, and then we'll see how we make connections next week on longer fiction. Take care, everyone.
Happy Friday. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the AP Lit session today. We are excited that you're joining in with us for another week of learning. I'm Susan Barber. I'm from Grady High School, and here's my co-teacher, Bayer Barber, once again joining in with us. So like I said, we're excited to be here for another week of learning. I hope that all of you have had just a good weekend, some time for some self-care, to step away from school for a few minutes and not think about that. And now we're going to jump back into learning. So with me is Mr. Escobar.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm glad you guys are tuning in. We had a great week last week, I thought, and we dedicated the first 3 days to Unit 8, which happened to deal with poetry. And like we mentioned, I believe last Friday, that started a bunch of rumors that this year's exam was going to focus on poetry. So Ms. Barber and I prepared for the new set of rumors, since now we're doing Unit 9, and that's what's talking about the open-ended question, longer fiction and drama. Now, this presents an interesting challenge to some extent, because we all haven't read the same book and we all haven't studied the same book. But I guarantee you that, because we're going to be talking about skills, actually that you can apply to even your study of poetry, your study of short fiction, or the prose question. I guarantee you that these next few days will be chock full of information that you can apply to all aspects of this exam and of this course.
And we're also going to let you practice each night on a novel that you've read, either independently or as a class. So you will have the opportunity to personalize this for you.
Absolutely. And as usual, we're going to begin with our warm-up, which is based on the homework that we gave last time, which was based on Ted Hughes's Paint a Water Lily. And if we recall, the last time we met, we were talking about the significance of words and phrases. And what this minute reading, this very careful, close inspection of the text reveals once you identify these significant words and phrases. And here we highlighted a few. And by all means, this is not the answer to our homework assignment. You could have highlighted anything. I mean, the prehistoric dragon times, all the darkness of Latin names is absolutely significant. But we figured that you all highlighted that, so we chose not to. But here we have a set of interesting pairings. And we focus maybe on the green first. The level of lily leaves flies furious arena. And then we're going to mention split spotlight later on, because each of these 3 things have something in common, which is the use of alliteration. But of course, they're not alliterating, if you will, with one another, right? These are 3 different sets of alliteration. But because this is being employed within the first 3 stanzas, then a careful reader would highlight this and say, why would Ted Hughes be turning to this literary device? He clearly wants you to focus on these lines. He clearly wants you to see how these ideas or these words are being brought together. And this is when we're going to start making the connection to the central idea. We also have the phrases, the 2 minds of this lady and in both worlds. Those are interesting pairings, because what you have is something that takes place very early on in the poem, right? We have line 4 of the poem, and then something that appears in the penultimate stanza of the poem. But they're both turning our attention to this duality. This is, as you may have discovered last time or last night or whenever you worked through this poem, this is not the easiest poem. I mean, it's a kind of poem where you might come in and out of meaning, but turning to these 2 phrases will give you an idea that something is being divided. So you can find, again, if you go back to video 1, which was about structure, and you go back and you find where the structural shift takes place, you might be able to see exactly what is going on here. And then we have a series of hyphenated words that are linked together. We have battle shouts and death cries. They're very violent and people negative images. But then later on, we also have hyphenated words, and this time we have long neck, lily flower. The imagery here is different, isn't it? It's gentler, it's peaceful, And perhaps this is, again, turning our attention to the duality that exists in the poem. So if these are the words and phrases that we have decided to look at, our next challenge is to develop claims. And here we haven't fully developed the claims. We don't want to give you all the answers. And this is what we told you guys last time. We're going to provide you with the scaffold, we're going to provide you with the step, but then you have to ultimately take that final leap. So for those of you who had some trouble with the poem or had some trouble finding what were the most important words and phrases, we're going to take the ones we identified. I'm going to give you an observation regarding those, and then perhaps if you want to extend your learning based on last night's homework, make sure you finish off the claim by connecting it to a central idea. So the first, the green, deals with the alliteration. And here we wrote the use of alliteration in the first three couplets focuses the reader's attention to a natural setting, the level of the leaves, followed by an introduction to the fly's various arena. The alliteration then introduces a militaristic idea by describing the dragonfly's movement with the expression bullets fly. So these are the observations, right? We say, I've read this poem, I've identified alliteration, and I've written a sentence that tells me how the alliteration is functioning. But what's missing now is the connection, like I said, to the central idea. We did the same thing then with the mention of the two minds of the lady and the expression both worlds, but we're not giving you anything for the use of the hyphenated pairs of words here. So again, if you're going to extend the learning, what Ms. Barbara and I have been communicating with a lot of the educators and students who watch these videos, and what they tell us is that you guys are actually having meetings before our lesson or after a lesson where you go over the homework. Well, this is one where the homework is going to come back to haunt you, because I'm giving you more homework on the homework. And here, I want you to think about those hyphenated words and answer the final question here. What claims can you make of the presence of hyphenated words in the poem? Again, we're going to have an observation that we're going to tie to a central idea, and that is the gist of last night's homework. Moving on to today, and here's where we're transitioning again from unit 8 to unit 9. So we're transitioning from poetry to the study of longer works of fiction. Remember that Ms. Barbara, perhaps you want to mention the calendar at this stage?
So later this week, I'm not exactly sure what day, but later this week, we will be releasing a calendar that takes us from now until May 1st, and it will have every day's lesson on it. So right now we are finishing covering unit 9, just so we have worked through the entire course, and college professors can be assured that students have worked through all of the course material. But starting next week, we will be going back and reviewing specifically to get ready for the exam. And again, not just to get ready for the exam, even though we do want to prepare you for the exam, because we haven't done our job if we haven't prepared you for the exam. But more importantly, we just want to help you be better readers, better thinkers, better writers. So all of these lessons will have targeted exam instruction, but they will also just help you as a critical thinker in today's world. So that calendar will be coming out later this week.
Perfect, thank you. And today, the lesson will center on characterization, specifically characterization that you would look at towards the end of the course. So earlier in the course, you may look at things like, how can we describe the character? Who is this character? Maybe what is that the relationship between characters? Whereas at the end of the course, we're going to be looking at greater complexities. We're going to be looking at how the choices, actions, and the speech of the character himself or herself conveys nuances that require our careful attention. The reason we do this is because we have to look at who this character is to see how the character will react to the resolution, the conclusion, if you will. Stories don't always conclude, right? They finish and you're left wondering what's going to happen next. But we got to see, how does this character react to or contribute to the resolution of the work, and how does that reaction on the character's part reveal their value system? And we're also going to look at inconsistencies and unexpected developments in a character, because sometimes these unexpected turns will really get to the ambiguity in the text. And whenever we're talking about ambiguity or we're talking about nuance, we're talking about really deep levels of analysis, and that's where you want to live in. You don't want to live at the surface. We don't want to live at the summary or regurgitation stage. We want to look at what you discover when you delve into the richness in the text.
So let's go ahead and jump on into today's lesson. As Mr. Escobar was talking about, we want to look below the surface level in a character, in a text. And this next slide is going to give you an example of what that looks like with the character. So you can see here this iceberg. And as you know, we see the very tip of an iceberg when we're looking at it in nature. And if we compare this to a character, this would be like the character's actions, the character's speech, maybe even the author is telling us the character's thoughts. We have access to their thoughts. But what we don't see and what we want to ask questions about, and what we want to consider when we are looking at these outward things that we see, are all of the things that are beneath the surface level. So all of the things that create characters will help influence their actions, their speech, and some thoughts. And here are some examples. We have to think about like motivation, and I put this very close to the surface level, because characters' motivation, it really influences what they're doing and what they're saying. And as astute readers, it's good for us to always be thinking, what motivates this character to do this? Maybe the character has secrets, desires. What are the character's hopes? What is their background? How does that influence what they're doing now? Maybe they have passions that are driving them, or social issues, relationships. All of these things can work together to influence what we see in a character. So we want to train our mind to not only see what is apparent, but to think below the surface level. So I have this this picture is attached in the description if you want to use that later to help refresh your memory of what to think about when we're thinking about character complexity. So today we are going to be talking about Frankenstein specifically. As you can see, Bear Likes Frankenstein. Frankenstein is a novel that we at Grady look at every year. My students look at this every year. I think it is a very widely taught work in the AP community, but I know not everyone has read it, and it's okay if you haven't. I think you'll still be able to follow the progression and the practice at the end. You're going to be able to choose a novel that you want to think about closely, so you'll still be able to individualize this. But let's just quickly frame Frankenstein. That's kind of interesting frame because it's a frame narrative. I'm just making literature jokes that probably no one thinks is funny. So Frankenstein is the story of Dr. Frankenstein. One of the misnomers is, Frankenstein is this creature, but really Frankenstein, he is the doctor, he is the creator, he is the scientist here, and he makes this creature from dead body parts, brings it to life, and abandons it, and thus begins this creature's plight of figuring out who he is, what his relationship is to the creator, and just how he fits into society. So that's the basic premise of it. We are going to be looking at actually the creature's development. And so one thing that we want to do, we're going to look at several excerpts. I pulled several excerpts, but when we're approaching a text, and this is specifically for a question 3. So if we are thinking about a text as a whole and not just one specific passage from it, what we want to do is we want to like zoom in, zoom out. We want to be looking at the small details, the small passages, but then we want to be taking those small passages and thinking about how it fits in this bigger, broader context. So we're always going in and looking at specific words, specific phrases, specific scenes, and then we're always expanding those to broader context, looking looking small, looking big. We're going to be just shifting our focus throughout this whole lesson, looking small, making broader context. And that's what you should do as a reader in general. You should be thinking about, what does this sentence specifically mean? What do these words mean? What does this chapter mean? Now, how does this fit within a broader context? So our first passage when we think about the creature that we're going to look at is in chapter 11. And this is it's just a sad part of the novel because the creature has been abandoned by Frankenstein and he is out on his own. He comes to this village and the people attack him. And you can see we have some of that highlighted. They attack him. He is bruised by stones and other missile type of weapons. And then at the end of this passage, he talks about he's finding a place that he can take refuge from them. And he has found this place and it is dry, but we still have the wind is entering it. It has an earth floor. So it's a very primitive type of shelter that he's in. And one of the things that stands out to me in this passage is after he is attacked, after he is just really physically hurt, and I would say not only even physically hurt, but emotionally hurt by the town people, he's just looking for a place of refuge. And it's so interesting to me that he is only talking about his physical shelter here, and he doesn't discuss any emotional type of hurt. So that to me makes me say, this is important. I wonder what that means. Let me go below the surface level and think about that. Why doesn't he think about his emotions here? So I created this system of thinking, or a chart, to help me think through passages like this so I can look at his development. So first of all, we're going to identify a scene. We're thinking about the creature. What are some significant scenes that cause me to question? So I would put in the first scene is where he's attacked and he finds shelter. His motivation here at the end, he is just trying to have his primary needs met. Then we'll look at his actions. He shelters himself. And we're eventually tying this back to Victor because so much of the creature's existence and his search is tied to Victor. And it's interesting, right now, he really has no thoughts of Victor. Like I said, he's almost separated himself emotionally. So that's just a scene that I'm like, I'm going to bookmark that. I think that's interesting that he doesn't bring his emotion at all in. And now I'm going to look at another scene from the creature. So the next one we'll look at is from chapter 15. And this is where the creature has started to read. He's read Paradise Lost. And all of a sudden, his emotions awake in him. And I think this is so interesting because now he says, I was sickened as I read. And he is cursing his creator. He's in agony. Why? Now he has all of these questions after reading. And then at the end, he realizes that he is abhorred. He is alone. And we have gone from this no emotion, really, just taking care of physical needs, to now heavy, heavy emotion. And I think this is such a contrast in him. And it's so interesting as well, because a lot of times we think about people when they gain knowledge, and the more that they learn, this helps them grow as people. And it has enlightened the creature, but it has really brought about this despair in him. So now I go back through the questioning process that I did before. So this is another scene that I think is important in his character's development. He's reading Paradise Lost. Now his motivation, he's wanting to gain knowledge about himself and the world that he's in, where he fits here. In his actions, the creature is lashing out in despair and agony. And now we see his reactions toward Victor. He starts to blame him for his reality. So let's go on to another scene. And you'll see these scenes, if you were thinking about the character's development, you would choose probably different scenes, or you might choose to do this with another character. But the process is going to be the same. You're thinking about what are some specific scenes? How do these scenes start to fit together? How can I look at inconsistencies? How can I start tracing a progression? And then how does this reflect, how does this tie back to a central meaning in the work? So we're going from small to big, small to big. So here's some more. And this chapter, especially because it's the very end of the novel, I think beginnings are so important and endings are so important. So when we are thinking about characters specifically, we want to think about where do they begin and especially where are they ending? Because when we're thinking about them at the end of a novel, then that's when they have done most of their growth as a character. So that's important for us to see where they end. So this is the creature at the end, and he has now gone from just thinking about his physical needs to having all of these emotions awaken within. And now he's very reflective at the end, looking back over his life, very reflective. Once, I was soothed of these happy dreams, dreams of enjoyment, fame. Once, I really wanted to be with people who loved me, and I thought about just things that were honorable. So we see him starting to reflect, and then we can go on and look at another passage from this same part of chapter 24. But now, now he's like, the crimes that I have committed, they degraded me to the meanest animal. And here he compares himself with an animal. Nothing he's done, nothing anyone has done can be as bad as what he has done. And he can't even believe how he can't even believe his own progression from innocence to, as he says, the meanest animal that he has become. And then finally, this excerpt from chapter 24, he says, but it's so. And now he goes back, making this connection to Paradise Lost. The fallen angel becomes a devil, and I am alone. And this truly connects us back to one of the central meanings in the passage, his loneliness and isolation, and where does he fit? So it's so interesting how he has made this journey and now looks back over his life. So again, we can fill this in, go through these same set of questions. So the scene, it's his final scene, and he's recapping to Walton what he's thinking. And his motivation, he is just looking back over his life and trying to find this internal peace that he needs. He's telling his story, and he looks back to, thinks back on Victor. He has a lot of grief, sorrow. He's mourning, the relationship that he never had with his creator. And all of these things point us to bigger, broader ideas. So we've looked at specific scenes, specific words and phrases from scenes. And now we're able to think about not only how do they stand alone, but how do these work together in the creature's development? And then how do they connect to a broader understanding of the text? So we'll go back to Mr. Escobar's graphic organizer that he made the other day, which was great. It's a great way for us to just think about, there's not one meaning of the text, but there are multiple central ideas in a text. So if we put the creature in the center here, because he's the one that we have been focusing on and looking at today, and now we can start to see how these scenes, these specific scenes and specific things about the creature support, they go to bigger, broader ideas. So one of the first ones is the relationship between the creator and his creation. What is this relationship? What are the responsibilities of the two? And we can go back to specific scenes and see, and especially if you even take it bigger and consider some of Dr. Frankenstein's his scenes, we can start piecing these together and using these to help us take steps to the broader meaning. Also, the pursuit of knowledge. We see this creature, the more he pursues knowledge and the more he learns, the more he is aware and not necessarily, I mean, he's aware of his own grief, of his own just torment within himself. And this is also foiled, we also see this in Victor. There are other things such as isolation. You can fill in different things. These are not the only two, but we want to take these specific scenes that we've looked at in books and now think about how do they fit in the broader context of a work. So this is a way to do that. And again, you'll develop your own set of questioning and your own questions to help you do that. But thinking about a character and a character's development, that's a way in to the text and to these broader ideas. So that's probably, for those of you who have not read Frankenstein, that's way more than you've ever wanted to know about Frankenstein. Hopefully that you can see the progression with that.
And as we normally do, we want to go back to what our focus was for today and then figure out, next time I read, next time I approach text, what are the questions that I should be asking myself? So again, we were looking at a character, the choices that this character is making, the actions, the speech, the dialogue, the internal dialogue perhaps of the character, and what do these elements suggest about not just the character, but the work as a whole, right? So the questions that are being suggested here for this skill are the following. Which of a character's choices, actions, and or speech seem contradictory or inconsistent? But this is, like Ms. Barber was saying, this has nothing to do with Frankenstein. This has to do with literature in general. So we saw the example that she gave us through the character, right, the creature in Frankenstein, but you could put any character, whether you read Hamlet or Lear or Othello or Heathcliff or Mr. Darcy, you could put any character there and see what their actions, choices, and words reveal about them, particularly any inconsistency or ambiguity surrounding that character. How do a character's contradictory or inconsistent traits contribute to a reader's understanding of the character's complexity? I always tell students, it's not about pinning down character. I always think of, like in a biology class, you pin down that specimen with the pins. That's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to create a hologram. We're trying to take this character who lives within the confines of this book, within these pages, and open it up and let that character pop up, right? Like when we were little, we read those pop-up books. We want that character to stand up and walk away and run away and fly away, because now we have a 360-degree view, a 360-degree understanding of that character. And once you understand character in that way, and we said in the previous video, sometimes it's not about having an answer, but about asking the right questions about the character. That's when you're going to get to the complexity inherently built within the character, and thereby the complexity inherently built within the text in which that character lives. And the final question is, how do a character's contradictory or inconsistent traits contribute to meaning in the text? Again, this can take us back to anything. And I'll go to Hamlet for a second because it seems to be a popular one among the AP Lit community, right? We see contradictory or inconsistent traits in Hamlet all the time, right? I'm going to act, maybe not. I'm upset at Ophelia, but maybe I love her. I want to kill Claudius, but maybe I won't at this moment. I hate all my friends. Maybe I'm all alone in the world. Yet Horatio is definitely the one that he's going to be permanently attached to. So these questions are ways of getting into the heart of a character and determining how they function, how these characters function within the work as a whole. We're going to practice these skills. And we're going to practice with the 2016 prompt. So let me read the prompt to you first. The prompt read: many works of literature contain a character who intentionally deceives others. The character's dishonesty may be intended either to help or to hurt. Such a character, for example, may choose to mislead others for personal safety, to spare someone's feelings, or to carry out a crime. Choosing all or play in which a character deceives others. Then in a well-written essay, analyze the motives for that character's deception and discuss how the deception contributes to the meaning of the work as a whole. I want to draw your attention to a few things here. First of all, we're not writing the essay yet. Ms. Barber and I, at the end of this week, as a matter of fact, we're going to start talking about the different parts of an essay. We're going to talk about a thesis statement. We're going to talk about how we develop commentary and how we expand on that commentary through the use of textual support. So for now, we're not going to write the essay. We're going to have you choose a character, and we're going to have you write 2 or 3 claims on that character and that character's motives. But we do want you to connect those claims to the central idea in the text. And this is where a little dissection maybe of the prompt might be helpful. Sometimes students might read the first little paragraph and say, oh wow, I have to do all this. And the answer is no, these are options, right? So you don't have to find a character who has been dishonest to help and to hurt. You don't have to find a character who is misleading others for personal safety and to spare someone's feelings and to carry out a crime. The way that these prompts are written, they're not trying to pin down the question. They're trying to open up the exploration of a topic so that you can develop a theme centered on the work of literature. I want you to think about that, okay? These prompts are not meant to trap you, but they're meant to help you explore a landscape of plausible interpretations centered on a specific text. So be careful which text you select, because you're going to have to explore that landscape for quite a while once you start writing the essay. And then, like I said, towards the end of this week, we'll be writing the parts of the essay, but for now, the claims will absolutely suffice. And Ms. Barber and I have reminded you that if you have a friend, that you know someone out there who would like to connect with us, who would like to connect for all the subjects, of course, but they don't have the device that's needed, or they're having issues with connectivity, please, on behalf of that friend, go to cb.org/tech, and the College Board is going to try to do all they can to get these students connected with the right devices. Thank you again for joining us. We hope that you enjoyed this lesson today on Frankenstein. I don't know about you, but I think I'm going to go pick it up and reread it, because why not? What else are we going to do, right, at this point? Thank you guys for joining us. Ms. Barber, any final thoughts?
No, stay safe. Y'all wash your hands, and Bear and I will, and Mr. Escobar, we'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, folks. Goodbye.
Bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the AP Lit review. And we are this week looking at Unit 9 and just talking about that open-ended question, larger novels, plays, possibly, and just how we deal with them, think about them. I am Susan Barber from a stormy Atlanta, Georgia today, Grady High School. And of course, here is my co-teacher, Bear, hanging out with us today. And with me is Mr. Escobar.
Hello, everyone. I'm Carlos Escobar from Miami, Florida, from Thesis Senior High School. Like Ms. Barber said, we're tackling longer fiction. We're tackling novels of pace this week. And that has brought a lot of interesting emails from folks talking about what they read in their classrooms and how they're using some of our lessons. I know, for example, all the kids at Fredericksburg High School in Texas are gathered and they're talking about the things that we're doing, so we want to say hello to them. And let's dive right in. As usual, we're going to begin with what our homework was yesterday for today.
So yesterday, we looked at the 2016 prompt. Many works of literature contain a character who intentionally deceives others. The character's dishonesty may be intended either to help or to hurt. Such a character, for example, may choose to mislead others for personal safety, to spare someone's feelings, or to carry out a crime. Choose a novel or play in which a character deceives others. Then, in a well-written essay, analyze the motives for your character's deception and discuss how the deception contributes to the meaning of the work as a whole. So yesterday, we were not asking you to write a whole essay, but just to be thinking about how you would tackle this question. And so your task was to choose a character from a novel that you've read this year, or maybe even one in the last couple of years that is fresh in your memory, and write 2 or 3 claims things about that character's motive, and then connect these to a central idea in the text. And immediately, things that came to my mind that we had read in the class was Othello. That's just a perfect example with Iago. Would make for a great essay. I also thought about The Handmaid's Tale, possibly. I love that Miss Lepore chimed in and talked about her class and how they had discussed texts like Master Harold, King Lear, The Color Purple. So there are lots and lots of texts that apply to this.
And some of the ones that we were thinking about as possible texts are Death of a Salesman, Linden Hills, and The Kite Runner. You know, one of the exciting things I think whenever readers, whether it be teachers or students, get together is the ability to talk about books, what we've read, what we've taught, and some of the books that we enjoy. So here are the books we're talking about right now for this slide: Death of a Salesman, which perhaps many of you have read; Linden Hills, which I think is one of the best novels ever written. So if you've never checked it out, go ahead and do so. And a very worn copy of The Kite Runner, which I know is a fan favorite out there. So let's look at how with these three books we might be able to tackle the prompt that Ms. Barbara was talking about. With Death of a Salesman, there's many deception there, right? But we're focusing, for example, on Biff's decision not to tell his mother or his brother about her father's infidelity. Why does Biff decide to do this, and how does that connect to the meaning of the word as a whole is a major question we would have to tackle. In Linden Hills, we have Dr. Braithwaite, who at the end of the novel we learn is aware of all these things that are happening throughout the community, and yet he does nothing about it. For those of you who have read it, try to recall why it is that he does nothing about it, and then you're going to be able to, I think, ascertain Naylor's criticism of that inaction on his part. And in The Kite Runner, again, there's many instances of deception, but there's that notion that Baba never quite tells Amir everything about the family. And I don't want to reveal anything for those of you who might be in the middle of reading any of these, but we do learn that Amir finds out many things after the fact. So we consider why it is that Baba kept these things. Then we'll get into Husseini's head, I think, a little bit more. These bullet points, however, are the what, right? What is the deception in each of these texts? Then we have to consider why. Why is it that Biff, Braithwaite, and Baba choose to deceive the people they know or love? And as the prompt suggested, it's not always to hurt. Sometimes it's to protect. So consider that duality in prompt as well. And ultimately, whatever it is that you are selecting for this prompt, remember to connect it to a central idea or the work as a whole. And then we're familiar with that part of the prompt, I hope. So these are the possibilities for that text.
And just like we were talking about yesterday, we're looking at these very specific scenes, and then we're tying them to broader context. And we're still, all of the things that we're looking at today, the same thing applies. Small specific scenes are different elements, and then how does that tie to the broader context or your interpretation of the work? So today, our goal is we want to explain the function of a significant event or maybe a related series of events in the plot. And again, we're explaining these so we can talk about exactly what we see happening in them, but then how does that help us to look at the text through a broader lens? So there are a couple of different ways that we can approach these. One is looking, we can see a significant event or series of events, and that highlights competing value systems. We're going to talk about this in a second. The one we're really going to focus on today, however, is that sometimes a significant event in a novel will create this sense of anticipation or suspense, and that drives the plot in the novel. And it also causes characters to react, and so that kind of forces change on the characters. So thinking about how these two different things work, if we think about a competing value system and how events of a plot highlight that, let's think about Hamlet. That's a perfect example because we can see that events in Hamlet will reveal different views of Hamlet and Claudia. So like one event, maybe when we hear that the ghost of King Hamlet appears, then that event gives us opportunity to see how these two different characters react. Or possibly when Polonius dies, again, we're able to, their value systems are highlighted by the way they react to that one event. How do Hamlet and Claudius's personal philosophies differ? How do these differences ignite the conflict between them? So the plot actually helps move character development forward. It's more than just an event happening. It's to showcase other things. So that's one way, and that's probably the easier way to think about plot. Today, we're going to think about how does plot create anticipation and build suspense in the novel, and then what does that accomplish in terms of us thinking of a novel in broader context. So if we think about The Road, and I don't want to spoil this for any of you, and highly recommend if you have not read it, but kind of the final moments in Cormac McCarthy's The Road work together to create a sense of anticipation and suspense. And we can even think about, once we think about these final moments, it's easy to go back and pinpoint scenes that kind of relate and build up to that. And then how are they significant to the broader themes of the novel? So that's what we're going to be talking about today, the function of plot. And it's important when we think about this and when we think about specific scenes to differentiate between summary of a scene and analysis of a scene. Very, very important.
That's right. And that is exactly the distinction that we have to make, right? Already, though, it excites me that we've mentioned so many titles within just a few minutes, right? So hopefully people out there are jotting some of these down. Again, we've talked about The Kite Runner, we've talked about Linden Hills, we've talked about Death of a Salesman. In the prior video, we spoke about Frankenstein, right? That was what we focused on yesterday. And considering the events that are taking place right now, I think it's difficult sometimes, and I don't want to sound insensitive when we talk about a silver lining, right? But if we are home and we shouldn't be going out, then I think reading is definitely a great viable option, right? I mean, even in my house, right? Like my daughter's constantly reading. My son picked up Frankenstein. As a family, we're reading Emma. Like these are the things that we're doing today. And we're going to talk today about another play, as a matter of fact, that maybe some of you have read. But let's review. Again, it's not summary that's important here. The goal is always analysis. But because we've all read different titles, because we've all had different experiences in the classroom, we are going to start with summary so that we have some firm footing, so we all understand the plot of the text that we're going to be talking about today. With the purpose of looking at plot, again, it's not about the storytelling. It's not about the story itself, but it's about the arrangement of the parts and how do these arrangements, when we focus on them, how do they help us interpret the deeper meaning in the text? So for today, we're going to be looking at A Doll's House. Some of you may have read this, and you may have read it as A Doll House, and that's a possibility as well. This is a working translation, so the translation allows for the two possibilities, and that in and of itself could be a great discussion, right? Is this A Doll House or is this A Doll's House? That possession is a critical aspect of this play. And to give a brief summary, again, just so that we can all follow along, this is the story of a couple, and the husband, Torvald, was ill for a while, and his wife was able to secure the money that they needed to take a vacation, to take a break, so that he could become healthier. But the way that she got this money was not through a loan with her father, as the husband suspects, but she actually took out a loan herself, and she signed her father's name. All right, so she forges her father's name. The problem is the person who loaned her the money is aware of the forgery, and now this man might be fired from the bank, and the wife's husband is actually going to become the manager of the bank. So the suspense here is created by the fact that this man's about to lose his job, but the husband, the protagonist in the story, can save him, and he's going to use the wife's forgery to ensure that he can keep his position. So there's a lot of fodder right there for tremendous suspense and anticipation. But how exactly does Ibsen create this through the development of the plot? We're going to look at the appearance of Krogstad in 3 acts. Okay, the 3 acts of the play. In the first act, Krogstad says, "Mrs. Helmer, you evidently do not realize clearly what it is that you have been guilty of. Foolish or not, it is the law by which you will be judged if I produce this paper in court." He is already establishing his leverage. leverage. And his leverage is, if I show this piece of paper, if I demonstrate that you have committed forgery, it will destroy your family. It will end your husband's career. Now, Nora says, but I did it to save my family. Surely the law will understand that I did it out of love and out of a sense of a desire to help. And he explains to her, absolutely not. The law is the law. The second time that cross-set appears is in Act 2. And there he says, well, now I have warned you. Do not do anything foolish. When Helmer, this is Helmer Torvald, the husband, when Helmer has had my letter, I shall expect a message from him. And be sure you remember that it is your husband himself who has forced me into such ways as this again. I will never forgive him for that. Goodbye, Mrs. Helmer. So Krogstad believes that he's about to lose his job, that Torvald will fire him. So now he has to execute the plan. The threat came in Act 1 and Act 2, specifically right at the end of Act 2, he will deliver the letter, revealing what he has done. When Krogstad appears the third time, he simply says, I have never had such an amazing piece of good fortune in my life. There's a turn. Things are looking up for Krogstad. However, the letter is still in the letterbox. It's still in the mailbox, if you will. So his demise of this household is already enacted. And as you can tell from the way that Ibsen creates drama or anticipation, giving us piecemeal the events that lead to this crescendo, then as an audience member, you are dying in this moment. You can't believe that the letter's in the box. Torvald continuously walks right past the letterbox. He's about to get it, and poor Nora does all kinds of things to try to distract him. But ultimately, well, you have to read it to find out what ultimately happens. But the question we have to ask ourselves here is, what do these related set of events convey about the work as a whole? How do they combine to reveal Ibsen's central ideas in the play? Ibsen purposely creates this anticipation, purposely creates this suspense. Right? Why would he do so? Well, what we do know is that as the play progresses, as the plot, if you will, progresses, the anticipation rises. That simple understanding of the organizational pattern in the play makes us question, why does Ibsen create his structure in this way? Here's a possible interpretation, but as usual, we won't provide you with a full answer because that's your job. Possible interpretation for this structural component is Henrik Ibsen augments the play suspense through Krogstad's few, though significant appearances. The rising anticipation Ibsen creates ultimately reflects the magnitude of what is at stake at the core of this play. And then I put a colon. And we can talk about punctuation for a second. What usually follows a colon, right? And in this sense, it's going to be an examination of what's at the core of this play. And because there are multiple plausible interpretations, we're going to leave that blank. That portion of the prompt that usually asks you to speak about the meaning of the work as a whole is not about a single definitive right answer, but it is about a claim that is in line with all the events in the story. And this is where you would come in. So whatever text you could use to answer this prompt, or whatever text you could use to discuss plot structure, you make sure that you connect it to the meaning of the work as a whole somewhere at some point within that introduction.
So now we want to look at getting you thinking about what books do you feel that you could confidently unpack. And so we're going to have you list a novel, list all of the novels, think about all of the novels and plays that you have read this year. We're going to start populating a list. I know in my class, some of the things that we have read this year, we all read Frankenstein, and my kids have done a lot of choice reading. So this list is going to look different for every student. A lot of them read 1984. A lot have read Handmaid's Tale, Southernmost, The Road. Whichever novel you've read, go ahead and think about that and then give some thought to what is the structure of that novel. How is suspense built? How is the plot laid out? And then we want to take that to the next step. What does all of that mean? How does that reinforce? How can that add meaning to a broader context of the work?
And right now, it really is a good time for students to generate that list. I know that some students have been out of school now for 2-3 weeks, right? It seems, and I think that we start to forget. Did I have a summer reading assignment? What did I read that first 9 weeks? Have I had any independent reading? So right now, it's a good time for you to connect with your friends, connect with your teachers, and make sure that you do generate that list as we've asked you to complete here. And this is a list that you're going to use for tonight's homework, for tomorrow's lesson, and for tomorrow's homework as well. But it is an important list for you to keep in mind because we don't want you to forget anything that you've already worked with this year.
And I think we're also interested. If you want to shoot us an email, I would love to know what y'all are reading. I find this so fascinating, just what books kids have read and connected with. I'd love to know what you as a student have really connected with and enjoyed reading. So if you have time, send us an email. I would love to see that.
Yeah, and Ms. Barbara had spoken to you about how it might be easier to talk about the competing value systems than the creation of suspense and anticipation. And I think that she's definitely right about what she said. But to add to that, it might also be more common to have as plot features this notion of competing value systems. Right? Not all books create suspense or anticipation, but there usually is some sort of conflict of philosophies, of thought processes. And I'm thinking about some of the more common texts in AP Lit or common texts in high school reading in general. Right? For example, Macbeth. How does the plot of Macbeth highlight competing value systems? If you've read that play, you've got to talk about does Macbeth have a different set of value systems from Lady Macbeth, or do they have as a family? Do they have a different set of value systems as Banquo or Duncan? And you should be able to take all of the texts that you've read this year and talk about those competing value systems. Yesterday, Ms. Barber, you spoke about Frankenstein. I'm sure that there are competing value systems there as well. Even if, and this is the key, right? When you're talking about long works, when you're talking about question 3, if you will, sometimes the answer lies in the text and not in the class discussion. Ms. Barber, I don't normally teach Frankenstein, but Ms. Barber does, and there's a great chance that she doesn't talk about competing value systems when she talks about Frankenstein. She probably talks about a dozen other things, and she never uses that phrase. So when you approach the AP exam and you look at a question 3, or when you're taking a college level course at the university and a professor, on a midterm and a final gives you an essay, it's not just about what was talked about in class. In fact, during the class period, we can't possibly unpack all the possibilities for every text. So if we can talk about Frankenstein for a second, Ms. Barber, the competing value systems, they're definitely there, are they not?
Absolutely. I mean, you can certainly you can look at Victor, Dr. Frankenstein and the Creature and see how different plot events show their values, or Walton and Victor. And again, I think what's important to remember is like characterization or like words and phrases that we talked about with poetry last week. All of these things that we're talking about, they are ways for you to enter the text and make meaning of them. So we're just going to give you more and more tools that will help you enter into a text and figure out what is the broader meaning of this text. And again, like Mr. Escobar said, it's not one thing, but how did these things help me to see a bigger picture as to what the author is speaking about?
Absolutely. It's about opening up the text and not closing it, right?
Exactly.
So yesterday's video, we did that with characterization, and we saw how, if we talk about characterization, it's not just saying, oh, the character is Hamlet, but you show the iceberg, right? The most interesting aspects of Hamlet are those things that are below the surface, below the water of that picture that you showed. When you're talking about plot, it's not just about summary, it's about the analysis of the story itself. But if you really want to get, again, we're talking about Unit 9, we're talking about the end of the course, we're talking about the greatest level of complexity here. Look at the arrangement of the plot. Why do we begin where we begin? Why do we end where we end? And why are we giving this information in that particular order? I'll go back to, I mentioned 100 Years of Solitude a few lessons ago, and I just love the beginning of that novel. The first line is, many years later, as he faced the firing squad, Colonel Ariano Buendia would remember the distant afternoon when his father took him to discover ice. I mean, where are we, right? Are we in the present, in the future, in the past? Well, we're all over the place there. Why would Garcia Marquez have selected that as a feature of his storytelling? And when we get into the structural components, that's when you're talking about the most sophisticated aspects of analysis.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think this is really some of the highest level thinking that you're going to be asked to do in this class. But once you're able to start wrapping your mind around structure in poetry, structure in short stories, structure in longer text, it does just open up more meaning for you. And that's the goal for us as readers throughout life. So let's look at what we talked about today. Thinking about structure or thinking about a significant event or a series of events in a plot, and not just identifying those, but thinking, how does this shed light on a broader context of the plot? So here's some key questions. Again, these questions are just ways for you to help make meaning of this. What event in the plot has significant relationship to a character, conflict, another event, a thematic idea, and what is that relationship? And I think it's important sometimes, like we read novels, especially when you're reading a longer work, like you'll read a scene and you'll think, this is really important. I recognize its importance and I may not understand right now why it's important. And you may not fully understand that until you finish the novel and see how it all fits together. So maybe you can bookmark that scene and go back and think on that after you finish the whole novel. How is an event in a plot a cause and effect for another event? You know, one action in a plot will often trigger a response in a character that propels the plot forward. So thinking about how all of those fit together and specifically how plot affects characters' choices. How does an event or related series of events cause and develop and resolve a conflict? And again, this is something that as we get near the end of the novel, it's easier to see how these pieces fit together.
And I think we have to focus on that final bullet, right? Because that is ultimately what we're trying to do. How do these events or related set of events contribute to the meaning of the work as a whole? There was for those diehards out there who remember every single Q3, there was one, and I don't recall the year, but there was one about parallel or recurring events. And that's an interesting one. That may be one that you would want to, extend the conversation now with your students. If we think, for example, I had held up the Kite Runner. If we think of the Kite Runner, there are some parallel events. There's a series of stadium scenes. There are two scenes where watches or money is placed under a mattress. If we look at these two events and we ask ourselves, why would an author repeat something? Why write it again? Well, there has to be a difference. There has to be a pivot. And if we analyze what the pivot is, we're going to understand the development of the character. We're going to understand the development of the plot. And at that point, we'll talk about how these changing parallel events contribute to the meaning of the work as a whole. So that final question is something really, really critical, I think, in our analysis.
So for tonight's homework or tonight's practice, this is what we would like for you to do. We're going to look at the 1997 prompt. This is such a fascinating prompt, and it's one that I don't think I've ever used in class, but I'm definitely going to start. Novels and plays often include scenes of weddings, funerals, parties, and other social occasions. Such scenes may reveal the values of the characters in the society in which they live. Select a novel or a play that includes such a scene, and in a focused essay, discuss the contribution the scene makes to the meaning of the work as a whole. You may choose a work, and we're not giving you the ones listed below, so we're just asking you, think from that list that you populated, what fits here? And then what we would like for you to do tonight, and hopefully have discussions with your teachers about things you've read in class and exactly how this plays out. Select a novel that includes such a scene, write 2 or 3 claims about the significance of that scene. Again, we're not wanting to summarize the plot, but instead we want to think about its relationship to the central idea in a text. I already have a couple of novels that immediately come to mind, and I'm just going to say them now. Is that okay? Do I have to wait till tomorrow?
Oh my God, let's go ahead.
Immediately.
But they can't use these for homework. They have to choose their own.
So I think about Mudbound that opens and they are digging a grave. I mean, when you open with a funeral, like something's going on there. And then as Ali dies, same thing. We see they're building a casket for the mom who's about to die, and we're going to have this funeral. And golly, talk about even today's lessons, like all of these significant events that lead to that. So immediately my mind is already spinning, and hopefully yours is too, with ideas of things that would work for this. So we want you to think about that. Think about a scene. Think about the significance of that scene and how it opens up broader meanings of the work.
Yeah, I want to clarify 2 things for audience. There's a reason why we're not asking you to write the essays yet, and the reason is that we are going to walk through the essay writing process throughout some of these lessons, and we haven't gotten into that just yet. However, this Thursday we're already going to be talking about thesis, and Friday I believe is a commentary and evidence, perhaps. And so we're not asking students to do things that we haven't taught yet, and I think that's just good classroom practice, and we're treating this as our classroom. So we're having them write claims. However, for those of you who are using these videos as extensions of the classroom, and you are certainly welcome, and you should be writing these essays, right, with your students if you choose to, then let me give students a piece of advice here, and let me speak to teachers about how I use this prompt. This is a very good prompt to, I think it encourages students to provide plot summary, although that's not the intent. So it's a good learning tool, and it's not a gotcha tool, right? I mean, we have to be, I think, we have to warn students before they delve into it. We're asking you to discuss the significance of a scene. We're not asking you to tell us about a scene. So let me give you an example. The shoe finally fits in Cinderella, right? What is the significance of that? How does that single event transform that character, her life, her sister's lives, rather than this man goes house to house and tries on shoes and it doesn't fit and then it fits, and then we don't need the storytelling, we need the significance. So it's a great prompt to practice, because I know that's something that we all struggle with our own students, which is how do we steer them away from plot and steer them towards analysis. So I encourage the use of this one, and I look forward to those claims that will be coming in probably via some of the Facebook groups that you're part of as well, but we'll definitely discuss them tomorrow.
So again, if you know students who don't have access to the internet or device, have them reach out here, especially teachers, if you can get this information out. We're really trying, College Board is trying to solve this problem for people. So we are looking forward to being with you tomorrow, and we'll again be talking about Unit 9 and learning more ways that we can just find tools that help us to get into a text and open it up. I think we're talking about narrator perspective tomorrow. So until then, hope you have a great rest of the day. Wash your hands, stay well.
Goodbye everyone.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to AP Lit video and review. We're excited that you're with us for another day. It's going to be a good lesson. We're going to be talking about narrator, speaker's perspective. So I'm Susan Barber from Atlanta, Georgia, Grady High School. Of course, my co-teacher right here with us. Bear's hanging out with us. He's excited for another lesson, even though I have to admit he tends to be one of those students. He sleeps during class to watch us. With me today is Mr. Escobar.
How are you guys? My name is Carlos Escobar from Miami, Florida, and I teach at Thesis Senior High School. We're very excited to be speaking with you guys again. And as we've mentioned before, right now we're talking about Unit 9. So we're looking at long fiction and drama as it pertains to the AP Lit exam. Yesterday's homework is how we're going to begin today. So let's begin with our warm-up.
So yesterday we looked at this prompt. What are novels novels and plays, they include scenes of weddings, funerals, parties, and other social occasions. Some scenes may reveal the values of characters and society in which they live. So your task is to select a novel or play that includes such a scene and, in a focused essay, discuss the contribution the scene makes to the meaning of the work as whole. And your job was to just think about a novel that included one of these scenes. And we're not asking you to write a full essay, but your teacher may have, so do what your teacher says. But we wanted you to just think of 2 or 3 claims about the significance of the scene, because we talk all about plot and how plot really can open up broader meanings within a work. So when I was thinking about this yesterday, I mean, immediately when this came up, I was thinking about, oh, Mudbound, and it's a late dying novels that start with a funeral. It's kind of weird. I like go to the dark side when I'm reading. I like all of these dark works. So things that start with funerals are really of interest to me, which is weird probably. But the more I thought about it last night, I thought about some different works, like The Importance of Being Earnest. And, we had this occasion where they're having tea. And that really, that scene especially, it just like highlights some of the class conflicts and makes commentary about Victorian society. Or I thought about Hamlet, and when Hamlet and Laertes are in Ophelia's grave and they are fighting. What an interesting scene. Just really speaks to just some of the lies and deception, power, control things that are going on in Hamlet. I also thought about Brave New World, which is a favorite in our class, and the solidarity service. I mean, they're coming together, everybody in this one almost mocking church service. And that service and what goes on in that service really speaks to the controlling ideas of freedom and conformity and just living in that contrast. So those were some of the things that came to my mind. Mr. Escobar has some books that he's used in his class. He's going to share those with you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to bring something up, which is sometimes we work in isolation, right? Even within your department, sometimes when you're the AP teacher, your issues, your concerns, your questions might be different from some of your colleagues. And sometimes you might be the only AP teacher in the whole school. And oftentimes you might feel very isolated. And it's great to come to forums where you see that there are people out there who are, having the same struggles as you are, getting excited about the same things. And I usually enjoy attending the AP annual conference, for example. That's when you recognize that you're not alone. And whenever AP English Lit teachers get together, the conversation undoubtedly turns to, so what novels and plays are you teaching, right? What's getting you excited and what's getting your kids excited? So it's been great to get emails from you guys. And the fact that this has become a forum where we come together and we discuss books. I heard from someone as far away as Bolivia, Santa Cruz Cooperative School in Bolivia, and they were sharing that this year they read Things Fall Apart, they read The Awakening, and they read Heart of Darkness. So it doesn't matter where you are. Bolivia. Regardless of where you are in the world, when you're teaching this course, it's the literature, right? The richness of these texts that get Ms. Barbara excited, that get me excited, that get all of the teachers and students excited. So here's some possibilities. And I know some of you are keeping track of the works that we mentioned because it's, they're works that you may want to pick up and read with your students. So I thought for this text, again, this prompt, and we go back 1 second, was about a critical scene, right? And we're not going to give the plot summary of that scene. What we're going to do is we're going to discuss the crux of that scene, the crucial aspect of that scene, and how it connects to the central ideas of the text. So I thought about, and not because of the students in Santa Cruz, I had already thought of this, but I thought of Things Fall Apart. And I couldn't select a single scene here, one specific one, because there's so many scenes of where they gather to dance or where they gather to celebrate a marriage or agree upon a marriage. And there's just tons of critical scenes here that you can select from. I thought of The Women of Brewster Place. I think that you can tell that I'm a Gloria Nader fan. Yesterday I spoke about Linden Hills, which I think is a novel that really targets our heads, our minds, and this one targets our hearts. I mean, this is it's a great one to read. And here I would focus on the block party, that scene that occurs, or maybe it doesn't occur, right? Those of you that read it know what I'm talking about. There's some doubt as to whether that scene even exists within the novel. But I will talk about what the significance of that scene is to the characters and to Miss Nader's message for the novel as a whole. And of course, good old Pride and Prejudice, right? And we're talking about that ball where Lizzie overhears Darcy talk about how she's tolerable but not handsome enough. And for any person, right? But certainly for Lizzie, for a young woman to hear this man talk about you in that way, crushing but yet so significant. And it's definitely something that we can connect to what Miss Austen is getting at. So these are some possibilities, but of course these are just the glimpses, the moments in the plot, right? This is the what. What are the key text moments that I'm talking about? And then we're going to talk about the why. Why does that marriage ceremony exist? Why does that ball exist? Why does that block party exist or not within the Women of Brewster Place? And then we connect it to the work as a whole. Why is it that Austen has that first encounter between Mr. Darcy and Elizabeth be so painful, so hurtful? And what does that say about the way that different members of society treat each other, or the way that men and women treat each other? And we can take it in so many directions, right? But these are the texts thought of, and Ms. Barbara gave you a bunch of the texts that she thought about. And today we're going to be pivoting. We're going to be talking about something else. So maybe Ms. Barbara can introduce this to you guys.
Sure. So today we are going to be specifically looking at specific details, selection of details, diction, or syntax in a text that reveals the narrator's or the speaker's perspective. I get so excited. All of my graduate work is in syntax. So as soon as I see the word syntax, I'm like, ooh. So this is going to be a great lesson. And this is, again, like we talked about yesterday, this is a way to go really at the word and the phrase level in a text in Here, a Long Work of Fiction, and take that and connect it to a broader context. The great thing about when we're able to go really small and specific like this is it lets us get deeper and further into our analysis. So the more specific we go, the deeper in our analysis we can go. So this is going to be a way in for you to really dive deep in your analysis. So what we really want to do is spend some time focusing on the narrator's perspective, and that's going to allow readers to recognize how their experience with and interpretations of the text might be impacted by the narrator. Again, we're at Unit 9 looking at the end of the course and goals that we're working on. And so this is really high level thinking, critical thinking. So I love that y'all are doing this work. I mean, you're really proving yourself as critical readers when we're doing this.
Absolutely. And for listeners and viewers who are thinking, well, how can I apply this to the rest of the units of the course or to the rest of the questions on the exam, right? Not just question 3. You're talking about narrator or speaker, right? So that can take you to any story, whether you're talking about short fiction or long fiction, and it can obviously take you to the poetry itself. So again, we're focusing on Unit 9. This material is applicable to the entire course. And to practice and to see how this functions, we're going to use the turn of the screw. We're going to use having James. So we're going to stay in this scary mode, I guess. We started with Frankenstein, and then we talked about the suspense in Ibsen's A Doll's House. That's not a scary play per se. It's certainly suspenseful, but this one is a scary one. All right. So Turn of the Screw, published in 1898, written by Henry James. As you can tell, he was born in the 1800s, but passed away in the 1900s. He was born in the U.S. with British sensibilities, since he traveled abroad and spent the bulk of his time in England. So let's go over plot for a second. Again, we talked about how plot is not important, summary is not important, rather analysis is important. But if we don't know what the story's about, then you're just not going to be able to follow today. So the Turn of the Screw is a tale. It's a framed narrative, first of all. So perhaps we should explain what that is. A framed narrative is essentially a story within a story. Right? So Ms. Barbara and I start telling you a story. That's the first layer of this tale. Once we're telling you the story, that's the story inside of the story. And usually framed narratives will return to that external frame, to Ms. Barbara and me, if you will, at the end of the story. So this is a framed narrative. And we begin with a series with a number of people gathered around a fireplace. And they're telling stories. And one person says, I have a great story, and it's a true story, and it happened to someone I knew very well. And once you get into the story, you learn that there's a governess. A governess is usually a young woman who is hired to become the house tutor, the house teacher for children. And she's also somewhat of their nanny and their caretaker. But the primary task of a governess is definitely to instruct in some way these young people. So when the governess shows up, she starts to see ghosts, she starts to see apparitions, and eventually she thinks that the apparitions are either trying to come after the children or they're working with the children to create some sort of havoc. And she feels that it's up to her to save the kids and make a good impression on the children's uncle. And she's the one telling us the story. So we're going to focus on the perspective of the speaker. The first problem we have with this story is talk about ambiguity and level of difficulty. Who is the narrator? Is the narrator the person standing at the fireplace telling us the story of the governess, or is the narrator the governess herself, or is the story some outside voice, mainly the person listening to the speaker at the fireplace telling us the story of the governess? If you're confused, then you should be. This is a story where the narrator is so difficult to pinpoint. In summary here, the text we read comes from a man who transcribed the story based on a document written in old faded ink he receives, and a story he hears from a man who knew the person who experienced the events firsthand. We should also know that the person who tells us the story might be in love with the governess, and that's important because if you're in love with someone, that may cloud your judgment when you're telling that person's story. So who is the narrator? Whoever it is. Are they biased? Yes. Are they reliable? No. That's the only narrator we have. So our job then is to identify and describe the details, diction, or syntax in the text that reveals the narrator's perspective. So here are some scenes from this work. And because we're talking about the longer work of fiction, even though Turn the Screws more of a novella, it's a little bit on the short side, we're not looking at close reading the way we do for, let's say, prose analysis in question 2. So we're trying to select scenes from the entire novel or novella. Okay, so let's see who our narrator is. I'm focusing exclusively on the governess here as our narrator. Let's see who she is early on in the text. She tells us, well, that I think, sorry for the typo there, well, that I think is what I came for, to be carried away. I'm rather easily carried away. She herself tells us this. So what does that detail tell us about the narrator? That she is someone who can easily be carried away. Just think about that for one moment. Then this governess, again, the governess who was easily carried away, sees two ghostly apparitions. And let's be clear, these are ghostly apparitions who are only viewed by her, even though sometimes there's other people around. I scarce know how to put my story into words I scarce know how to put my story into words that shall be a credible picture of my state of mind. But I was in these days literally able to find a joy in the extraordinary flight of heroism the occasion demanded of me. We were cut off near the middle of the countryside in England. We were united in our danger. What are the words here that tell us something about the speaker's perspective? So we'll think about that in a second. And then, Ms. Barbara, if you could read the last one because I'm choking over here.
So after seeing a few more apparitions escaping from the Sunday church services, we have this tormented in the hall with the difficulties and obstacles. I remember sinking down at the foot of the staircase, suddenly collapsing there on the lowest step, and then with a revulsion, recalling that it was exactly where, more than a month before, in the darkness of the night, and just about the evil things, I had seen the specter of the most horrible of women. This makes me want to pick this book up.
Perfect. Thank you for saving me there from choking. If we highlight the important details from each of these three scenes from the three sections of the book, beginning, middle, and end that we selected, I want us to look at this. I want us to look at, I'm rather easily carried away. I want us to look at, after she sees these ghostly apparitions, her admission that it's hard to put into words a credible picture of my state of mind. She's someone who can easily be carried away. She's someone who sees ghosts, and she's someone who's already starting to talk about her state of mind. And then we heard Ms. Barber's excitement over syntax about 3 minutes ago. I think that any of you who are already well-trained, well-versed in discussing syntax have to get excited about this quote here. Think about a young woman in the middle of the countryside seeing ghosts all over the house. They're not just far away, sometimes they're right in front of her. Seeing these children who may or may not be conspiring with the ghost, having no one to turn to. She starts to, again, question her own state of mind. And then let's look at her syntax. This happens towards the end of the story. Look at how many times her thought process is interrupted, or how many times her thought process changes. There are tangents. Tormented, comma, in the hall, comma, with difficulties and obstacles, comma. I remember sinking down at the foot of the staircase, dash, suddenly collapsing there on the lowest step, and then, comma, with a revulsion, comma, recalling that it was exactly where, comma, more than a month before, comma. What is happening? She is not speaking or thinking clearly. There is torment. There is fear. There is anxiety. At this moment, she's not sure whether she should run away, whether she should accuse the children, whether she is going crazy herself. But remember, another detail that she gave us in that middle one was she keeps talking about this occasion of heroism. Something that I should mention is she is given this job by the children's uncle, and she becomes infatuated with him, even though she only meets him once or twice for a brief conversation. But she wants to do a good job. She wants to impress him because she, again, finds him very attractive. So she wants to make sure that she does a good job for this person. What do these details tell us about the perspective of the speaker? We were told, Ms. Barber told us, that focusing on the narrator's perspective allows us to recognize their experience and to enhance our experience and interpretation of the text. So how are we impacted by this? Well, I think we should ask ourselves a series of questions. How does the presence of such an unreliable narrator impact our reading? Why would James create an atmosphere of doubt around his tale? Well, how do we have this narrator who is falling apart? How are we supposed to believe this story? How are we supposed to interpret and make sense of this tale? And we can't even trust the person who's telling us the story. And how does this mystery or confusion relate to a central idea in the text? What's important to realize is this isn't James's error, right? Henry James did not mess up. He didn't say, oh, I should have given students a more reliable narrator so they can have someone they can work with here. No, he's given us fodder by giving us such an unreliable narrator. He's given us great opportunities for interpretation and discussion when you talk about the ambiguities of what this speaker is presenting us and the layers of how we're receiving the information. Again, we're not getting it straight from her. She wrote it in the book. The book was given to a man. That man read from that book. Then the person who listened is the one actually retelling you the story. It's a plain phone tag, right? Plain telephone. If I start with Ms. Barber and I whisper something to her, by the time it gets all the way to Bolivia, it's going to be a completely different message. So why would Henry James have done this? That's our task, right? We have to try to connect this decision made by the writer to see how it connects to the central ideas in the text. But of course, this is not just true of the turn of the screw. We have a narrator or we have a speaker in everything we read. So this is where you come in and where you have to look at what you have done this year and try to put this into practice, where you examine the speaker and then you try to connect the way that the speaker was created to a central idea in the text.
And a lot of times, like we talked about yesterday, you see so many of these elements just they can accomplish the same thing. And yesterday we talked about how events and plot added to suspense. And a lot of times when we have this unreliable narrator, different layers of unreliability and confusion, that also is a way that that the author adds to suspense. So when I think about novels and plays with this, another novella that first comes to mind, We've Always Lived in a Castle on Shirley Jackson. I'm a huge fan. And this is dark, and we have this narrator as a child remembering thinking in this very confusing time for her. And so it's automatically set up that we're seeing it through a very sheltered child's point of view in the most unusual circumstances. So we know everything may not be communicated. We may not be getting the clear picture of what's happening. Life of Pi is a novel that comes to mind. Atonement, Rebecca, several of these novels. And I'm sure you already have some ideas coming to mind. Actually, some of my favorite unreliable narrators come from short stories. And I know we're talking about works of longer fiction, but again, these skills apply to all kinds of text. So I think about The Telltale Heart, and I love that because it opens in the narrator. It says, nervous, truly nervous? You think I'm nervous? Do you think I'm crazy? So anybody who their lead in line in a conversation with you is, do you think I'm crazy? Now let me tell you why I'm not crazy. I mean, that's setting us up to know, okay, this is going to be a wild ride with the narrator. And then, like Mr. Escobar was talking about, we see all this punctuation, dashes, question marks, and this real shattered type of thinking. So I think about that. The yellow wallpaper is another great example. But we want you to start populating a list. And again, thank you so much. I'm going to put together a list. I had several emails yesterday, and I'm going to respond to those this afternoon of all the different things that you're reading. And I'm going to make a list, and we will make that list available to you as we collect novels, because it's so great for us as teachers to see what everybody else is doing. I want you to be thinking about what novels and plays are standing out in your mind now as Mr. Escobar talked through this. I'm sure you have some things. And then I want you to identify the narrator. How would you describe the narrator? And we're thinking, let's go back and think about that iceberg with the characterization. Here are the few things that we see. Now here are all of the things under the water level, beneath the surface, that still churn and make up this character and cause them to act and think in the way they do. And then finally, what's some specific scenes and some specific text that you can find evidence of this? So we're wanting to start big and get small. So you can work on that. And tonight, well, wait, before we get to the homework and summary, let's review what we did. So we talked about how some selection of details, diction, syntax, what do they reveal about a narrator or a speaker's perspective? And here are some of the questions that you can use to help this be a way into the text for you. What's the narrator or speaker's tone toward a subject? How does their diction and syntax contribute to that tone? And this is exactly what Mr. Escobar showed us today. Maybe there are multiple tones. Can we really get into this complexity? Like here, their selection of detail and syntax is showing one thing, and then it's a shift over here. Well, what does that mean? And why are they reacting differently there? So think about how the narrator and what they're saying, the way they are saying it, how does it add to the tone of the work? And also how does it help us to make meaning of the text? How does it give us a broader context of what's happening in the text?
It's important, I think, to think about the speaker and narrator, and not just the characters in the text, right? So many times in a classroom setting, we discuss characters and we discuss, the plot and what's going on. But in addition to the homework assignment we're going to give you, maybe this is homework 2.0 here. Go through all the books, all the novels and plays that you have read. Do you remember who the narrator was? Do you remember who the storyteller was in each of those texts? And can you say something about that narrator or speaker? Can you answer some of these questions? It's a way for you to review the novels and plays you've read this year, but it's also a way for you to practice delving into the intricacies and ambiguities of someone other than the character or the protagonist and antagonist of a work of literature. So that might be good practice for you all tonight.
So tonight, this is the prompt that we are going to look at. It's the 2008 Form B prompt. In some works of literature, children and adolescents are portrayed as times graced by innocence and a sense of wonder. In other times, they are depicted as times of tribulation and terror. Focusing on a single novel or play, explain how its representation of childhood or adolescence shapes the meaning of the work as a whole. This time, we've included a list of works that was given with this, but now's a good time to know you can use examples for any text you've read. These texts are just examples in case something doesn't come to mind immediately. This might jar your memory. Actually, I really coach my students, just cover up that list and don't even look at it, because it's often a distraction. Because if you don't see the first thing that pops into your mind on this, then you're like, oh no, that may be wrong. This is just to help you if you get stuck.
Yeah, absolutely. I do the same thing as Barbara. I tell my students to cover the list. I actually tell them to cover the list and then write down all of our texts, select the one that they want to use, and then to refer to the list in case they forgot a title. And you said this is meant to jar your memory, to help you recall something you may have forgotten. And I think that's how it's a useful tool. I like that the list exists, but I like it after students have already considered a work on their own merits there.
And I'm sure just when I read this prompt, immediately things are coming to your mind. So go with those. And what we're going to ask you to do tonight is to write an introduction to this essay prompt. And within your introduction, highlight your thesis. Now tomorrow we are going to shift and start talking about thesis statements. So this is really going to warm us up for tomorrow's work.
And I think it's preparation for the long range view that we have for these lessons. So we started with prompts and we've asked you to write claims, right? So just make assertions, bullet points even. And now you're getting a fuller view of the literal prompt. Now we're listing the titles at the bottom. And even our task for you, even though it's still not to do what the prompt is actually saying, you can tell that we're moving more towards essay writing. And that's exactly where we are driving or steering the ship, if you will. Don't worry. Although I would like to assume that at this point, all of you have an idea what the thesis should sound like and what the thesis should include. For now, there are no wrong answers, right? We're treating this as our classroom, and we haven't taught it yet. So all we want is for you to do the best job you can. Try to develop an introduction, try to develop a thesis statement. And then tomorrow's video, we're going to open with this and we're going to talk about what possible thesis statements might look like, what they include. And the truth of the matter is that a thesis statement can look differently, right? I mean, if you have 10 students write 10 thesis statements, they're not going to be identical, not word for word. So we're going to talk about the major components that the thesis should include. But tonight, try your best, do a good job. We trust that you are doing this with great fidelity. Absolutely.
We are looking forward to spending the rest of the week with you. Thursday, talking about thesis statements. On Friday, really jumping into live reasoning, how do we develop that throughout the work. And that's going to finish the week for us. So thanks again for being with us today. Thanks for all of your feedback. That's been really helpful as well. Also, we are still just wanting to get this message out. If you know of anybody who doesn't have access to the internet or device, be sure to reach out to College Board. They are trying to work on this so everyone can take the exam with what they need. We just want everybody to be able to have what they need to take the exam.
Absolutely. And if you've been tuning into all the latest news surrounding the College Board and AP examination, we know that this Friday is going to be a very big day because a lot of your questions about the exam and exam dates and all those important topics will be covered. So if you have friends, if you have classmates out there who don't have access to the internet, please jot down the information and communicate it with them. We'd appreciate that so that your classmates are
we're waiting just like y'all. We don't know either. So we are anxiously awaiting too.
Absolutely.
So Bear and I say goodbye. He's still sleeping. Another lesson, another nap for him. I'll be back tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Mr. Escobar will be back too. Hope you have a great rest of the day.
Take care, everyone. Goodbye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to today's English literature and composition video review. I'm Susan Barber from Atlanta, Georgia. And if you've been with us a while, you'll know I have a co-teacher, but he is absent today. He missed class. I think he went upstairs to have lunch with my college-age daughter who's home from school. I did want to say that yesterday was just like a reality check for me during these times, because here in Georgia, we found out that school buildings are going to be closed for the remainder of the year. And we will be doing online learning, but it's just not the same. And it just really brought me back to these really unusual times that we're in. And so today I'm wearing a shirt that all my students signed, just feeling like I want to have them close to my heart, and I'm going to miss spending time with them. I know a lot of of your teachers are feeling the same way, and then a lot of you are just feeling upset and sad, and that's perfectly normal. And I just want to emphasize that while your teachers are obviously there to help you with AP Lit, don't hesitate to reach out to them if you're struggling just with processing all of this, because all of us are here to help you not only with the content that we're providing, but also just with life in general. So feeling heavy heart for all of our seniors today, especially here in Georgia and other schools that have officially closed for the year. So with me today, as always, he did show up today and is not absent from class, Mr. Escobar.
How are you guys? I want to echo, and I'm Carlos Escobar from Miami, Florida, Philadelphia Senior High School, and I think it's important to echo what Ms. Barbara is saying. As much as we want to focus on the exam, as much as we want to focus on delivering instruction, for us, all of these videos, as I'm assuming it is for you, based on the emails I received, to some extent they're therapeutic, right? It's a moment for us to turn off the news and maybe disconnect from that for a little bit and connect to the normalcy that we once knew. And it's important that we, yes, prepare for the exam, but it's also important that we remember our humanity. And the first video, I remember I told you to email your teachers and connect with your teachers and thank them for what they've done for you. And now with so much time in our hands, it's time for us to think of a way to give back, right? But we also understand that the most important thing for us to do right now is to stay home and not go out. So this is a good moment to connect via email, to connect via video with family members, with teachers, with people who have impacted your lives, and reach out. I mean, you're reaching out to us. I don't even give my email information, and I'm not on social media, and yet I've seen amazing emails, I've seen amazing videos out there that you've created. But I think that's important for us to remember our humanity and for us to remember that we are there for each other. So you definitely reach out to your teachers, reach out to your friends, and connect. And I also feel bad for the seniors, like Ms. Barbara was saying. This is such a pivotal time in our lives. But the important part of senior year is not necessarily attending the prom, but the memories that you make at prom. And we're building memories here as well. I was zooming with my seniors last night, and we laughed. And I'm sure that as the year goes by, there's gonna be moments where they cry, and not me, because I don't cry, right? But we are building memories. They're just different memories from the ones that we expected. So hang tight, everyone. Be there for each other, and every day at 12 o'clock, tune in because we're definitely here for you. As always, we're going to begin with homework. And yesterday's homework was about literature and how childhood and adolescence are portrayed in works of literary merit. We'll start by reading the prompt. In some works of literature, childhood and adolescence are portrayed as times graced by innocence and a sense of wonder. In other words, they're depicted
as times of tribulation and terror.
Correct. Focusing on a single novel or play, explain how its representation of childhood or adolescence shapes the meaning of the work as a whole. You may select a work from the list below or choose another appropriate novel or play of similar literary merit. Avoid mere plot summary. Now, Ms. Barbara, maybe here we should focus on this last statement, or actually the penultimate statement here. You may select a work from the list below or choose another appropriate novel. You want to share your email?
It's really interesting. I got an email from Julia Robbins at Sherwood High School in Maryland, and she said, I have a book, Purple Hibiscus. Do you have a copy there?
It's right here. So
yes, Purple Hibiscus. She said, I read this and I think it fits perfectly for the prompt, but it's not on the list and it's not part of the approved AP curriculum. But we want to say that whatever book comes to your mind, if it answers this and if it has enough depth that you can really explore the themes and the meanings and the characters in this book, then absolutely you can use this. Just to reiterate what Mr. Escobar and I said yesterday, we coach our students when they receive this prompt, question 3 prompt, to just cover up this list and think about the books that pop into your mind. So Purple Hibiscus comes to your mind and you can solidly outline how you would answer that. And of course that works and you can certainly use that. So don't feel like this list is the end all be all list of books to answer the prompt. It's there to help you in case you get stuck or your memory needs jarring a little.
And I think a lot of times the question comes up with contemporary writers. We all feel safe when we turn to Shakespeare. We all feel safe when we turn to Morrison, if we turn to Henry James. These are obviously authors who have already made a name for themselves. Some of them have survived the test of time. But when you pick up a contemporary master, right, a contemporary artist, it's scary sometimes. But a good rule of thumb is, if your teacher has been teaching this course for a long time, then your teacher has a good pulse, I think, on what is a work of literary merit. That's not to say that if you're a beginning teacher, you don't. That's not at all what I mean. But just to reassure students that, if your teachers are teaching these books, they probably already wondered, will they work for Q3? Are they substantial enough, right, to qualify as work of literary merit? And the teacher is definitely, she's a rock star right now. So go ahead. And those of you who have never read Purple Hibiscus, maybe now's when you pick it up, right? If you've read Things Fall Apart, this is a great companion piece, as a matter of fact. So if you enjoyed Things Fall Apart, and you want to look more into the Igbo people, and you want to read more about like what happens when generations follow, where Things Fall Apart left behind, then Purple Hibiscus is one of those books that will just grab your attention.
I love Purple Hibiscus because, and I know this is not like our radio show, but
start us talking about a book, and we might never stop, right?
I love Purple Hibiscus because I think it has a lot of depth to it, but the novel is not that long and it's very accessible. So it's a great book to read.
Yeah, so definitely use it, in other words, right?
Yes.
And for your homework, you had to write an introduction, and we asked you within that introduction to go ahead and highlight what you consider your thesis to be. Some of you may have struggled last night and thought, this thesis is more than one sentence. Is that okay? And we're going to address that today. Absolutely, your thesis could be more than one sentence, but we're going to cover all that once we get into the guided practice today. But let's look at some samples. Let's look at some potential introductions and thesis statements for this prompt.
So here's some. I just threw this question out to my students and asked them if they would respond with some thesis statements, and these are a couple of things they gave me. In The Handmaid's Tale by Margaret Atwood, the narrator, Offred, uses memories of her adolescence as a blissful escape from her oppressed everyday life. These flashbacks help contribute to the themes of power, loss, and hope throughout the book by showing a stark contrast to the present setting of the book, giving Offred something to live for, and helping to characterize Offred in the society in a truthful light. So again, this ties back to her memories and the purpose her memories serve there, but then it also branches out and talks about some broader themes within the book, things of power, loss, and hope. And this really sets this writer up to explore those themes throughout her paper. Let's go to the next one, maybe. And here's one for The Glass Castle, which I think is interesting because it's a memoir, which we're kind of opening up to that now a little bit, but still works because it talks about her hardships and childhood, but then also this meaning of the work as a whole, or broader ideas in the novel that a difficult childhood does not necessarily create a weak individual. So I love the direction that this essay is going. So the next one, in Richard Russo's Empire Falls. Tina, have you read this one?
I have not read this one. No.
I have not either. Empire Falls.
I think I haven't, so maybe that's my homework for tonight, because we'll figure it out.
Teenage Tick holds everything together. From the way she rationalizes her parents' messy divorce to the perseverance she exhibits when a friend commits a horrible crime, Tick is a testament to the strength of adolescence. As a kid who experiences more hardship than most adults, she sets an example for the rest of the novel's characters who otherwise dwell on insignificant problems. So again, this idea of she has had a troubled adolescence, but she is going to turn inward and overcome and then lead the way for others in her life. Set up very well. Finally, Scout Finch is portrayed as an innocent little girl at the beginning of Harper Lee's classic To Kill a Mockingbird. Throughout the book, Scout loses her innocence as she's introduced to the issue of racism in her community and outside world. Scout's exposure to the evils of racism creates the theme of social inequality in the book. So again, answers the part about the troubles in the childhood, but then what does that mean in the context, the social inequality? And this totally sets this writer up to explore that in her paper. But even if you have questions about this, today's lesson is specifically on writing thesis statements and what does that look like.
Yeah, and when you wrote your introduction, we asked you to highlight specifically what you considered the thesis statement to be. I know when I'm working with students, and sometimes when I'm working with younger students, when I'm working with my sophomores, if I have them write an essay, and I'm walking around the room, and I stop by a desk and I ask the student, "Where's your thesis?" Right? A lot of times they do this. They just span the whole introduction. Like, well, it's somewhere here, right? Or because they've been trained to do so, maybe they just point to the last sentence of the introduction. Whether or not that is a statement that is functioning as a thesis statement. So we asked you to highlight it, and perhaps after we've gone through our discussion of thesis statement, we can go back to your homework and verify whether what you highlighted truly functions as a thesis, and whether or not it's to see if it's missing any of the components of a thesis statement. I think that would be really helpful, especially because you're going to have to do this again for homework tonight. So today, as you've heard already, we're going to be talking about the thesis statement, and we're going to develop a thesis statement that conveys a defensible claim about an interpretation of literature and that may establish a line of reasoning. So there's a lot of key words here I think that we need to discuss. We need to have a defensible claim. What exactly does that mean? Perhaps I don't know if it's probably really terrible practice to define something by its opposite, but that's exactly what I'm going to do right now. We're not talking about summary, because a summary is not a defensible claim. If I tell you that Jack and Jill went up the hill, and then I ask you for a defensible claim about that, I can tell you, oh, there's this boy Jack and this girl Jill, they went up the hill. There's nothing to defend. There's nothing to argue. You don't have to convince me of that. You're just giving me summary. A defensible claim is when you take a stance, when you see something about what's going on with the different elements of that book. We've talked about a lot of elements already. We talked about characterization. We talked about the perspective of the narrator. We talked about the structure of the plot. We talked about the structure of the text itself. When you look at how all of those elements are functioning to convey an idea about a central idea in the text, and you're now going to state what that idea is and what that connection to those elements are, that's when you have a defensible claim. And this whole notion of establishing a line of reasoning is pivotal. Maybe now is a good time for a plug for tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to spend a lot of time talking about this idea of establishing a line of reasoning, and we're also going to look at the rubric, and we're going to talk about why that is so pivotal. And we're talking about whether you're in the upper range or the lower range of that middle row of the rubric. If you know what I'm talking about, you're following along. If you don't, then even more importantly, you should tune in tomorrow so that you understand what we mean by that. But establishing that line of reasoning is clearly important, and what you do in the thesis sets you up for that line of reasoning, and that's what we're going to prepare today. So that then tomorrow we can talk about the line of reasoning. Our purpose is this: readers establish and communicate their interpretations of literature through arguments supported by textual evidence. You're arguing your claim. You're providing textual evidence as support, and these are the fundamentals of the thesis statement. And if you're missing that and you're grounded on summary, then it's simply not enough. And we're going to see it in action now.
So let's think about a thesis. And I got this idea or this concept, these visuals from my friend Brian Stabnick when I read a few years ago, actually. But there are a couple of different ways to think about a thesis. The first picture you see on the left is a thesis is like a roadmap, and it's going to detail the route that your thoughts take. Now, the thesis can certainly do this, and I'm sure a lot of you, particularly in younger grades, we may only refer to it as this in Georgia, but my students say, I'm going to write a thesis. Is it okay if I write a thesis with a chicken foot? And I'm like, a chicken foot? What do you mean? And they're like, it's going to be point 1, point 2, and point 3. Well, a lot of times this is what this roadmap of a thesis looks like. While that is a thesis, we want to really steer away toward that and push you to thinking about a thesis like an engine in your car. And so an engine is actually it gives the car the power to go forward. And so we want to move from thinking about, we want to free you from thinking about point 1, point 2, point 3, but thinking more organically on how can my thesis, what can I write at the beginning of my paper, a couple of statements that is going to push my argument forward. It is going to propel my argument, and it will, kind of escalate as it goes. And I have this thesis serves as a power just embedded in your paper, and it's going to give you the power that you need to move your argument and to move your claims throughout the paper.
No, that's a great way of thinking about it. And the other thing that I think we need to recognize is that we may be at different levels of proficiency here, right? If you're just starting with writing sophisticated essays, if you're just starting to write long essays, if you're just starting to write timed essays, even then that chicken foot, I think you called it, right?
Is that just a Georgia thing?
It might be. It's definitely not a Miami thing. I don't think it's a Florida thing. Maybe not. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm just late to the terminology. But
because it looks like a chicken foot.
Right. Well, yeah. The 3-pronged thesis. Yes. Right. But so that chicken foot works for you, exactly. And that's all you know how to do for now. Then continue, right? But we don't want you ever, especially because we're talking about sophistication now. We don't want you to think that that's the end all. There's a few questions that in my class just irk me so much. Like how long should the essay be? How many sentences per paragraph? How many paragraphs? But the truth of the matter is that the length will wholeheartedly depend on the complexity of your argument. If your thesis statement is very, very dense and complex, then you might require not how many paragraphs, but how many pages, right? When you go to college, you may write 10, 15, 20, 30. You're writing a master's thesis, you're writing a dissertation, you're writing a book at that point. So it's not about how many prongs to the thesis. At that point, you're definitely talking about the engine. And with the engine, we're very clear in the car that the purpose is to move forward. Well, we're very clear in the essay as well. It's to move forward, but it's to move forward with that claim that you're making, that interpretation. And it will not take 3 parts of the chicken foot. It's not going to take 3 prongs. At this point, you might be arguing 5, 6, 7, 8 topics. Now, granted, within the 40-minute essay, you may not have time to write 10, 12, 15 paragraphs, right? But it is important for those of you who are already prepared to move on to that next level to understand that you don't have to, by definition, stick to 3 points. You may have 2 points, right? But you can very easily have 4 or 5 points as well. It depends on your level of proficiency, the complexity of your thesis, and how quickly you can read and annotate and then write the essay. And that's at the end of the day, that's what's the limiting factor here. We don't have unlimited time.
So what exactly constitutes the thesis? And here I've actually pulled a rubric, row A from the rubric with the analytical rubric for AP literature. Not because this rubric is the end all be all for good writing, but this rubric does give us a working vocabulary and some guidelines that are true for all writing. So when we look at this, what constitutes a thesis? If you look in row 1, it gets the point if it responds to the prompt with a thesis that prevents a defensible interpretation of the selected work. So a thesis needs to answer the prompt. It can't just be about whatever you want it to be. And I've read some really good essays, but if they don't address the prompt, you've not done your job as a writer. You have to address the prompt. It has to be defensible, like Mr. Esmar was just talking about. You have to have an opinion on the text in front of you. So you're going to have to bring your insights into it. And finally, it's going to include some interpretation of the work. This image that or the language we keep going back and forth between, we're looking at small things and then thinking about how this ties to a broad context, small, big, small, big. So your thesis should address some of the bigger issues, the bigger meanings that we see in the text. Now, what is not a thesis? That's probably terrible grammar. So let's look at the next slide. These things, a thesis is not, and you can look and see in the left-hand column, you don't get points for this. And again, it's not about, we do want to prepare you to pick up the thesis point, but this is just good rules for writing in general. So a thesis, if a statement cannot be defended, if it's not defensible, if it doesn't have any of your original insight in it, that is not not a thesis. If it just restates the prompt, not a thesis. If it's a summary of the work with no original insight, not a thesis. And like I said, if it does not answer the prompt, it's not a thesis. So we are going to look at some, oh wait, I think I have one more picture, and this is going to make us hungry at lunchtime. So the brownies. So you have a brownie on the left, and then look at the brownie on the right. Both of these are, both are brownies here. Both of these are going to kind of satisfy that chocolate craving that you have. But if you look at the one on the right, this brownie really extends our brownie experience, and it gives her just a much more satisfying way, a richer experience with the brownie. So like Mr. Escobar said earlier, we're all at many different levels. And if you're at the level right now that you bake brownies and you put it out like that, then you do that and you do that well. And you keep doing that until you're ready to take another step and experiment and grow as a writer. But some of us are in the place that we have been making brownies like this for a long time, and we need to push ourselves to go forward and just have a richer experience with our thesis statements. So we're going to look at several examples today, and you're going to see a wide variety of thesis statements that have been scored by the new rubric. Oh, I'm jumping ahead of myself. This has been scored by the new rubric, and you'll see just the wide variety of things that can constitute a thesis. Before we get to that, let's talk about some specific ways to craft a thesis statement. I like to tell my students, divide the prompt into questions and answer those questions. So, if we're looking at a prompt, well, what is the word first? Who is the character? We're going to be looking at a prompt about a gift today. What gift have they received? How is it both a blessing and a curse? And so we develop these questions from the prompt, and then my thesis should answer those questions. And then that sets me up to give an essay full of evidence and analysis that expand on those answers.
Right, and this is an opportunity for us to model how many of your teachers are saying the same things that we're saying, but they're using different language. Ms. Barber talks to her students about looking at the prompt and developing questions and answers, and those questions come from the prompt, and the answers must be found in the thesis. What I tell my students is essentially the same thing, even though I approach it a little differently. I tell them when they look at the prompt sheet, right? Imagine this is the prompt sheet. When they look at the prompt sheet, they are to take the prompt sheet and with their pencil write numbers identifying the different tasks. So if they have to, let's say, select a character, they have to discuss the relationship between the characters, they have to talk about how that relationship conveys something about the meaning of the work as a whole, then you might have 1, 2, 3. When they develop their thesis, then they have to make sure that they answer each of those tasks within the thesis. Now, of course, sometimes we tell students to do this, but then we say, okay, start writing, go, and then you forget everything we say. So there's different steps that I take to ensure that students can do this. One might be to color code this, right? So have different colored highlighters for each of your tasks. Then when you write your thesis, color your thesis in. If you can't match the colors, then clearly you're missing something from your prompt, from your task that you identified. So it's just a way of having students pause and look at that prompt carefully, because without a good thesis, without a good engine, then your essay really will wobble at that point.
Some other ways that your teachers may have explained this or told you to approach a thesis. Some people give templates like, what is the main topic being addressed here? Then give a strong verb, and then end with your interpretation of the work as a whole. And there are really like 100 different templates you could give. So this might be a way that your teacher has told you to approach the thesis statement. Or TPR, identify the topic, give your position on the topic, and then your rationale or your reasoning. And you want to always be sure that your thesis answers the so what question. You don't want to wait until the end of your paper and have this big ta-da moment. This is what I've been building for. You want to go ahead and give that up front, then spend your whole paper defending that and explaining that. So go ahead and get the big ta-da, what you're going for, up front, and then we'll spend the rest of the time explaining that. So now let's jump into some thesis statements and look at.
Right, for the thesis statements, we're going to be working with the 2018 prompt. This prompt reads, many works of literature feature characters who have been given a literal or figurative gift. The gift may be an object, or it may be a quality such as uncommon beauty, significant social position, great mental or imaginative faculties, or extraordinary physical powers. Yet this gift is often also a burden or a handicap, either from your own reading or from the list below. Choose a work of fiction in which a character has been given a gift that is both an advantage and a problem. Then, in a well-written essay, analyze how the complex nature of the gift contributes to an interpretation of the work as a whole. Do not merely summarize the plot. For those people who are used to the old prompts, we are now adding the language that will accompany prompts from now on. And from now on, all 3 question types will include bullet points following prompt. And these are the bullet points that we will find for an open-ended question. In your response, you should do the following: respond to the prompt of the thesis, provide evidence to support your line of reasoning, explain how the evidence supports your line of reasoning. Notice a line of reasoning comes up twice. Watch tomorrow's video and use appropriate grammar. So these are reminders that I think we all should know, but they're definitely there for you to take off as you write your essay to make sure that you have satisfied all the requirements. So working with this prompt,
I love this prompt, by the way.
Oh, it's great. It's great.
Yep.
We have this first attempt at a thesis, and the question will be for us: should this thesis earn the point? Right? Is it a thesis statement, or does it fall short of the thesis statement? In the story of Metamorphosis, and all these examples are spelled in context. Okay, these are actual student samples. In the story of Metamorphosis, the main character undergoes a huge physical change that impacts the entirety of his life. Although many saw his change as purely a burden, the change revealed a lot to the main character, which could have been perceived as a gift. This student is using some of the language. I see the word gift. I see he's talking about the main character. Who is the main character? What is the gift exactly? Is the gift the physical change? Although many saw his change as purely a burden, who are the many there? The change revealed a lot to the main character. What I think we need to see is there is so much ambiguity here. The student is certainly using words from the prompt, has certainly selected the text, but what is the argument here? Who is the character? What is the gift? How is the gift both a burden and an advantage to this character? We simply can't answer any of those questions based on this thesis unless we draw inference, and that's not. As a reader, I shouldn't be placed in that predicament. You should be telling me what the essay is going to be about. I shouldn't have to infer what you mean. So this thesis will not earn the point.
So the next one, a novel that has a character with a literal, figurative gift was the main character in Frankenstein. He was given a gift that was a burden, but also an advantage and a problem. And basically, this just really restates the prompt, and it adds the title of the book in. It doesn't even identify the title. It doesn't identify the gift, and it doesn't make a defensible claim. So this is an example of what we talked about earlier, something that just restates the prompt.
The next one is in the story of The Tempest by Shakespeare. There is a wizard who was casted away with his infant daughter to an inhabited island for years. I'm trying to give this a point, but it's all summary, isn't it? What is the gift? How is it functioning? What's the meaning of the work as a whole? I'm not getting any of these answers right now, so it does not get the point.
Yeah, just no original insight in that one. The picture of Dorian Gray by Oscar Wilde shows a young man, Dorian Gray, who does not age, and although at first this seems to be a blessing to him, it quickly begins to burden him and arise problems. So this one actually does earn the thesis point. It identifies the gift. He doesn't age, and then it talks about first this was a blessing, and then it quickly becomes a burden, causes problems to arise. even though this awarded the point, when I read this, I'm like, hey, this is like cutting it a little too close for me. I assume the student in the essay later ties this to the meaning of the work as a whole. And so while this would get the thesis point, I'm not sure that this particular thesis statement sets you up to write a really solid paper. So
I think this takes us back to your brownie picture, right? This would be, it's the brownie on the left, whereas the brownie on the right could lead to a stronger essay. I think maybe because of time, and we want to get to some debrief questions, what we're going to do is we're going to scroll through the rest of these thesis statements. I'll pause for like 3-4 seconds, so those of you who are watching this live could take a picture of the screen, and those of you who will watch this later, then you can just pause the video. The rest of these thesis statements will receive the thesis point, and the way that we know this is because there will be a character identified, there will be a gift identified, and there will be some sort of claim about how the gift is both a burden and a blessing. So here are the other examples. We have one for atonement,
and this does receive a thesis point.
We have one for Mrs. Dalloway.
Again, this receives it.
Even though it's short, but the length does not matter here, though. It's not about how much you write, but about the quality of what you.
And I love that they just big picture strictly enforce gender roles. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, we're not talking about them, right? Okay.
And Invisible Man. This is Ralph Ellison's Invisible Man.
And this is really that brownie with the ice cream and the caramel and the little cookie.
Absolutely.
And you see, I mean, as a reader, whether an AP reader or a college professor or whatever professor, you read this and you know this is going to be a great paper. If they deliver.
Right, absolutely. So for a debrief and summary, this is so important, guys. You have to start your essays with a thesis statement that is solid, because although you might think that's only one point on the rubric, it's really setting you up for that middle row, which is where the bulk of the points are earned. How do you write a thesis statement that clearly articulates a claim about an interpretation of literature? How do you do this? You do it by taking a stance on the work. You are interpreting. You are saying something that you came up with. This is where you are important. The work is already done. You are delving into it, and you are finding something. I tell my students, there's a golden nugget out there. You need to scuba dive. You need to get down there. You need to delve into the text and find that golden nugget and retrieve it. And when you do, you're going to want to proclaim it, and that is your thesis. And the second question is, how do you preview the reasoning of your argument in your thesis statement? Perhaps by considering how your reasoning is organized. What you state in your thesis will mark the progression of your essay. We're going to speak about this aspect a little more closely tomorrow, but your thesis is the roadmap. Your thesis is that delineation of your essay. So how you write things is critical.
So for our practice tonight, we are going to look at this prompt, the 2019 prompt. In his 2004 novel, Magic Seeds, B.S. Naipaul writes, "Who's wrong to have an ideal view of the world?" That's where the mischief starts. That's where everything starts unraveling. Either from your own reading or from the list below, and we did not attach a list, so from your own reading, choose a work of fiction in which a character holds an, quote, ideal view of the world. Then, in a well-written essay, analyze how the author's portrayal of this idealism and its positive or negative consequences contributes to an interpretation of the work as a whole. Do not merely summarize the plot. So we are going to start tomorrow. We're going to open tomorrow looking at these thesis statements, some examples of it. I would encourage you to write a thesis statement and share it with your teacher and say, hey, we just watched this lesson on thesis statements. Does this work? So y'all talk about this as class. And then in tomorrow's lesson, we are going to be using this prompt also to be talking about the line of reason. So we'll be working with this prompt all day tomorrow.
Yes, and let's talk about tomorrow for just one more second here, and let's remind you about a few things and then some new information. We know that we're going to talk about line of reasoning. The only thing more important than a thesis statement is the line of reasoning in your essay. So please reach out to all your friends, reach out to all your students, and make sure they tune in tomorrow to the video. And the second thing is the College Board's big announcement is tomorrow, April 3rd. We will know exactly what our exam will look like. And Ms. Barber and I will be sharing that information with you during our live video session. So during that session, we're going to discuss what the prompt will look like, and hopefully we'll be able to address any questions you may already have. So it's kind of a big deal. Okay, we hope that you do join us, and we know that you are watching. One of the things that we hope to share with you tomorrow is where some of our listeners are located. We want to talk about the fact that we are getting these responses, these emails from every state basically, and like I said yesterday, even from Bolivia. So the idea that people in other countries are listening is just incredible. Maybe today I'll get an email from someone in Europe or Asia, and we could include that, so we can cross the ocean. That would be really, really cool. So join us tomorrow, and again, do something nice for someone today. Let's focus on our humanity, and let's not focus on the memories that we're not making, but let's focus on making special ones despite our current reality. Take care, everyone.
Goodbye, seniors. We love you. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the AP Lit session today. Happy Friday. We have made it through another week. I'm Susan Barber from Atlanta, Georgia. Glad to be here with y'all today. And with me is Mr. Escobar.
How are you guys? We're very excited. I know that today's a big day for the AP community. So I hope that you're watching us, and as promised, we have a lot of new information for you today. So let's get started. Let's dive right into it. We have the dates for the AP exam. The date that's been determined for AP English Literature is May 13th. Now, the key is that all students will take the exam at the same moment. And of course, at the same moment is not at the same time, clock time, right? So here we have it, and we're going to pause here. We're going to leave it here for a second so you can take a picture of this and you can share it with your friends, because it's crucial that everyone, at least 15 to 30 minutes prior to the stated time, you will get into the platform, and all those details will be forthcoming in actually any minute now. An email might go out, but that is your time. So those of us here on the East Coast, our test time will be 2 o'clock, and those of you in Hawaii will see the sunrise and then jump back in and take your exam. Now, what will the exam be? We know the format, right? The format is free response this year. It is not multiple choice. The big question was, which of the 3 questions will it be? And we know now that it is question 2. We know that it is the prose fiction analysis. So on this year's exam, you will not have an open-ended question. You will not be asked to select a novel or play. On this year's exam, you will not have a poem to tackle. On this year's exam, you will have short fiction, right? An excerpt from a novel or perhaps a complete short story. We've seen many of these types, and we're going to see them now for the next couple of weeks on these live virtual lessons. But we're tackling question 2. This question presents students with a passage of prose fiction of approximately 500 to 700 words and assesses the student's ability to do the following: respond to the prompt of the thesis that presents a defensible interpretation, provide evidence to support your line of reasoning, explain how the evidence supports your line of reasoning, and use appropriate grammar and punctuation in communicating your argument. This has not changed. So I want to talk about what remains the same. This is a question 2, the way that we've had question 2s for years now. If any of this language is new to you, maybe the bullet points are new to you, that was already going to be part of this year's change, where you would have a prompt and then you would have these bulleted statements beneath the prompt. None of that is changing. The type of question is not changing. Also, we are still using the revised rubric. So that's very important. We're still working off of the 6-point and not the 9-point rubric. So for those teachers out there, for those students out there who really want to hone in on how to best prepare, whatever you've been doing this year is exactly what you expect the day of the exam. What is key is you will have 45 minutes for this, as opposed to the suggested time of 40 minutes that you normally get. And I wouldn't get overly excited about this, because it is a new platform. It is a new way of maneuvering through this examination. Normally you have to print text in front of you, and this time we're going to be dealing with an online platform, and that might create some variation in your speed or in your process. So keep that in mind. Okay, you do have those extra 5 minutes. In addition to those 5 minutes, this is critical. There is a 5-minute span during which which you will upload your essay. Now, this will look, this can take different avenues for students, and you will have options. For example, you can handwrite your essay as you always have. And at that point, within those 5 minutes, you will have to take a picture and upload your essay. Or this year, you can type your essay. But again, during those 5 minutes, you will have to stop, save, and upload that essay onto the platform. It's important that you keep in mind, keep the timer open. I think if I'm not mistaken, as Barbara, correct me if I'm wrong, there will be an option for you to toggle away from the timer if you choose to, but you have to keep the time in mind. At the end of those 45 minutes, you must stop. By the end of those extra 5 minutes, after the 45 minutes, you must have submitted your essay. If not, you will not receive a score. It is up to you. You are the proctor this time. You are the one saying, time's up, put your pencils down or your pens down, and it is time to turn in your essay. I'm not worried, guys. I'm not worried. For those of you who have been following us from day one, Ms. Barbara and I knew that, the possibilities were question 1, question 2, or question 3. Look at the things that we've been talking about. We've been talking about the narrator's perspective. We've been talking about the structure of the text. We've been talking about the plot. We've been talking about characterization. Yesterday, we spoke about thesis statement. Even today, even though the standard per se deals with Unit 9, we're talking about establishing a line of reasoning. For those of you who are familiar with the rubric, that's an entire row in the rubric, really. I mean, it's what makes or breaks you in that middle part of the rubric. So I want you to rest assured that you have not, quote unquote, wasted your time at all. Absolutely not. And I'm going to say something else. This isn't the time for you to stop reading novels and reading plays or poetry either. The more engagement you have with text, the better off you'll be. Just yesterday, I received an email from my students, and they got together, they Zoomed without me, and they selected a book that they're going to read. And I haven't connected with them today, but when I do, I'm going to tell them, let's go for it, right? Let's keep reading, because that's going to keep that part of our minds engaged. And really, we have 24 hours in the day. We can't go out. We might as well read a good book, right? It's not about test prep. It's about developing ourselves as readers and writers and human beings. I think I covered it all, Ms. Barbara.
Yeah,
something that we could cover.
And don't stress out at this point about the new platform. As we move forward in this, we are going to help you as much as we can to acclimate to that and give you some strategies and tips. But what we do want to do is just continue to give you lessons and give you ideas and ways for you to become a better reader, a better thinker, and a better writer. And that's going to serve you well, not only on the exam, but it's going to serve you well throughout your life. So we will get to all of the test prep stuff as it goes on. But let's jump into today's lesson. We're going to start with the warm up from yesterday, where you're supposed to write a thesis statement over the prompt. Yes, the 2019 prompt. And this prompt, either from your own reading or the list below, choose a work of fiction in which a character holds a quote, ideal view of the world. Then in a well-written essay, analyze how the author's portrayal of this idealism and its positive or negative consequences contributes to an interpretation of the work as a whole. And so I have a couple of examples that we'll look at today, and you could have written on, I mean, so many books apply, and I'll show you this, but these are a couple of whose students emailed to us. So let's look at these. The first one is from Sarah in California, and her thesis statement: in Harper Lee's To Kill a Mockingbird, Scout Finch holds an ideal view of the world that everything is fair and equal to those who do the right thing. So this addresses the first part of this prompt. What is the idealism? What is the idealistic view? Scout's idealistic view results in both positive and negative consequences, and she doesn't address this in the thesis. That's fine. It leaves room in her essay to go there throughout the novel, which represents, and now we're getting to this central meaning of the word, or the broader idea, which represent the experiences of many people as they see racism and inequality for the first time. So thank you, Sarah, for that. The next one, in Daniel Keyes' Flowers for Algernon, Charlie Gordon maintains an optimistic outlook on life despite mental incapability. So again, his idealistic view of the world is optimism. Keyes utilizes this character trait in Charlie to convey a greater meaning, that choosing to live an ambitious and happy life, or adopting the sense of optimism, allows one to achieve purposeful and successful outcomes. So now this broader theme of, if I live this way with this optimistic view, I can create purpose in life and be successful. So this optimism allows him to choose how he's going to view the world. And that really does speak to humanity in general, the decisions we make about how we're going to accept who we are and the positive and negative and just different circumstances that we have in our lives. How we accept that determines how happy we will eventually be. So thank you, both of you, for sending those in. Now, this 2019 prompt, I read for this last year, and I wanted to show you my reader's notes just to emphasize how many different books work, because we keep getting questions about, well, I didn't read a book on the list, but look at all of these books that I read essays on, and you can see so many of them worked well. So lots of Gatsby's, lots of Invisible Man's, lots of The Awakening.
Which is the third one from the top here, to TKAN?
To Kill a Mockingbird.
To Kill a Mockingbird. Oh, that was
these are mine. To Kill a Mockingbird was a popular one. Brave New World was a popular one. So
so
but such a wide variety. Yes.
Yeah, we have The Awakening and Bluest Eye. You said were particularly successful in the essays that you read.
I found that those two books tended, when students read on those books, they did really well with this prompt.
That's great. That's great. And I know that both of them are so popular among the AP Lit community, right? I haven't taught the Bluest Eye in my AP Lit class yet. I have taught The Awakening. I teach it every year. It's one of those I've considered dropping just to go on to something else, but it seems to capture the students' attention, and it's juicy, right? It's a 19th century soap opera is what it is. So these two, it's great that these two resonated so well in your samples, right?
Mm-hmm. So lots of options. You choose what book works for you. But I guess we're not doing question 3 now, so I don't have to worry about choosing a book, right?
Right, but you're still reading. Right?
Yes.
You already decided that. So the overview for today, our goal is to develop commentary that establishes and explains relationships among textual evidence, the line of reasoning, and the thesis. Today's lesson can't exist without yesterday's lesson. You cannot establish a line of reasoning if you don't have a thesis, right? The thesis will be, we spoke yesterday about the thesis being either the roadmap or the engine for the vehicle, and it's going to be what propels us forward. But the path that we take, the roads that we take, and how those roads are connected, right? What bridges we take, what highways we take, those are, if we're going to extend the metaphor, Ms. Barbara, from the map, those are the connecting features that we're going to call the line of reasoning, and they all stem from the thesis. The line of reasoning is the logical sequence of claims that work together to defend the overarching thesis statement. I want to focus on the word logical here and the phrase logical sequence. So often students, you tell them, right, begin writing, 40 minutes, go, good luck. And it's sort of as if it's the stream of consciousness writing, and that's not the goal. That's not the process that we would like for you to take. We would like for you to write a very deliberate thesis statement that establishes that engine, establishes that roadmap, and then your body paragraph shouldn't just happen. You are in control. On that prompt sheet, on that sheet of paper that you have in front of you this year, you should outline, you should think about not only what your body paragraphs will be about, but the order, the logical sequence of how you're going to present the ideas. The line of reasoning is communicated through commentary that explains the logical relationship between the overarching thesis statement and the claims of evidence within the body of an essay. This is not the moment where you think that things are obvious or that they ought to be obvious for readers. If you see a connection between one idea and the next, it is your job to discuss it in a way where those connections are very clear to your readers. So you will use things like maybe transitional phrases, not just transitional words. We're not just limited to that, but you might say something like, well, we've already explored the complexities of Mrs. Deborah Wilkins. It's now important to look at the actions of this other character in order to get the full spectrum of 18th century British society, or whatever the prompt might be. I was thinking thinking of one of the earlier prompts, I forget which one in that example. And the third one here is more sophisticated literary arguments may explain the significance or relevance of an interpretation within a broader context, discuss alternative interpretations of a text, or use relevant analogies to help an audience better understand an interpretation. I want to echo something you said yesterday, Ms. Barber, which we want to give credence to everything that teachers do and say, because I think everyone is well intentioned and we're approaching things from different perspectives, but we end up in the same spot. But something that I think you and I really see eye to eye on is the notion that if there's something very important, if you see a connection, for example, to the human experience, right? You see some large thematic connection. Why are we waiting to the end? Why are we waiting to insert this as some sort of a prophetic aphorism at the end of the essay? Absolutely not. If you truly believe that there is significance or relevance of an interpretation within a broader context, that should be in your introduction. If you think that the characters on this passage are representatives of society as a whole, and that there is something macroscopic about this the macrocosm is being discussed within the microcosm of this passage, then that is so insightful. Why don't you lead with that? Don't leave that for the conclusion, and you might run out of time. And then what, right? And an essay doesn't go from 1 point to 6 points because you inserted that one statement. The points are earned because of the richness of the analysis, and because you're hitting all these different points. So if you see something brilliant, open with it, and then flesh it out throughout your essay. So these are 3 critical points here.
So let's look just today. We're just going to think, what exactly is a line of reasoning? What does it look like in its most basic form? And we'll spend a lot of time over the next few weeks discussing more in depth how to flesh out a line of reasoning. But I wanted to go back to the rubric and look at row B. And again, it's not because the rubric is the end all of writing, but the rubric does give us a working vocabulary. And I think it does. When we're doing these things, you are writing well if you're doing this. So you'll see this red line between 2 points and 3 points. And to get 3 or 4 points in the evidence and commentary row in your essay, you must have a line of reasoning. I really believe that everybody out there is capable of getting in this 3 and 4 point range. You are capable of writing like this. So what is exactly a line of reasoning? From the webinar earlier in the year, this was one of the definitions that was given. A line of reasoning refers to the structural or the organizational cohesion of students' response, the connective language, the tissue between ideas and paragraphs. So we want to think about a line of reasoning as just the order of our argument. We want to be purposeful in the way we order our argument, the way we present our material. Now, what a line of reasoning is not, let's see if we can go to, let me say this because I'm a visual person, so I always have to think about what does this look like as a picture. The line of reasoning is going to be like this scarlet thread that just runs throughout your whole essay and it ties everything together. So ideas don't seem disjointed, but you're just going to see this little thread woven all the way throughout your essays, connecting your ideas. That's a great visual to think of it. So paragraphs may do these things, but they don't constitute a line of reasoning. First of all, one example of this would be paragraphs may make one point well, but they either don't make multiple supporting claims or they adequately support more, or they do not adequately support more than one. Like I call this helicopter writing with my students. So I see students, they make one point and then they just hover above it over and over for the whole essay. But instead of just giving one point and giving multiple examples of that throughout your essay, we want to build on points and have a progression of ideas, not just argue one point over and over. The other thing that paragraphs may do that doesn't constitute a line of reasoning is they don't explain connections or progressions between students' claims. So the line of reasoning is not clearly established. I think David Miller, our chief reader, he referred to this as having an essay with just like a burst of ideas. So you have all of these ideas about a topic or about a work, but they're not connected in any way. They're very disjointed. And so what we want to do is connect these ideas. So what you do want to do with a line of reasoning is show a progression of ideas that moves the argument forward. Or you want to connect ideas not only to each other, we want to show the connection between ideas, but also back to the thesis. We want to keep going back to the thesis. That's why it's so important to really have a thesis that addresses all of the prompts. And then we just want to have a logical order to our argument. What makes best sense to put first and then next and to end? We want to have a logical progression of our order. So
go ahead. Jump in 1 second. I think the notion, this expression, line of reasoning, is not one that I used to use in my classroom, to be honest. I don't know if you did. We just called it something else in my classroom, right? I always talked about writing being deliberate, about writing being organic, and your ideas must flow one from another. And I've always been a proponent of students really focusing on the thesis and then developing the topic sentences from that thesis. All of that, which we all do, is what we're now calling line of reasoning. So I don't want either the students who perhaps took AP Lang last year and didn't hear that phrase maybe, or the teachers who this year heard it for the first time or seen it for the first time. We're just putting a label to what we already do in our classrooms so that we can have common language, so that then we can have these discussions and say, oh yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I've been doing that my whole teaching career, my whole writing career, right? So I want to sort of assure everyone that these aren't new ideas that we're bringing up. We're just delineating the way that writing has always worked out. And I think that's an important point to make.
Yes, absolutely. And I've not used this terminology either, line of reasoning, but I really like it. I like it, and we'll definitely be using that. So let's think about what this looks like. Miss Bolin from Kansas, Lansing High School, shout out to y'all in Kansas. I love what she did with her students. She had them write practice essays, and then they literally, you can see the thesis statement up top, and they circle the different parts of their thesis, and they have to trace their line of reasoning throughout the whole essay, like that scarlet thread we talked about running throughout. They're just showing how their ideas, the thread of ideas, and how they all fit together. I love this idea, and even use that in the essay that we're going to be looking at today. But if you're a visual person, I would suggest you do this with an essay that you write. Put it all together, and then literally trace out your line of reasoning. I think that is absolutely genius. So thank you for sharing that.
Right, and everyone can develop their own method, right? The education piece is not going to come after you if you don't use one type of directions here for students. But one possibility might be circle the thesis, circle each of the topic sentences, make sure that they are derived from the thesis. If they are, then go ahead and form the connection. If a topic sentence doesn't seem to be related to the thesis, then maybe you don't get the connection there and you have to do some revision work. Then once you have that topic sentence circled, you're going to make the connections to pieces of evidence. Once you have those, then you're going to make connections to commentary on that evidence. If a connector does not exist within a paragraph, then that's an opportunity for revision. That's when you tell students, you have this commentary here, you have this evidence here, but I'm not connecting it to any commentary. So students will be, I think, visually perhaps more responsive to what we've been saying all along. So I love this strategy here.
Yes, same. Another idea, this is something that I've done in my class, but actually cut your essays into paragraphs, divided by paragraphs. And I think these were student samples we were looking at in my class, but then we actually can manipulate and physically move around. This makes best sense if I put this first. This makes best sense if I close with it. And we can actually move around in order, think about, this is just an exercise to intentionally think about the order of our argument and see which way makes the most sense. And you're not going to be able to do this, obviously, when you're writing a timed essay, but these are exercises that help you think through your writing process. So then when you are in a time setting, you've already experimented with some of these things and it comes a little easier for you.
I've done something similar in my classroom, and I took it down to the sentence level. And the first step for me is I have the students create a dump pile and then a key pile, and they have to assess each sentence. And the question is actually two questions. Number one, does it answer the question? Are we connecting? Is it connecting to the thesis in any way? If the answer is yes, then the next step is it repetitive? Have we already made this argument, or is it developing the argument? Are we moving forward because of the sentence? If it's simply restating something that's already been said multiple times, it goes into the dump pile, and then we see how many strips of sentences we have left. And at that point, they weave an essay together. And of course, then they have to add other things because they realize that certain components are missing. Students, those of you, you're all home now. You have scissors, you have a sheet of paper. It's such an easy activity to set up. You don't need us. You don't need the teacher to set this up for you. Set your timer, 40 or 45 minutes. Go get a practice prompt, cut up your essay, and engage in this sort of reflection of your writing. And you're gonna help out your teachers by doing that, because then you can go to your teachers and say, "Yeah, I'm really not putting enough evidence," or "My topic sentences are very weak," or I still don't understand what this commentary business is all about." And then your teachers can have targeted practices and virtual meetings with you on what you are now discovering about your own writing.
Yeah,
It's a powerful tool.
I do think it's important for us to not only think what are we writing, but how are we writing. And so these exercises help us think through the how and the process, and that's what ultimately helps us be better writers. Okay, then the last strategy that we're going to show you is the hand turkey. And I got this idea from my friend Roy Smith at Round Rock, Texas, because as readers, sometimes on the when we're reading, people draw hand turkeys. Do not do that on the exam. Don't do that. But we'll see, like they'll just draw a hand turkey and not submit an essay. And Roy Smith, he decided, you know what? Let's figure out a way that kids can actually draw a hand turkey and use that to organize their ideas. I love this. So here's a student. They were writing on a question 2, actually. I think it was the Under the Feet of Jesus prompt. And so they put their thesis in the middle, the body of the turkey, and then each of the fingers becomes a body paragraph or an extension, a claim, a subclaim of the thesis. And then across the top, they have drawn the progression of the emotions that Estrella goes through. So this is just another check of how am I setting up my essay? Is there a logical order to it? This may be a tool that you can use. And I have some of my students now, they use this to outline. They'll spend 5 minutes outlining their essay in a time setting before they start writing. Then they're set up to write well.
I think a lot of students feel like they're wasting time, right? When they're outlining or preparing or jotting down notes. But it's the exact opposite. If you spend 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes doing something like this, the writing will just flow so much faster because you know exactly what you're going to say, where you're going next, and you're not being repetitive, right? Each of those fingers have to be mutually exclusive from one another. And you're going to know when you read these fingers, these paragraphs, these topic sentences, you're going to know, geez, the pinky and the ring finger are essentially saying the same thing. At that point, your evidence is going to be the same thing, and then your commentary is going to be the same thing. So at that point, you come up with a different finger topic, or you don't have 4 topics, you have 3 topics in that essay. That's a great visual.
So let's look at an example. This is a student sample from a release student sample from the 2019 and prompt that we just looked at.
That's the idealism one. This one, correct?
You want to read it for us?
Sure. So the quotation is, "It is wrong to have an ideal view of the world. That's where the mischief starts. That's where everything starts unraveling. Either from your own reading or the list below, which is a work of fiction in which a character holds an ideal view of the world. Then, in a well-written essay, analyze the author's portrayal of this idealism and its positive or negative consequences contributes to an interpretation of the work as a whole." So
let's look quickly at the Lord of the Flies sample. So this thesis, this is the first paragraph in the thesis. Through his character, Ralph only conveys that holding an idealistic view of the world is dangerous. While temporary success can be achieved, it ultimately leads to the destruction of governmental institutions and chaos. He encourages readers to adopt a more realistic view of the world and recognize the inherent evil in all people. So fully answers the prompt. This is a thesis. I would say this thesis really sets the student up for a good essay. So now, what is our line of reasoning going to be? The topic sentence. From the start, Ralph believes he can create a direct democracy on the island that can ultimately bring the boys to safety. So here, he's defining what his idealistic view is. It is that he's going to create this democracy. And if you'll look at the bottom of the paragraph, his belief in his plan based on his ideal view of the world, he believes that boys are good and rational, and they're going to follow all of the rules. So in paragraph 1, that's how we see the line of reasoning in paragraph 2, that's how we see the thesis carried out. Now we progress in paragraph 3 and see, this is just like the transitional phrases that Mr. Escobar was talking about. And this student actually, like, their line of reasoning has to do working their way through the novel in chronological order and tracing his idealistic view through the novel. As the novel progresses, Ralph begins to understand that his plan will not hold up. And then we have evidence about how things begin to break down. And then in the next paragraph, it is only near the end of the novel. So the beginning, the middle, the end. It's only near the end of the novel when the consequences of Ralph's naivete are in broad display. And now we see evidence that everything is falling apart. The democracy has fallen apart. And the last line of that, evil triumphs over good by the novel's end. And Ralph's optimistic hopes become a bitter reality. So I took this. Go ahead.
Well, just I think the caveat here is that the line of reasoning and the logical sequence of things is not always chronological, right?
Correct.
I don't want my students, which includes the entire audience right now, to say, okay, so to write a successful essay, I have to follow some sort of chronological approach. That's not what Ms. Barber is saying. What she's saying is that it worked here for this essay. In fact, it worked for this novel, right? So even for that 2019 prompt, it's not always going to be a chronological approach that would make best sense. And that's the key. The line of reasoning is specific to your claim and to your argument. So keep that in mind. And we have weeks together. We're going to see other essays where the line of reasoning was not necessarily chronological. Maybe it traces the arc of a character, or it traces the arc of a relationship, which is not always chronological.
That is a great point. Yes, that's a great point. And then we have the end, paragraph 5. This is the last paragraph of this essay, where the writer talks about some of these broader context ideas, central ideas about destruction of government and chaos, and about just humanity, these bigger idea pictures. I love the last sentence. In doing so, they can begin to create governments that stand strong and plans that work well. So yes, just really taking this to a larger level. Check your understanding.
So we're still working with the same prompt, right? And we want to go back to the notion of these graphic organizers or these outlines that can help us understand how ideas progress. We're taking not true excerpts, we're summarizing different aspects of the essay here. The thesis dealt with holding this idealistic view of the world and the possibility that notion could be dangerous. As we progressed through the essay, we saw that democracy was good, or at least there was a notion that democracy could be good, because surely the boys are good and they're going to follow the rules. However, as that novel progresses, democracy begins to fall apart when the boys stop working together. And ultimately, the consequences of that word is critical, right? It's after all this logical process in our thinking, we end up somewhere. And the consequences of a failed idealistic view are discussed at the end of the essay, and evil triumphs over good. And that is crossing. But we see the progression, right? It's not disjointed ideas. And here on the left, we took that same essay, that we were working with here, and we drew the lines and we did the circles. And we're trying to figure out a process that works for us, just as you should, find a process that works for you. And let's debrief. As usual, what are the questions that we need to ask ourselves when we're talking about line of reasoning? And at the top, we did keep the thesis statement because we think that it comes from the thesis statement. But of course, today's key questions are specifically geared towards the line of reasoning. How can an interpretation of a text emerge from analyzing evidence and then forming a line of reasoning, or from forming a line of reasoning and then identifying relevant evidence? The evidence follows the claims, the commentary follows the evidence, and that is a critical process that we need to follow. I want us to focus on how do you know what evidence is relevant to your reasoning? You know, no teacher is saying insert quotes for the sake of inserting quotes. The quotations have to build your argument, have to support your argument, have to lead us somewhere else maybe, and then in your commentary you're going to explore the direction that the evidence is taking us. So it's not just quote for quote's sake, it's really selecting key critical moments in the passage that scaffold and progress our argument.
And I think we're going to be doing a whole lesson on that.
Absolutely.
Choosing correct evidence. So for tonight's practice, but it's not tonight, it's the weekend. You have a full weekend. So you know what? Why don't you write an essay? Time yourself. It'll be good practice. And a lot of people will say, well, we're not doing question 3. But you know what? We're thinking about line of reasoning. And so even by practicing on a question 3, you're practicing, number one, writing. We get better at writing by writing. And you're going to be writing this essay specifically thinking about your line of reasoning and establishing that line of reasoning. So that's going to be great practice, even for the question 2. And just great practice for getting you ready for college. It's just good practice to think about that. If you're like my kids going on spring break this week, you're like, there's no way I'm writing an essay. Then outline your line of reasoning. That's good too.
As usual, if you know of a student out there who is in need of either a device or they're having connectivity issues, please contact the College Board for them at cb.org/tech so that all these issues could be resolved for students. The College Board is committed to getting devices and connectivity issues resolved for students so that they can participate in this year's examination. Speaking, before we move on to the next slide, I want to say one thing. And you know, I've been very public before that. I'm not on social media, even though I get your emails and I love your emails. I know that there's going to be negativity out there because it's human nature, right? And now so many of us, not Ms. Barber and me, but so many people maybe have more time on their hands now to ponder and be critical. Students, I'm speaking to you directly. Don't focus on that. You know, now you have the information for this AP exam, and you have the information for all of your AP exams available and accessible to you. Check your emails. Go on AP Central. Follow Mr. Packer's Twitter account. You're going to get all this information. Don't focus on the negativity. Focus on how you can best prepare. Advanced placement changed my life and changed the lives of all my friends, and I truly believe that it has changed the lives of so many of my students. This is an opportunity that you don't want to waste. Don't get bogged down with the negative. You prepared the whole year, and this is your moment to shine. I don't care how long the exam is. I don't care what the topic is. You're going to kick butt. I know it, but that's if you stay focused on resources and friendships and connections that are intended to build and not destroy. So let's focus on the positive. There's way too many negative things going on outside right now.
So one thing that my class does every Friday is we celebrate Friday by having a Feet Up Friday, and we just all put our feet up for the minute, just think about the hard work we've done, and here are some of our Feet Up Friday pictures. So I would invite you, if you want to send in some Feet Up Friday pictures for next week, we will feature your class, but just take a minute and celebrate the work you've done this week. We appreciate you being with us. We are rooting for you, seniors. We love you. Have a great weekend. Oh, and Monday, we're going to be back. We're going to be doing prose lessons on Monday. So we'll be talking prose and specifically focusing on question 2. Have a great weekend.
Have a great weekend, everyone. We love you guys. Be safe. Goodbye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the AP Lit video session. Happy Monday. We're glad you're with us today. I'm Susan Barber from Atlanta, Georgia, Grady High School. And look who's back with us today. My co-teacher, Bear, has decided to join class today. With me is Mr. Escobar. And when I hand it over to him, I want to ask him, this is how we do roll call in my class every Monday. I say, instead of saying, here, I want you to tell me something good that happened this weekend. So Mr. Escobar, what's something good that happened this weekend?
Oh, something good. Well, my wife grows sunflowers with her AP Bio students, and you know, they grow them from seed, and normally they learn about plant biology, I guess, right? And then they do labs at the end of the year with the flowers. But this year we have a backyard full of sunflowers and no students to do labs with. So she had a Zoom meeting with her students, and they voted on what to do with the sunflowers. So some of them were taken to our high school where the cafeteria workers are still working because they're distributing food to the community, and the other half of the sunflowers went to a local hospital here in Miami for the healthcare workers. So that's what they decided to do. So that was something good that we were able to participate in.
I love it.
There you go. So I am Mr. Escobar from Miami, Florida Senior High School. And when we first started these videos, we talked about establishing a learning community. And I that was certainly an aspiration. That was a goal of mine and of Ms. Barber's, but we are just so overwhelmed by what the response has been. This map shows just some of the correspondences that we received from teachers, including some very funny messages and memes from high school students. And what surprises me the most, and you know, Ms. Barber's a pro with social media, so this probably won't surprise her, but you know, we've hit every corner of the United States. But when we zoom out, we've also received correspondence from, I already shared Bolivia with you guys, but we also received some correspondence from a high school in China. So we are definitely very global. And thank you again for all the messages from Skyview High School and that high school in China and all over the United States. We're missing Europe. Ms. Barber, I think that they do take AP Lit in Europe. I hope that in France, in España, they're listening to us and they're learning or they're reviewing with us what the riches of AP English literature have in store. So we love hearing from you guys. Keep sending those emails. We're trying to respond to them as quickly as we can, even though Ms. Barber and I are probably receiving more than we can handle right now. But that's a great problem to have. Those are certainly heartwarming problems to have.
So let's review what we talked about last time. And we had asked you to look at this prompt, the 2018 prompt. And I'll cut right to the prompt. Either from your own reading or the list below, choose a work of fiction in which a character holds an ideal view of the world. Then in a well-written essay, analyze how the author's portrayal of this idealism and its positive or negative consequences contribute to an interpretation of the work as a whole. And so we'd ask you to write an essay or maybe just establish your line of reasoning. And there's no way that we can go over that, but let's quickly review what should be the components of your essay. So you would start with a solid thesis that address the prompt. And we had talked about your thesis is what is going to drive your argument, propel your argument forward. And from that, you will have body paragraphs that are centered around claims or insights into the text and how they fit the prompt. Now, each claim there should be a progression among the claims in which your argument builds. So you're not just arguing the same thing over and over, but there's going to be an order, a logical order to your argument and to your claims. Next, each claim should be supported with evidence from the text. And this applies to Q1, Q2, or Q3, or whatever paper you're writing. You are going to have specific evidence that supports your claim. Now, not all of your evidence in your body paragraphs are going to be the same because you'll have different evidence to support the different claims that you have. And then finally, in your paragraphs, you'll have the analysis or the explanation of the evidence. Why is this evidence important? What does it mean? What does it say about the claim? And then finally, how does it connect back to the thesis? So you should have been able to see in your essay this order and this line of reasoning and all of these components in your body paragraphs. Now, today, we're going to start working on question 2, the prose analysis. And today, specifically, we're going to be talking about characterization and specific details, what they reveal about the character's perspective, and the character's motive. Every time an author is giving us a detail about a character, it's not because they're having to be a word count like you might have had experience with in your college essay. They're not like, oh, I've got to write 10 more words. All of those details matter because they tell us things about the characters. So you'll see this can be broken down into 3 different parts, and we'll look at each of these: descriptions, dialogue, and behavior. These reveal things about the character. Remember the very top of the iceberg that we talked about. And then we also find out about characters through their agency, or if another way to think about that is what motivates them to act. Why are they acting this way or saying these things? What propels them to do the things they're doing? And finally, the character's choices, what they decide to do and how they respond to conflict. It reveals what they value. So as we think about today's lesson, we just want to think about all of these things, all of these details about characters. And what they do is they show us this range of values, beliefs, assumptions, biases, and cultural norms of the characters. The details are the way into learning about the characters. And that's what today's lesson is going to focus on.
Absolutely. And the end result is not just an analysis of that character, but how that character functions and fits in within their society, right? So it ultimately leads us to this conversation of what is it that they value, what is it that they deem important. That's where we want to land on as we explore the characters that we meet in the text. When we first open a book and we encounter characters, they're these flat, one-dimensional creatures. We don't know anything about them. I always find, for example, in a Shakespearean play, that those first few lines, if you don't know anything about the story, you're so confused. Who's speaking? Who are they? And you have to keep getting back to that, list of characters in the front of the play, because you need some context for who they are. But then we start asking ourselves, okay, who are they and what do they do? What are their actions? And once we start determining what each of these characters are doing, their actions begin to give life to them, and we begin to see them as not quite entirely fully human yet, but definitely they stop becoming stick figures. And then we look at what they say. Now we have a character on the page who has done certain things and who has said certain things, and all of a sudden that stick figure starts to become slightly more three-dimensional. And when we start to recognize this 3D figure, they eventually ought to, especially if we're talking about works of literary merit, they should crawl out of the page, right? I feel like Hamlet lives with me. I feel like he's a friend. He's someone I know. He's someone I understand, because he's not this static character. He's Harold Bloom would argue that he's more human than some humans. But these characters definitely crawl out of the page. And then when we start looking at the perspective, what is it? As you mentioned, the agency. What are they doing, and why are they doing those things? As soon as we give them these features, they become real people. So this person who initially was this stick figure, once we see what they do and what they say, they become an actual person. And here's a picture of a nurse we know, and this is our tribute to all the healthcare professionals who are definitely going above and beyond. But when you look at a healthcare professional, this is a real human being who is choosing to get up every day and going to the hospital and assisting these people, obviously putting their own health and that of their families at risk. That's not a static character, and that's our goal. I always tell students, you need to understand the characters on that page as if they were your brother and sister, your mother and father. Once you understand that they are real people, or at least representatives of real people, and that's the key, right? These are all microcosms of society at large. Then you're going to understand what motivates them, what moves them, and you're going to be able to delve deeply into your analysis. But to be able to analyze characters, to be able to speak, walk the walk and talk the talk, we need vocabulary. And so often it happens to us, it happens to adults, it happens to teachers, and it certainly happens to students, where the right word is at the tip of your tongue, or it's right there, but you don't remember it. As soon as someone says it, you're like, yes, that's the word I was thinking of. Well, it's because we don't have this character vocabulary readily at our disposal. So here's a handout which I've modified, and this is sort of like a Frankenstein handout. It probably started with probably Miss Deborah Shepard at some consultant training, but either way, this is the result of many minds at work. I would take a picture of this. I would definitely take a picture of this, students, and start looking at words. And it's not time for you to learn new words necessarily, but a lot of these words. They're just not readily at your disposal. But when you're reading, if you have recalled these words, then you're going to be able to describe the characters. So go ahead, take a picture of this.
And if I can interrupt, this PDF is included under the description of today's video, so we have that for you there.
Perfect, right? Yes, right on the YouTube. Look underneath, right? And we've divided it here into 4 components. We're not just looking. I love the iceberg example that we talked about maybe 3 videos ago. One thing is those physical qualities, that bottom left quadrant of my screen. And that's usually what we turn to. We can recognize if a character is young or old, tall or short. But what about the mental, moral, and social qualities of that character, which quite frankly are a lot more interesting than the physical qualities normally. So this is vocabulary that I think we have to have at our disposal, because eventually we want to organize our reading and our thinking into these charts. Ms. Barber and I were having a conversation just a few minutes prior to the live lesson about this transition from paper pencil test to now having a prompt on the screen, and you're all so accustomed to annotating right on the text. Well, you may have to turn to some of these charts, and we're going to talk about that in future lessons, where you might need some sort of graphic organizer to do just that, organize your ideas and organize your notes, which will then inform your essay. So for this practice chart, we will put the character's name at the top, a trait, which you could easily get from this handout here, and then the evidence. And we're talking about the textual evidence. Now remember, this is only step 1, because if you haven't figured it out yet, we always land at function. So it's not just who is this character. It's not just Esther Prynne is a woman who is carrying a baby. That description is fine, but what is Hawthorne's purpose for giving us this character within the Scarlet Letter, which matters most? We're going to use for this guided practice George Eliot's Middlemarch, which is such an easy read, right, Ms. Barber? Everyone picks this up and reads it in about half an hour after this lesson. But it's a great text, because if you are concerned about older text and figuring out the syntax patterns and the vocabulary, well, this will give you great practice for that. So we're going to use this. We're going to use Middlemarch, and this was actually the 2011 question, but I'm not giving you the prompt, and I'm not even giving you the entire passage. We're just giving you a brief sample of the text so that we can look at this idea of characterization. Ms. Barber, you like for me to read? You want to read?
You want to split it up?
Sure.
I'll start.
Okay, go ahead.
Rosamond colored deeply. Have you not asked Papa for money? She said as soon as she could speak. No, then I must ask him, she said, releasing her hands from Lydgate and rising to stand at 2 yards distant from him. No, Rizzy, said Lydgate decisively. It is too late for that. The inventory will be begun tomorrow. Remember, it is a mere security. It will make no difference. It is a temporary affair. I insist upon it that your father shall not know unless I choose to tell him, added Lydgate with a more peremptory emphasis.
This certainly was unkind, but Rosamond had thrown him back an evil expectation as to what she would do in the way of quiet, steady disobedience. The unkindness seemed unpardonable to her. She was not given to weeping and disliked it, but now her chin and lips began to tremble and the tears welled up. Perhaps it was not possible for Lydgate, under the double stress of outward material difficulty and of his own proud resistance to humiliating consequences, to imagine what this sudden trial was to a young creature who had known nothing but indulgence, and whose dreams had all been of new indulgence, more exactly to her taste. But he did wish to spare her as much as he could, and her tears cut him to the heart. He did not speak again immediately, but Rosamond did not go on sobbing. She tried to conquer her agitation and wiped away her tears, continuing to look before her at the mantelpiece.
I love this passage
it's
so
a great
much.
Passage, right? Yeah.
So here we have character studies.
Oh, absolutely. Both of them, right?
Yes.
And the dynamic between the characters. We have a couple who are having financial difficulty, and the husband has decided to essentially pawn some of their things, and Rosie is just not having it. She's not dealing well with this, and she wants to ask Papa for money, right? And Lydgate says, absolutely not. We're not going to do this. We're going to be fine. She starts crying. That melts his heart, and well, you have to read the whole 2011 question too to find out what happens, or read Middlemarch. Like I said, you can get that done in about half an hour. But our focus today is about characterization. So we decided to go ahead and do some highlighting, do some textual annotation here. And I want you to look for a second. Let you can just pause for 5 seconds and see if you can figure out why we have done the colors as we have. I'll tell you that the easiest one to figure out is probably this, I don't know my colors, teal maybe, greenish blue, dolphin's color maybe. Here we have dialogue, right? And we go back to how do we know about characters? We know characters because of what they say, what others say about them, what they do, and what the narrator chooses to share with us. So here in this color, we have things that she has said herself. In green, we have highlighted the things that she does. She releases her hand, she stands 2 yards distance from her husband, her chin and lips begin to tremble, so on and so forth. And in yellow, we have the details that the narrator has shared with us. And look, there's no right or wrong when it comes to annotation. You might see things that we didn't point out. We perhaps saw other things that we chose not to highlight because it gets too crowded. The idea is to have a system for your note taking. And again, if you're going to do this on the computer and you don't have the exam in front of you and you're taking notes, you might have these 3 categories. If this year's prompt is about characterization of some sort, then you may want to have a section on your notes for the things that they say, the things that they do, and the things that the narrator shares with us, and you start jotting things down, even if it's just line numbers. We're going to work quickly here. But ultimately, for these things to make sense, we have to go back to our chart. Okay? And all we've done is we've taken, here we annotated the text, right? Then we take that annotated text and we convert it to the chart. It's just to organize our ideas. Again, what the character says, what the character does, and what the narrator reveals, and we put in our evidence. But what's missing, this isn't the end all. It's not about us recognizing the character of Rosamund and what she does, and what's the end result. If you recall our purpose all the way at the beginning of this video is to get at the values of this society. So we're going to modify this chart now, and we're going to do this. We're going to select a trait for Rosamund, right? It might be that she is maybe insecure, maybe she's concerned, maybe she's selfish, maybe she's spoiled, maybe she's worried. Manipulative. Oh, that looking at the mantelpiece is definitely on purpose. So she knows what's happening here. And then you're going to place the textual evidence. But look at the commentary, and we put it in bold for a reason. What do we learn about the values, beliefs, assumptions, biases, and cultural norms represented by Rosamund? When you get to that answer, you're getting to the heart of the passage. You're getting to that golden nugget. You're getting to what the development committee is wanting you to discuss, right? Which is not just the description of the character, but how is it that through this character we understand society, and in turn we understand George Eliot's purpose for writing Middlemarch, or at least the purpose for this excerpt, right? Perhaps not the entire novel. So let's go over what we've talked about today. Okay, we're talking about characterization, and what are the things we need to remember, Ms. Barber?
So remember, we're looking at what the character does, what the character says, what are the specific textual details that the author has given us about the character. How do they describe physically, emotionally, psychologically? And we have that great chart that can help steer you in that. If you can't find the right word, then think about their background, the below the water things that we don't see, like what's going on that we don't see that contributes to what they're doing. And finally, this whole piece of agency. So why are they acting this way? What is motivating them? What's propelling them to act either against the conflicts, react out against it, or submit to it? Why? We want to get to the why. It's not enough, like Mr. Escobar said, it's not enough to just identify things, but we have to take it the next step. Why is that important? So today, we're hoping that what you'll walk away from this lesson with is a way that you can just jot down and organize these ideas and these traits about a character. What do they say? What are they doing? How does the author describe them? And then give some specific text evidence. And then, most importantly, think about what that means. What do we learn about the character through these specific textual references?
And if we focus on just the physical aspects, we're going to be left with having not much to say, right? Because most of what Eliot is giving us is so subtle. Maybe it's not subtle, but it's definitely not physical, right? It's a lot more of her mental, moral, and social qualities that we're getting than any of the physical qualities. I mean, we know that she's a woman, and we know that she's standing, right? But there's not much more. But if we go to the mental strategies, could she be clever here, right? Could she be precocious, maybe? Could she be cunning? Could she be, I don't know, what else can you pull from? I think those might work, right? Depending on how we're reading this. And for the moral one, is she idealistic, self-centered? Yeah. Inconsiderate might be good as well, right? I don't know if deceitful is right for this passage. It might be too much, but there's definitely some manipulation going on, right? But these are so much more interesting than the physical ones for this particular passage.
So tonight we're going to have you do this with another passage, and this is from the 2009 prompt, The Street. I love this prompt, and this is attached below as well in a PDF. But we're going to ask you to look at this passage and think about the character of Ludi Johnson, and do the same thing that we did with today's passage. Find the different adjectives that describe Ludi Johnson. What's the text that you use to get to that adjective? And then, most importantly, what do we learn about Ludi Johnson's character based off of the text evidence? So we're going to ask you to think about that, to work on that tonight, and then tomorrow you'll have a heads up because we're going to be using this prompt in tomorrow's lesson on setting as well, and you'll be able to see how those two things really fit together nicely. And we're not just looking. I sound like I'm from Atlanta. We're not just looking at, the goal is not just to pull out a character or pull out the setting, but it's how do all of these things piece together and work together.
Yeah, I'm afraid that perhaps some of the students who try to write this tonight will fail to see the connection between what we did today and this specific homework assignment. Perhaps we should read it, and I think it'll help students realize something that you and I saw rather quickly, right?
Okay.
As we read it, I want you all out there to focus on when and where we first meet Ludi Johnson and exactly how much we are told about her, because that is critical. If we fail to see this character, how could we possibly write about her? So let's begin. There was a cold November wind blowing through 116th Street. It rattled the tops of garbage cans, sucked window shades out through the top of opened windows, and sent them flapping back against the windows, and it drove most of the people off the street and the block between 7th and 8th Avenues, except for a few hurried pedestrians who bent double in an effort to offer the least possible exposed surface to its violent assault. Ms. Barber, do you see Ludi Johnson there at all?
I was just about to ask that. No.
Where is she?
Exactly.
Right.
You want me to pick up here?
Go ahead.
It found every scrap of paper along the street. Theater throwaways, announcements, advances, and lodge meetings, the heavy wax paper that loaves of bread had been wrapped in, the inner wax paper that had enclosed sandwiches, folded envelopes, newspapers, fingering its way along the curb. The wind set the bits of paper to dancing high in the air, so that a barrage of paper swirled into the faces of the people on the street. It even took time to rush into the doorways and areaways and find chicken bones and pork chop bones and push them to the curb.
We must be crazy to ask students about characters when we haven't even, what if she's not even in this passage, right? We keep reading, but definitely what you just read, I didn't see Ms. Johnson, and it's definitely about the setting, but not about the character. I'm very confused right now. It did everything it could, the wind, that is. It did everything it could to discourage the people walking along the street. It found all the dirt and dust and grime on the sidewalk and lifted it up so that the dirt got into their noses, making it difficult to breathe. The dust got into their eyes and blinded them, and the grit stung their skins. It wrapped newspaper around their feet, entangling them so the people cursed deep in their throats, stamped their feet, kicked at the paper. The wind went back again and again until they were forced to stoop and dislodge the paper with their hands. And then the wind grabbed their hats, pried their scarves from around their necks, stuck its fingers inside their coat collars, blew their coats away from their bodies. No Ludi Johnson.
But now we have a shift. Here we go. The wind lifted Ludi Johnson's hair away from the back of her neck so that she felt suddenly naked and bald, for her hair had been resting softly and warmly against her skin. She shivered as the cold fingers of the wind touched the back of her neck, explored the sides of her head. It even blew her eyelashes lashes away from her eyes so that her eyeballs were bathed in a rush of coldness, and she had to blink in order to read the words on the sign swing back and forth over her head.
So we do have Louis Johnson in the text. And what we also learn is that Louis Johnson is one of the people on the street. If we go back to those, this is a hint for the students. If we go back to the first 3 paragraphs, they have been talking, or the narrator has been telling us about the conditions and the efforts and the actions of the people on the street. And if Ms. Johnson is one of them, then every time that the speaker spoke about people in the first 3 paragraphs, we can assume that that's what Ms. Johnson was dealing with as well. Each time she thought she had the sign in focus, the wind pushed it away from her so that she wasn't certain whether it said 3 rooms or 2 rooms. If it was 3, she would go in and ask to see it. But if it said 2, there wasn't any point. Even with the wind twisting the sign away from her, she could see that it had been there for a long time because its original coat of white paint was streaked with rust, where years of rain and snow had finally eaten the paint off down to the metal, and the metal had slowly rusted, making a dark red stain like blood.
Yeah, and now in this paragraph, we really are seeing some evidence that really tells us about her, where you can really dig into not just assumptions about how she was earlier on the street, but now why is she acting this way? It was 3
agency, right? Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
It was 3 rooms. The wind held it still for an instant in front of her and then swept it away until it was standing at an impossible angle on the rod that suspended it from the building. She read it rapidly. 3 rooms, same heat, parquet floors, respectable tenants, reasonable.
Well, I like that we're ending with that word. I think it's reasonable for us to give this passage to students and tell them, go write about characterization. Listen, we're talking about the AP English Literature exam. We don't expect for the College Board to present us with something that's obvious, evident, on the surface. We know that we're going to have to dig. We know that we're going to have to put all of our skills and all of these lessons into action in order to succeed on this examination. So here's a prompt that you would think is not about characterization. It's clearly one that's about setting, but there is a character there, but we have to dig. We have to be persistent, and we have to dig, and perhaps we have to reread. Once you recognize that Louis Johnson is there, you need to go back to the beginning and see that we were talking about her all along. She is a representative of those people who are on the street despite the circumstances. And I don't want to say too much about setting because that's what we're going to deal with tomorrow. But again, for tonight, you're not writing the essay. You're simply completing this chart. We're very interested in what you have to provide as your commentary. And again, use the chart that or the table with all the adjectives that's posted underneath the YouTube description so you can get to all those adjectives if you're getting stuck with finding the right ones for Ms. Johnson.
So if you know somebody who does not have access to the internet or a device, please get this information to them, and College Board is going to do the best they can to make sure everyone has access for the exam. So once again, it is always a privilege for us to spend this time with you, and we hope that you have a great rest of the day. We're looking forward to digging into this prompt and talking about it more tomorrow.
Bye, folks. Take
See
care.
you later.
Hello and welcome to today's AP Lit session. I am Susan Werber from Atlanta, Georgia. Here's my co-teacher Bear. He's hanging with us again today. We'll see if he makes it through the whole lesson. We're excited that y'all are with us. I wanted to give a shout out to Miss Adams' class in Oklahoma. I hear that they have been watching, and then they're also on a Google Hangout talking about things as we're doing this. So glad y'all are with us today. I'd also like to say thank you to my personal sponsor, Coffee, who has got me through all of this. I don't know about y'all, but I've been relying on coffee these days. So with me today, as always, Mr. Escobar. How are you today?
I'm doing great today, actually. Today we're talking about setting, and you're in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm in Miami, Florida, and sometimes we think that the world is very small, right? We live in our corner of the world. We live within the confines of our classroom. I know that I feel sometimes that I'm working in isolation because you close that door and it's you and those kids, and we're going through these novels. But today's lesson is about setting. And I want to update the map that we showed yesterday because we left a lot of places out, and these are, I'm sure we're still leaving some places out, but these are some of the emails that we have received, or the locations of emails that we have received from different places in the United States. And what this tells me, there's various ways of interpreting this, right? It definitely tells me that we're not alone. It tells me that we're all studying literature. It tells me that we're all united and connected. I would like to see more people from Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, Utah, New Mexico, Arizona. I don't know if maybe they're still in school or maybe they got this and they don't need these videos, but this is all about community building. So if you know that there's students out there, make sure that they're tuning in because we like to say hello to them as well. It also tells us that we're facing this, this experience, this COVID-19 crisis together. And it's not a Miami thing, and it's not a Georgia thing, and it's not even a thing of just the United States, right? We got in now emails from Bolivia, Albania, Jordan, and China. And these are just representatives of, thousands and thousands of schools and millions of school children out there who are, in their homes, worried, perhaps even bored a little bit, but definitely facing this together. But this is just such a beautiful testament to the fact that we are all coming together, whether we're in Whitman Academy in Georgia or Mrs. Phelps students in Albania, Beijing number 4 high school. It's really incredible that despite the difficulties, we come together every day for about half an hour. We discuss literature and we make each other, perhaps for a slight minute, forget about some of the more horrific things that are happening in our community. So here's a shout out to the world. Thank you for joining us, and we're going to explore setting, which is really appropriate since we're looking at maps right now. Oh, we lost the teacher. Okay.
So let's look. Yesterday we talked about the street, and we talked about characters. How do we learn about characters? How do we read text, pull details from a text, and then use those details to assign a trait to a character? And then, more importantly, what does that tell us about the character? How does that fit into an overall story? So we could look at this passage, the street, and talk about the character of Louis Johnson. Do we want to read this now, or do we want to read it at the end?
Let's read it at the end.
Okay.
So that we can read it for setting afterwards.
Right, perfect, because we read it yesterday. So yesterday you were supposed to look at this, read this passage. We had read it yesterday also, and think about Louis Johnson and how she is characterized. And here are some details that we will. Now, these are not the only details. These are just ones that stood out to us. So if you have different details, if you notice different things, that does not mean you are wrong. There's lots of answers here. There's lots of evidence here. These are things that stood out to us. So even before she's introduced as a character, we see that the wind drove most people off the street. They were bent over double, discouraged. So we see how this wind is treating all the other people. And we can assume like the wind is, she's encountering the same harshness of the wind. She is one people on the street. Then she's introduced, and we see how the wind it suddenly touches her on the back of her neck, and it makes her feel naked, bald, and she shivers, and her eyeballs are bathed with coldness. So now we see her personally encountering the wind. And even though the wind is twisting a sign away from her, she perseveres. And at the end, it ends with this one word, reasonable, that will work for her. So what do we learn about her through this? So yesterday we said try to come up with one adjective when you look at these details. And the character trait that we came up with to describe her is determined. And so some of the evidence that we saw, it drove most people off the street. I heard that she shivered, her eyeballs were bathed in a rush of coldness. She read the sign rapidly. So now we have the trait, and we have the specific evidence that we were able to figure out this trait from, to assign this trait to. Now we're going to give the commentary or the explanation of this.
Before you read the commentary, let me stress something you mentioned. You had talked about the annotations and the highlighting, and that students out there may have highlighted different things. It's the same thing with the trait. Is it not determined? Is not the right word. You could, and as a matter of fact, this is a simplified version of what we would expect you to do in your essays. We're not looking for one character adjective. When we think back to yesterday's video, the whole point is to treat these characters as three-dimensional figures, and you don't get that by just pinning them down with one word. We need multiple adjectives, and preferably adjectives that are not simply synonymous with each other, but adjectives that really help to flesh out this character. So again, just like Ms. Barber said about the highlighting, it's the same thing with the trait here. You could have 5, 6, 7 traits, and that's just adding to the complexity of your interpretation of Ms. Johnson.
Yeah, so we're just pulling out one specific example, but that's a great point. Like, you should have several because we want to show the depth of a character and how they're complex. I mean, like, if you think about us or you think about yourself, we can't be defined in one word. It would take several traits to describe you, to describe me, to describe Mr. Escobar. So we're just pulling out one for time's sake. But whatever your evidence is, that's what's going to lead you to your characterization of the person. So in this specific example, we say she's determined, and we give the evidence, and now we'll look at the commentary. Despite the unrelenting attack of the environment, which had already driven, quote, most of the people off the street, beautifully embedded there, Ludi Johnson is determined to seek shelter for her family. Her steadfastness speaks to, and now we're going to get to this motivation, this agency. Why is she doing this? Her steadfastness speaks to her commitment to those whom she loves and to the honorable nature of Miss Johnson herself, while also suggesting that she's accustomed to facing seemingly insurmountable obstacles. So now we have taken this evidence, and we've taken this one trait that we've assigned it to this evidence, and we've explained how we got there. And then if we had other traits, then we could talk about how these traits work together to form a full character or a multidimensional character.
And if we're talking about progression of ideas, a logical progression, then which trait do you mention first? And is there a reason for mentioning one or the other? Ms. Barber, you brought something up, and I know we're going to have a video lesson on this later on, but you cheated a little. You're showing us how smart you are, because you talked about the embedded quotation. For those students out there who may not know what you mean by that, can you maybe elucidate that a bit?
So where in the commentary where you say, which had already driven, quote, most of the people off the street, that is just written, that quote is written just straight into your thoughts. You're not pausing and saying, the author said, or the author describes Ludi Johnson as, quote, this, and you set it off with a comma, or you set it off with a colon. You're just pulling out a few words, and you're putting it right in your writing, in your thoughts. And I love when you do this, because I think that really lets you get down to some deep level analysis, because you're pulling out really specific phrases and specific words and integrating them with your thoughts, and it's just this seamless flow between the two. But again, we'll have a whole lesson on that.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, because I think it's important for students to start thinking about how it is that they include the evidence into their essay. And just like when we talked about thesis statements, that they are, what was your analogy? There's the roadmap, and then there's the engine or the brownie, right? The simple, delicious brownie, perfectly good brownie, and then there's that great monster brownie that everyone would love to have in front of them right now. Just like there's differences there, and just like there's different levels of sophistication in the creation of a thesis, there's different levels of sophistication in the way that you present your evidence in your writing. So I would definitely want all students to tune into that video lesson, whatever it is, you're going to check out the calendar, because I think that's something that's really going to elevate your writing.
Yes. So today we are going to shift from characterization, and we're going to talk about setting. And specifically what we want to do is to identify and describe specific textual details that convey or reveal a setting. And then, by now, we don't just stop with the identification. We need to understand what is the function of the setting in this specific text. So details in a text can reveal specific aspects of the setting. Those are the things we're going to be looking at. How do we identify that? The location, time of day, year, season, geography, culture. But then we have to take the next step. Why are those things important? And often the setting establishes mood or atmosphere in the text. Sometimes the setting, I think about Frankenstein, sometimes the setting, it really mirrors what's happening in the character's heart. So we see it that way too. So that's what we're going to be talking about today. We want to, by the end of this lesson, to be able to evaluate setting, because it allows us to determine the values that are significant in a text. Sometimes we'll even see passages, and I think we're going to look at an example today that have conflicting setting, and then we have these contrasts that really highlight things for us.
And we see the level of sophistication here, right? Where we start with a description, identification and description, we move on to function, and then the possibility of having multiple settings in one text. I mean, that's a lot for us to juggle, but honestly, it makes it more interesting, and it gives you more fodder for your essays. So the more sophisticated the setting, I think the more that we can capitalize on it for our interpretation of text. So as we enter the guided practice section today, let's talk about what setting is. Let's talk about what we normally think of a setting. And when I'm trying to think back to elementary school, when I think of setting, I'm just thinking of place, right? I'm thinking here we are in New York, or in Washington D.C., in Disney World, at the park, at the fair, up on the mountain, by the beach, staring at the sunrise and the snow. It's so easy, I think, to look at a picture and recognize where we are. And we're just talking about the physical description of the setting. And this takes us back to what you were saying in that first bullet: identify and describe the specific details. That doesn't take a lot of thinking. It doesn't take a lot of effort to be able to stare at this. You may not know the exact location, but no one is asking you that. It's just, hey, where are we generally, and can you describe the place? So if you look, let's say, at the bottom left-hand corner, we can say, oh, I see mountains, I see trees. That may be water or clouds. It's actually clouds. We're up in a mountain here. But that didn't take much effort. What Ms. Barber was telling you is, once you have done this, and we start here because we have to ground ourselves, right? We have to know exactly where we are before we start talking about the function. But it is the function that is significant here. It doesn't matter that we're in Denmark. It doesn't matter that we're in Scotland. I'm thinking of Hamlet in fact. It matters, well, why is that significant? Why is that setting significant? What are the values of those places? What are the political situations of those places in that time period? That's what Shakespeare was capitalizing on by placing these characters in those situations. Of course, there are also some historical context there that he's also capitalizing on. So what can setting do, right? We spoke about characterization yesterday, and we started with giving you the vocabulary. By all means, that was not an exhaustive list, but we gave you the words to use, right? So if a teacher tells you, describe this character, you can quickly turn to that sheet, or that, you take a picture of it and say, well, that character is, and you start picking out adjectives. Well, the teacher asks you, what's the function of the setting? Well, what does the answer sound like at that point? Well, a setting could act as a character. There are a couple videos ago, I mentioned the 100 Years of Solitude and Ursula. That the house, the Wendiga house in that novel, is a character. It evolves, it changes, it regresses, it progresses, and it affects the inhabitants. So it's functioning at the level of character. It can affect character action and motivation. I think we see that all the time in stories. It can illustrate irony, right? How are the events peculiar or funny or unexpected because they're taking place where they are taking place? Ms. Barber mentioned it mirrors the plot, and I want you to think about that. What did Ms. Barber mean by that? I want you, perhaps a lot of you have read Kate Chopin's short story, The Story of an Hour, and in that one, if you've read it, if you haven't, it'll take you 10 minutes to read that short story, but maybe a lifetime to study it. It's a great one. But in that one, there's a moment where the Mrs. Mallard, the protagonist, is in her room, and she's looking at an open window, and there are birds, and there's sunshine, and spring is in the air, and she's feeling absolutely happy and liberated. So there you see the relationship between what's happening to human beings, and there's a term for that, and what's happening out in nature. So that's what, correct, Ms. Barber? That's what you were referring to there. Right, symbolism, and perhaps the symbolism could be tied sometimes to that mirroring plot. But is the gloomy day, the cloudy setting, or is it raining, and we're in this period of rebirth for the character? That's where setting may act as a symbol. It could reveal the nature of the characters. Why is it that this character is drawn to this setting, for instance? And I'm thinking of in Paradise Lost, pandemonium, that sound that these spirits make when they're in hell and they're in these caves and they're lamenting. But the fact that they are there says something about who they are. I had spoken about Linden Hills a couple of videos ago, and the inhabitants of Linden Hills live where they do because of what they do and who they are or who they have become. So that's another interesting connection there between setting and the nature of the characters. And I think we all can agree that setting sets the atmosphere or the mood for a particular story. So if this is what setting can do, well, what should we do, right? What should readers do when we encounter setting, when we read a story and we can recognize where it takes place and knowing that setting can do all these things? Well, the answer is simple. Question everything. That's really what we have to do when we encounter text. What is the significance of time? What does the physical location suggest? What are the implications of the weather? And how are these various settings, if there are multiple settings, how are they juxtaposed? And what does that friction or coming together of these two settings reveal about the characters and the thematic concerns or the central ideas in the text? This is a lot. And this is a slide that I want every student to take a picture of. And I'm assuming some teachers will take a picture of this one because I think that it really organizes the possibilities for setting and our task as readers when we're thinking about setting in a text. It's not just about where we are, but it's about the function of that setting.
Yeah, and I was going to say at the end of the week, I will drop a document in our notes, and maybe I'll go ahead and put it every day, but it will have all of the central questions for each of the elements that we're dealing with. So the questions for characterization, the questions for setting, the questions for point of view. So I'll have a document. I already have it. I just need to share it, and we'll put it in the description link.
That'll be very useful for everyone out there, and it'll be found in the YouTube description at the bottom. Yep. So we've already discussed about regarding setting that we can look at it and describe it and identify where we are. We've already discussed the function of setting, and we have to organize our ideas. And if you've seen a pattern, we've developed these charts now because I think it's important for you to think as you're reading, annotate the text if you can, and then organize those ideas into something that can be useful tool for you once you sit down to write your essay. I think it's self-explanatory, but I'll let you guys take a picture of it if you want to replicate it on your own time. We're going to put it into action though. We're going to look at George Orwell's 1984. By the way, here's a picture of Anne Petry's The Street. Highly recommend it. This was your homework assignment, so it comes from this novel. And now we are going to talk about, this is like our commercial break where we talk about.
Do you have every book written?
Just about 2,000 of them. Not every book written, no. We have 1984, George Orwell. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with that. And later on today, in case I forget to bring it up, we're going to talk about Paul Marshall's Ground Grove Brownstones, a great novel. And we had spoken about Toni Morrison earlier in the week. Was it this week or last week? I can't keep my days straight anymore. I don't feel that bad because I know you can't either, folks. But we spoke about Toni Morrison. She passed away, and it was such a loss, right, to the world, to the literary world for sure. And Paul Marshall passed away within the same week or month as Toni Morrison. So we lost two incredible literary giants very close to each other. And I believe that there was an article written about the loss of these two women, but amazing figures in the literary world in the New York Times. I think perhaps Lee Kat wrote the article. It was just a great memorial to these ladies. But here we have George Orwell, 1984. And let's read it. I'll begin if you like. It was this is from the beginning, from the very first two paragraphs in the novel. It was a bright cold day in April, and the clocks were striking 13. Winston Smith, his chin nuzzled into his breast in an effort to escape the vile wind, slipped quickly through the glass doors of the mansions, though not quickly enough to prevent a swirl of gritty dust from entering along with it.
The hallway smelled of boiled cabbage and old rag mats. At one end, a colored poster, too large for an indoor display, had been tacked on the wall. It depicted simply an enormous face, more than a meter wide. The face of a man about 45 with a heavy black mustache and regularly handsome features. Winston made for the stairs. It was no use trying the lift. Even at the best of times, it was seldom working. And at present, the electric current was cut off during daylight hours. It was part of the economy drive in preparation for hate week.
Exactly. I'm going to take a break right now and share something with you guys because we are live, we are connected. People saw the map we showed earlier, and we're represented, folks. Okay, we heard from Utah and Montana, so hello to Utah and hello from Montana. And we heard from the teacher in Albania who said she teared up and she loves the connection with literature. And something she stated is the connection to humanity, and that is what literature is about. I try to talk to my children about it all the time. When we're reading stories, we're reading people, right? We're reading people.
I got a Toronto, Canada email too since we started.
You know, Ms. Barber, I think our job is done, right? I think we've connected the world. We're not alone, people. We're not alone. We're not alone in this crisis. We're not alone in our love of literature. So keep the emails coming. I don't even know. I guess they go to our school website. We don't advertise these things. It's just our humanity, I guess, drives us together and not apart, which is a wonderful thing. So let's go back to Orwell. Talk about humanity in 1984, which is an interesting concept. We've read this and we're talking about setting, and there's a lot of different details, but it's important, I think, for us to know that not all the details are about the place. Not all the details are about the description of the location. Look at the last thing we highlighted here. These this place, these people are preparing for hate week. You mentioned something, Ms. Barber. Part of the function of setting is getting to the values of the people who inhabit the place. Here we are in these life lessons. I thought we were just talking about literature. We're talking about humanity. We're talking about our connection to each other, though we're miles and miles apart. These people are preparing for hate week. What does that tell us about the place? And how is that not significant to what Orwell is commenting on in 1984? So setting is much more than just place. However, if we organize this, we're going to see that we're actually talking about two places. We get descriptions of the outside. We also get descriptions of the building he enters, the Victory Mansions. And the way that we organize things here is, the description is where we, in our own words, pick out details or give a description of the location, but then we ground ourselves in the textual evidence. And we took that directly from the text, but then we talk about function. But and I think they're getting used to it now. We're not always giving you answers. Sometimes we give you no answer at all. That's when we're the happiest because you got to do all the work. But sometimes we meet you halfway. So here's an instance where we're going to meet you halfway. We're going to say that the environment that surrounds the speaker is, or the character, rather, perhaps you should have said, is uninviting and oppressive, ... Right? Like we can add some more to that. If you want to have an idea as to what else you could add, rewind this video later, watch it again, and look at the example we gave you with Julie Johnson at the beginning when we went over the homework. And you're going to see how we can flesh out that statement a little more. But then you have Victory Mansions, which we left empty. So this is your opportunity to rewatch the video, pause, reread the excerpt from 1984, and try to fill in these boxes for yourself. But all we have here is description with some brief comment on function. But can we now take it to the values of the inhabitants, and can we connect the values and the function of setting to a central idea in the text? We get talked about how this course is so interconnected. The three questions are interconnected. This notion of the central idea in the work as a whole is a sort of question 3 language, but it shouldn't live in question 3. That's our study of literature. How is this text a mirror to humanity, to ourselves, and we as mirrors or representatives of humanity? All these things are interconnected. So don't stop at the text. Use the text as a launching pad for discussion of big ideas about the world, which is something that Ms. Barber had talked about also when it comes to essay writing. If you come up with these big ideas, don't wait to leave it for the conclusion or your final, wow statement. No, embed that throughout the text because if it's really a big idea, it's got to be central to your own claims and art. So let's see if you have been following along. For check for understanding, we're going to work with Ms. Marshall's Ground Grove Brownstones. In the somnolent July afternoon, the unbroken line of brownstone houses down the long Brooklyn street resembled an army massed at attention. They were all one uniform red brownstone, all with high, massive stone stoops and black iron grill fences staving off the sun, all draped in ivy as though mourning. Their somber facades, indifferent to the summer's heat and passion, faced apart, while their backs reared dark against the sky. They were only 3 or 4 stories tall, squat, yet they gave the impression of formidable height.
Glancing down the interminable Brooklyn street, you thought of those joined brownstones as one house reflected through a train mirror with no walls between the houses, but on the bathroom yawning, it's like one together.
So what are the details here, Ms. Barber? That's
so much set it to dig in this passage. We open July, and then we're looking down the street. A lot of figurative language even in this passage, which we'll be doing a whole lesson on that. But we have this draped ivy, morning, and then following up on the morning, the somber facades, indifferent again to this oppressive heat coming down. No walls between the houses, just vast rooms yawning. So we read that, and it does more than put us in a place. It does more than that.
It's interesting because we've been talking about adjectives, but the verbs here are incredible. The morning and the yawning, what does that say, right?
Those are my favorites. Yeah.
So we would fill in again a graphic organizer here, and we haven't done any of the work for them, right, Ms. Barber?
We have not.
We're tired. We're getting old. You guys have to do all the work.
They're big boys and big girls. That's what I say.
And again, you can mirror what we did with 1984 here, but really dig in. Sometimes when you get a whole passage, it's intimidating, right? You have to write an essay, but these are scaffolds. These are vehicles through which you can practice the skill and be successful at it before you tackle an entire essay. But remember, try to get to the values of the inhabitants and try to get to connecting the setting to a central idea in the text. That's critical.
So we're going to let you practice with that tonight. Before we do, let's debrief a little, just review what we talked about. We talked about number one, being able to identify specific details. What do we see? The location, the time of day, the year, the season, the culture of a place, the geography of a place, all of these things, identification. But that is just step number one. We cannot stop there. We have to move on and ask the question, why are these things important? How do these things expand the meaning in the text? So we move on to function and think about the relationship between the setting and other literary elements, like maybe character, maybe a central idea, maybe the plot, it could be. So next, how does the setting affect the readers of the text? And finally, how do the text various settings contribute to this overall controlling or central idea? Those are the things that you're going to be looking for and the things that we talked about today. So we're going to go back to the street and use that passage again. So yesterday, we asked you to look at Ludi Johnson and look at her characterization. Today, though, we're going to look at this passage again, and we are going to focus on setting. And what a great passage to think about setting and work with setting. There's so much in here.
And as we read it this time, we want you guys to jot down some notes on your paper. Perhaps just write down line numbers that you think that you want to go back to. You will be rewriting the full essay today because you've already looked at it. We looked at it once for characterization. Now we're looking at it for setting. You may want to complete the charts that we shared with you though before you write the essay. Okay, we're not timing you for these homework assignments right now. So let's start with the prompt. The following selection is the opening of Anne Petry's 1946 novel, The Street. Read the selection carefully and then write an essay analyzing how Petry establishes Ludi Johnson's relationship to the urban setting through the use of such literary devices as imagery, personification, selection of detail, and figurative language. Notice the crux of the prompt, how Petry establishes Ludi Johnson's relationship to the urban setting. That's why we gave you this, and we started with characterization. It's not an essay on setting. It's not an essay on characterization. It's an essay on the union between this character and the setting. If we take this character and we place her anywhere else, we're going to see a different dimension to Ludi Johnson. If we take someone else and place them in the setting, we're going to have a different understanding of the setting. But when you take Ludi Johnson, and now we know Ludi Johnson, you did homework on Ludi Johnson, and when we analyze the setting that she's placed in and we talk about the relationship, now we're going to be determining Petry's purpose for this union and for the work as a whole eventually. So let's reread it. We're focusing on setting this time.
I'll start for us. There was a cold November wind blowing through 116th Street. It rattled the tops of garbage cans, sucked window shades out through the top of open windows, and set them flapping back against windows. And it drove most of the people off the street in the block between 7th and 8th Avenues, except for a few hurried pedestrians who bent double in an effort to offer the least possible exposed surface to its violent assault.
When I'm giving this to students, and perhaps we can offer some assistance. They don't know where we are, but when you see 116th Street and 7th and 8th Avenue, and later on we're going to be talking about the theater district, a good guess. And look, all it is a guess. We don't have the whole novel in front of us when we're giving these passages, but we were told it's an urban setting in the prompt, and then with some other details. Some students do arrive at the fact that we're in New York City, and that's a good guess. That's a good guess. It doesn't say it, it doesn't state it, but if you can visualize New York City, then I think you're going to get a clear picture of the setting here. They found every scrap of paper along the street, theater throwaways, announcements of dances and lodge meetings, the heavy wax paper that loaves of bread had been wrapped in, the thinner wax paper that had enclosed sandwiches, old envelopes, newspapers. Fingering its way along the curb, the wind set the bits of paper dancing high in the air, so that a barrage of paper swirled into the faces of the people on the street. It even took time to rush into doorways and areaways and find chicken bones and pork chop bones and push them along the curb.
It did everything it could to discourage the people walking along the street. It found all the dirt and dust and grime on the sidewalk and lifted it up so the dirt got into their noses, making it difficult to breathe. The dust got into their eyes and blinded them, and the grit stung their skins. It wrapped newspaper around their feet, entangling them until the people cursed deep in their throats, stamped their feet, kicked at the paper. The wind blew it back again and again until they were forced to stoop and dislodge the paper with their hands. And then the wind grabbed their hats, pried their scarves from around their necks, stuck its fingers inside their coat collars, blew their coats away from their bodies.
The wind lifted Ludi Johnson's hair away from the back of her neck, so she felt suddenly naked and bald, for her hair had been resting softly and warmly against her skin. Nice juxtaposition there. She shivered as the cold fingers of the wind touched the back of her neck, explored the sides of her head, even blew her eyelashes away from her eyes so that her eyeballs were bathed in a rush of coldness, and she had to blink in order to read the words and the sign swaying back and forth over her head. Syntax?
Each time she thought she had the sign in focus, the wind pushed it away from her so that she wasn't certain whether it said 3 rooms or 2 rooms. If it was 3, why, she would go in and ask and see, but if it was 2, why? There wasn't any point. Even with the wind twisting the sign away from her, she could see that it had been there for a long time because its original coat of white paint was streaked with rust where years of rain and snow had finally eaten the paint off down to the metal, and the metal had slowly rusted, making a dark red stain like blood.
It was 3 rooms. The wind held it still for an instant in front of her, and then swooped it away until it was standing at an impossible angle on the rod that suspended it from the building. She read it rapidly. 3 rooms, steam heat, parquet floors, respectable tenants. Reasonable.
So that's what we're looking at tonight. We looked at Ludi Johnson yesterday. Now we want to look at the setting. And, how does the setting even, what does it tell us the interaction between the setting and Ludi Johnson? How does this add more depth to her character? What might this say about a central idea in here? So we'd love for you to explore that tonight. Jot down some ideas. Use the graphic organizer if you need to organize your thoughts. And we will pick up there tomorrow. So we're excited that y'all were with us again today. We just love hanging out with you and sharing some time that we can just dive into literature for a few minutes and just connect over literature. If you know someone who doesn't have access, again, reach out to College Board, and they are committed to helping them get what they need to take the exam. So thank you again. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And let Mayor join us. He's back. So he made it back. See y'all tomorrow.
Goodbye, guys. Hello, everyone out there. We will be starting in about 1 minute. We're going to let other people join us at this time. And in the meantime, get your books, get your notepads so that you can take good notes today during the session.
Bears with me today. We'll see you face-to-face. Hello, everybody. I know we're live. We're still just waiting a few more seconds to get the final clear to start. So hang in there. Okay, I think we just got the clear. So we can go ahead and start. Hello, everybody. Hello, seniors. We are here for y'all today and just excited to spend another day with you, thinking about literature and talking about literature, helping you review the work that your teachers have already been doing with you in the classroom. I know they've already been going over this stuff, and we just want to step in and reinforce what they've already been teaching you. I'm Susan Barber from Atlanta, Georgia, Grady High School. Here's my co-teacher today. He's hanging with us, Mayor Barber. Looks like he might sleep through class again. Mr. Escobar, I did not want to be outdone by you, so I set up my little classroom library. All my books are at school. I can't get in the building, but I put a few behind me. Not quite your library, but I'm still still makes me good to have some books around me. So before I turn it over to you, we've got so many emails, especially people Colorado, Idaho, that Wyoming, all of those states. Thank you so much. We're updating our map, but I did have to give a shout out in particular to Mr. Zoick's class from my hometown in Birmingham, Alabama. So hi, glad y'all are with us, and I'm about to lose half of the state of Alabama right now when I say roll tide. So glad we got some people from my hometown listening. Mr. Escobar, how are you today?
I'm doing great. How are you guys? My name is Mr. Escobar, Carlos Escobar from Miami, Florida, Felix Varela Senior High School. And the emails have been incredible. It's always a reminder that we're all in this together. We're being positive. We're staying focused on the task at hand. And my morning started quite early because I was able to join one of your Zoom meetings. And now I can't join all of your Zoom meetings, but I did meet a class from, actually the class from Albania invited me. So we were Zooming away in Albania, and I met some of the teacher and some of the students out there. And that was a great moment. I'd also like to say hello to Mr. Crane's class in Washington State. I know that things in Washington State have been difficult lately, but guys, your teacher's a great fan. You have a lot of support out there. So let's keep positive. And we always believe in you guys. So the map will be updated. We're gonna have a new map up on Friday, and it's incredible. Our audience, people watching in pretty much every continent out there. We're still missing some pockets of the world, but I know that as long as the information gets transmitted somehow, you don't have to let us know you're watching, but we hope you do turn to this resource as a guiding feature as you prepare for these exams. So let's get started. We start with the homework as usual. And yesterday we asked you to write the essay for the 2009 question 2 prompt, which was Anne Petry's 1946 novel The Street. Now this is a passage that we have worked on for 2 days now. First we looked at the characterization, and then yesterday we spoke about setting. And your homework as you wrote this essay was really to see how these two work in conjunction with one another. So we looked at the difficult, oppressive nature of the setting and the fact that Ms. Johnson was determined and she wasn't quite ready to let that wind stop her from her goal. But we have here 2 sample student introductions. So we're not going to go over the entire essay. You can go back to yesterday's video or perhaps the day before because we had given a structure for what an essay may look like in terms of all the different connections and the line of reasoning. That's always a good model for you to follow to see if you really have the structural components that you need for your essay. But for today, we're looking at the introduction to your homework, and it should sound something like this. And every introduction could be enhanced or rewritten. Remember, there's no single right answer. That's one of the great things about this course and the interpretation of literature. As long as your interpretation is within the realm of what's plausible, right, then you have a good chance of scoring the points. In Anne Petry's novel, The Street, Rudy Johnson is characterized, ironically. I gotta stop right there. As soon as a student does that, Ms. Barber, I'm already excited because this is telling me that it's a student who understands nuance and ambiguity, and right off the bat, from the very beginning, we're going deeper than honestly where most essays take us within the first sentence. So let's see where the irony lies. So Rudy Johnson is characterized, ironically, by the nature of her instantaneous adversary, the soul of the city. And it's this notion that the city is so oppressive, it's so against her, but that's exactly what's characterizing her. It's because she is in conflict with the city that we learn just who she is and what she's made up of. Her relationship to the urban environment is established mainly through imagery and personification, the former of which gives Rudy's perception of her situation, while the latter defines the attitude of the city towards the people who try to live in it, such as Rudy herself. The second introduction reads, throughout The Street, Petry portrays the wind as a destructive force, capable of controlling the lives of human beings. She personifies it, allowing the wind to perform actions. It rattles, sucks, delivers, finds, fingers, and grabs. Not surprising then is the fact that the wind impacts Rudy Johnson too. It lifts her hair and rattles the sign, but for an instant it relents, just so she can see the sign. Because of this, Johnson finds her way in the city. Thus, despite the fact that the wind tries its hardest to disrupt every other individual in the city, Rudy Johnson outlasts the wind because she finds her way in an urban setting despite its annoying persistence. So there you see the conflict, right? The relationship between these two forces, and yet Rudy Johnson, despite the fact that she perhaps ought to lose, right? How does a single person take on an entire city and that destructive wind? But yet she prevails at the end of that passage. So we have perfect setups for each of these. We know that the essays are going to be chock full of analysis and interpretation, and there's tremendous amounts of evidence for everything that they're setting up within these introductions. And this is exactly what we're looking for. Are we not, Ms. Barber?
Yeah, exactly. So we know just for these introductions that these students are set up to write well. And remember, when we talked about thesis statements the other day, there's a wide variety of thesis statements. A thesis statement can also be more than one sentence. So we don't just have to think about one sentence as we see here in these introductions. But the more you can give about the direction of the paper in your thesis statement, then you're setting yourself up to write a really good essay. So that's what we're looking for.
I just want to commend the students who submit these to us because it takes a lot of courage, right? To put your writing out there, and no piece of writing is ever perfect, right? Ms. Barber and
these are drafts.
Yeah, absolutely. But even adults, right? I mean, we write things all the time, and we may have an error here or there, or we pick it up a year later and we say, gosh, I wrote it that way. Why, let me change it. So absolutely, we're grateful to those students who are contributing these from Ms. Barber's class for the past few lessons. So kudos to you guys. Thank you. If we move on, do you want me to do the lesson over?
Yeah, that'd be great.
So today we're talking about something that I don't know how you guys feel out there. Is this the easiest thing to talk about, or is it the most difficult thing to talk about? Because there's a huge pitfall. There's a trap, I think, involved here. Because we're talking about plot, right? And we did an introductory lesson on plot when we were talking about poetry, or the content of the poem. But a lot of times when we think of plot, we think of summary. We think of what happened in the story. But that's not exactly how we're working the plot. At least at this level, right? At this stage in the course, we're looking at the arrangement of the plot. We're looking at how the story is told and how the different pieces are shared with the audience when they're shared with the audience. So we're looking at the order of events in order to understand the function of placing those specific plot details within that timeline, however that timeline might look like. And we're going to see different options later on. But there's a few things that we already know about storytelling. We know that pacing is a manipulation of time in a text. And later on, Ms. Barber's going to talk to you about the phrase narrative pace. And sometimes you see that in prompts. You might encounter that in an essay. And all that means, if you take those words, narrative pace, we're used to pace from gym class maybe, right? Pace yourself. Don't get tired after the first lap. So pacing is the rate at which we do something, and narrative deals with narration or storytelling. So what are the plot techniques, the writing techniques that might delay or propel the story forward? And this pacing may evoke an emotional reaction in readers. Imagine if there's a marriage proposal in chapter 5, and we don't get the answer until chapter 27, right? I mean, that might sound like a Victorian novel, right? But that sort of delay, that break in the plot, and we go off tangents, and we go off to subplots, and we go off to all these other elements of the novel, perhaps, it's purposeful. So we have to arrive at what is the function, what is its purpose, and like always, can we connect it to the meaning or a central idea in the text? Again, here we're talking about the interpretation of the text, right? We're talking about question 2, we're talking about prose, and that's going to be a challenge, I think, for a lot of you today, because you might be thinking, well, if I'm looking at the arrangement of plot, are we talking about question 3 today? Are we talking about the whole novel? And that's not necessarily true, because within an excerpt, you might have these features that impact the pace of the story or the narrative, and we're going to see some of those in a minute.
So we're going to jump into talking about structure and specifically pacing today. And like we talked about in the poetry lesson, when we talk about structure, I think that is like really some of the highest level of thinking that we're asking you to do. This is really difficult to wrap our mind around, but once we get this, it really helps us to just dive deeper into the text and to be able to have another tool and a different tool that most people don't turn to, a different tool to make meaning and have a way into the text. So let's look at plot. Now, this is normally what we think about plot when we think about plot. We follow this, this triangle, and we you have the exposition, the rising action, the climax, the falling action, and then the resolution. And that's where we normally stop on plot. And of course, these are things that you'll want to consider when you're reading a passage, thinking about it. But we want to dive deeper today because there's a lot more to plot than just this. So let's think about some other things. I've arranged today's lessons in a set of questions, a series, 3 sets of questions that you can ask yourself that'll help you dive into just this whole structural element. Question set number 1: are the order of events in the story aligned to the way that the events actually happen? So are we going in order, or is the author giving us the events out of order? And if they're not in order, why do you think the author chose to not give it to us in order? That's an intentional choice. Even if they are in order, why do you think the author chose to present it in order? Then when we think about some of the possibilities about why this choice would have been made, how can this choice relate to the setting or to the character or possibly to a central or controlling idea? So there are a couple of different ways you can see these different ways. We can have a chronological or a linear order where we start at the beginning and we just move in this very sequenced order, or we have non-linear order and it just seems to move all around. And a lot of times when we're thrown into stories like this, it's confusing to us as readers. And sometimes this intentional choice is because it may mirror a character's state of confusion, or it may add to the complexity or ambiguity of a theme that is very complex. So the next set of questions.
And I think that some students have probably encountered this already. Normally within the context of Q3, let's say you're reading a novel or a play, but again, on the exam for the second question, you might get an excerpt from one of these novels, right? I'm thinking of something like Chronicle of Death Foretold, for instance. Where do we begin? We're all over the place. There's nothing is linear, right, in that novel. We already know answers, but then we don't know other things, and we go back and forth. Or in drama, we see it as well. I think a lot of students may have read something like Death of a Salesman, and even though the bulk of that plot is moving in a linear fashion, what's going on in Willie's head is all over the place in terms of the timeline, right? And that's what you're referring to, correct? When you're talking about this non-linear narration.
Exactly. And sometimes you may even have a Q2, and College Board will give you sometimes some context up front, like this has happened in the novel, and now we're jumping in right here. And so you may be entering in, all of us are in these excerpts are just jumping in the middle, but based on what they have told us, we may be in a non-linear plot, and that
I think brings us to the importance of the prompt again.
Exactly.
Right? So many students might just say, well, I know what the question's going to be. I got to write an essay, so I don't have to focus on the prompt. But a lot of you have to, because you have to understand what the task is. So you know that you're not just writing an essay, you're responding to a specific prompt. But secondly, listen to what Ms. Barber is saying. There's information in there that will clarify the reading, facilitate the reading, help you through by giving you the context that you may be missing. Look at that second line. Where do you begin? Where do you end? It's all over the place. Well, if we were to take a cross section of that, and that's your AP exam, you can see how confusing it would be to enter that world if you don't pay attention to the context that's given in the prompt.
So the first set of questions: is it chronological order, or is the story told out of order? Why are those choices? What are the second set of questions? And this is directly related to the first set of questions. Does the author use flashbacks, or maybe even flash forwards? Maybe we're going forward in time and thinking. Maybe they're just more subtly than a flashback, but they're relaying a memory. They're subtly remembering something that happened before. And so if the answer is yes to that, then we need to ask ourselves the next question, because again, remember, it's not just about identification of these things, but it's why are they important? What do they add? So what do these add to the story, not only in content, but also in our emotions? Maybe it adds, as readers, maybe it adds suspense. Maybe the author is used to build suspense or frustration or confusion. So let's move from identification to why are they important? What is the purpose? What is the function? So here are some different examples of ways that authors may order different events or change the order of events. The first one, in media res, basically we're jumping in the middle of the story. Oh, and let me say, each of these is in a blue, and we can't show you video clips on here, but they are linked. If you go to today's notes, there should be for today your practice, and then I have all of these question sets and these notes listed. And if you will click on the blue, each of these goes to a video clip that gives you an example of this. And so I think this one, the first in media res, the first video clip is of the beginning of Ratatouille, and we're just seeing that we're dropped in the middle of the story. Well, how does that affect us as a reader to just be dropped in the action, in the middle of the action? We don't know the background, so we want to think about that. Also, flashback. This is where the writer takes us back to a prior scene in the story. So now we're seeing what's going on. We've been dropped into some action. Now we're going to go back and get the background story. Well, why didn't we just start with that and work our way up to where we are now? Why would we jump back to that? What does that accomplish in the story? Why might those scenes be told out of order? Again, there's an example. I think the example here for the flashback video is Gatsby, and it goes back and you can see an example of exactly how this plays out. Some other stream of consciousness where these are really fun to read because we don't know necessarily what's reality or what's happening in real time. I think the example of this is The Secret Life of Walter Mitty, and it's like we are just living in the character's mind, and the character is just retelling or is telling us things as their thoughts come to them. And we know, like when we think, like our thoughts are not all organized necessarily; they're all over the place. So the stream of consciousness is really a fun way to explore the story. But again, why would an author choose to do this? And then I included a couple of more. These would be more that you would framing more see in a novel. We talked about this in Frankenstein, a story within a story, or epistolary. If it's told through letters, I think this is so interesting. Like, why would an author choose to write a book through a series of letters? So that changes like who the audience is, and then that changes our perception as a reader too. Like those are just such fascinating choices to think about all of the different ways that we can present events in the order that they're happening.
I'm thinking of the color purple there, right? That's an example. And framing, there's so many literary examples of frames, right? Wuthering Heights, if I'm not mistaken, right? Is a frame story, a frame narrative. But there's tons of movies that you're saying. I think going the movie route is such a smart way of presenting this.
So you think about like Inception, and that's like a story within a story within a story within a story. Or all of my girls are like, The Notebook. Oh, The Notebook. Yes, that's a story within a story. Yeah, that's right. It's a great way to tell a story. But why would the author choose to do this? That's the question.
Yeah, and normally the frame story is one where the bulk of the narrative is the story within the story, right? So it's not so much like the mousetrap in Hamlet, right? Because that is a story within a story. But here, when we're talking about framing, we're really looking at a much smaller frame around the plot, and the bulk of the plot being that story within the story. Whereas in Hamlet, the mousetrap is just a few lines. We had talked a few videos back about Turn of the Screw, and that's another example of a frame narrative. And I'm thinking for questions to Ms. Barber, and I don't know the exam question this year. I just want to put that out there. We know the skills that are being tested, right? Or any year. We know the skills that are being tested. We definitely know the content of the course, exam description, and all these things can turn up, right? So it's important that we understand these things. Heart of Darkness is another frame narrative. I just got that note from one of our listeners, so obviously we have people out there who are listening to us. So there's plenty of examples out there of frame narratives, and we want you to be aware of these for sure.
Now let's jump to narrative pacing. This is our last set of questions. Again, I have all of these are in the notes. They're in the description below this video. This probably on Q2 is one of the best ways is for you to enter the text and talk about the manipulation of time. How does the author speed up or slow down the story? Does the author manipulate time in any way? And I have this video clip at the bottom, the Fast and Furious. I want y'all to all watch that, because this is a perfect movie example of when they're racing cars, but then all of a sudden it goes like into this slow motion thing, because the author or the director here is purposely slowing down time to build suspense, to elevate the seriousness of it. They're going to get across the train track time. And then not only do we see them manipulating time, but what's the effect of this? So all of these are factors that we can consider when we're thinking about narrative pace. What is the speed that the events occur? Sometimes you'll read stories and things happen just so fast and you cover a lot of ground really quickly. And other times it seems like things are happening very, very slowly. Well, these are intentional choices by the author. So we want to think about why would they choose to do that. Another way into narrative pace, or way to think about it, is shifts in tense or time. Does the story go from present to past, back and forth? When that happens, we can really see, we're able to compare, and we have this contrast that we can look back and forth and notice things as we start comparing the past to the present. And we are going to look at a prompt tonight where some of our characters remembering something from a long time ago. Sentence length, syntax, punctuation. When we have really short sentences, it speeds up the reading and it creates a really quick pace. So the author is moving us forward quickly. Why would they do that? Or maybe if we have longer sentences, very complex sentences, lots of these sentences on top of one another, it's going to slow the reading down. And sometimes they do this so we can really take time to think about a character or to think about how this central idea is developing. Selection and detail also. If we have less detail, that really speeds up the reading. So you may just see action, 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 action. But when we have more detail, it's going to slow down that reading. And sometimes when we have more detail, again, like we looked in the street, so we see this more detail, it allows us to focus on the setting. And then we have that nice contrast between the setting, who's almost like a character, the antagonist to Lady Johnson. So all of these are things that we can think about. How is the author speeding up or slowing down the story? And then what is the effect of this?
So essentially, you've talked to us about two different things: A, the arrangement of the plot pieces, and B, the speed at which we go through those plot points, right? And both of these, if we can make a connection to a central idea, now we're really getting into what should be at the heart of this interpretation, right? Which is how is plot being manipulated to convey something to the readers. And oftentimes I tell my students, it's difficult for us to imagine what a book meant to people, let's say in the 19th century. But maybe we're in the right scenario now. Imagine, actually, I've gotten a lot of emails from students telling me I'm reading more now than ever because I have the time, right? But all of you right now who are stuck at home, imagine if the cell phone went away. Imagine if streaming went away and cable and all these things went away. What are you going to do with your time? And imagine there's no perhaps electricity, right? What are you going to do with your time? Then you start to appreciate the value of detail and sentences. And these writers had to create masterful sentences. Where now we say, oh, this is so boring and so long. There's so much description. There's so much, because we want that instant visual and we want the end. We want the answer. No, this was an art form. The word was relished, was tasted by every member of the family. Sometimes the mom or the dad would gather the whole family and they would read, and children, kids, young children will listen to Wuthering Heights and enjoy the story because they were interested in it. And we've lost that to some extent. We have to go back to paying attention to these details and recognizing that they're trying to move us and not bore us, right? Which is what sometimes students think.
So I wanted to give a couple of examples of narrative pace because I feel like this is something that maybe you've just heard about for the first time this year in AP Lit. I won't read all of this because of time, but you'll see in this novel, Gilead, how the author uses these long sentences. And I've highlighted a couple so you can see. We'll look at the first one. In fact, I've been so full of admiration for resistance that I'd hardly been able to enjoy it properly. I feel sometimes as if I were a child who opens its eyes on the world once and sees amazing things. It will never know any names. It will never know any names for, and then has to close its eyes again. So in this novel, we have a man who is approaching death. He is very reflective. And so these long sentences and the pace that the author is slowing things down to really help us feel the reflective nature of this character. We can see that in just the sentence structure here. And then let's look at another one from The Secret History by Donna Tartt. This is not a spoiler alert. This is the opening of the novel. The snow in the mountains was melting and Buddy had been dead for several weeks before we came to understand the gravity of our situation. So we open the very first sentence, somebody has died. He's been dead for 10 days before they found him. It was one of the biggest manhunts in Vermont history. State troopers, the FBI, even an army helicopter, the college closed, the dye factory in Hampton shut down, people coming from New Hampshire, upstate New York, far away as Boston. And we see we have all of these short, quick phrases that set the beginning of the novel in this hurried tone.
It's frantic, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes, it is. So that makes us want to turn the page. It's a great way to start a novel. And it also gives us insight into this character too, just the way that they are starting the story. So those are a couple of different examples of how that plays out. Next set of questions. I said there were 3 sets of questions, but there are 4. Finally, if you're reading an excerpt, because in question 2, we are going to be reading an excerpt. When we read an excerpt, what is the beginning of the passage emphasize and why might this be important? Because remember, they're choosing to start the excerpt in a certain place. So why there? And why might the passage end where it does? And can we use this ending to write a conclusion? And I'll talk specifically about this because I think this is a great way to enter paper. That's a whole nother lesson. But let's think about the street. The beginning sentence, there was a cold November wind blowing through 160th Street. It opens right there. Why would we start there? Why would we begin? I'm a college board. Want us to begin with the wind. Well, we know we've spent a lot of time on that and we're about to look at it. Then let's think about the ending. Why end with just this one word sentence? Reasonable. We start there because we are going to be introduced to this antagonist. It puts us right in the middle of a setting and we live in a setting for a while before we even meet Lady Johnson. And we have
I do want to just chime in with one small thing. And it's not a correction. It's just something to keep in mind.
You can correct me.
Well, no, I mean 99.9% of the time we are getting excerpts, right? But they might get a complete short story too, right? And that it doesn't happen often. But the great thing about getting a complete short story is that you will get the entire thing in terms of the plot narrative, the plot structure that the author intended. So it's just a minor reminder, I guess, for the audience that they might get a complete story. But if I was placing a bet, I'd say it's an excerpt.
We're just preparing you for a great thing.
Absolutely.
Okay, so let's go on. We got to wrap this up. So like we've done in the past, here is a chart. And I'm not a live and die by graphic organizer type of person, but this is just a visual to help you organize your thoughts because we want to think about character, setting, structure, point of view. We want to think about these things, but we want to be able to quickly, and we will talk about quickly later, but we want to be able to quickly organize our thoughts. And this is a way to do that. What are the order of events, the manipulation of time, the narrative pace, where does it begin and end? And even if you're looking at a story in and of itself, we can think about the beginning of it and ending, whether it's an excerpt or a full story. And so for each of those, we want to be able to identify it and possibly describe it, find evidence from the text where we find that, because we always got to go back to the text, back to the text, back to the text, back to the text. The evidence drives our commentary and analysis. And then finally, we want to be asking these questions about function and about purpose.
Absolutely. And you mentioned the chart, and we're not necessarily married to charts. I don't do a lot in my classroom necessarily, but we have been getting a lot of questions from folks about, will students be able to annotate this year? Will students be able to print? Will students be able, all we can say right now, and and truly, it's all we know. Just stay tuned, right? I think for the next month, let's focus on the skills. Join us in these videos. We're doing a whole lot of practice, a whole lot of recall terminology and how we go about the process of dissecting literature. And I'm not going to worry just yet about the small details, the minutia of how the test will function. Those details will come, and when they do, Ms. Barbara and I are going to give you tips and strategies and all kinds of ideas. But for now, it's all conjecture, and that's something to remember. If you're going on the internet looking for the answers to these questions, like what's it going to look like, don't bother. I just think that you're barking up the wrong tree. It's just not out there. The College Board has not released it, and as soon as we know, we'll share those details with you for sure.
So go ahead. Why don't you want to do? And I talked about this, but go ahead.
Well, I think that you guys have spent so much time already with this essay. You looked at it, like we said, for characterization, and you looked at it for setting. So all we thought was, well, what an opportunity now to look at the actual structure of the storytelling. And this is something that we got started with you already, because we noticed how the character wasn't introduced till the second half of the passage, and that is one aspect of storytelling. When do you read certain details? So what we did is we started to populate this chart for you. So this would be an opportunity for you to take this picture and complete it. Or if you're watching this later on, then you can pause and then start the process. Ms. Barbara, you want to chime in here?
I don't think so. I think just, structurally we look at this, and the first part is setting, and the second part is character. Why would that be a choice? That's what we want to think about. Well, before we even think about Ludwig Johnson, we just want to be set up with this whole conflict. So it's such an interesting choice to introduce the wind, this antagonist. And usually we're introduced to the protagonist first, but to really think about why we start with the antagonist. I love shifting and starting a story that way. I think it's really interesting. So tonight, let's see, we ready?
Yeah. Well, let's debrief first. And we always talk about the questions that we should be asking ourselves. And again, the questions here are about plot, the chronology, the chronological sequence at which the plot is revealed to the audience, and what is the function, right? So I always like to look at the first bullet and the last bullet of these lists. The first one talks about the order of the sequence of the narration, and then the last one is about the relationship between the sequence and the structure of the text as a whole, and that'll get you to the central idea or the purpose. And like we've said before, take a picture of these, write them in your own words, make them your own, because these are the filters, these are the ideas that you will sort of circulate through as you're interpreting text. So the homework, go ahead, Ms. Barbara.
Yeah, I was just gonna, no, so I don't think we have time to read this today, but this is very accessible. You're going to be able to jump into it. We were the Mulvaney's. I want you to look at this and think about structural elements, think about the order that this is told, think about, you go ahead to that chart, think about the narrative pace of this and how that's accomplished. I think that's really interesting. And also, is there any manipulation of time in here?
So like we did with the street, they're not writing the essay tonight.
Let's not write an essay tonight,
Yeah, so the chart prepared, but you've been a student now for this is number 10. You know what's coming up, so you know what the homework will be tomorrow night. But for tonight, we'll be kind. There's no essay, just do the chart.
Yeah, and then we will start tomorrow talking about that. As always, if you know somebody who needs, doesn't have access, reach out to College Board. They are working to make sure everyone has equal access. It has been a pleasure to be with y'all again today. Seniors, class of 2020, rooting for you. Love you guys. Proud of what y'all are doing. And I'll see you tomorrow.
Goodbye, folks. It's been nice talking to you today.
Hello and happy Thursday, everybody. We are really excited that you're here at the AP Lit session today. We're going to be continuing just to dive into prose and talk about ways that we can get into that text and make meaning from it. But before we do, just want to let me introduce myself first. I'm Susan Barber from Atlanta, Georgia, Grady High School. As always, good to be with you. We're having beautiful spring weather in Atlanta right now. Maybe I'll be outside today when I'm doing this. It's so nice. So we've just been so overwhelmed with emails, just literally all across the world, of people reaching out to us and saying classes are watching from Weston Ranch High School in Stockton, California, Silver Creek High School in San Jose, Phoenix, Arizona, Mr. Maxwell's class, Bozeman, Montana. Heard from some more Alabama people yesterday. Ms. Burns for class from Baker High School. Love that. But one email just really touched both of our hearts. Teachers, I want to talk to teachers, and I want to talk to students. Teachers, we get a lot of email from students, and they are telling us, first of all, just how great their teachers are and how they feel really prepared, and also how much they miss their teachers during this time. So teachers, we are getting a lot of your teacher love from your students. They are really just sharing such heartwarming stories of what y'all do in the classroom every day. And we do know that we're just stepping in to reinforce the work that you've been doing all year. Students, we also just know that this is a hard time for a lot of you. I mean, it's your senior year of high school, and there's just a lot that you're missing. And we heard from a student in Parchment, Michigan, from Miss Keel's class, and they have, this student reached out, first of all, to talk about just what a great teacher Miss Keel is, but also how it's just been hard for this particular class, not only with the pandemic, but other things that they've had going on, which I think Mr. Escobar will tell you about. But students, we don't want to minimize this time. We know that you're hurting and you're grieving a lot of things now. And so reach out to your teachers. They want to support you not only in content, but they also just want to give you emotional support during this time as well. Mr. Escobar.
Absolutely. How are you guys? My name is Carlos Escobar from Miami, Florida, from Philadelphia Senior High School. And what Ms. Barber's saying is absolutely true. The content is only second to our emotional well-being. You can't learn and we can't teach unless we know that we're okay. And we've been okay because of the emails you've been sending us. And we know that you're going to be okay if you're tuning in, because we have formed this community. I sent an email out saying how much I'm going to miss you guys, how I'm going to miss Ms. Barber and everyone that we're working with once this is all over, because it has been therapeutic, it has been helpful, because we get to tune everything out and just focus on this. But Ms. Keel, you are certainly loved by your students, and all you kids in Michigan, you've dealt with the mosquito issue and the EE and the PFA, and it's been real tough for you. And perhaps that should give us some perspective that while we've been okay, you guys have been dealing with other issues. And what I told the student was that this is the first time that she can certainly be aware that we're all in it together, and we want to say hello, and we want to say that we understand how you're feeling, and we're feeling it too. Just because you're a grown up doesn't mean that you're not impacted by things. But we're going to be in it together, and we're glad that you have tuned in every single day. So hello to everyone. We're going to update the map. Now it's become a fight. Everyone wants to make it to the map. So we're updating the map, and we'll share it with you guys tomorrow. Today, let's get into our homework. All right, we're here to work. And we were looking at the Mulvaney's last night, and we were going to look at different aspects of this. And we weren't writing the essay yet. You may want to take a picture of this, because all these colors will make sense in a second once we move over to the chart. This is the chart that we wanted you to look at, because we were talking about different plot structures yesterday, how different pieces of the text fit within each other in terms of where they are positioned and the duration of the time that each of these elements is consuming within the text. So we have some information regarding the order of the events. And if you look at it, we have the identification, the things that we notice, we have the evidence, we have the quotations, and then we try try to make some statement about the function of that decision made by the author when it came to how the plot was structured. We want to reiterate at all times that there is no single right answer. There's no single right answer in terms of your observation, for example, of the evidence that you select or the function of these plot points. However, there is some things that perhaps in the identification description that we hope that your answers align with our answers a little bit. We hope that you're able to see that there was this manipulation of time, for example, with recalling past events and then moving on to future events. And we want you to have caught on, hopefully, to the stream of consciousness that was certainly critical to how the passage is presented. So again, take a picture of this, compare it to your notes, see how it aligns. All of this will be useful should you write the essay, and that's always the goal, right? You want to talk a little bit more, Ms. Barber, about the organization that you saw here?
Yeah, we talked about narrative pacing yesterday, and specifically about how much selection of detail is presented. And you really see at the beginning there's a lot of detail presented. Well, and that really slows the pace down right here, and it's going to allow us to identify with the character. It's going to slow us down and give us time as a reader to think about really what the character, where the character is, what the character is thinking. If we would have just had action, action, action in the plot, we're not really able to put ourselves in this character's position and think about that. And again, these are not isolated elements. They all work together. So this selection of detail especially goes back to our setting lesson, and we see how the setting reinforces things that the character is thinking. So all of these fit together. I can talk about this essay for half an hour.
There's so much here, and that's good. That means that there's a lot of fodder for you to pick up on for your homework. But let's go on to what we're talking about today, which is point of view. Okay, the point of view of the narrator. Both Ms. Barber and I have read for the AP exam. We scored the AP exam in the past, and we can both vouch that many times when students do identify the point of view, that's all they do. They identify the point of view, and that doesn't really take you very far in terms of earning points. Let's say on the rubric, right? There's no row for identify the point of view. The fact that you can identify it tells us that you're prepared then to speak about the function, and we keep coming back to that word, the function of the point of view. But that is really difficult if you're not used to doing it. But we're going to break it down for you so that you can say, hey, wait a minute, I know the point of view. I know I can identify it. And truthfully, now that I see these examples, going to the function is not going to take that much work. But if you've never seen it in action, you may not even know what that looks like. So we're going to talk today about the identification, but then what we say about that identification. Remember, all of these aspects are authorial decisions. The author selected to have this point of view for a reason, and we're going to get to that rationale. And ultimately, we want to have an understanding that identifying and knowing the function of that point of view is significant because it impacts our relationship to the story and thereby how we interpret that story, right? It's all about how the reader is treated by this point of view and how we can filter the information that we're given. So we're going to look at what we mean by all these things during today's lesson.
So I think the way that we'll approach point of view today is thinking about the advantages and the disadvantages of these particular points of view, because then that helps us to be aware as readers of what we're going to gain from this point of view, but also what we might be missing from this point of view. Both of those are equally important. So let's think about first person point of view. So the advantages, and this is not an exhaustive list. You can probably think of more, but here are just some key ones. The advantages is we are able to see events from the perspective of an important character. And it's really good to see things, it's helpful to see things from their point of view. We know how they're processing it in real time often. We know what they're thinking. And that gives us insight into their characterization as well. Some of the disadvantages of first person point of view is oftentimes the narrator's unreliable. And we've already had a lesson on this. And I can't even remember specifically when, but we've talked about narrator reliability. So even if it's in first person point of view, but the narrator has some different biases, they may be naive, like we talked about in the Telltale Heart, the narrator opens and says, I'm very nervous, true. You think I'm mad? Let me tell you why I'm not mad. We already know that we're going to have to read this with a critical eye, seeing that his perception may not be exactly reality.
I always think of the scenario of a car accident, for example. If you were there and you're able to relay the story, that's great because I'm not getting it from a third or a second source. You were there, but if you were the one involved in the car accident, then there's some biases there, right? You don't want to get a ticket, you don't want to be held liable, and those things might impact how you remember the story or how you tell the story. So the advantage is huge. You were there, but the disadvantage, which is might you be recalling it correctly, is a huge factor to consider. I think we talked about it with the governess in Turn of the Screw, maybe.
Yes.
That if she's a little unstable, as she says so herself, can we believe the story that she's telling us? But I love the example we have down here.
So I'm an 80s person. I graduated high school and college in the 80s, and this song by the Human League, "Don't You Want Me Baby," look it up if you don't know it. I hope y'all are all into your 80s music and know this. But each verse of the first verse gives the guy's perspective of the story, and then the second verse gives her perspective. So we can see exactly how we're only getting one perspective, and they each have a different perspective. His story. I was working. Oh, these are the same. No, they're not. I was working at a waitress in a cocktail bar when I met you. You picked me up. You shook me up. You turned me around. And so we see. Do I have these mixed up? No, I'm so sorry. Okay. Now 5 years later on, you've got the world on your feet. Success has gotten easy for you, but don't forget, it's me who put you where you are now, and you can put me back down too. And so he's saying, I made you who you are, and now you're leaving. And we only have one story. Then we go into the chorus. Now we go to his story. Yeah, I was working as a waitress in a cocktail bar. She says that much is true. But even then, now we're getting her side of it. I knew I'd find a much better place, either with or without you.
It's much better if you sing that part.
I could sing it. And in my class, I showed this video. We can't show it here, but that's what we do. We watch this video and we pause it. What's his story? What's her story? So each one gives us a different perspective. And so it's great to know what he's thinking, what she's thinking, but we have to remember that if we're only seeing it from one point of view, we may not be getting the full story. So be aware of that in first person point of view. Okay. Third person omniscient. There is a second person point of view. We decided not to address that here because it is not utilized very often, but you'll see it in Girl by Jamaica Kincaid. I was even reading The Things They Carry. There's a section of that goes into second person. So every once in a while you will see that, but we decided to not give time to that and talk about the more common ones here. Third person omniscient, all seeing. The advantages. We're going to have access to everything, past, present, future, and we have equal access to all of the characters. There's no discrimination or advantage given to any particular character. So this allows us to make objective decisions on our own about characters. The disadvantage with this is it can feel somewhat impersonal at times because we are getting that first person perspective and emotional connection to the character. So do you want to read this example for us?
Yes.
From Exit West. What a great book if you have not read that.
In a city swollen by refugees, but still mostly at peace, or at least not openly at war, a young man and a young woman in a classroom did not speak to her for many days. His name was Saeed, and her name was Nadia, and he had a beard, not a full beard, more a studiously maintained stubble, and she was always clad from the tips of her toes to the bottom of her jugular notch in a flowing black robe. We get the detail, we can draw it, but like you said, it's impersonal. How does he feel about her? How does she feel about him? What do they think about when they look at each other? Are they thinking about each other? We don't live in any of their hearts at this point.
And so, the question to ask here is, why would the author choose this over the other? These are intentional choices the author makes. There's not a right or a wrong, but why do you think the author would choose this? And again, sometimes, it allows us to see everything and form our own opinions and not feel like maybe something is being shoved down at us or heavy-handed, like this is what I want you to feel sometimes, which a lot of times with first person, we really have that strong character connection and we're led pretty easily to what they want us to feel. Here we have to work a little harder for that.
And if you want to get a sense of that, maybe pick up the book The Thief and the Dogs by Naguib Mahfouz. And there you see a prisoner being released and his perspective and his worldview. And he's very angry at the world and at his friends and his wife and his daughter and everyone. But you get sucked into his worldview because that's all we get. And then you as a reader have to sort of stand back and say, whoa, wait, what are the biases that this character has and why is it that he sees the world as he does? But that's what we get in first person primarily, right? And here we get the opposite. It's this sort of muted recalling of events or telling of the story.
So the next one is third person limited. And this is where we still have, it's not directly from the character's perspective, but we are going to have insight into one character's perspective. So the advantages, again, is broad view, but it does focus in on one character's perspective. And it may be more objective than the first person perspective because we do have this broader view. But the disadvantage is while we're able to focus in on one character, we don't have equal access to full knowledge of all of the characters. So here, Harry Potter, we can't teach AP Lit without talking about Harry Potter. Any literature class, can we, without talking about Harry Potter? Harry had taken up his place at Wizard School where he and his Scar were famous. But now the school year was over. He was back with the Dursleys for the summer, back to being treated like a dog that had rolled in something smelly. The Dursleys hadn't even remembered that today happened to be Harry's 12th birthday. Of course, his hopes had to be high. So now we see this little inside into Harry Potter. He didn't really expect it anyway. So we know that little bit about him, even though we have this third person perspective, this third person point of view. Questions to consider when we're thinking about point of view. What biases does the narrator speaker have? How broad or limited is the narrator's perspective? And how do these limitations affect our understanding of events? Are there shifts in perspective? How does the perspective highlight or reinforce a central idea in the text? What would you lose if the text was told from a different point of view or had a different perspective? And why would the author choose this particular point of view? So point of view perspective is slightly different, but I think now for our discussion and for questions to help you get into a text and roll around maybe from it, you can use both of these as ways in. Again, these questions, I don't think it's like a checklist for you to be going through a text and say, what about this, what about this, what about this? But it does give you some ways into the text. And whichever of these ways you can get into the text, it starts to help you make meaning of the text. And this may be, point of view is one of the easiest ways to jump into a text and be thinking about it. Okay, so here is a chart. Again, not that the graphic organizer is the end all, but it is a way to help you organize your thoughts. What about point of view? What about first person, third person omniscient, third person limited? Why does the author use this? Why do you think? What's our advantage with this point of view? What's the disadvantage? Why do you think the author would choose this? What about the narrator's detailed diction and syntax? What does that tell us about them? How can that relate to point of view? Narrator reliability also falls into this, and narrator's tone and shifts in tone. All of these can be related in this point of view category. So any of these will help you be able to enter a point of view and just think about why is the story being told from this point of view? What perspective do we have? What advantage does that give us?
And if I were listening to this, what I would do if I'm a student or as a teacher even, I would want to look at all the prompts that I have access to, the prompts in my portfolio, and I folder the prompts that my teacher is sending me, and maybe do a quick check. Can I identify the point of view in each of these prompts? A, and B, do I have something to say about why the author selected that point of view? And sometimes we can make a stronger argument than at other times, right? And there's maybe we should talk about the prompt for a second. Whenever they list such as, and then there's terminology. Students have always had questions about that, but of course now the exam is treating that in a different way. But let's just remember that you are the one bringing in the evidence. You are the one saying, this is my claim, and I'm arriving at this claim, or I'm going to support my claim through these observations. So if point of view is something that you think is really driving a point home, then you're going to make an argument about point of view, or you're going to use point of view to support an argument rather. But I think you need to practice this skill a lot more than just with this one video. But you have access to, again, the prompts that your teacher has given you, or look at your bookshelves, or think about the books you've read. What is the point of view in that text? Why was that point of view selected? And if you're having a hard time coming up with the answer to that, then maybe reach out to your teacher at that point to see if maybe you can get more practice than what we're getting here in one video, or with what you're able to do on your own. But it is an interesting vehicle, I think, through which to analyze an excerpt or a text.
So let's look at a short excerpt today from The Invisible Man. I am an invisible man. No, I'm not a spook like those who haunted Edgar Allan Poe, nor am I one of your Hollywood ectoplasms. I am a man of substance, of flesh and bone, fiber, and liquids. And I might even be said to possess a mind. I'm invisible, understand, simply because people refuse to see me. Like the bodiless heads you see sometimes in circus sideshows. It is though I had been surrounded by mirrors of hard, distorted glass. Sorry, I have to move my screen around. When I have been surrounded by mirrors of hard, what does that word say? Can you see that?
When they approach me?
When they approach me, they see only my surroundings, themselves as figments of their imagination. Indeed, and everything except me. Sorry about that, the way my screen's laid out. So when we think of this, let's think automatically. This should be easy. What is the point of view here? It's going to be first person. Well, why do you think Allison would choose? And we know that from the beginning. I am an invisible man. Now, why do you think this story is told this way? Why do you think he would choose to use this method, this point of view? Already from this paragraph, I think, and this is the opening, and I think we really, from the very beginning, are going to see the internal conflict. Like that is introduced immediately, pulled into the character here, and we know that a lot of this book is going to be not only about the actions that are happening, but it's going to be one of internal quest and an internal conflict, and that's what this first person point of view allows for us here. We can see other things, like if we go to the chart, and again, that's going to show us some of the complexity here. We're always trying to get at the complexity. So again,
and for the purists out there, because I'm sure we'll get this email. It's Invisible Man, right? Not H.G. Wells is The Invisible Man. And I'm sure we'll get those emails. So don't email us for that. We'll correct it.
I think I'm done.
So we're talking about point of view, right? And we need to recognize the difference between first person point of view and third person point of view, with the understanding that within third person point of view, we have multiple options, right? We can have this omniscient point of view, we can have a limited omniscient point of view. Some of you might talk about the objective point of view with third person, which is when they don't really give any insight. They just sort of comment on what they see without any opinion or delving into the characters' hearts or minds. And then we ask ourselves, well, once I've identified that point of view, where does that place me as a reader? Who truly do I have access to at that point? And do I understand now many of the characters, simply one of the characters? And at that point, how do I assess all these characters? Who is informing my opinion? And you have to fight the urge. I mean, the good writer will grab you and force you to have a certain opinion, and you have to wrestle yourself free and say, no, I'm not going to be manipulated by you. And these are some of the strategies that you may have heard in AP language, right? When you're listening to a speech, it's so easy to listen to a speech and become a bobblehead and just follow along, especially if you're not a thinker, right? If you're just accepting it as truth. But if you filter it through a series of understandings, right? People are biased, people have an objective, people have an ability to deceive, then you're going to arrive at the truth, right? It's your interpretation of things. How does a shift in point of view contribute to the development of a literary element and contribute to meaning? We're trying to arrive at meaning at all times. So let's keep that in mind. So if you cannot make a connection between the point of view that was selected and the meaning of the text, then don't bring a point of view. You're not getting brownie points by simply saying the point of view is third person. There's a metaphor in line 5, and I see a simile in line 7. Where's the analysis, right? Those are observations. Those are things you're looking at, but you're not making the connection. So we have to practice making those connections, and we're going to try to practice them tonight. We're going to look at Elena Maria Viramontes' text here, Under the Feet of Jesus. And Viramontes, if I'm not mistaken, is a professor at Cornell. I think one of my students was her academic advisor. So that was a pretty neat coincidence.
It sounds so much better when you say it than when I say it.
Well, you can go ahead and say it, because maybe the way you say it is the way we ought to be saying it.
That's great.
But Under the Feet of Jesus, we can all say that, right?
Yes.
And we're going to focus on point of view. Remember what we did with Rudy Johnson in the Street? We read it for characterization. We read it for setting. This time we're reading Viramontes' text for an understanding of what point of view is. What is the function of that point of view? How does that point of view affect us and our interpretation of text? What's difficult here is we're teaching all these skills, and we're presenting them really in isolation, right? Today we're dealing with this, and tomorrow we're dealing with that. The task of a reader is nearly impossible, right? You have to take all these skills and apply them to your reading. But that's the beauty of it. The fact that you have so many things at your disposal when you are interpreting these texts. So let's not see it as a disadvantage, but as a great advantage to the process.
I will say, as we move on into lessons next week, and the next week we are going to be looking more holistically and how do all of these fit together. So we are moving in that direction.
So let's read this. I love this text.
Yeah, I do too. This is one of my favorites. My students have already written on this year.
So what is this? When Estrella first came upon Perfecto's red tool chest like a suitcase near the door, she became very angry. So what is this about? She had opened the tool chest, and all that jumbled steel inside the box, the iron bars and things with handles, the funny shaped objects, seemed as confusing and foreign as the alphabet she could not decipher. The tool chest stood guarded, interesting, by the door, and she slammed the lid closed on the secret. For days she was silent rage. The mother believed her a victim of the evil eye. Again, focus on point of view. Don't get sucked into like the beauty of the language here. Our purpose today is point of view.
Estrella hated when things were kept from her. The teachers at schools did the same, never giving her the information she wanted. Estrella would ask over and over, so what is this? And point to the diagonal lines written in chalk on the blackboard with a dirty fingernail. The script A's had a curly Q of a pry bar, a hammerhead slit like a V. The small eyes resembled nails. So tell me, but some of the teachers were more concerned about the dirt under her fingernails. They inspected her head for lice, parting her long hair with ice cream sticks. They scrubbed her fingers with toothbrush until they were so sore she could hold a pencil properly. They said good luck to her when the Pisco was over, reserving the desk in the back of the classroom for the next batch of minor children. Estrella often wondered what happened to all the things they boxed away in tool chests and kept to themselves.
She remembered how one teacher, Mrs. Horn, with the face of a crumpled Kleenex and a nose like a hook, she did not imagine this, asked how come her mama never gave her a bath. Until then, it never occurred to Estrella that she was dirty. The wet towel wiped on her resistant face each morning, the vigorous brushing and tight braids her mother neatly weaved were not enough for Mrs. Horn. And for the first time, Estrella realized words could become as excruciating as rusted nails piercing the heels of her bare feet.
The curves and the tails of the tools made no sense, and the shapes were as foreign and meaningless to her as chalky lines on the blackboard. But Perfecto Flores was the man who came with his tool chest and stayed, a man who had no record of his own birth except for the year 1917, which appeared to him in a dream. He had a history that was unspoken, memories that only surfaced in life. No one remembered knowing him before his arrival, but everyone used his name to describe a job well done.
He opened up the tool chest as if ordering for her voice, lifted a chisel and hammer, aquí, pegable aquí, to take the hinge pins out of the hinge joints when you want to remove the door. Start with the lowest hinge, tap the pin here from the top, tap upwards. When there's too many layers of paint on the hinges, tap straight in with a screwdriver at the base. Here, where the pin's widened. If that doesn't work because your manitas aren't strong yet, fasten the vice pliers these. Then twist the pliers with your hammer.
Perfecto Flores taught her the names that went with the tools. A claw hammer, he said with authority, minding its function. Screwdriver, C, holding up various heads pointed at them. Crescent wrenches, loop pliers like scissors for cutting chicken or barbed wire. Old wood saw, new hacksaw, sledgehammer, pry bar, chisel, axe, names that gave meaning to the tools. Tools to build, bury, tear down, rearrange and repair. A box of reason his hands to write in. She lifted the pry bar in her hand, felt the coolness of iron and power of function, weighed the significance it awarded her, and soon she came to understand how essential it was to know these things. That was when she began to read. Oh, it's such a great passage.
Yeah, as powerful as it is, right? We have to keep our eye on the task, and the task is point of view. So these are the questions we want you to answer. We're not looking right now for perfectly written responses. We're not looking for an essay. Just jot down some ideas on these questions. What is the point of view of this passage? Remember, we're speaking about narrator, right? Who is the one telling us the story? How do you know? What is the advantage of this point of view from this passage? What do we miss using this point of view? You may want to rewind the video, the recording, and look at the advantages and disadvantages for each of the options, and that'll be informative for you. And why might this have chosen this point of view for this story? And the easiest way I think to answer that is, what would we miss if it were told from a different point of view? If you ponder that for a bit, then you're going to understand why Viramontes might have chosen this particular point of view. So this is your homework, and we look forward to your responses tomorrow. We're going to work with the same passage tomorrow as we look at contrast, and that's going to be the topic for tomorrow. And we're going to get into that and what we mean by that tomorrow. But as always, if you know someone out there who doesn't have technology, who's missing connectivity or devices, we're 4 weeks away from the AP exams, but now's when it matters too, because these kids need to be connected with their teachers and with us. So please do your friends a favor and reach out to cb.org/tech so that those issues could be resolved. Ms. Barber, it's always a pleasure to work with you.
Yep, same for you. And class of 2020, we love y'all. So see you tomorrow. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the English Lit session today. We are really excited that y'all are with us on this Friday as we are going to dive into some more literature and think about how we can unpack it a little. I'm Susan Barber from Atlanta, Georgia. Here's my co-teacher, Bear Barber. Once again, sleeping through class. Let's do a little grammar lesson before we start. There is a place. There shows possessions. And there is a contraction. Like there, the class of 2020 is going to the AE Lit exam this year. So I'm Susan from Atlanta, Georgia, Grady High School. Again, we are just so thrilled to see people from all over the world joining us. Shout out to Miss Briggs' class for Choctaw High School in Fort Walton Beach. That's where I go for vacation. Love that area. To Perry High School in Chandler, Arizona. And they're watching Mr. Gene's class from Lincoln County High School in Fayetteville, Tennessee. You got a really nice letter. Your students love you. And to Miss Logston's class in Noblesville High School, Noblesville, Indiana. Love all of these classes that are tuning in. And to all of the rest of you, welcome. We're excited that you're here on this Friday afternoon. Mr. Escobar, how are you today?
I'm doing great. How is everyone out there? I'm Carlos Escobar from Miami, Florida, from Felix Varela Senior High School. And normally we don't work on Good Friday, but this is indeed a Good Friday to be with you. And it doesn't feel like work. It feels like we're talking with friends and family, and that's how we're going to approach each of these sessions. I received an interesting email from Caroline from Poway High School, and she asked a good question. And tune in and listen up, everyone, because I think this is an important one for each of us to discuss and consider. Caroline asked me, what if on the AP exam this year, and we know it's going to be prose, what if the excerpt excerpt, if it's an excerct, what if the excerpt comes from a novel I've already read? How much outside information can I bring in? There's a fine balance, Caroline, and everyone else listening. First of all, the odds are that you will not recognize the passage, right? There's just so much literature out there to extrapolate.
It's probably not going to be The Great Gatsby or even The Kite Runner.
Yeah, probably not. But let's say that you have read, Bleak House or Middlemarch or something more uncommon, and you recognize the passage. I would actually warn you at that point. A lot of times we get so excited at that moment that we sort of want to show off what we know and bring in all this outside information. At all times, remember that there's a very, very specific narrow prompt in front of you, and that is the task. The task is not to write an essay on the text. The task is to write a response to that prompt using that specific excerpt. So another way of addressing the question is this: use what you know to help build your interpretation of that section of the text. In yesterday's video, Ms. Barber spoke to you about focusing on the beginning and the end of the passage. That's really important. That's a very interesting notion to consider. When they're developing these exams, they select where to begin the passage and they select where to end the passage. And perhaps there is a purpose for that, right? Or I'll say there is a purpose for that. So instead of trying to extend it and expand it beyond the confines of that the excerpt, try to live within those confines. Because truthfully, if it was selected, there's plenty there to explore and to delve into. By all means, use your outside information, but as filters to interpret what you see there, but stick to that evidence and stick to those characters and the events that are in front of you. I also want to give a shout out to Miss Samora Wiley's class in Mercedes, Texas. She tells me that she can see Mexico from her house and from her school, and that is exciting because we're certainly getting these emails from all over the place. So I'm assuming maybe number 50 over here might be her school. She's right by the Brownsville Matamoros crossing border there, and this is what we received so far from the United States. All of this correspondence, and it's truthfully so touching. And we have Canada in this picture as well. And we received some very kind emails from our friends up north. But the world has really been connecting with us, and we've been connecting with you guys, and it's really incredible that we are disconnected. And even though I'm in Miami, Ms. Barber's in Atlanta, we're facing the same things. We're facing an exam. We're facing a pandemic. We're facing seniors who are very, very saddened by what's going on. And it is a comfort to know that we're not alone, and we all have this common need to connect and common need to discuss literature. So let's do just that. So hello to all of our friends around the world. Today we're going to begin as we normally do with the homework assignment, right, Ms. Barber?
That's correct. So last night you looked at Under the Feet of Jesus. We read that at the end of the lesson. I love this passage so much. And you were, populating. We were talking about point of view. Yes, point of view. So what is the point of view of this passage? And I will tell you, Mr. Escobar went back and forth on this. Is this third person omniscient? Is it third person limited? We did determine that we think it is third person limited because in the whole first section, you can see like we have this insight into Australia and how what she is thinking and what she is feeling. She did not imagine this in line 32, and she would ask over and over. It tells what she was thinking. And so we see this whole left-hand column really is giving us insight to how she is feeling and what she's thinking about the events happening around her. So that
just
was
to share with this is the book. This is Viramontes' book, and she kindly signed it for me. She dedicated it to my son. But since then, now I have a daughter, so I need to meet her again so she can sign the book for my daughter. But this is it. A lot of people spoke to me last night about how moved they were by the language, and that's definitely what you're going to get. It's not the longest of novels, so it's certainly one that we can read and we can pick up during this time if you're interested in this one. And I highly recommend it. And you were talking, about going back and forth between limited and not limited. It becomes clear once you read the whole novel. But when you just have an excerpt, identifying it, right, coming up with a label might be tricky. But that's less important than what you do with that information, right, Ms. Barber?
That is correct. So if you put third, if you identified it as third person omniscient, do not sweat over that. We still know we have this third person narrative here, and it becomes more important with why. We keep going back to this. What is the function of that, and why is that important? And so we just went through some evidence. Why is that important though? I wonder, why would we have third person as opposed to having first person here, or even limited versus omniscient? Well, like I said, when we looked at this whole left hand column, we were really able to crawl around in Estrella's character, her heart and her mind. We know what she's thinking. We have empathy for her. We identify with how she is feeling. Is there a disadvantage of this, or what might we possibly miss from this point of view? We don't really see what Perfecto is thinking. But honestly, I think this is what helps us get into the function of this, why this point of view might be chosen. I think it's because it allows Perfecto to have this more mysterious quality about him, as opposed to us knowing everything about Australia, what she's thinking, what she's feeling. Now we have this mysterious Perfecto, and that really sets up this nice contrast between the characters. And contrast is exactly what we're going to be talking about today. But I think,
and maybe we already know everything about Perfecto with his name, right?
Well, it is. That tells us a lot. And tip, don't just read over a character's name. You have to consider names. So Perfecto, right? What does that tell us about him?
And we're doing that, and we've got to talk about Estrella too, right? With being a star. So you have the star and this perfect character. This is so interesting. And you have to make something of these names, right? Again, we don't discuss any of these things in isolation. We're talking about point of view right now, and here we are getting excited about the names of the characters. Well, that's because it all adds up to the same thing, right? It all adds up to how we interpret the text, and that is the key here.
And I love taking these individual elements out and looking at them on their own. But I'm really excited about next week and a couple of weeks after that when we're talking about writing and how all of these get together and blend together, because that's really where we make meaning of all of these. So I'm excited about that, getting ahead of myself.
Well, we thought it was important for them to go back to the prompt here, and maybe that'll give them some insight into why the point of view was important. So if I can go back just 1 second and we can look at this prompt. Carefully read the following excerpt from the novel Under the Feet of Jesus by Narrator. Then write a well-organized essay which analyze the development of Estrella's character. It's Estrella's character that we're supposed to focus on, and she's the one then who is our part of the metaphor, but she's our shepherd here, right? She's the one who's going to lead us to whatever Viramontes' purpose is here. So the fact that we're not getting this omniscient narrator who's getting into the heart and mind of Perfecto is very clear to me. He's not the one we're supposed to be focusing on. We're supposed to be, like you said, crawling into her character, crawling into her skin, wearing her shoes, however, whatever mixed metaphor we want to use here. She's the focal point, and the prompt told us that. And I think that's a way of understanding why the point of view is what it is. We're supposed to focus on her. She's going to lead us to whatever answers, if you will, quote unquote, we're supposed to arrive at.
So let's transition into today's lesson and see what we're going to be looking at. We're going to be talking about the function of contrast within a text. Contrasts are so important because once we have contrasting ideas, contrasting elements, contrasting views, contrasting characters, all kind of contrast, that helps us really dig into the complexity. Again, none of these texts are simple. If they were simple, we would not be looking at them. We are trying to grapple with things that have lots of layers and lots of dimensions to them. So contrast is a perfect way to show the complexity in a text. Contrast can be introduced through tone, character perspective, dramatic situations, setting, imagery, even way more things than this. But again, then it's not that just can we identify them, what do we learn from them? And so the contrasts lead us to showing complete values in characters or speakers, different perspectives on ideas, and even just complex interpretations and controlling ideas over the course of a text. So we're going to jump into that today. Think about why the author would set up contrasting elements, and then what we can learn from that, how we can use that to dive deeper into a text.
And I got ahead of myself. Let's look at this because we are wired to identify contrast, right? And maybe we go back to kindergarten and we talk about opposites or antonyms and things like that. And we see a series of pictures here, right? And let's talk about the faces first of all, right? So what words can we come up with these? How are they contrasting? Well, you have happy and you have sad. I think that we can agree with those. We have that one image with two fists, and then, we don't get to read all of it, but I think we can determine that it says love and hate. So we see within one, and I thought it was interesting that within one body, within these two hands, you have these contrasts because you might have that ambiguity in a character, Jekyll and Hyde maybe, right? And the center picture in the bottom right, you have the moon and you have the sun. Those are clearly contrasting images. And then at the top left, you have the desert. So what would we expect? Well, the water, right? The beach scene. And our minds, I think, automatically recognize these contrasts, right? And we're constantly trying to create these categories for ourselves, good versus evil, light and dark, big and small. We recognize these quite readily. But in literature, they're not always that obvious. And here are a few words that are jumbled up. And if you're watching this after the fact, I would like for you to actually pause right now and try to figure this out. How can you pair these? It requires a little bit of background knowledge and literary knowledge. I think we're only using text that we've already discussed here. But for those of you who are watching live, or if you've already unpaused it, let's talk about this. We have Grand Isle in the top right. And what would be the opposite of Grand Isle? What would be contrasted? It doesn't have to be direct opposite, but juxtaposed to Grand Isle. If you think of the Awakening, we open in Grand Isle, which is vacation, leisure, but then I believe it's after chapter 16. We return to normalcy. We return to propriety. We return to as the world as it should be when you're no longer on vacation. And the opposite of Grand Isle in that novel is New Orleans. We have Linden Hills, and the opposite of that would be Brewster Place. Brewster Place is a housing development, a housing community, and people at Brewster Place are really struggling to make ends meet. And the opposite of that is Linden Hills, which is this ultra high-end housing community where everyone is quite wealthy. We have Claudius and Hamlet. That's one that I'm sure a lot of you recognize quite quickly. And we have Mama and Carl Lindner. For those of you who read A Raisin in the Sun, and just an hour ago I was watching a documentary on Dorian Hansberry. If you remember, Mama wants to use the money to buy a house, and Mr. Lindner is part of the welcoming committee. And that's all I'm going to say about Mr. Lindner. But for those of you who have read that play or watched it, you know what I mean by the welcoming committee. But then we have the Montagues, and there's no pairing for that. And if you have Montagues, what would be the contrast for that? Of course, we need the Capulets, and we have Romeo and Juliet represented there. But this isn't something that you can just look at and identify, right? You have to read and you have to think about these places to be able to recognize them as contrast. And look at the top of the PowerPoint, it says identifying, right? The next part, if we were in class right now, and if I'm reviewing for the AP exam, I might tell my students, okay, Grand Isle and New Orleans, what is the function of that contrast? Why does Kate Chopin create those two settings? And how is the novella enhanced by the juxtaposition of these two places? And whether it's a presentation or an essay or a class discussion, the more we delve into that, then the richer understanding of that text comes. We have our famous charts now, right? And this one supposes that there are only A and B, right? But of course, you might have 3 or 4 things that are being contrasted here. But notice how we have a column for character and setting and perspective and imagery. And I left the other one blank. Ms. Barber told you when she presented this that first bubble, that first gray text box is only listing some of the things that can be contrasted in the text. There's no way that we can list them all. The task at hand really is for us as readers to open our eyes to those things that are being juxtaposed or contrasted. And as soon as we identify them, then we think about the function that they might serve in the text. So that's why that last column looks like that. It's for you to insert whatever else that you might see. It might be tone, for instance. It might be perhaps another set of characters that are being contrasted. The possibilities are truly endless. Because you're already familiar with Under the Feet of Jesus, why don't we look at this and try to identify some of the contrasts that perhaps you saw last night or that you might be able to spot right now. And let's look at this. We begin with Estrella. Who do you think might function as a contrast, as a foil, as a character who stands in opposition to her or who is very unlike her? You might disagree. I mean, our interpretation might be slightly different, but I'm going to say perhaps it's Mrs. Horn. I think that Estrella feels that she is different from Mrs. Horn. She is not made to feel like they are on the same page or on the same level. We also have the alphabet. We have the script A, the letter V, and all these things are being compared to all the way on the right. If you look at around line 63, the tools. There's a contrast, and it's not a contrast because these things are opposite. It's a contrast because these things are sort of placed side by side for comparison. How is the alphabet like or unlike the tools that she encounters? And it's interesting also to consider what is the development of that juxtaposition as the passage continues. And perhaps you've already thought about that, but that's definitely something to explore. We have Mrs. Horn again, and what character other than Estrella could be contrasted to Mrs. Horn? And I think it's Perfecto. I think if we look at the way that Perfecto treats Estrella with patience, with respect, with care, he's teaching her, right? And we look at Mrs. Horn's treatment of Estrella, where she's not focused on the teaching, she's focused on other things. Their behavior is definitely being contrasted here. And finally, look at the way that, and it's related to the contrasting characters, but look at the way that Mrs. Horn speaks to Estrella, right? She asked her how come her mama never gave her a bath. Whereas look at the way that Perfecto treats Estrella. Aquí, pegame aquí, to take the hinges out of it. He's very caring, he's patient, he's not condescending, and he's not offensive, truthfully, to this character. So we go back to our chart and we populate it, right? So we have 2 characters that are being contrasted, Estrella and the teacher, but then we have another set of characters between Perfecto and Mrs. Horn. Then we have the letters of the alphabet and the tools being contrasted, and we have speech patterns or dialogue. Even it's not in quotes for the first one, but Perfecto's interactions with Estrella compared to Mrs. Horn's interactions with Estrella. But this isn't the end all, right? This is just the first step where we're identifying the contrast. And if we were in class, or perhaps if your teachers are going to use this with you, or if you want to extend it yourself, now you guys speak about the function. Why are these characters being contrasted? Why are the alphabet tools being contrasted? And why is it that these 2 people speak differently to the same character? When you get to the heart of those contrasts, we're going to get into the value systems. We're going to get into Viramontes' purpose, perhaps Viramontes' claims or observations about the world, and that's where you're going to start earning those points, particularly in that middle row. Actually, it's going to make your thesis so much more sophisticated that your middle row will then become much, much richer, and we're going to be pushing towards the 3 and the 4 as opposed to the 1 and the 2 along that rubric row. Ms. Barber, should we read this together?
Let's do it. So we're going to look at an example from the Kite Runner today and think about contrast there. I became what I am today at the age of 12 on a frigid overcast day in the winter of 1975. I remember the precise moment crouching behind a crumbling mud wall, peeking into the alley near the Fraser Creek. That was a long time ago, but it's wrong what they say about the past. I learned about how you can't bury it. Because the past claws its way out. Looking back, I realized I've been peeking into that deserted alley for the last 26 years.
One day last summer, my friend Rahim Khan called from Pakistan. He asked me to come see him, standing in the kitchen with a receiver to my ear. I knew it wasn't just Rahim Khan on the line. It was my past of unatoned sins. After I hung up, I went for a walk along Spreckles Lake on the northern edge of Golden Gate Park. The early afternoon sun sparkled in the water where dozens of miniature boats sailed, propelled by a crisp breeze. For those of you who have read The Kite Runner, and here's my copy of The Kite Runner, corner and it's all torn up, not because I hate it, but because I love it and I read it so many times. Those of you who have read it, you recognize this is the very beginning of the novel, and it presents so many contrasts. It presents so much information that truthfully we don't even understand at this point. I always tell my students, as soon as you finish reading a book, go back and reread the first chapter, and it's as if you were reading it for the first time because of all that was presented to you that you missed the first time. But I want, again, if you're watching live, I'm going to give you a second to try to identify some of the contrast. And if you're watching this after the fact, go ahead and pause. And I challenge you to find contrasting images, contrasting settings, contrasting perhaps characters or descriptions. Let's see what you come up with. And I'm going to click now. So if you're still working and you don't want to see the answers, don't look right now. But these are some of the ones that we came up with ourselves. We have the overcast day contrasted to the early afternoon sun. We have the frozen creek contrasted to the flowing water. We have winter and summer. We have these three locations. We have an alley, we have Pakistan, and we have Golden Gate Park. And perhaps at the beginning of the novel, we don't know enough about these places to understand the significance. But those of you who have read it, you know that there are definitely major contrasts between these key settings. And this blue one is I think, more difficult to understand because it's not as simple as winter and summer. It's not just two words that are being contrasted to each other. And this is perhaps the richest one because it's about a contrast of ideas or notions. That was a long time ago, but it's wrong what they say about the past. I've learned about how you can bury it because the past claws its way out. So the contrasting ideas here is people's perception of the past. Is the past something that you can bury, or is the past something that will always be there and it can claw its way out whenever it has a chance to do so? So that's probably my favorite just because of the depth, the fodder for analysis there. So as usual, we organize, right, Ms. Barber?
That's correct. And can I say one thing if you go back for a second? I think it's important, like what we don't want you to look at this and feel like, oh my gosh, I didn't see all of this. That is completely fine. Like we're all going to notice different things when we're looking at a text and we're going to gravitate towards different things. We're just trying to give several things, but you're probably not going to notice all of the different things that we're saying. But what we would like to encourage you to do is the contrast that you do notice, lean into them. So this is not saying, I don't want you to look at this and feel like, oh, I didn't see that. Oh, I didn't see that. We're just trying to give several different examples. So whatever you do notice, whatever you do recognize as a contrast, lean into that and go with that.
And it's definitely a skill you can practice, right? Open a PDF of a novel, go to your bookshelf and pick up a book, open to any page and challenge yourself. Can I find contrast here? Even if it's a book you haven't read, it's not about what you know about what came before or after. We're just looking at the words. So it's certainly something that I think you can develop. And I think it's incredibly kind and correct for Ms. Barber to tell you can not feel, I think, overwhelmed or discouraged. Absolutely not. I mean, what we're trying to do is give you the spectrum of possibilities. And you guys out there are probably finding 10 things we didn't pick up on. And I'm sure we'll get those emails as well, right? And yeah, we're not prophets. We're not sages. We don't have all the answers. We're playing along with you, right? We're trying to explore and interpret literature and get excited about it. But yeah, there's time. And if we have Husseini here, he might say, oh, I didn't recognize I had all those contrasts in my novel. Or maybe, the book belongs to you once you're the one reading it. And with practice, you'll find a lot more of these. And then that just means that you're going to be able to address the function with a lot more examples and build the richness of your interpretation.
So let's think about what we've talked about today. We've talked about not only identifying contrast, but more importantly, what purpose do these contrasts serve within a text? So we do want to first be able to find them. What are the contrasts? How do I see shifts, juxtapositions? But then I want to take that next step. What do these contrasts emphasize? What values do they highlight? What ideas do they bring emphasis to? And how does that contribute to our interpretation of a text or maybe a central or controlling idea in a text? Identification and function. What is it? Why is it important? We're the broken record. We're saying this every day, no matter what we talk about, right?
Absolutely. But that is at the heart of it. And like I mentioned, I think in one of the other lessons that you and I have both read. So this comes from a lot of experience, not only in the classroom, but also the AP reading when we're scoring these things. How many essays simply state an observation, but don't delve into the function, the commentary, the analysis, the real legwork is done in that realm and not just in the picking the right quote, right? But saying something smart about the quote and tying it back to your thesis and tying it back to the prompt at all times.
So today we're going to look at a prompt, and ironically, this is one that I read for. I read about 1,600 essays on paragraph pickle. This was such a fun prompt to read essays on, and we're going to let you have a chance to work with it. We've got a lot of modern prompts, but this is an older prompt, so I think that's good to have that contrast. We're going to look at something older.
But even though we're not having to write the essay,
it's the weekend. No, we're not going to have y'all write an essay.
Absolutely, but we're still giving you the prompt because the prompt gives you a lot of context, which is going to be necessary, I think, for understanding.
Yeah, do you want to read the prompt and I can jump in with paragraph one?
Sure.
We'll read it for you, then jump on out to let them get on their weekend.
So again, we're looking for contrast, right? We got to remember that. But let's start with the prompt. In the past below, from the adventures of Peregrine Pickle by Tobias Smollett, Mr. Pickle encounters Godfrey Gauntlet, the brother of his beloved Emilia. Consider how the two men confront their own uncontrolled emotions and yet attempt to abide by their social norms. In a well-developed essay, analyze how the author explores the complex interplay between emotions and social propriety in the passage. You may wish to consider such literary techniques as dialogue, narrative pace, and tone.
Wow, there's a lot there. We're going to spend a whole lesson deconstructing prompts and talking about that. So let's jump into this passage. In this first paragraph, I'm not going to lie, this can be a little confusing. It'll help to have it read aloud. Mr. Pickle, you have carried on a correspondence with my sister for some time, and I should be glad to know the nature of it. To this question, our lover replied, Sir, I would be glad to know what title you have to demand that satisfaction. Sir, answered the other, I demand it in the capacity of a brother jealous of his own honor as well as of his sister's reputation. And if your intentions are honorable, you will not refuse it. Sir, said Peregrine, I'm not at all present disposed to appeal to your opinion for the rectitude of my intentions, and I think you assume a little too much importance in pretending to judge my conduct. Sir, replied the soldier, I pretend to judge the conduct of every man who interferes with my concerns, and even to chastise him if I think he acts amiss. Chastise, cried the youth with indignation in his looks. Sure, you dare not apply that term to me. You are mistaken, said Godfrey. I dare do anything that becomes the character of a gentleman. Gentleman, God, what? Replied the other, looking contemptuously at his equipage, which was none of the most superb, a very pretty gentleman, truly.
Yeah, there is a lot there, isn't there? Let me just say that the numbers there, 10 and 15, that's because we got these from the actual AP exam, and the lines are numbered, and we just forgot to take out those lines. So I apologize for that. Before we read the second paragraph, can we just elucidate this just a little bit, just in terms of plot? Let's not give away any analysis, right? There are two gentlemen, and they like to say sir a lot. So maybe they're very proper, right? But what's going on here? We have a brother, and we have a man who is in love with the other man's sister, and they're wondering whether it's a good match. They're wondering whether the intentions are good, right? Is that as far as you want to take it there, Ms. Barber?
Yeah, that's good. There's a lot of questioning about assumptions at this point.
Yeah. The soldier's wrath was inflamed by this ironical repetition, the contempt of which his conscious poverty made him feel, and he called his antagonist presumptuous boy, insolent upstart, and with other epithets which Perry retorted with great bitterness. A formal challenge having passed between them, they alighted at the first inn and walked into the next field in order to decide the quarrel by the sword. It's a lot of violence here. Having pitched upon the spot, helped to pull each other's boots. Oh, that is bizarre. And laid aside their coats and waistcoats. Mr. Gauntlet told his opponent that he himself was looked upon in the army as an expert swordsman, and that if Mr. Pickle had not made that science particular study, they should be upon a more equal footing and using pistols. Peregrine was too much incensed to thank him for his plain dealing, and too confident of his own skill to relish the other's proposal, which he accordingly rejected. Then, drawing his sword, he observed that were he to treat Mr. Garnet according to his deserts, he would order his man to punish his audacity with a horsewhip. Exasperated at this expression, which he considered an indelible affront, he made no reply, but attacked his adversary with equal ferocity and address. The youth parried his first and second thrust, but received the third in the outside of his sword arm. Though the wound was superficial, he was transported with rage at the sight of his own blood, and returned the assault with such fury and precipitation that Garnet, both to take advantage of his unguarded heat, stood upon the defensive. In the second lunge, Peregrine's weapon entered a kind of network and shell Godfrey's sword. The blade snapped in two and left him at the mercy of the soldier, who, far from making an insolent use of the victory he gained, put up his Toledo with great deliberation, like a man who had been used to that kind of encounters, and observed that such a blade as Peregrine's was not to be trusted with a man's life. Then, advising the owner to treat a gentleman in distress with more respect for future, he slipped on his boots and with sudden dignity of demeanor stalked back to the inn.
There is a lot there. There are a lot of contrast there. And just let me build your confidence a little. You work with a passage like this, you're ready for whatever, you know? So I think this will be a good confidence booster for you. So we're just asking you tonight to look for contrast. What are some contrasting elements that you see in here? And then what is the purpose of this? What function do they serve in this passage as help?
Yeah, we've looked at different contrasts, right? We looked at tone, we looked at character, imagery, speech patterns, and all of those are at the students' disposals for tonight. I want to thank you guys for being with us this week. This is, I think, the conclusion of the second full week, and we have 3 weeks left of these lessons. I know that times are difficult out there, but it is certainly the highlight of my day to connect with each of you every single day. So goodbye, everyone. Have a great weekend.
Hey, class of 2020, love you. Have a great weekend. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the English AP Lit review session today. We're finishing up this week just looking at some different elements of literature, ways to dive into a text. I'm Susan Barber from Grady High School in Atlanta, Georgia. There's my co-teacher, Mayor Barber. He is with us today. And if you were in my class, you'll notice this chain, this construction paper chain behind you. We're coming back from spring break today. We count down the days till the end of the school year. Crazy, I know, by removing a link every day. And since y'all are in my class now, I'll get to count down with y'all. So we are 1 month out from the AP Lit exam today. And Mr. Escobar and I are excited to help you. A couple of shout outs before he gets to you. Miss Larish class in Vancouver, British Columbia. Hello to you. Broomfield High School AP Lit students from Colorado are watching. And Miss Green class from Venice High School. So many emails. Thank you. We're getting through and responding as quickly as we can. But love all of y'all and excited to share this time and space with you. Mr. Escobar, tell me something good.
How are you doing this morning? We had a good weekend. We had a good weekend with the kids. Trying to keep informed, but not obsessed with the news, as I think is everyone's objective lately. But definitely excited to be back here with you today and with everyone who's watching and who will watch us later on as we delve into these literary skills that we're going to be talking about this week. And just a heads up that towards the end of this week and for all of next week, we're going to be focusing specifically on writing. So we're going to wrap up with some of the literary elements now. Then we're going to be looking at more sample essays and sample writing and really targeting that skill, because we are nearing the exam, are we not? Before we know it, we're going to be doing it.
Yes, it is exam time. My students are doing a timed writing today, and we're just going to see where we are and what we need to do. So it seems like so long ago from last week's homework. If you were in my class, I would pass out pickles to you. We would all eat a pickle. There's a great Friends clip from Friends, the TV show, that goes perfectly with this. So we would sit around and eat pickles and look at the Paragraph pickle prompt today. So you'll just have to go to your refrigerator and grab a pickle while we do this. But we were focusing on contrast, and we asked you to identify some contrast in this passage. And they're all kind of contrast, and we're even going to continue this conversation about contrast today. But again, lots of different ways you could go with this. So contrast that we noticed that seemed obvious, where we have these two contrasting characters. We have a lover and a brother, and they both have different interests in the girl. You know, one of them is protecting her reputation, but the other is defending her love. And then we have this contrast of a soldier and a youth, and even a contrast of a gentleman in the appearances that carries with it, and then maybe a subpar horse and carriage, and that doesn't get like this gentlemanly appearance that they show after. So those are just a few of the ones that stood out to us. We will look at this prompt a little later today and dive more deeply into it. But again, it's not, and you may have gotten different contrasts, and there are tons of other different contrasts in here.
And we purposely didn't mark any of the ones in the second paragraph. It's not to say that there aren't any, right? It's just we're not doing all the work for you. We keep repeating that.
Correct. And again, the other thing we keep repeating is identification and finding these. That's just the first step. The most important thing is, what do these contrasts mean? How do these contrasts allow us to make meaning of the text, to dive deeper into it? Why are they here? So when we look at the lover and the brother, we see that part of the function, or the why, maybe the titles embodied and pronounced by the two men, are vital to understanding their behavior. They have different motives. Remember, we're wanting to dive into why are they doing this? What is their agency? Because that tells us about values in the society. So are they genuinely, whether they're genuinely, internally espouse their respective roles, their outward behavior is dictated by how a lover and a brother ought to behave. And then that sets us up nicely to think about the social commentary in this passage. So again, that's just one way of explaining the function. Now, today we are going to be diving into contrast characters. And a lot of times when you have prompts and you have a couple of characters, you're going to see the contrast in them. It really sets you up not to notice just about character A or character B, but you can learn about character B through what you see in character A, and vice versa. So we're going to look at contrasting characters. Protagonist, we already know what a protagonist is. It's the main character in the narrative, and the antagonist will oppose the protagonist. Now, what we learn from this relationship of the protagonist and the antagonist is we see their conflicts, and the conflicts really hit at central ideas and interpretations in the text. So today we're going to specifically look at the protagonist and the antagonist and what contrasting values they represent. And this shows us these values, beliefs, assumptions, biases, all of these are going to really be an avenue into a controlling or central idea in a text. So here we go.
Here we go. And the first look here will be a rather simple one. We're looking at stories where the protagonist and antagonist are easily identifiable. So the first one here would be Hamlet. We know that the character of Hamlet is in stark opposition to Claudius, correct? And there are others, of course. He argues with many people in the play. But these are the two opposing forces. We have Othello and we have Iago, the ultimate bad guy, in opposition to the hero of this Shakespearean tragedy. I used an example from A Thousand Splendid Suns. We had already spoken about the Kite Runner, so here's a shout out to those of you who teach A Thousand Splendid Suns, an absolutely beautiful novel. And in this one, we have the character of Miriam, and she is in stark opposition to Rashid. And there are other sets as well, right? The more complex the novel, the more antagonists, for example, that might be at play in opposition to the main character. The bottom left comes from a novel titled Jasmine by Mukherjee, and Jasmine also potentially has many antagonists, and certainly does actually, but Sukhwinder is definitely one of them. This man opposes her, and his actions drastically and dramatically and tragically impact her life. In The Color Purple, we have Celie and Mr. We could have said Celie and her father, but certainly Celie and Mr. are opposing forces here that are in constant friction or struggle with one another. And in the road, we have Papa, we have the boy, and we have the blood cults. And these are fairly simple in terms of, I don't think many people out there are going to argue with these. You might expand your definition of the protagonist in these texts, or expand your definition of the antagonist, but I think everyone can see that these two are really, as the picture shows, they're fighting, they're pulling and pushing in opposite forces, directions. However, reading a passage and identifying these opposing forces, which right now we're going to label protagonist and antagonist, can sometimes be complicated. And notice that Ms. Barber said, when she talked about the objective, she talked about the force that is in opposition to the protagonist. She didn't say the character, because it's not always a character. Sometimes it's an outside entity. We're going to look at some examples of that. So here's a bit more complex, some examples that are more complex. In The Awakening, which is a very popular novel, I know a lot of you out there have read it, I know a lot of you out there have taught it. I think that it's simple for us to arrive at Edna Pontellier being the protagonist. But what exactly is the antagonist? What is the opposing force? You might say it's Leon's, you might say it's perhaps Madame Fatignol, Edna at times thinks it's the children maybe, but society, I think, is what Ms. Barber and I landed on with this one. And again, it's more complex, it's more ambiguous. It's not a simple good versus evil in this novel. So we're satisfied with saying that it's society. In The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, we have certainly Dr. Jekyll on one side, but what's on the other side? Well, if you say that it's Mr. Hyde, they're the same person, they're the same body. So that's a strange understanding, I think, of this duality which we're talking about, because how can you be your own opposition? Well, you can be, and that's one of the things that makes this short novel so complex, right? And the one that really got to us, we started thinking about Waiting for Godot. Vladimir and Estragon are clearly the protagonists of this drama, right? They're front and center, they're the two constant characters in this work. But what is the antagonist? Honestly, we couldn't come up with the perfect opposing force in this drama. Is it Vladimir and Estragon themselves? Do their decisions, do their actions serve as the block, the obstacle that prevents them from moving forward? Is it Pozzo? Is it time itself as a construct? Is it that? Is it Godot? Is it the theory of absurdism or existentialism? However you envision it, it isn't the function, it isn't the discussion. When you say Vladimir and Estragon seek X, but they're unable to attain it because of Y, when you delve into the Y, when you delve into that variable, that's when you're talking about that opposing force, and it need not be a character. So here are three examples that are a little more complicated, or perhaps a lot more complicated than the ones we saw before.
And I was even thinking about the street. We looked at Ludi Johnson, and we saw really the wind was the acting force against her. So in a way, the wind became the antagonist, or the setting was working against her. So we just want you to lean into these contrasts, because once we can start unpacking contrast, that's where we can get into the complexity of what's happening.
And if you take setting, for example, remember that it's not just the place, right? We have the wind, we have the mean streets of this urban environment, but at the same time, what's the time period, right? Are there racial divides at play? Are there socioeconomic divides at play that are also presenting obstacles for Ms. Johnson? So the deeper you delve into this antagonistic force, then the greater complexity you'll be able to provide in your essay. We need to be able to consider certain questions. So let's say you take the street, you take Ms. Johnson, and we readily recognize her as the protagonist, right? That she's the main acting force here. But what's the purpose of thinking about protagonists and antagonists, or what's the purpose of thinking about contrasting characters? Because it's not always the protagonist and the antagonist, right? We can have, for example, in a certain passage, in a specific scene, your best friend could be the opposing force, even though your best friend is the antagonist for the novel as a whole. So what are the questions that we should ask ourselves? Number one, what do we learn about the protagonist by the presence of the antagonist? And I always talk to my students about how the creation of a character just complicates things so much for a writer, right? Why would you give birth to another creature whose story you need to tell? You need to make this person move, you need to make this person talk, you need to make this person live or die and have their own world. It's just so much trouble. It's a hassle really to give birth to a new character. So if a writer has given us someone, we need to understand their purpose within the work. And Ms. Barber told you earlier, we're not just going to learn about the protagonist by examining that characterization, but you are going to juxtapose that figure to all those that stand alongside them. So what do we learn about Hamlet? Because Claudius exists. And maybe by thinking about the opposite, you might arrive at something. If Claudius did not exist, what would we not learn about Hamlet? And perhaps what would Hamlet not have learned about himself at that point? Number two, what clashing perspectives are held by the protagonist and antagonist? And if we stick to Hamlet and Claudius, these perspectives might deal with politics, government, the body politic and the body personal, right? What perspectives about life, about family, about love, about fidelity, about betrayal, about tradition do we now have to inspect because these two figures have clashed? And ultimately, what values are highlighted by the interaction between these two figures? What do we learn about what is important in Denmark because Hamlet and Claudius have this feud? If you ground your analysis of contrasting characters on these three questions, I think you are certainly going to arrive at and claims that you can make and interpretations that you can make regarding the text. Anything you want to add about these questions, Ms. Barber? I see you shaking, nodding your head.
No, I'm just agreeing with you. That's so good, because again, the characters, they are our way into these controlling ideas and central ideas. And once we see like what the characters stand for and are fighting for, and that's often brought out in this contrast, then we're able to see what the work is really about, why it was written. We're always getting to the why.
And when you went over the homework today, we saw that in the Adventures of Peregrine Pickle, a lot of the contrast in that first paragraph were about the two characters. If we remind our audience, last time on Friday when we discussed contrast, we talked about contrasting images and tone and settings, and here we don't get a lot of that. The contrasts are based on Mr. Pickle and Mr. Godfrey. So if we focus on these two and we return to your homework here and we think of these two gentlemen and we apply the questions, then the questions become a little more specific. What do we learn about Peregrine Pickle by the presence of Godfrey Gauntlet? So if Gauntlet had not approached Pickle and questioned him, then what would we lose about this character, right? Does Pickle show himself to be someone who will stand up to a challenge? Is he someone who will fight for the love of his life? We perhaps wouldn't know the answers to that if Gauntlet had not put him through the gauntlet, right? This is like the obvious pun there. What clashing perspectives are held by Peregrine Pickle and Godfrey Gauntlet? I would go back to what you had talked about here, which is what is the brother and what is the lover? And these are the perspectives from which they each meander the world, right? They will act, they will speak as the brother and as the lover of this young lady, and they each believe that there are certain strict societal expectations that are held because of those roles that they have adopted. So what do we learn about their perspective, their worldview? Because they are brother and lover. And imagine if one were president and father or neighbor or son, the perspective would be different, right? So the role here is really what defines their worldview and their actions. And what are ultimately the values highlighted in the work as a whole, or in the passage as a whole, right? Because it's just an excerpt, because of the interactions of these two figures. And here we're talking about certain societal values, right? Propriety, meeting expectations, your reputation, what other people think about you, willing to risk your life if you are challenged, or else other people might think you weak. And if you're weak with this verbal confrontation, that you might be weak in other realms, and then that'll affect you socially. And ultimately, I mean, the passage is hilarious, right? So hopefully students are able to get into the fact that neither of these gentlemen really want to fight, but they're acting because they feel that they have to fight. And that's what comes through when they're pitted against each other in this short passage. And ultimately, as you answer these questions, we get to function. And a way of thinking about this is, let's move away from the characters at the end. Let's move away from the characters, and if we go back to the prompt, look at the first dependent clause in the passage below, from the Adventures of Peregrine Pickle by Tobias Millet. I would focus on the writer at that point, right? So we have these two characters. Now let's go to the writer. Why did the writer create them? Why did the writer birth them into this novel? When we answer that question, we're definitely hitting a function at that point.
Right. The characters really just become the writer's tools to get his message across that he wants to deliver.
Absolutely.
So good. So debrief and summary. We talked about contrasting characters. So we want to be able to first identify how do these characters, what do we see in one character that we don't see in another? How do they contrast each other? And then more importantly, after we've identified that, is how do these contrast? What do they tell us about each character and what each character values? Once we are able to determine these opposing values, opposing things differing things that each character values, then we're going to be able to see conflict and what's really being unpacked by the writer, and we'll be able to have a way into the controlling idea or the central idea or the bigger picture of this text, why it was being written. So the characters, the contrasting characters, get a way into the text for you to make meaning from it. All of these different things that we've been talking about, these different elements, they are just ways for you to dive into that text, crawl around in the text, and be able to think on it and think what they mean and why it's important, and then for you to have an interpretation of these texts. They're tools for you to get in, dig around, and make meaning of the text.
Ms. Barber, as I hear you say this, it makes perfect sense to me. But if I'm going to play the role of the student for a second, some of my students will get stuck in that first bullet, and they're going to read the passage and say, I know exactly what I want to say about this character, but nothing's coming out. And because I think that's the situation that many writers face, right? Like I understand it in my brain, but somehow my pencil isn't able to sketch what it is that I'm thinking. I don't have the right words for it. We should remind our audience that many videos ago, we had a conversation about a chart with adjectives for characters, and it was social, mental, physical descriptions, right? Just full of adjectives. And I think those adjectives will help us answer that first bullet, correct?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Even if you can just, because we're doing all of this reading and thinking quickly in real time. So if you can't just, character A is this trait, character B is this trait, and it's not, there's one trait to identify them, but once you can start assigning that and finding the evidence of that back in the text, then that helps you frame up your thinking and your claims, and then you're able to see the contrast in it. So tonight, we're going to go back and look at this prompt. We looked at it maybe the first week. All of the weeks are kind of running together now. But Rosamond and Lydgate, and they're this newly married couple, and they are experiencing some conflict over finances. And so we want you to look at this prompt and think about the contrast characters. And we have a series of questions for you to answer tonight. And they are, when we look at this prompt, what do we learn about the protagonist in the presence of the antagonist? Well, this is an interesting question. Who is the protagonist? Who is the antagonist? I mean, that's going to be that's an interesting question in itself.
But so many times you've reminded us the label doesn't matter, right?
Exactly.
It's the analysis that really gets to the heart of the issue. So whether you say it's Rosamond or Lydgate, I mean, you could place them either which way in that question, right?
It all depends on how you view the text and what you want to argue within the text. Each of these texts becomes like a living work in your hands because you're reading it with fresh eyes. So you can argue it either way as long as you point to the text and defend yourself. And that's what y'all are all set up to do. So what do we learn about each of these two characters, and then the clashing perspectives that they have? This prompt is so great to look at the different things that each of these characters value. It's really easy to see. So you're going to have fun digging into that. And then what values are highlighted by their interactions. And what does all of this mean? Why is all of this important? So we want you to think about those questions, jot some ideas down about those questions tonight, and we will open there tomorrow.
Yeah, I just want to clarify between the second and third question. Maybe for the second one, it'll be easier for students to understand that that's where they're looking at the characters. And in the third question, they're looking at the society, right?
Yep.
So the characters in question 2 each hold a perspective. And when these two perspectives clash, the author is commenting on something about society as a whole. And that might clarify, I think, our thinking for students out there.
And again, these are just, it's not like you will have all of these questions and you'll be checking them off. These are just ways for you to think about, how can I approach a text? What do I see using these questions as tools to get in there and dig around and make meaning of it?
Because you will be writing the essay.
Yes.
Right? So that's just the first step.
Right. This is what you're going to be looking at tonight. Do we want them to write a full essay tonight?
Oh, we're done being Mr. Nice Guy and Mrs. Nice Guy here. We're done with that.
Do what your teacher tells you.
There you go.
But I will say, the more you practice, I mean, it's a skill. The more you practice, the better you become.
And actually, something else, Ms. Barber, something that I'm seeing with my own students, I have writing portfolios, but they're at school, right? So my students don't have their drafts at home. So our audience may want to start writing some of these essays, because as you and I get into the writing lessons, they're going to want to see some of their own essays so they can track to see if they're doing the things that we're telling them should be done, right?
Exactly.
So it's just good practice to write as many as you can before the AP exam.
Right. You'll know that balance of not absolutely burning yourself out, but pushing yourself to grow further. And you know what? There are a lot of times that I sit down and I write these essays with my students, and then I let my students score me. That's slightly terrifying. So, but I like to practice too, because I need to practice as well. So that's what we want you to look at tonight. If you know someone who doesn't have access or needs a device, reach out to College Board. Let them know they are working on getting all students access so they can take the test. Mr. Escobar, do you have anything else to say?
That's it. I look forward to tomorrow's lesson, and I look forward to spending the rest of the week with all of you.
Bear is still with us, so he says, have a great Monday. I'll take a chain off for tomorrow. Enjoy that. Y'all have a great day. Hello, everybody. This is take 2 for the AP Lit Review today, and we'll do a little bit of an abbreviated session. I'm Susan Barber from Atlanta, Georgia. Hi, it's good to be with you today. And with me, my dog left. He grew impatient. But guess who did not leave? Mr. Escobar. How you doing today?
Pretty good. How is everyone out there? I apologize for the technical difficulties, and we understand that you want to watch the other courses, and some of you are jumping from one video to the next. So we're going to try to go as quickly as possible without shortchanging the skill today, which is very important. A lot of you have asked us questions about, you guys keep saying that it's the Prose question, and my teacher keeps telling me that, but I can't see that anywhere. If there's anyone out there, we don't want to make any assumptions. If there's anyone out there who wants to find out the latest information, please take a picture of this, visit this website afterwards, and you're going to see all kinds of tips about the exam, information about each of the courses. So definitely stay informed, guys. We're going to begin as always with the homework. And last night we were looking at, once again, the interactions between Rosamond and Lydgate. And here we highlighted in yellow the different the details, different sections that speak to her, and in blue the different sections that speak to his behavior and his interactions. And we were really looking at the conflict or the clash between protagonist and antagonist. And as we've always told you, your responses might be different, your observations might be different, and that's completely appropriate, and that's what makes everything so exciting in literature. But what do we learn about these characters? Well, we know that they have different backgrounds, they have different views on how they should take care of themselves financially, and they have different views on money, right? When they come together and they clash, flash, we start to discern who feels which way about finances. Rosie wants possessions. She wants money to spend. She says that she's always had indulgences, and one of her indulgences is that she wants more indulgences, right? Whereas Livy wants to be independent, seemingly financially independent and independent from his father-in-law specifically. And what do these interactions highlight in terms of the values of the society? Well, we definitely have characters who are juxtaposed in order to confront the notion of, should I try to live my best life, even if it is through other people's monies and support, or should I try to live the best life I can live without any outside influences? So you definitely have more than just issues concerning these characters, but issues concerning humanity and the way we live our lives. Again, where you go with interpretation is completely up to you, but it's got to be text-based and it's got to be appropriate to the setting, and that's something that we're going to be talking about today. It has to be appropriate to the time period, and that brings us to today's lesson overview. We are going to be talking about, let me do things from my screen. We are going to be talking about setting, and we're going to talk about the function, and we're used to this term now, the function of setting in a narrative. And with that in mind, there's two things that we're going to think about. First, setting helps to establish mood. We know this already. And the other one is that the environment that the character inhabits provides information about that character. So if you're writing an essay on characterization, looking at the setting will inform you, especially if you pay attention to how the character, like we did with Louis Johnson, how the character interacts with that setting. Ultimately, setting and the details associated with it not only depict time and place, but also convey the values associated with that society. And that's something that we have seen time and time again. We want to enter a text, and by the time we exit, have an understanding of the values that are important in the world that the text inhabits.
That's exactly right, because once we start thinking about the values, then we get to these central ideas, controlling ideas, some of the bigger pictures and bigger issues that the text is dealing with. And so we think about like settings in novels, and really authors can choose to set a novel anywhere. So we want to be asking ourselves, why do they choose this setting? I mean, it's not just like a random thing. So you think about some of these are just some books that we've used in our classes. The Handmaid's Tale, The Testaments. You know, it's set in this futuristic, this highly religious, restrictive setting, and that really is going to give a backdrop for these women telling their story and how they have been repressed. I think about Salvage the Bones. Love this Jessamine Ward text, and this is set in the middle of Hurricane Katrina. We have this approaching storm, and here this storm really mirrors the protagonist's troubled stage in life. She's lost her mom. I don't want to give too much away, but she's just has all of these like troubling and conflicting emotions, and that storm really highlights that. So you won't be looking in question 2 at a whole novel in the setting, but the setting still can reveal values, bigger ideas, and help reinforce these controlling ideas. So let's look at a couple. Let's look at this passage. Now, we've already talked about setting before, so some of this is a review. We're going to look at this passage from Bless Me, Ultima. Great novel. Ultima came to stay with us this summer. I was almost 7. So we see this narrator. He's almost 7, recalling this time his grandmother came to stay with him. And let's see, as he starts talking about the setting, what impact that's going to have on him. When she came, the beauty of the Lano unfolded before our eyes, and the gurgling waters of the river sang to the hum of the turning earth. The magical time of childhood stood still, and the pulse of the living earth pressed its mystery into my living blood. She took my hand, and the silent magic power she possessed made the beauty from the raw sun-baked Lano, the green river valley, and the blue bowl, which was the white sun's home. My bare feet felt the throbbing earth, and my body trembled with excitement. Time stood still, and it shared with me all that had been and all that was to come. So when I read this and when I look at this, I want to just say, what about the setting stands out to me, and why do I think it's important? What do you notice? And again, we're going to notice different things. My students just wrote a passage. They just wrote the time writing on the Zenobia prompt, and that prompt really uses heavy setting. It has a lot of setting in it, and different things stood out to different students. So what stands out to you in this passage, and now why do you think it's important? Some of the things that stood out to me: imagery, figurative language, and then what effect the setting that had on the narrator, what effect it had. And then I want to think, what value or values is this reinforcing? So let's go back and look at this again. There we go. So I have color coded this. We look at this imagery: the raw sun-baked Lano, the green river valley, the blue bowl, which was the white sun's home, the throbbing earth, all of this imagery, specific colors, and then figurative language: the gurgling waters of the river sang to the hum of the turning earth, the pulse of the living earth pressed. And now we see how all of this setting affects the narrator. All of a sudden, when his grandmother comes, the beauty of the earth is unfolded before his eyes. Now, he'd been in this setting the whole time before, but now we have this connection. Oh, his grandmother's here. Now all of a sudden, all of this is opening up to him. Childhood, it stood still for him. Like we see, there's some type of shift in his character, and it's happening with the setting here. And its mystery is pressed, it's in his blood. Time stood still, his body's trembling with excitement. So what do we make of all of this? And what do we think? What values might we see? When I start looking at this, looking at the specific imagery, looking at figurative language, then I can see the effect that the setting, the way it's described, the way the author chooses to have a setting for us. We see the effect it has on Gabriel's character. Then we realize, oh, Ultima's existence, the earth was very important to her and magical to her, and it represented this part of her ancestry that he had been fighting against. And I just pulled out one paragraph. If it would have been a little longer text, you would have seen this. And now he's beginning to accept that. So we see the setting forces this shift in the character and in what he's processing. So when we think about setting, we want to see what effect does it have on the character? Is the setting, is it causing some type of shift? Is it causing a change? We talked yesterday about contrast. Maybe the setting is causing this contrast that gives us some tension, and it sets up like, ooh, this is not quite right. Those are the questions we want to be asking about setting. What do you have, Mr. Escobar? Anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, as you're speaking, what I keep thinking about is it's not setting for setting's sake, right?
Correct.
It's not a very rudimentary multiple choice exam that asks what is the setting, and you're supposed to say winter, summer, fall, or Miami, or Atlanta, or Washington, or Saudi Arabia, right? It's really about how the setting will interact with the character as much as the character will interact with the setting, and it's our responsibility as careful readers to examine that thin layer of interaction, and that's where the meat and potatoes are. That's where the richness of the text, I think, will manifest itself, and I think it's moving ourselves, our students as readers, to a much deeper level, because I keep thinking to my own understanding of setting as a kid, especially through elementary school, probably even through my middle school experience, and setting was certainly just a one-word answer of location. Whereas here, the way that you presented it, it's really about the interaction and what emerges from that interaction. I think that if students were to set up their discussions in that way, then we're in for some amazing essays this year.
Totally agree. It's everything, and we keep coming back to this, back to function, but everything is author choice. So why this setting? What can this setting tell us about the character? What can this setting tell us about the controlling idea? It's just another way in to look deeper and make meaning out of the text. So
absolutely. So I think it's appropriate, right, for us to go back to we're going to say the same thing. Yeah,
it always goes back to Middlemarch, doesn't it?
Yes, absolutely. And we open today with how we lesson yesterday was just looking at these two characters. But these two characters don't exist in a vacuum, right? These two characters, their perspectives, their interactions, their behaviors, their reactions are all a product of the environment they inhabit. Rosamund and Lydgate are acting as they are acting because of where they are and because of who they are. And those two things are so intertwined that we can't discern where one ends and the other begins, right? So here we have a few notes. You want to go over these?
Sure. It's interesting in the prompt that the following passage is from the novel Middlemarch by George Eliot, the pen name of Mary Ann Evans, 1819 through 1880. Now, this is actually part of the prompt the College Board is giving you. Anytime College Board gives you information like this, it's a gift, and we need to take note of it. Why do you think that they would have us, why would they want us to know that Mary Ann Evans had to write under a pen name? Now, we did talk earlier in our first setting session, we talked about that we can't necessarily always assume that the time period that the author wrote in is the setting, is the time period that this is happening in. However, when we do look at this and make this connection, we can come to the probable assumption that women in this time, it's not like women are today. Women were, the husband was making decisions for the family or for the spouse, and the woman just had to, in this time period, agree with that and move on. So when we look at that, and then we see these details about, have you asked him for money? No, Rosie, said Lydgate decisively. I insist that your father doesn't know. I mean, this very hard line of the husband. And so we can come to this assumption that even if this setting, this time period setting, that while the argument is centered on money, like the real issue relies around who has control in this relationship. The gender roles of that time period do play a factor here.
Right, the details that we've highlighted here really show us that it's not a dialogue between them. She expresses a concern and he decisively says something and he insists on his own opinion of the resolution to the situation. It's definitely tied to the time period. It's definitely tied to the interactions between men and women, between wife and husband and wife during the 19th century. There's no way to divorce, there's a key word there maybe, to divorce time period from the conflict that these characters are having. And that's why these videos that we're doing, these lessons are so intertwined. We're building them deliberately. We went from character to setting because these two functions, these two skills function, I think, simultaneously in a text, and we're meant to see them as such. If we consider setting, we're talking about two things. We're talking about the function of the setting itself within the narrative, but as we have seen consistently throughout this lesson, it is really about the relationship between that setting and the characters. So here's some questions for you to ask yourselves every single time that you are reading a text and having to think about setting and character. I think that if you look at that first bullet, what is the relationship between the text setting and the other literary elements? Remember that setting can be created and will be enhanced by figurative language, and that's why Ms. Barber at the beginning of this lesson said, if you're having a hard time really pinpointing the setting, look at things like imagery and figurative language, metaphor, simile. All those things will enhance your understanding of setting. And as we go down these questions, ultimately we get to the idea of the society being revealed itself because of our understanding of setting, character, and how they interplay with one another. For homework, we're not going to read it to you this time. We believe that this text is a lot more accessible, but it is a great passage, and you are going to focus on setting for this one.
There is so much to dig into here. I've never used this passage in my classroom, and Mr. Escobar brought it to my attention, and I will use it from now on. We're also going to be working with this tomorrow when we talk about symbolism, but I think you're really going to like it. I think there's so much to dig into. So we would ask that you would read this and then just think through these questions. What setting details do you think are important? What effect do these have on the character? What values are reflected through this setting? So I know we were a little rushed today trying to finish up before 1 o'clock, so thank you for hanging with us through some tech difficulties and through a rest session. If you know someone who does not have internet access or a device, please reach out to College Board, and we will be back tomorrow. We're going to be working with the white hair and text. Look who came and joined us for the end. Bayer decided to jump on in for the end of it. So we will see y'all tomorrow. We'll catch our breath. We'll not be quite as rushed. As always, seniors, we love you. It's great to spend this time with you.
Take care, everyone. Goodbye.
Hello, seniors, class of 2020. Welcome to the AP Lit review today. We're talking about symbolism, ready to jump into that, excited to unpack some things today. And then at the end of this week, we're going to be making a shift and talking about how do we apply all of this knowledge to our writing. And then the next couple of weeks, we're going to be specifically looking at writing skills. So Ms. Swisher's class in Paulo, Brazil, hello to you. Ms. Phelps' class, glad y'all are watching. And Ms. Servosky's class from Lubbock, Texas. I don't know if I got that correct, but we are glad y'all are with us, as well as everybody else we've been getting emails from. I'm Susan Barber from Grady High School in Atlanta, Georgia. Beautiful weather here today. Mr. Escobar, how are you?
I'm doing great today. I hope everyone out there is doing just great as well. I'm Carlos Escobar from Miami, Florida, representing Felix Varela Senior High School and those incredible seniors and underclassmen who are hopefully watching us today. And as usual, we're going to begin with, actually before the homework, we just want to make sure we're very concerned based on some of the emails we receive that there are still students and perhaps even teachers out there who don't have a firm grasp of all the latest information that has been disseminated. And this website here, this URL is the place to go. All the latest information. There are no secrets. There's nothing out there that Ms. Barber I know, or that dynamic, amazing teacher in your district might know that the rest of us don't know. Everything that has been released by the College Board is found in one place, and it's found on that website. And the question that concerned me the most was from a student saying that she couldn't find what type of question was going to appear on this year's exam. Everyone was talking about prose. She was trying to confirm it. So here's where you find that information. And indeed, it is prose, the same type of prose that we've been used to for years now. So if you practice that with your teachers throughout the year, then you can expect more of the same. And the other thing that we want to make sure that we're all putting on our calendars is that May 13th date. That is the day of the English literature exam, and it will take place at the specific time zone that you are in. So I've highlighted those. And notice also that if you have physics 2, you're testing that just before your English lit exam. And if you have European history, you're going to test that right after this examination. So as always, nothing has changed in terms of pacing yourself and building up that stamina and making sure that you have that sandwich ready if you have to go from one test to the other. And remember, this year it is prose. You have 45 minutes to write the actual essay, and then you have 5 minutes to upload. But you're timing yourself, and the worst thing that could happen is you're all wrapped up in the essay, and before you know it, 50 minutes have elapsed, and you forgot to upload. You must submit within those 5 minutes after the 45 minutes of writing. We had a meeting yesterday. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, you should be practicing and experimenting and, of course, listening to your teacher, thinking about, am I going to type on exam day? Am I going to handwrite on exam day? I always tell my students, exam day is not the day to try something new or try something for the first time. My students wrote an essay earlier this week, and I encourage them, if you think you're going to type, I want you to type this time. If you think you're going to handwrite, I want you to handwrite this time. We're already practicing out what we're going to do on exam day, and I would encourage you to practice typing or practice handwriting or whatever your teacher is advising you to do. Go ahead and be practicing those things away. We could be practicing those things now. So the more familiar you are on exam exam day with what you're going to do, that's just going to help you settle in and do your best and be confident. We're 21 school days away from the exam. I think that's right. I'm always iffy with my numbers, but I'm removing a chain every day. It's getting shorter and shorter. So we are really committed to helping you. And at this point, just you're ready. You're going to be ready. And we just want you to do your best, feel confident going into the exam.
Absolutely. And as we get closer, I think we're going to speak more about the platform and what that will look like. And, again, there are no secrets. As soon as that information is out, we are going to share it with the rest of you. The one thing that we did here, which is important, I think, for students to recognize is within those 5 minutes, you have to upload. You have to hit submit. Once you hit submit, we know that circle, that never-ending loading circle that we get sometimes. If that is happening and the 5 minutes elapse, you're okay. Don't turn off your computer. Don't power it down. Don't shut down. Don't go to another browser. Don't get frightened at that moment. As long as you hit submit within the 5 minutes, even if it takes 20 minutes for the loading process to complete and for that never-ending circle to stop rotating, that's okay. The timestamp is when you hit submit. However, you can't close your browser if it's still going through the upload process. So that's something to keep in mind, and that's something for the teachers listening. Please reiterate that to the students, because we won't be there obviously to help them navigate the system. But let's dive right in. I think that was some important information that we all have to keep in mind. But our homework was with the white heron, and it was Sylvia's mission of climbing this tree and what it represents. And the homework centered on the notion of setting and that juncture where setting and character meet, and how can one inform the other, namely how can the setting inform the character and the values of that society. We had asked you a series of questions. As always, the answer is to some extent a matter of interpretation. There are answers that are within the field of plausible interpretation, and then there are some that are not. But by no means is this the answer that we're looking for. In fact, many times we're not even giving you the answer. So what setting details do you think are important? We focus, and you've heard Ms. Barber talk about this before, focus on the beginning and the end. That's not to say that that's where the answer is or that's the only place we look at, but for the sake of these lessons where we're trying to process information as quickly as possible, the beginning and the end are good places to look at. So important details here is the expanse of the woods and the height, not just of the land itself, but of the trees, the age of the trees, the fact that it was the last of its generation. And then at the end we get the sea with the dawning sun making a golden dazzle over it. We had been immersed in jungle, immersed in forest this whole time, and when she finally gets up there and she sees the sea, we get a different aspect of setting. Then the next question we ask is, well, what is the effect of these details, right? And this is where we stop short of providing an answer for you, but we are giving you a spot for you to look at where the text says she stood trembling and tired but wholly triumphant high in the treetop. Sorry, my mistake was blocking. High in the treetop, Sylvia felt as if she too could go flying away among the clouds. So you take the details in that quotation, and I think it's a great launching pad for you to enter the internal condition of the character, right? And at that point, you're going to be talking about the effect that the setting has on her. And then when we talk about the values, well, look at the statement where it says, truly it was a vast and awesome world. For her to experience this setting, for her to have gone through this journey and arrive at that notion, I think it's getting to the heart of values. And again, this is where you don't just provide evidence, but you provide commentary. And that is something that you're providing instead of us. But these are, I think, good markers. Ms. Barber, you were going to say something?
And I think that, we've talked a lot about contrast. Anytime you can unpack contrast or show contrast, that really helps to frame things up and to show complexity. And so I think here, the setting, we have this contrast, this shift in the setting, and we start in the forest, and then we end up high above, or she ends up high above the trees where she's able to see. So we have this contrast, and what does that mean? Her perspective changes. So the setting not only changes, but this shows a shift in her perspective, and it opens up this large amount of new knowledge for her because her perspective has changed.
Speaking of, that's our topic for tomorrow, right? Character's perspective. So it might be important to go back to this one and look at that perspective. How would
that was your plug remark. And, yeah, so that's good. We're going to look at this a little more today as we talk about symbolism. So jumping into that, and I think this is your part. We usually divide out the parts, but
let's talk about the goal for today. The goal is very, very direct. Symbolism, something we've been dealing with for years, and I think this is probably one where students do a better job at writing a function. I think students recognize that it's not just the star is a symbol, but I think that they're used to fleshing out what the function of that symbol is in a text. And again, the purpose is arriving at a deeper understanding or a deeper interpretation of the text by taking these very literal symbols and understandings of the figurative representations that they stand for.
Yeah, I agree that I think students have had a lot of training with symbols for early on. So this is probably one of the easier ones, but we still don't want to overlook it because this is just a great way, another way to dive into that text, have a way in to make meaning. So when we think about symbols, and again, these are very common symbols that you're going to be looking at here. We know that a heart is often a symbol for love, or we know, if you want to go to the next slide, we know that perfect. So like this four-leaf clover, it's a symbol for luck. Lightning, storm is a symbol for like turbulent times, and a rainbow is a symbol for hope. So all of those, you have a basic understanding already of what a symbol is. So if we define a symbol, it's very easy. It's a concrete object, but it will represent some type of abstract ideas. Now, in a very basic text or setting, we'll see, just like we talked about a minute ago, symbols have very specific meanings, but sometimes as we dive into more complex text, we see symbols have more room for multiple interpretations. Again, the texts we're looking at are often complex, so it's not like we can just assign like one word and say this is what this means. It has lots of different shades to it, so we will have more room for interpretation, such as light and darkness. Water, fire is often a symbol for purification, but we can see this a lot of times like in characters, and in a character, their process, their development. So a symbol it may not represent like this one specific thing, but it may be a process over a period of time that we're looking at. Now, symbols, this is important to keep in mind, and we'll see this in today's example, but a lot of times when a symbol is placed in the same text as a character, the symbol will represent some type of shift in the character. When the character encounters the symbol, we're going to see a change in perspective or a change in the way of thinking or something about that character development that shifts. So that's an important thing to look for if you encounter a symbol in a text.
I think we oftentimes see that in movies as well, right? Like Rain. How many movies do we have where all of a sudden the character's out there in the rain and there's a change in his or her life? Thinking the Truman Show and
The Notebook.
Yeah, you're a fan, aren't you? Yeah.
Well, I don't know, but my students always bring that up. So So May is not the Notebook. May is Dear John. Yeah, when they're out there, and this would be a good time to catch up on movies. They're out there standing in the rain, kissing, and it just like their whole relationship shifts at that point for sure. Symbols often connect to a central or controlling idea. Again, the purpose is not for an author to just drop a symbol in because they're trying to make this word counter develop a text. It's because it opens up and it expands the meaning even further. So the symbol really almost always is going to point us back to this controlling idea or a central idea in the text. So when you see this object that you know is a symbol, one question to be asking is, how is this related to the controlling idea? What can I learn about this as a central idea? And again, symbols always adding, expand the text, expand our thinking about the text. It's another way for us to enter and think about the controlling idea. So let's look at today's example. First of all, before we look at this, and we're going to go back, we're going to look at the white heron prompt. I love that prompt. So some questions to consider when you're reading a text. What concrete objects appear to be important in a text? So you may be reading something. My students just did the Zenobia prompt, the 2018 prompt, and there's a lot of space in this text spent on a chandelier. So when an author gives that many words, that much space in a text to describe an object, you might want to stop and think, okay, why is there this much time dedicated to this? There must be something important about it. Let's think about, is this a symbol? Could this be standing for something else? How does the character react to this object? What might the object represent? How is the author expanding the meaning of the text through this object or through this symbol? And if the symbol, what does the symbol add to the story that it would be lacking without? That's just another way to frame up the question and think about it. So let's look at today's text, the white heron text.
Before we do that, I think that because a lot of times students are maybe dependent on their teachers to see some of these questions too. If they've read novels in class, novels and plays in class, again, jot them down and go through each one and say what is functioning as a symbol in each of these, and how is the symbol enhancing the text, enhancing our understanding of the character. If that won't take you more than half an hour to go through your books, think about these questions, try to jot down some ideas. But I think you're practicing the skill, and I think you're honing your vision towards the analysis of symbolism, which I think is significant.
Right, and even though some people might say, well, that's focusing on question 3, and we're quite focusing on question 2, what you're doing is you're training your mind to recognize these things, and it doesn't matter if it's a short story, a poem, or a longer work. It is all the same. We're still training our mind to look for symbols. That goes across any genre, any length text.
Yeah, even a movie you watch tonight, catch the symbol, absolutely, catch it, and then have a conversation about how that symbol enhances the film.
We've been going through during our quarantine and rewatching all the Harry Potter movies, so full of symbols there. So let's look at this text. This is what you dealt with last night, and we're going to think about these questions. What object stands out? Why might this be important? Half a mile from home, at the farther edge of the woods, where the land was highest, a great pine tree stood, the last of its generation. When it was left for a boundary mark, or for what reason, whether it was left for a boundary mark, or for what reason, no one could say. The wood choppers who had felled its mates were dead and gone long ago, and a whole forest of sturdy trees, pines and oaks and maples, had grown again. But remember those transition words, always looking for those. But the stately head of the old pine towered above them all and made a landmark for sea and shore miles and miles away. Sylvia knew it well. She had always believed that whoever climbed to the top of it could see the ocean. And the little girl had often laid her hands on the great rough trunk and looked up wistfully at the dark boughs that the wind always stirred, no matter how hot and still the air might be below. So already, just looking at this, we see the beginning of the text. A great pine tree stood, the last of its generation. This phrase, the last of its generation, is just adding. We already have it described as great, but now we're adding more importance to it. And then, it talks. We see that it towers above everything else, and it has become this landmark. So here, and we may not at this point recognize it as a symbol, but we know that there's a lot of attention given to this tree, and it's different than the other trees. So we can begin to think, this could be a symbol. I wonder what it might stand for. And then we can see how Sylvia reacts to it. She knows it well. And we see that she had thought about this tree and maybe not the other trees. Like there was something special about this tree because she believed that whoever climbed to the top of it could see the ocean. Now, it doesn't say she knows that, but she believed that. And it says, she laid her hands on the great, here we have this word great again, the great rough trunk, and she looked wistfully up at it. So she would, dreamingly look up at this and think about this tree. So not only do we see the tree in its description, that it's set apart from the other trees, but we see how the character responds to it, that also sets this tree apart. So we know this tree is going to be important.
Right, it's more than just a tree.
It's more than just a tree.
It
becomes apparent very quickly, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Then we can look on the rest of the passage. We see, so I have in the blue, we have highlighted this is how Sylvia's responding to it, and then the yellow more description of the tree. And this is just a way to help frame up your thoughts. The way, so she's moving to the tree, and it's harder to get to the tree. Now we're going to get some more understanding of maybe what this tree might represent. It's harder to get there than she thought, and she's laying her hands on, again, this great. This is the third time we've used the authors use the word great in reference to this tree. Well, now, when she's on it, the tree seems to lengthen itself. That's really interesting now. The tree becomes personified. It's reaching up farther and farther. It was like a great main mast to the voyaging earth. It must have been amazed. The tree must have been amazed. So now this tree, it's like coming to life as she is on it. Now we have the character directly interacting with it. And we see that, she is climbing. She's creeping and climbing higher and higher. And it describes her. We have this contrast again, this great tree, 3 times. It's great. It's very large. And then her, we know this light, this little creature making her way up the great tree. I love this next sentence. The old pine must have loved his new dependent. So now we see, this tree really like being for her, wanting this for her. She's always looked at wistfully. She's dreamed of this. And now the tree is glad that she's there. And then the tree finally stands still and holds away the wind, so she can climb up and look. So we see their interaction. We have more knowledge of maybe what this tree represents. So let's look at our questions that we're thinking about. What's the object? The great pine. And we talked about all of these descriptions, and we talked through, the character Sylvia's response to that. So what might this tree represent? Well, this tree could represent a new perspective, a different way of viewing the world. It could represent knowledge. She is now, by climbing this tree, by moving up, she's acquiring all of this new knowledge. And what controlling idea could this connect to? It's a coming of age. She is maturing. The more knowledge she gains, the more perspective she has of the world. Like we talked about earlier, and the setting just totally reinforces this. She's coming from the middle of the forest where it's hard to see everything, and now she's climbing up, and she has this whole perspective looking over the sea. That brings about maturity in her, and it can represent and reinforce some coming of age ideas in this story. I love this passage. Okay, so let's do a quick check for understanding. This is a very short passage from The Open Boat, a short story. So let's look at this and ask the same questions. None of them knew the color of the sky. Their eyes glanced level and were fastened upon the waves that swept toward them. These waves were of the hue of slate, save for the tops, which were a foaming white, and all of the men knew the colors of the sea. The horizon narrowed and widened and dipped and rose, and at times its edge was jagged with waves that seemed to thrust up in points like rocks. Many a man ought to have a bathtub larger than the boat which here rode upon the sea. These waves were most wrongfully and barbarously abrupt and tall, and each raw top was a problem in a small boat navigation. So already we see there's so much attention given to the waves and so much description given to the waves that we know they're probably representing something. So if we go through the questions with this, we see the waves, we've highlighted some of the ways that they're described. They're foaming at the top, they're jagged, pointy, abrupt, and tall. So we have this really harsh diction that's used to describe them. And here, the questions we had were, what are the characters' response? And at this point in the passage, we don't have a character introduced, but we do have these large waves kind of juxtaposed with a small boat. I think that contrast, again, the contrast, big and the small. So we have this small boat later, if you read on with the text, but you would see the characters, but we can see the small boat and assume, there are people in a small boat. What might the waves represent? Danger. And then what controlling idea? If you went on and read further in this text, you would be able to make this connection to a controlling idea.
The fact that the characters aren't there, I think, is significant in and of itself. If we're, I'm trying to forget the rest of the story, right? We have an advantage here, but if we just look at this, the fact that these waves are so powerful, so large, so looming over the boat, and then there's just a boat, and we can see it as well. There is no character here, but of course there's a character, right? So someone must be on that boat. But if the boat is small, how much smaller is the person in the boat? And I think the fact that they're not given any mention here makes them that much smaller, even at least at that moment in that descriptional setting.
Exactly, and I think even if we haven't read on into the story, we can even think just because the small boat is recognized and characters aren't emphasized, just that nature is large and powerful and domineering in this one paragraph.
So what are the key questions? Whenever we're looking at symbol, we're trying to, first and foremost, we have to identify the symbol, right? We're not trying to say that identification is wrong. We're saying that identification is not the end all. So we have to understand which object is functioning as a symbol, right? And then try to get at what are the multiple ideas or concepts that they might represent. And ultimately, how do these symbols function to inform our understanding of the passage as a whole? Again, this is something we can apply to a novel as a whole, but for question 2, we obviously have an excerpt unless you have a full short story. But we're still going to talk about within the confines, within the parameters of this question, how does the symbol function to illuminate the text, thereby allowing us to view deeper into the purposes that the author may have had for that text. So these questions are significant, and as we've always said, don't just take a picture of these and let them be. You should put them in your own words. And I can envision a chart, that I might be creating, right? But symbols and 2 or 3 questions are important, character, 2 or 3 questions are important, and it's just a way for you to start recognizing the filters that you need to process a text through in order to arrive at an interpretation. And for homework, we're doing Cherry Bomb, and this is a former question on the AP exam, and we expect you to read it, and we're being kind. You're not writing an essay because it's not always about writing the essay. It's about going through the thinking. Absolutely, it's about going through the processes that could lead to a great essay, and you're going to write plenty of essays in the weeks to come. But for today, you're going to take this Cherry Bomb prompt, and you're going to ask yourselves these questions, which are the same questions that we dealt with during the guided lesson and during the check for understanding portion, which is identify the object, start thinking about how it might interact with the character, how a character might interact with the symbol, and ultimately, what does that say about the representation or the significance of the symbol and the controlling idea of the text. So no essay for today, just deep thinking about setting. And as always, reach out to a friend who may not have a device or internet access. Complete the information when you visit that URL for them. And it's been a pleasure being with you all. We're going to update the map, and towards the end of the week, we're going to show where all the correspondences come from. Yeah, it's
getting crazy. So we are just once again just so thrilled to spend this time with y'all. We're so proud of the work that you're doing. I mean, we see it. We're hearing from you every day. Y'all are doing the work. So we're proud of you, but you should be proud of yourself too, because you're putting in the time, and that is going to pay off. We're proud of you. Love you, seniors. See you tomorrow. Hello, AP Lit World. How are y'all today? Y'all ready to hang out? Let's hang out. I got my coffee. I'm good to go. I have my co-teacher. He's not been feeling well lately, so he is sitting close to me today. Sorry about that. See the chain? I'm taking a link off every day as we get closer and closer to the AP Lit exam. I'm Susan Barber from Atlanta, Georgia. Shout out Grady High School where I work. It's good to be with y'all today. So a couple of shout outs to classes. Mr. Hendricks class at the Hayfield Secondary School. Y'all are watching. Hello to you. And also Mr. Lockhead's class from Spokane, Washington. Hi to you. And also just want to mention, I know a lot of the AP Lit classes work with Clint Smith's poems and have read his Counting Descent collection. I'm actually wearing my Counting Descent shirt today, but he is going to be on Instagram Live at 2 Eastern reading from his collection because a lot of AP classes have been asking him to Zoom and he wasn't able to handle all of the requests, so he's decided to do this reading today for AP students. So y'all jump on in if you're not busy at 2 Eastern and hear him read. I'm going to be quiet and turn it over to Mr. Escobar in Miami. How you doing today, Mr. Escobar?
I'm doing well. And we start with these shout outs every day, and I'm gonna talk about 2 in particular because of what they represent for so many people. The first one is Miss Ackerman, I think it was, from Lake Norman Christian School. And something that struck me about her is that she's a first year AP teacher, and that first year is so difficult for everyone. I remember the first time that I went to be trained to be an AP teacher. I was walking to my car right at the end of the day. This was during an APSI, and I heard Carlos, and I look over, and it was a former English teacher of mine who is Miss Krugman. Maybe a lot of you might know Jenny Krugman. She worked for the College Board afterwards. She's one of the most incredible human beings I've ever met. And she said, "Don't give up. Give it 3 years." And at first I said, "Why would I give up?" Right? Like I'm not wired that way necessarily. And she said, "Just remember these words." And boy, I tell you, after that first year, I was like, "What am I doing? This is so difficult." It was probably worse than being in college, right? And the second year came around, and it was still tough, but it was more manageable. And something did happen after the third year where I felt like I could do this, right? Like I got it. I think that I figured out the steps I need to take to get the kids where they need to be. So for all you first year AP teachers, it's always tough, and this year is especially difficult for everyone. But it'll be memorable. How about that? Let's focus on that. But we've all been first year AP teachers. My children do Taekwondo, and their master Jay always says, what's the difference between a black belt and a white belt? And the answer is a black belt is a white belt who never gave up. And I think that's important. Whether this is your first year or your 30th year or your 35th year, we can always learn and we can always collaborate with one another. So you're not alone, those of you who are first year teachers, and you're not alone, those of you who are 30 and 35 year veterans. We're all in this together for sure. Which brings me to Miss Carr from it was Castile High School, and Miss Carr is actually retiring. And I want to talk to all the students out there because we've been talking to the seniors, and we've been talking to the seniors because this is so difficult for you, and many of you feel like you've been robbed, rightfully so, robbed of these experiences. But so have the teachers, right? So have the teachers. So have the, we won't have a chance, many of us, to say goodbye to you, and we've given so much, and some of us have known you for years and years. And if you think that we're unfazed by this, and if you think that we're not heartbroken, if you don't think that we're not going to bed every night thinking of you guys, then you haven't figured us out. Because God, we leave everything behind in those classrooms for you guys, and not for passing scores, but because of the connections that we make with our students. And I think it's especially difficult for those teachers who are retiring this year because they're not going to get a chance to say goodbye. So hats off to all of you, because I think that you put in your time, and damn it, you deserve that hug and you deserve that goodbye. And I'm sorry that we're all going through this, but our hearts go out to everyone. But I'm glad that you guys join us every day, and hopefully we forget about some of this stuff in the half hour that we're together. So let's get right to it.
So yesterday we talked about symbolism, and we looked at this excerpt from Cherry Bomb, and we just asked you to think about the symbolism here, what stood out to you, and thinking about this, the object that, and actually there were a couple of different things that you could identify in here that maybe acted as a symbol. But the one that is very obvious and that I chose to think about was the cherry bomb. We see that over and over. It's even the title, so we know that that's going to be important. And then, even though the cherry bomb wasn't actually described, there was description around it. This cherry bomb is kept in a closet behind the back steps. It's in a box of private things from the speaker's private things. And when we see the speaker's response to it, it's associated with his holiday, with the 4th of July, and also with Eddie and Eddie's accident. So then we think, what might this object represent? And actually, the author really is great because the author directly says it's a memento of good times. And except for Christmas presents, it's the first thing that anyone has ever given him, the speaker. So we know that this character really has this fond memory of it and attachment to it. And so it represents like something from his childhood, these good times and memories. And even the accident, I mean, that wasn't a good time, but he's thinking back fondly on his childhood. And so what central or controlling idea might this connect to? When we read this story, it's obvious to see that the speaker's looking back in time, thinking, remembering a prior event, and is now looking at it as an adult, as an older person. And so we see this controlling idea and this memory being associated with maturity, again, coming of age, much like a white heron. We saw that in that symbol also, a tree. So that's kind of how all of that fits together. So again, symbols are a way into a text. It is an object, a specific object, a concrete object, but it represents something abstract, and it just helps us to dig into a text to make meaning of it. So today we're going to talk about a narrator, a character, or a speaker's perspective. And let me say, as we finish this, we've been looking at all of these different literary elements, just different parts of literature devices, literary elements. Tomorrow we shift to writing. So we're kind of moving our focus from concentrating on the reading side, and tomorrow we'll be shifting and thinking about all of these literary elements that we've learned about. Now, how can we apply? How can we write about those? So this will be like our last quote reading lesson, but honestly, it all ties together. So character, speakers, narrator's perspective. And again, this ties so closely into some of the other characterization lessons that we've done, because we're wanting to think about the character's background and how does their background and perspective shape the tone that they reveal about the subject. What descriptive words, adjectives, adverbs, what kind of those words, those types of words, what do they convey about their attitude, their perspective about a situation? So when we look at those things, that affects the way that we experience and interpret a text. So that's what we're digging into and looking at today.
And it's all about perspective, right? We hear people use this phrase, but what does it mean? What does it mean when it comes to literature? Let's start with this and consider what you're looking at here. Think about size, think about perspective, think about worldview here, and compare it to this, right? Whereas the ladybug seemed tiny in this picture, it's such an obstacle to this ant, right? So massive in size, and yet the ant is so tiny compared to that leaf, let's say, or to the plant. And yet, if we switch our perspective yet again, yikes, this is the ant, right? Terrifying. Yeah, this takes me back to what was the movie Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, right? So when we shift our perspective, or rather when we try to view the world through the perspective of certain characters, we're going to understand them in a different way. And we can't be passive readers. When we engage with these texts, start looking at the world through the eyes of those characters and see not only what you now can perceive, but try to see how they feel about the things that they're perceiving. And we're going to practice this today. There's certain questions that we're going to ask ourselves at all times, and we're going to repeat this slide a few times today. We want you to think about what each character considers important, and as a subset of that, what does each character need, and what does each character value? When you get to the heart of that, you're going to be able to assess what they represent for the author and the purpose or the central idea for that text. We want to look at the dynamics between the characters. How do they treat each other? Are these characters treating each other as if they are on equal footing? Is there a power play? Is there a certification of placement in society between them? And all these different dynamics will reveal something about the perspective of the character, and thereby we'll be able to understand their motivations, their actions, and their value systems. That, in a nutshell, is the purpose for doing this. Ultimately, when you take each of these characters, you see what they want, what they need, what they value. If you look at how these characters interact with one another, then our interpretation will be enhanced, because we'll be able to talk about the value system that the author is trying to either propose, foment, challenge, qualify, right? What is the social commentary being provided by this passage because of the different perspectives that the characters possess? And this will take us to Pride and Prejudice. And I want us to consider this. The first time I read this novel, the scene that struck me the most, my favorite scene in the novel, is the one I'm going to share with you today. And it's not between Lizzie and Darcy. I'm sorry, those out there, right? It's actually Mr. Collins's marriage proposal, which some of you may have read this. I think there's an AP Lang prompt, if I'm not mistaken, that is capitalizing on this scene, but it's great. So in red, you have the narrator, and then in that purplish color, we have Elizabeth's words, and in green, you have Mr. Collins. To give you some background, Mr. Collins has decided that it is convenient and acceptable for him to marry Elizabeth, because after all, she needs him, and he needs a wife. Elizabeth has never thought about Mr. Collins in that way, and she's been struck by someone else at this point, and there's no way she wants to marry this man, right? Let's see what's going on here. It was absolutely necessary to interrupt him now. Collins is about to propose, or did just propose, and now he's sort of envisioning what their life together will be like and what people are going to say. She had to stop him. You were too hasty. Sorry, do you want to read Elizabeth's lines? I'll read Mr. Collins.
Yeah, let me move.
I'll play the fool here.
I love this scene too, and if you've never seen the Keira Knightley Pride and Prejudice movie, like this scene in that movie, oh my gosh. Okay, go ahead. You can start, then I'll jump in for her.
It was absolutely necessary to interrupt him now.
You are too hasty, sir, she cried. You forgot that I have made no answer. Let me do it without further loss of time. Accept my thanks for the compliment you are paying me. I am very sensible to the honor of your proposals, but it is impossible for me to do otherwise than decline them.
I am not now to learn, replied Mr. Collins with a formal wave of the hand, that it is usual with young ladies to reject the addresses of the man whom they secretly mean to accept when he first applies for their favor, and that sometimes the refusal is repeated a second or even a third time. I am therefore by no means discouraged by what you have just said, and shall hope to lead you to the altar ere long.
Upon my word, sir, cried Elizabeth, your hope is rather an extraordinary one after my declaration. I do assure you that I am not one of those young ladies, if such young ladies there are, who are so daring as to risk their happiness and the chance of being asked a second time. I am perfectly serious in my refusal.
Yeah, if I were to hear this, I think I'd cry, I'd run away. This is it. But not Mr. Collins. When I do myself the honor of speaking to you next on this subject, I shall hope to receive a more favorable answer that you have now given me. So clearly Mr. Collins has not given up, and he has not heard a word that Lizzie has said through this scene. Why do we select this one? Why is it that when we are planning a lesson on perspective, I came to this passage? What they value, what they want, is clearly driving what they're saying and how they're behaving towards one another. And we go back to our questions, right? What do they need? What do they value? What does Mr. Collins need? He needs a wife. What does he value? Himself, right? Himself. He values the opinions of others because he's actually thinking this is going to be a good match because his benefactress is going to approve. What does Lizzie need? Well, not Mr. Collins. What does she value? Her independence, her willfulness, her right to choose who she's going to marry and who she's certainly not going to marry. How do they treat each other? And it's interesting because they do treat each other respectfully, right? She doesn't slap him. She doesn't run out on him. She doesn't demean or debase him, even though he's stubborn and rude. But she says, "Upon my word, sir," and when you read it, you emphasize that, sir.
I put the emphasis. I put the emphasis there, and I'm even thinking back to the paradigm pickle prompt
All
with
the
the sir
sirs,
and the
yeah,
sir.
absolutely,
Right, like
yeah.
we're following these social norms, but there's a little attitude there.
Yeah, and within absolutely that's right. Within the parameters of what's acceptable, you can still disagree and argue, but as long as you put sir, it makes it all okay. And you actually said sir the first time you spoke here in this passage too, right? You were too hasty, sir. So we do see that she's holding on to social propriety, as is he. I am not now to learn, replied Mr. Collins, with a formal wave of the hand. That formality says that he's not going to lose his temper, he's not going to lose his hopes or his demeanor, even though his words. I mean, the poor guy looks like such a fool, right? But there is still some preservation of what's expected by society, and they're treating each other with that degree of respect. What is highlighted? What values are highlighted by the interactions of these characters? Well, there's a lot, and I'm not going to answer that question just yet because I want us to look at the next slide. Let's look at how she speaks here. And she's very, let's start with him actually. He is very stuck in his ways, right? He's not listening to what she is saying. He says it is usual with young ladies. So this guy knows women, right? He's going to write the book on what's going on in a woman's mind. They secretly mean to accept. I am not discouraged. I hope to lead you to the altar ere long. His entire final statement here, when I do myself the honor of speaking to you next. Think about that, right? This man is proposing, and he is going to not listen to what she says, but he's going to try again. And he's going to lead her to the altar. But she has been so forthright in her response. Accept my thanks for the compliment, the honor of your proposal. I do assure you that I am not one of those ladies. I am perfectly serious in my refusal. There's no animosity. There's respect. But she is very adamant about what her decision is, and he's very adamant that he's not going to care about what her decision is because he has his own agenda. And we have to go, I think, to the first line of this novel to understand, even though this might apply more to Mr. Darcy, right? But it's a truth universally acknowledged that a single man in possession of a good fortune must be in want of a wife. And even though his good fortune is not as good a fortune as Mr. Darcy's, this is what we're seeing from Mr. Collins. He has reached a certain level where it's not expected of him to have a wife. So what is highlighted, what value is highlighted? Well, this obstinacy on the side of this man who needs a wife in order to check a box off, right? It's expected that he has one. After all, what would his congregation think if he's not married and his benefactress and all these other people around him? So when we talk about what values are highlighted, they don't have to be good values, right? Like this value, in terms of looking for a wife, has nothing to do with love or companionship or making each other better. It's not about that. It's about climbing the social ladder and ticking off boxes. What we want to do now is we want you guys to take this passage, and you're going to work with this passage for homework. So we're not going to give you many answers right now. This is one of the old AP questions, and there's different degrees of servants here, and I think we have to read this one as Barbara. I think that there may be some confusion here, but basically you have Wilson, who is on his way to Mr. Carson's house to discuss some issues, and he's going to walk us through the city, and then we're going to meet different servants. So if you want to read the first paragraph.
Okay, sounds good.
Wilson had about 2 miles to walk before he reached Mr. Carson's house, which was almost in the country. The streets were not yet bustling and busy. The shopmen were lazily taking down the shutters, although it was near 8 o'clock, for the day was long enough for the purchases people made in that quarter of the town. All trade was so flat. 1 or 2 miserable-looking women were setting off on their day's begging expedition, but there were few people abroad. Mr. Carson's was a good house and furnished with disregard to expense, but in addition to lavish expenditure, there was much taste shown, and many articles chosen for their beauty and elegance adorned his rooms. As Wilson passed the window which a housemaid had thrown open, he saw pictures and gilding, at which he was tempted to stop and look, but then he thought it would not be respectful, so he hastened on to the kitchen door. The servants seemed very busy with preparations for breakfast, but good-naturedly, though hastily, told him to step in, and they could soon let Mr. Carson know he was there. So he was ushered into a kitchen hung round with glittering tins, where a roaring fire burned merrily, and where numbers of utensils hung round, at whose nature and use Wilson amused himself by guessing. Meanwhile, the servants bustled to and fro. An outdoor man servant came in for orders and sat down near Wilson. The cook broiled steaks, and the kitchen maid toasted bread and boiled eggs.
The coffee steamed upon the fire, and altogether the odors were mixed and appetizing, that Wilson began to yearn for food to break his fast, which had lasted since dinner the day before. If the servants had known this, they would have willingly given him meat and bread in abundance. But they were like the rest of us, and not feeling hungry themselves, forgot it was possible another might. So Wilson's craving turned to sickness, while they chattered on, making the kitchens free and keen remarks upon the parlor.
How late you were last night, Thomas?
Yes, I was right weary of waiting. They told me to be at the rooms by 12, and there I was. But it was 2 o'clock before they called me.
And did you wait all that time in the street as the housemaid who had done her work at the present and come to the kitchen for a bit of gossip?
My eye is light. You don't think I'm such a fool as to catch my death of cold and let the horses catch their death too, as we should have done if we'd stopped there. No, I put the horses up in the stable and the spread eagle and went myself and got a glass or two by the fire. They're driving a good custom up, coachman. There were 5 of us, and with many a quart of ale and gin with to keep out cold.
Mercy on us, Thomas. You'll get a drunkard at last.
If I do, I know whose blame it'll be. It will be Mrs. and not mine. Flesh and blood can't sit to starve to death on a coach box waiting for folks as don't know their own mind.
Servant, semi-upper housemaid, semi-lady's maid, now came down with orders from her mistress.
Thomas, you must write to the fishmongers and say Mrs. can't give above half a crown a pound for salmon for Tuesday. She's grumbling because trade's so bad, and she'll want the carriage at 3 to go to the lecture, Thomas, at the Royal Execution, you know.
I know.
And you better, all of you, mind your P's and Q's, for she's very black this morning. She's got a bad headache.
The pity Miss Jenkins is not here to match her. Lord, how she and Mrs. did quarrel, which had got the worst headaches. It was that Miss Jenkins left for. She would not give up having bad headaches, and Mrs. could not abide anyone to have them but herself.
Mrs. will have her breakfast upstairs cooked and the cold porridge as was left yesterday, and put plenty of cream in her coffee, and she thinks there's a roll left, and she would like it well buttered.
So saying, the maid left the kitchen to be ready to attend to the young lady's bell when they chose to ring after their late assembly the night before. So I thought it would be important for us to read it because this is the type of passage that I think some students might give up on before they reach the end. There's so many characters. We're not even clear as to what the action is. We started with this notion of Wilson going to see Mr. Carson. We never see Mr. Carson. What Wilson needed never gets addressed. Never gets he doesn't get a resolution for it. This is indeed a passage about the different perspectives that we get from these different servants. Wilson, a housemaid, and this servant who's a semi-upper housemaid, etc., etc., etc. We have to consider their worldview. Again, what do they need? What do they want? What do they value? How they treat each other, and then we're going to understand what it is that Gaskell is actually the author is saying about society through these characters. We're not going to answer this because you're actually going to write this for homework, and these questions will guide your analysis, and we hope to see great essays because we are going to be talking about writing moving forward. So let's talk about what we did today.
And today we just considered perspective. What are the different perspectives we see? How do we see that? Through syntax, through diction, through selection of detail, and then how do those perspectives contribute to an overall tone? How do they connect back to a central idea? All of this, every element we've looked at, we identify it, and then we move to the function. Why is it important? Not just can I identify it and find evidence to identify it, but how does that lead us deeper into the text? Why is that important? So identification and function. I feel like we're saying the same things every day, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. But it's worth repeating, right?
Correct. So that's what we looked at today. Tonight,
this is the prompt that goes with that passage. The following excerpt is from Elizabeth Gaskell's Mary Barton, a novel of 1848. Remember, use every piece of data you get. A novel about mill workers living in Manchester, England in the 1840s. In this scene, George Wilson, one of the workers, goes to the house of Mr. Carson, the mill owner, to request care for a fellow worker dying of typhus. Read the passage carefully, then in a well-written essay, analyze how Gaskell uses literary elements and techniques to make social commentary. Now, let me say something to the students out there. You're gonna write this essay, and we expect a good essay, okay? We expect you to try your best. We're going to be working with this essay for some of the lessons that are going to come now when we look at writing. Don't just think about perspective. If you watch more than one of these videos, if you have sat through your teacher's classrooms, then bring everything you've got. We're talking characterization, setting, character perspective, narrative pace, right? What is told when and in which order? Figurative language. Are there metaphors and similes here that really do something remarkable? Look at structure. Look at who speaks. Look at who remains silent. Take all of these to ultimately get at what is the value system, to ultimately be able to answer the prompt. Social commentary. This is a perfect prompt for everything we've been talking about. Identification, leading to function, leading to a value system. Don't make it just about these workers. Make it about society as a whole. What is Gaskell saying? Not about Wilson, not about Mr. Carson, but about you and about me and about Miss Barber and everyone else out there.
So we'll ask you to write this essay tonight, but the good news is you won't be writing an essay this weekend, right? We'll get the
Absolutely.
weekend off.
There you
So
go.
yeah. We'll do the heavy lifting today. So tomorrow we shift. We're going to be talking about specifically like how do we gather evidence for our writing and what does that look like? And we'll even talk a little bit just specifically about, the format of the test this year. It's going to be online. How does that, like our annotating and making notes, what is that going to look like in our gathering evidence and what are some strategies to do that? So that's what we'll be talking about tomorrow. As always, we're just honored to share this time with you and for you to be in our virtual classes. We're learning from all of you as you communicate with us. I'm taking notes the whole time Mr. Escobar is talking. I'm learning a lot from him. So it really is a privilege to share this time with you. If you know of someone who doesn't have a device or access, reach out to College Board, get this information to them. We want to make sure everyone has what they need to take the test. So Bear is signing off today. He's right here. I'm signing off. Looking forward to see you tomorrow at TGIF tomorrow.
That's right. Goodbye, everyone. I know my students are watching. I see some of them are watching today. I miss you guys. I want nothing more than to be back in room 218 with you guys. So take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and spend a couple minutes today just reaching out to someone and telling them you love them and telling them thank you because we're all in this together. Bye, guys.
You think that means we are live? Hello, everybody. Happy Friday. It's Friday, right?
Yes,
Okay,
definitely
good.
Friday.
Please don't tell me. Please don't tell me if it's not Friday. Happy Friday. Welcome to the AP Lit Review. We're excited to be here again on this beautiful Friday in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm Susan Barber from Grady High School, and I'm so excited because today I think is the first official day that my students are joining us. They've been working on some other things. I have about 120 AP Lit heads, and so they are logging on and watching today. So guys, I've been in touch with y'all. I love you, but so glad that you're with us here in this space today. And let me give a shout out to a few other classes. Mr. Nagowski's class from Gadsden County High School in Havana, Florida, up in the Panhandle. Miss Richmond's class from Reading, Pennsylvania, had a really sweet email from a student at Centennial High School in Las Cruces, New Mexico. Miss Ferguson's class and the students at Luther Prep School in Watertown, Wisconsin, who love Bayer apparently. So 5 minutes ago, Bayer was right here, but then my college-age daughter, who's home from school at the University of Georgia, she came down and fixed her lunch, and he followed her upstairs or followed the food upstairs. Maybe he'll be back before the lesson is over. I've done way too much talking. Mr. Escobar, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. How's everyone out there? I left the shout outs to you today, Ms. Barber. I've been working on the map and it's taking a minute. So I'll have that map updated for next week. But it is great to end the week with you. It's great to end the week with all of you. And rest assured that our work does not end because we spent the weekend thinking about how to improve all these lessons. We hope that we've been able to answer all your questions in the past few weeks. And as we learn more information, as always, we're going to share it with you. But let's get started. Let's dive right into today. And we start with the essay that you wrote last night. We hope that you wrote it last night. It's a challenging one. There's a bunch of characters I think that you have to balance. And what we decided to do is instead of sharing a sample essay, this was the passage, instead of sharing a sample essay with you, we're going to hold off on that because we're actually going to be talking about each of the components of the essay in the sessions to come. We're going to talk about commentary and evidence today, particularly evidence, how to extrapolate the evidence from the passage. But we are going to be talking about thesis statement again and commentary and what makes up a great introduction and how do we finish these essays and how do we approach the prompt in general. So what we decided to do is let's do a little spot checking for you guys. We want you to take the essay and we want to go back to this, which we had done maybe April 6th. I don't remember at this point, but we had talked about how the different elements of the essay should come together. And we were talking about line of reasoning. And I never want you guys to lose sight of that phrase and that purpose in essay writing. Everything has to be interconnected. So ideally, we would like for you to highlight your thesis, preferably in the introduction, right? It doesn't have to be one sentence. It can be two sentences, but for an essay this length, it's probably going to be one sentence. So go ahead and highlight your thesis. Then we want you to highlight your claims. We want you specifically your topic sentences in your paragraph. Why bury these claims within the passage? Start off that body paragraph with a statement that you're going to defend and support throughout that paragraph. And do you see a connection between that claim and the thesis statement? Did you borrow ideas? Did you borrow words from the thesis, letting us know that we are in the development of the support of that thesis? And remember that these claims, the way that they should be listed, should make some sense. Paragraph 2 of your first body paragraph appears before paragraph 3 for a particular reason. And if you could state that explicitly for us, that would probably be beneficial to you. Then each of these claims should have evidence. And this is the row that we're going to focus on today. What kind of evidence? How do we read in order to pull the evidence? What are the questions we should ask ourselves? But at the very least for now, you should have some quotations. You should have some references to line numbers. Go ahead and highlight that. And you may want to highlight each of these in different colors so that you can see if something's missing. And then if you go back to one of our videos where Ms. Barber showed you how to make connections between all these parts, like literally drawing lines between them, you should be able to do that with your essays. The evidence is probably not going to be the same because you're supporting a different claim. And we want to show some variety in the essay. And we also want to know that you read the whole thing and you're not just basing your claims and your thesis, let's say, on the first paragraph of the passage. And your commentary, make sure that you have this. We don't want you to take a stance in a claim and then provide evidence and then let the evidence speak for itself. Absolutely not. You are the author. You are the one driving this. You are the engine. That thesis statement image we had shown you. Really, you're the driver of that vehicle, and that's where your commentary comes in. But all of these pieces, the commentary, the evidence, the claim, have to go back to your thesis. So if you do us a favor now and take your essay and highlight it and draw these connections between these parts, then we know that you have an essay that includes all the different components that we're going to be talking about throughout the weeks to come. We're not going to be writing an essay tonight, so they don't want to rewrite this one if they're missing certain things. Like if they didn't put quotations, let's say, or they don't have commentary. Go ahead and try that out tonight over the weekend. So that starting next week, you do have a solid essay with all parts.
And next week, no, you're good. Next week we are breaking this all down. We'll have us one day on writing thesis statements, one day on unpacking a prompt, one day on really what is commentary, how do we tie commentary back to the thesis, how do we establish a line of reasoning. So next week we have very specific targeted lessons for each of these components.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm excited about that. I'm a writing teacher at heart, so writing, it just gets me fired up.
Well, and it gets us closer to the task at hand, right? Your links back there remind us that each day we're closer to that examination. That's certainly what the goal is, to be able to write a cogent essay at the end of the day. So for today's goal, we're going to look into what it takes to develop a paragraph that includes the claim and the evidence itself. But what we decided to do is to take this and instead of focusing on the three gray boxes that are at the bottom, we're going to focus on the first one. In literary analysis, writers read the text closely to identify details that, in combination, enable them to make and defend a claim about an aspect of the text. Excuse me. The notion here is if we're not identifying the right things in the passage, then our support or evidence for our claims might be weaker than we intend for them to be, and thereby our claim may not be as attractive, right? Our essay won't be convincing enough. If our thesis statement is an arguable one, it's one that's presenting an argument, then we want to have strong claims, and strong claims require the best evidence so that it's undeniable that our interpretation is indeed a plausible interpretation. So instead of focusing on really the, what kind of evidence or how do we write the evidence in, we're going to talk today about how do we pull the evidence from the passages.
Yeah, and I think it's, because the format of the test is different this year, typically you would have the essay or the passage in front of you, but now it's going to be on a computer screen. And so that changes things. But it's probably most of you have been practicing marking things literally on the text and then you go to write. Well, now you will have the option to print. However, that takes time, and we'll talk about that. You'll have to decide if you want to print and literally annotate on the text. But like I would not be able to print at my house. So then, I'm thinking, how can we take notes? What's the best way that we can take notes on a passage that we're looking at on a screen, jot down some notes, organize our notes, and get ready to write? So today we just want to talk through some specific strategies to help you annotate or take notes and organize your thoughts when you're reading. So this is very practical. So let's start with this. Mr. Escobar, what is one thing that you've noticed since we started this online project? Tell me one thing you've noticed.
I feel like a student now. You're calling me. I wasn't ready.
Yes,
One
this
thing
is
I've
a pop
noticed.
quiz.
Yeah. One thing I've noticed is that people are coming together. I think that a lot of times we felt that we were going to battle this situation alone, this crisis alone. Whether we're talking about the pandemic or we're talking about the impending test, it seems like we're all in this together, to quote my daughter's Disney song. And that's what I've noticed since we started.
Here's the next question. How have you seen this? What's your evidence for that?
It's interesting because we are quarantined, right? I haven't left my house in weeks and months probably now. But despite that limitation, I've had more contact and communication with people than I do normally, right? Normally my communication is with teenagers, with young people, but I see very few adults. Once I close the door to my classroom, I hardly see the teachers who are my neighbors, but constantly, every day, 50, 60 emails come in from all over the world. And that's how I know that we are coming together. I had never spoken to someone who lived in Bolivia or Saudi Arabia or Senegal or Japan or right? I mean, it's just incredible.
Actually, like a month ago, you and I had not even spoken. That's
Absolutely.
crazy.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, here's my last question for you. Why do you think that's important?
Students often ask me, Mr. Escobar, are you okay? All your books are sad, right? and I tell them, the things that make you happy and the things that make me happy are probably very different. You probably want to go out, you want to go to South Beach, you want to go to the movies, I just want to stay home, spend some time with my family, read a good book, maybe at the end of the day watch a movie. But yet tragedy does bring us together. We understand Hamlet, we understand Janie, we understand all these characters, because what makes you sad and what makes you cry is probably the same thing that makes me upset too. And I think that all these people coming together and sending us emails just speaks to our humanity. We seek community. We can't bear isolation. We seek community. And thank God that we now have these capabilities to connect with people all over the world and build community, even if it's from the comfort of your couch, my office, my library. Yeah, it's incredible.
Okay, I love that. Thanks for sharing that. And what we just modeled for you is the approach that we want you to take with the text. So we want you to ask these three questions. What do I notice? How do I see this? How is the author communicating this? And why is it important? So let's think about the what. When we read a text, what do I see? What stands out to me? Here's some things that you can look for. Shifts, contrast, repetitions, similarities. Sometimes there are just things that stand out. This happens to me all the time when I'm reading a passage. I'll notice something and I'll think, I know that's important, but I'm not even sure.
I don't know why. Absolutely.
Right, but there's weight to this. Like I just know it's important and it stands out. So that's the first thing we want you to focus on when you're reading. What do I notice? Shifts are so important. And contrast, we spend a lot of time talking about shifts, contrast. But what do I notice? Just what stands out to you. Next is how is the author presenting these things that stand out to you. This list that I have here, this Brian Stabnick, a friend of mine from Long Island, New York, hosted this in a group I'm in a few days ago. And I love this because these are a lot of the hows that the writer uses. And we talked about all of these different tools, all of these writer, author choices. These are ways into a text for us. These are ways that we can think about and help us make meaning of the text. So this list is not exhaustive, but it is a list of things. We've done lessons on almost all of these things. And so we're kind of transitioning from looking at all of these author choices, literary elements, devices. We spent a lot of time looking on those. Now we want to be able to bridge and shift into writing. And how are we going to write about it? But the how, what choices are the what choice, how's the author communicating the message? And then they're usually got three things. That's the how is the message being communicated? Finally, the last question, why is this important? And we get to these bigger, broader ideas. Initially we want to answer the prompt. I mean, we're going to be writing specifically about a prompt. So we want to tie all of that back to the answer, to answer the prompt. And our thesis will be built around that. And also this central or controlling idea or your interpretation of the text. That's why these things are important. Remember, it's not just about identifying all of the author's choices. It's not just about saying the author uses, one of my students in an essay they wrote this week said the author uses bombastic diction, I think. So, and that's great, but it's not just about identifying it. But why is that important? Why this type of diction? Why this type of figurative language? Or why is the character being portrayed this way? What is the setting telling us? We need to just connect that back to a central or controlling idea. So these three things we want you to think of. What do I notice? How is it being portrayed? How is it being communicated? How is the author choosing to reveal this information? Why is it important? But then it gets kind of confusing too because we have this whole text and we need to be able to break down the text. And my friend Valerie Withers, she gave me this idea. She calls it the BME, the beginning, the middle, and the end. And she has her students chunk the text this way. I really like that because we want to be able to look at the text in smaller chunks. And we've done that. We've talked a lot about chunking the text already, and we'll talk about that more next week as we get into our writing. But this beginning, middle, and end, it just allows you to work with smaller pieces of the text and look for those shifts. A lot of times you see shifts like in the character, shifts in the tone. We looked at the Ludi Johnson text and we saw like the whole first part, the street. We saw the whole first part is the setting, and then the second part is about the character. So maybe not a beginning, middle, and an end, but a beginning and an end. We see this, very clear shift in the text. So I'm thinking about the what, the how, and the why, the beginning, the middle, and the end. And I spent yesterday on the phone with one of my friends, Jim Wicks from Dalton High School in Dalton, Georgia. Hello. We started hashing this out and figuring out what type of graphic organizer, what's something our students can use to make notes. And so he helped me come up with this. It's so easy too, but I just couldn't wrap my mind around it. So even if you don't have a printer, I think it's really easy to just make a tic-tac-toe board. Here's the beginning, here's the middle, here's the end. Here's what I noticed. Here, how is the author communicating this? Why is this important? This will allow you to quickly take some notes if you don't have a piece of paper that you're actually writing on. I mean, you may not have a printer at home, or you may not want to take the time to print, but this will allow you to jot down some notes to organize your thoughts quickly and then get ready to write. So let's apply this.
Ms. Barber, can I play devil's advocate and ask you a
Play
question?
devil's advocate. Now you're putting me on the spot.
Well, I know you know the answer to this because it's a question that our students ask us all the time, right? In 40 minutes, although this year we'll have 45 minutes, but in 40 minutes, my essays are short. Now, Ms. Barber, you want me to not only read and write, but before I start to write, you want me to jot down notes. I'm never going to get to the writing. And I understand why students ask us that question, right? The concern is very real. If I'm writing, let's say, a full page and then a half page, and that's all I can muster out in 40 minutes, and now I'm going to take this tic-tac-toe and fill it in, am I just going to write a paragraph, right? Because it's going to be so time-consuming. And maybe I'll answer my own question since I put you on the spot and I'll take it back. But I want you to jump in. Oh, okay, you want to go ahead? Because I think it's something we're asked all the time, right? What I want to do is, hey, can we go to the reading? You know, we told them, our audience, that we both have read, we both have scored exams. How many of those essays are long but repetitive, or long but you're not saying anything? Or right, just because something is lengthy doesn't mean that it has substance to it. And if you're writing a page and a half and you're still being repetitive and you're still not saying much, then maybe write a page and a half, but a smarter page and a half, a more focused page and a half. So I'm going to throw that at you just because I think it's probably something students are thinking about right now.
So when I talk to my students about annotating or note taking and outlining, and rest assured, we will talk about outlining next week because it is so important. I get it. Like, you want to jump in, you want to start writing, and I am not suggesting that you're going to fill in all of these boxes 100% thoroughly. However, writing, it takes time, and like, you need a minute for things to percolate in your mind. And honestly, and there'll be some teachers who don't agree with me, and you listen to your teacher, but in a 40-minute time setting, I usually coach my students to read, take notes, and outline. Like, let that take at least 10 minutes, and not 15, and then start your writing. Because like Mr. Escobar said, the more you can plan on the front end, the more purposeful your writing is, and the more you're going to have to say instead of just vomiting words all over the paper.
Absolutely.
And it also, I just think it's so important to give your mind that 10 minutes, that 15 minutes to be thinking on the text before you just have all this word salad on the paper.
Yeah, and I would say that 10 minutes is not enough, right? 12, 15 minutes, yeah, absolutely. And I've done different things in my classroom. I'll share it with you guys now because you may want to practice doing this. I've had my students use, let's say, a pencil to jot down notes, and the pen is on the ground, and they're not allowed to touch the pen for the first 15 minutes, right? Or two different colors or something, so that I still wanted to have a writing instrument. I wanted to be able to be annotating on the prompt and doing these graphic organizers or outlines, but I need to control when they start writing the actual essay, because it seems like, if I start handing out papers on the right side of my room, by the time I get to the left, the kids on the right already want to start writing. Like, how can you be writing? You probably haven't even delved into the prompt during this time period. So it's important to slow down, and it's not about, you got to get over the fear of, am I going to be able to finish the essay? You will, because now you're actually going to have something to say. How much of the time are you stuck and where do I go next? Where do I go next? These graphic organizers help you develop your outline, and then the writing is seamless at that point because you know exactly where you're going.
And even if you're not filling all of this out, which you won't have time for that, it helps. It gives you a format to think,
Yeah.
And I mean, I think more important, yes, teaching writing, we want to show you some ways to be a better writer, but writing is born out of thinking and organizing our thoughts, and then we just push our thoughts out on the paper through a pen. So this is really just as much about training your mind to think when you approach a passage as it is writing about a passage.
Absolutely.
So I think if you approach a text, and we still have plenty of time to practice, if we approach a text thinking, what do I notice? How is this being communicated? Why is this important? Like, we're reading with those questions in our mind all the time, and it becomes easier and easier the more we practice.
So let's see what that looks like, right?
So let's practice.
You wrote on this last night, but let's read the prompt just to remind ourselves of what the task was. The following excerpt is from Elizabeth Gaskell's Mary Barton, a novel about mill workers living in Manchester, England in the 1840s. In this scene, George Wilson, one of the workers, goes to the house of Mr. Carson, the mill owner, to request care for a fellow worker dying of typhus. Read the passage carefully. Then, in a well-written essay, analyze how Gaskell uses literary elements and techniques to make social commentary.
So I applied what we talked about to this graphic organizer. I went ahead and chunked the text, and the way I chunked it, I put this whole beginning section. It talks a lot about the setting, and it's very descriptive here. So that became my beginning, and then the middle part becomes the dialogue. That just seemed like a natural shift in the text for me. So this is the beginning section. And then what do I notice? Well, I notice there's a lot of imagery. There's a lot of focus on setting. I'm introduced to two main characters. So when I'm thinking about the what, the how, and the why in the beginning, it would look like this. So you want to go to the next one? Yeah. So again, the what I already talked about. How? Well, I see this through the selection of details, specifically in regard to setting, and I see it also in the contrast. So, and here are just a couple of quotes that I pulled. And if you were doing this on exam day, you might want to just write down a couple of words or maybe line numbers to reference back to here. Now, why is this important? Well, from the very beginning, we're seeing these two different worlds, the wealthy and the poorer people, and we're seeing this contrast. And remember, I mean, we're looking for contrast. We're looking for complexity. So from the very beginning, I noticed that. So that's kind of how that was checked for understanding with the second paragraph. Again, this becomes my middle section, and there's no one right way to do this. You will chunk the text in a way that makes sense to you because this is about you approaching the text. So this is not the only way to do it. But to me, it made sense to go from all of the description and now to the dialogue. And it's interesting because one thing I noticed, even through the dialogue, is I still continue to see the servants, the poorer people, contrasted with the more wealthy people. I was right there waiting. I was told to be there by 12, but it wasn't until 2 o'clock they called. You better, the servants, like I telling everybody, be on your best behavior because now the wealthy in a bad mood has a bad headache. So we go to the chart, and again, I see this, and it's like from the very first part. The dialogue, it really reinforces what the contrast that I saw before. So now I see this developing throughout the passage. Does that make sense, Mr. Escobar?
Yeah, perfect sense. We're basically repeating these steps multiple times, right? However you decide that you chunk the passage, then you apply the thinking. What do I see? How is it conveyed? And what is the greater significance to this? And you brought up the Louis Johnson piece, and at that point, maybe we just split it up 2 times,
Exactly.
right? Whereas in this one, maybe it is 3. And there is no right answer, as you said. There's just the right type of thinking, right? What do I see? How do I see this? And why is it important? So when we debrief, we're talking about the selection of evidence. We're not talking right now about the type of commentary we make about this evidence, but we specifically focus today on how do I extrapolate evidence, particularly with this year's setting, right? We have the prompt on the screen. I'm here in my bedroom. I'm here in my office. I'm here in my living room. I'm on my couch. How do I make notes? The whole year I've been taking these notes. So what we gave you today was one way of taking notes. Chunk the text, ask what, how, why, and then you're going to be able to go to interpretation. Ms. Barber, you were going to jump in?
Yeah, under the description in today's session, I actually have a PDF of this exact chart, and with a couple of leading questions up front, like how to break down the prompt. Here's a space to outline. Here's your thesis. So that is on the description for today. This is what I would encourage you to do. Make a copy of that, and then revise it to what works for you. Some people use different language, like claim, evidence, and analogy. analysis. So if that language works better for you, then you do that. Make a copy of this, change it to something that's going to work for you on exam day, and then start practicing with that between now and exam day. So that's going to be your homework for tonight. What we're asking you to do is to go ahead, and I want you to think about your plan for annotating on exam day. Are you going to print and annotate, or are you going to take notes on a separate sheet of paper? If you're taking notes, what's your note-taking plan? So I've given this 3x3 annotation document in the description. Look at that. Does that work for you? If it doesn't, figure out what's going to work for you. Make modifications to this document if you need to. Most importantly, talk to your teacher about it. What we don't want, though, is for you to go into exam day without a plan. The more you can plan on the front end, the more confident you'll be, and the more in control of this test you'll be. My friend Lisa Boyd, she always says, and I love this, she says, you're taking the test. The test isn't taking you. You are going to go in, you're going to take tests. You're going to be in command of this. This is on your terms. So we want to help you take this test on your terms and just give you as many tools as we can to help you be confident going into it.
Absolutely. And this is just one, right? I'm sure
this is just one.
There are others, and I love what you said earlier today, which is your teacher's right. If your teacher gave you another approach, then follow that one. The idea is, let's not lose everything we got from the classroom.
Right.
You spent months and months and months sitting with your teachers. They gave you tools, employ those tools. Let's not be passive test takers. We are in command. We're in control. We just got to develop a game plan for how we're going to attack the beast on exam day, right?
And again, this is far beyond the test. We do want you to be prepared for the test, but this helps you be a better reader and a better thinker in general. So as I tell my students on day one, I'm like, this class is all about the test. This class is not at all about tests. And we live in that dichotomy all year. So the things I'm telling you, yeah, I want to get you ready for the exam because I want to help you get college credit, but this goes so much further than the exam. I'm sorry, I'm getting off on my soapbox and just acting like y'all are in my class. So if you know of someone who doesn't have access to the internet or a device, reach out to College Board. They are working to make sure everyone has what they need to take the test on exam day, which is May 13th. So we are counting down. It is Friday. Thank y'all for a great week. Seniors 2020, we love you. I know it's hard times. I know it's unusual circumstances, but what I'm seeing, oh my gosh, y'all are approaching not just this exam, but these circumstances with heart. And I love what I'm seeing for y'all. So from y'all. So have a great weekend. That's it. I'm signed out in Atlanta. Bye.
Absolutely. Bye from Miami.
So here we are. Hello, everyone. Happy Monday. Welcome to the AP Lit review session today. We're excited to be sharing another week with y'all. And this is just going to be, we've taken a shift now in our instruction, and each lesson this week is just going to be writing focused. It's going to be a very targeted lesson. We're going to be talking about dissecting prompts, writing a thesis statement, how do we organize our essay, how do we embed quotes. So short, targeted, specific, writing specific lessons. I'm Susan Barber from Atlanta, Georgia. Shout out to Grady High School, the Grady Knights. I'm missing y'all. My co-teacher, he's with us today, Bear Barber. It's funny, I got an email from someone who said that Bear reminds them of his students sleeping in class and not paying attention and not motivated this time of year. But we know y'all are the motivated ones because you're with us. 18 days, 18 school days until the AP Lit exam. We are counting it down. Mr. Escobar, glad you're with us again today. Tell me something good that happened this weekend.
How are you guys? Mr. Escobar from Miami, Florida, representing Felix Varela Senior High School. Something good that happened this weekend is I was feeling a little under the weather, and I fought it, and I think I'm on the other side of a small cold. If I'm whispering or screaming, you gotta let me know, Ms. Barber, because my ears are a little clogged, I think. But I'm grateful to be healthy. I'm grateful to be here with you today and with all of our listeners. And I want to bring something up. I received an email. I fell a little behind with emails this weekend, so I'm sorry if I haven't replied to you just because, again, I wasn't feeling 100%. But I was struck by a student who mentioned that she has never been good in her English classes, right? And I started thinking about that verb, that form of the verb to be. And if you're a student out there who is feeling that way, I've never been good, or I am not good. And let's change the way we think about this. Maybe you have struggled, but let's not use the to be verb. Let's not say that you are not good. You struggled, and with practice, you'll get better. But I think we have to get into that zone now, right? You said 18 days before the exam. We have to believe that we can do it. We have to believe that even though perhaps you have struggled, you haven't understood the passages, your essays have been maybe a little too short, or your essays have been just off the mark. All that means is that you have to stick around, and you have to listen to our advice, and you have to go through these lessons, and you have to try to connect to with your teachers as much as possible, so that as you practice more and more, you struggle less and less, and then you are great at English. So let's not be defining ourselves by our weakest moments, but let's just do what we got to do to get ready for this exam. And that's what it's all about, right, Ms. Barber?
That's right, because the reality is if you're showing up and doing this kind of work, you're a good student.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, 100% you are. Also, I want to say hi to Miss Nestor's class in Danville, Virginia, who's with us today. I know they're watching. So Miss Nestor's a good friend of mine, so y'all are in good hands. Yesterday, Friday, we left and we said we wanted you to think about exam day and what's going to be your plan for exam day. Are you going to be printing and annotating on a hard copy of the prompt, or maybe printing is not an option? It really wouldn't be an option for me at my house, and I would be taking notes by hand. And if I do that, what is going to be the plan for taking notes? We shared a document that you can tweak and make your own for taking notes. But that was the homework, to think through exam day and what is going to be your plan. Because the more prepared you are for knowing your plan for the exam day, then the more you're going to be able to just focus on the task at hand. We want to just have you think through as much as you can before then, so there aren't any surprises that day. The only surprise is going to be the text in front of you. Everything else will be thought through. So here are the basic things that you need, that you should have thought through. Maybe you're still thinking through it, and we encourage you to talk to your teacher about this. Taking a cue from Hamlet, to print or not to print. I mean, that's something you're going to have to decide. To print and annotate or to take notes. That's another thing you're going to have to decide. To handwrite or to type. All of these are decisions that you need to think through now, and you need to practice now. Some other things, and we'll be sharing strategies all through the remainder of the lessons, but some other things you need to be thinking about.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah,
I can picture the emails now, right? All these students asking us what our opinions are about these things. And the truth of the matter is that I don't think there is a single right answer. I think that what you have to do right now as students is practice all these different combinations and permutations and see which one works best for you. Are you more comfortable reading off the screen and taking notes, or printing and annotating on the paper? Are you more comfortable writing by hand and taking a picture and sending it to your teacher? Or are you more comfortable just typing it, let's say on the My AP Classroom interface, and then submitting it that way? So it's not that I don't want you to ask us those questions, but those questions are not ones that we can readily answer for you. I think it's really a matter of practicing and seeing what fits, what works best for you.
Exactly. And I had some of my students did a time writing last week, and I told them, I want you to think through what you want to do on exam day and practice it. And so many of my students, because we handwrite in my class all the time, so many of my students were really excited about typing. And after they typed and submitted that way, I have several who did not like it, and they're going to handwrite. And they wouldn't have known that if they had not practiced ahead of time. Some of them like to type it better. So just go ahead and think through exam day, and then practice a couple of times and see if it's really playing out like you're picturing it's going to play out. So some other decisions you'll need to, or other things you need to think about. Go ahead and tell your family when the exam is and what time you're going to be taking it, and you'll need to think through, like, what space in the house am I going to work in? Will I have quiet space then? You may have younger siblings at home. Your parents are maybe working at home. So all of that, you'll need to think through exactly where you're going to take the exam. A lot of you are probably working that day. You need to go ahead and tell your boss, and you need to for sure have a device. If you're sharing a computer with siblings or parents, you'll need to think through that and make sure your devices are charged. So again, these are reminders and things will help you think through for exam day. But hopefully you thought through a little bit about how you're going to handle the prompt on that day. So today we're going to shift and we're going to be talking about unpacking the prompt. And really our goal is to write a good thesis statement that makes a defensible claim about an interpretation of literature and hopefully establishes a line of reasoning. But we cannot write an effective thesis statement if we don't take time to really unpack the prompt and think through the prompt. So today's lesson is going to be, how do I unpack a prompt, and what are the different parts of a prompt, and how can I use all of those parts of the prompt to really guide my reading and guide my writing.
Absolutely. So what's in a prompt, right? What can I expect to find in a prompt that I will then wrestle with and use it for my interpretation of literature? Every single prompt will have the author, the date, and the title. It's going to give you some context for what's happening in the passage, and then it's going to give you the task, the main goal, the main thing that you're going to have to answer in your thesis and then defend in your essay. Sometimes the prompt is a little more complex, so there may be multiple tasks, but we're going to look at ones today that will just have one specific focused task. But I'll give you examples of others as well. So now the College Board has said that from now on, all questions will have these stable prompt wordings. So it's not going to be a surprise as to what the prompt will look like or sound like. And this is the template, if you will, for what the prompt will look like. The following excerpt is from, and they're going to give you, and I color coded with the image at the top, they're going to give you the author, the date, and the title. Then they're going to go into the passage and the context for that passage. So in this passage, and then they're going to tell you something about what's going on. Then they're going to remind you to read the passage carefully, and then they're going to give you your task in a well-written essay, do X, right? Analyze how the author uses literary elements and techniques to do something very specific. And you see some verbs there to convey, to portray, to develop, and the different things that they may ask you to convey, portray, or develop. Thematic, topic, or structural aspect of the passage that is complex and specific to the passage provided. So I want you to see how our little image in the top right matches the different aspects or the different pieces of the stable prompt wording that has been provided. Now, your teachers may be giving you some of the old prompts, right? Because that's what we have access to. This is the first year where that stable prompt wording will be used. But it's very easy to convert an old prompt to an e prompt. So let me walk you through that just for a second, because again, today's focus is how do we work with the prompt, and I want you to be working with a prompt that looks like what we're going to get on the day of the examination. So here we have the old prompt. Carefully read the following excerpt from William D. Powell's novel, The Rise of Silas Lap. Then, in a well-constructed essay, analyze how the author portrays the complex experience of two sisters, Penelope and Irene, within their family and society. You may wish to consider such literary elements as style, tone, and selection of detail. And you might recognize this last sentence as something that used to appear often on the test, which was a laundry list of devices, and that's gone, right? Because when we look at the stable prompt wording, now we have this phrase here, literary elements and techniques. So how the author uses literary elements and techniques, that's going to be the catch-all phrase, and it's up to you to decide which of these techniques and devices you're going to argue are working to convey some aspect of the task. So if this is a stable prompt and that's the old prompt, how can we make it look like the new one? And all I did was try to fit in the different pieces into that new prompt. The following excerpt is from William Dean Howell's 1885 novel, The Rise of Silas Lap. In this passage, you will read about the experiences of two sisters, Penelope and Irene. Read the passage carefully. Then, in a well-written essay, analyze how Howells uses literary elements and techniques to portray the complex experience of the two sisters within their family and society. So when we take that prompt, we're able to then highlight it so that it matches all the different things that we have listed in our diagram. Ms. Barbara, was that clear, you think, to the students of what we went through right there?
Yeah, so exactly. And what a weird year, like so many changes with AP Lit and the rubric and the wording of the prompt, and then to have a pandemic as well. It's just a lot of things at once. But that's exactly right. And that's why when we developed this literary 3x3, before you would see, and probably in many of the prompts that you practiced with in the past, you're going to see some of the literary elements or devices listed. And now you will just see this more generic phrasing, the literary elements and techniques, without having a listing of specific ones. But in our note-taking guide, we did include some of the most common ones in case you get stuck or just need a reminder. It's there in front of you.
So what do we do with these parts, right? A lot of times I see students just breeze through the prompts because they want to get to the passage and they want to start writing their essays. Well, there's a few things that we need to think about. So we take this first element, the author, date, and title, and we ask ourselves a series of questions. Does the title provide insight into the work? Well, what do I mean by that? Let's say Kate Chopin's The Awakening, right? That's preparing us, I think, for the reading experience. We're going to witness an awakening. That says something. Whereas, let's say the character of, the title Hamlet, Prince of Denmark, maybe prepares us less for the experience of reading. Although now we know that Hamlet is the main character, and if you're the main character in a Shakespearean play, you're going to die, right? So maybe that is preparing us somewhat. Who is the author? That might tell us something. That might, is the author from Latin America? Is the author Russian? Is the author from Nigeria? Is the the country of origin of the author? The time period, matching the date here will tell us something. Was it written during a time of war, right after a time of war? All of that little those little bits of information I think should inform our reading, right? The way we approach the prompt and the passage. What was happening in the author's environment when it was written? Again, we go to the country of origin or the surrounding, right? Is the writer writing from a large country, a small town? Whatever information we get, we're going to use that to filter the passage through. Then the context. This is important. Remember, we spoke a few videos ago about in res, how we sometimes get a story narrative that starts in the middle of the action. More likely than not, that's what's going to happen the day of the exam, because if we get an excerpt from a novel as opposed to like a complete short story, we are going to enter in the middle of the action unless they give us the first chapter. But sometimes that starts in res as well, and we won't understand what came before, and we won't know what comes after the fact. So this information in the prompt will help us understand the plot. This is basic comprehension, which we're going to use to our advantage to help us interpret and analyze and reach deeper levels of understanding. But at the very primary level, it's going to help us comprehend what we're reading. It helps us understand the plot, recognize characters' perspectives, and we already had a lesson on characters' perspectives. And we're going to determine characters' relationships. Is this like Rosamund and Lydgate, right? Is it a married couple? Are we talking about friends? Are we talking about siblings? Who are the characters and how are they related to one another? Because that might give us maybe a hierarchy or power play between the characters. All that information is really, really useful as we ultimately develop our thesis statement. And then the task. What should be the focus of my interpretation? What must I answer in my thesis? I can't stress this enough. The thesis statement should not just rephrase or summarize the task. It should answer the task. And if there is a second task, well, that must be answered as well within the thesis. So what do we do with these? We are going to go back to this prompt that we had looked at already, and we've already reworked it so that it looks like a stable prompt. And we're going to ask ourselves these questions. So the rise of Silas Lap. What does the title tell us? Well, the rise of, I've never read this word. I haven't read the passage yet because right now I'm only looking at the prompt. The rise of, is this sort of like, does this person become powerful? Is this person growing up? Is this person being born? I don't know. It's 1885, so I got to get ready. Probably the syntax will be tough. Do I know what country? I don't know. Is it America? Is it England? Or be somewhere else? It's the 19th century though, so I got to pay attention to maybe male,
it's going to be different than our time period.
Absolutely,
in our modern way of thinking.
Yeah.
Correct.
It's the experience of two sisters, Penelope and Irene. So I go to context. So I know these women are sisters, and it's about their experiences. So I have a brother, I have kids. I know how sibling relationships function sometimes. So I got to be on the lookout for that. Are they fighting? Are they loving? Are they supportive of each other? This is important. What should the focus of my interpretation be? What must I answer? Analyze how Howells uses literary elements and techniques to portray the complex experience of the two sisters within their family and society. These sisters are going to experience something within their family, which will be manifested onto society as a whole, and it's going to be complex. So I got to see how this experience is portrayed, how it's described, how they react to it, how it impacts them and their family and society as a whole. I must answer that. I cannot just say that they have an experience. I must say something about the experience and how it's complex and how they respond to it. I'm ready to write my thesis now after I read the passage because I've asked all these questions, right?
And just looking at this really gives you focus and direction for your reading as well. You go into this text just knowing so much about it before you have even read one word of it.
Yeah, all that pre-thinking is so critical, right? So for Check for Understanding today, I want us to go through this again. And we're going to go through it with a different prompt, and Ms. Barbara and I are going to play teacher-student today. The prompt is, do you want to read it, Ms. Barbara?
Sure. The following excerpt is from the novel Lucy by Caribbean-American author Jamaica Kincaid, published in 1990. In this passage, the narrator describes the beginning of a new phase in her life. Read the passage carefully. Then, in a well-written essay, analyze how Kincaid uses literary elements and techniques to portray the complexity of the narrator's new situation.
So here we go. With this, when you look at the author, the date, and the title, how does that provide any insight to you, Ms. Barbara? What do you now know? What is important here?
So I know the author is Caribbean-American, so that's already going to just let me be thinking about this being a multicultural work, and that makes it multidimensional right there. It is also published in 1990, so it's going to be modern. So I really don't have to be thinking about as far as different time period elements. It's going to be a modern setting, so that's an advantage to me probably as a reader. But still, the multicultural aspect I think makes it that's where some of the complexity comes in. I think, and also just the title is the character's name, Lucy, I assume. So I think this is going to be very character driven. It's going to be very focused on this one particular character, and this character is something about her journey in life.
Okay, good. Let's look at the context. What does the context help you understand before you enter the passage?
So the narrator describes the beginning of a new phase in her life. So something, and we don't know all of the details, but probably this excerpt that I'm going to be looking at is the narrator is taken some new outlook or new approach in life, has had some shift already. I mean, we know to live for shifts, so I'm probably going to be able to figure out in reading what she shifted from and what she's shifting to.
And what exactly is your task? What must you answer in your thesis here? And are there multiple tasks, or do you see one main one?
Let's see. In a well-written essay, analyze how Kincaid uses literary elements and techniques to portray the complexity of the narrator's new situation. So we know something about a new phase in her life, and there's going to be some complexity or some different layers, some different. It's going to be complicated, her new situation. It's not an easy path forward. So I'll be unpacking how her new situation or this new shift in her life is complicated.
So basically one task, right here?
One task, it looks like.
Yeah, probably not an easy task,
but it's a complex.
Absolutely,
Task. Yeah.
Yes. So for the students out there, this is exactly what we want you to do. We want you to not breeze through the prompt. We want you to think about it and understand that there are at least three, and perhaps more if there are multiple tasks, but there's at least three main categories of let's say, roadblocks that you have to stop and think about certain things. The author, the date, and the title must inform you about the passage. The context should guide you so you're able to understand the plot, and the task will focus your reading, focus your annotations, and ultimately focus your thesis, because that's what you have to answer. So we don't write a thesis statement after we read a passage. We write a thesis statement after we understand the prompt. The exam, I know I've said this in the past, and I'm going to repeat it because I can. You're not, your job is not to write an essay. Your job is to write an essay in response to a specific prompt. Don't forget that, okay? So you understand the prompt, then you're going to be much more successful when you write your essay because you're going to address it specifically. Ultimately, the goal is to develop a thesis, though, right?
Mm-hmm. And that's what we're going to be talking about tomorrow. But again, you really, until we understand exactly what the prompt is asking, it's going to be hard. You just can't separate these two things. The dissecting of the prompt and the writing of the thesis, they go hand in hand. So tomorrow, we're going to be looking at a prompt and then figuring out how we unpack that. And now what do we do with all of that information that we've unpacked, and how do we write our thesis statement based
So
on
these
that?
questions will make a lot more sense tomorrow once we're writing the thesis statement.
Correct.
But for homework, we're not writing the thesis statement yet. For homework, we're going to use this prompt. And this is one that you read, correct, at the reading?
I read for this a couple of years ago, and my students wrote on this last week. This was a timed write that they did.
So we went ahead to help you guys. We already color coded. So we already showed you where the author date title will be, where the context is given, and where the task. And there's only one task right here, where the task is located within the prompt. Your job is going to be to do all the thinking that's involved. Okay, you're going to take the prompt. You're going to ask yourself those questions in red. You're going to populate the boxes on the right about the topics that are on the far left. Do you think we should read the prompts for them?
Sure. You want to?
Go ahead.
Want me to?
You've read it probably a million times, haven't you?
It seems like it. The following excerpt is from an 1852 novel by Nathaniel Hawthorne. In this passage, two characters who have been living on the Black Hill Farm, a community designed to promote an ideal of equality achieved through communal rural living, are about to part ways. Read the passage carefully. Then, in a well-written essay, analyze how Hawthorne uses literary elements and techniques to portray the narrator's complex attitude towards Zenobia. And we've already put this in a stable wording, so it's exactly the type of prompt you'll see on the exam this year.
And just as a reminder, you're not writing the essay. In fact, you're not even writing the thesis statement tonight.
Wow, we're letting off easy, right?
That's well,
But we want you to think through. Let's train
right.
our minds to think through the prompt. Every stage of this is so critical, and this is your first task: reading and unpacking the prompt. It's crucial for the rest of the work you'll be doing.
That's right. So do all the thinking that's necessary, and then you'll be successful.
So that's it, right? Again, I think the deadline is coming up for letting College Board know if you know of someone who doesn't have access. They are working hard to make sure people have what they need to take the exam. So tomorrow we're going to be talking about writing thesis statements. Looking forward to that. Another very practical lesson. Thanks for joining us today. Happy Monday, everybody.
Bye, guys.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the AP Lit Review. I'm Susan Barber from Atlanta, Georgia. Look who's hanging out with us today. Bear in his usual spot. He is ready to talk thesis statements with us today. We're really excited that you're with us. I want to say hi to Miss Holling's class from Mallard Creek High School in Charlotte, North Carolina. They've been tuning in every day, so that's awesome. I know a lot of y'all have. And also, oh my goodness, Mr. Escobar and I got an email from a student in Miss Baker's class at Evelyn Jerome High School, and someone in her class had actually created a meme of us, and it was really funny. And so shout out to them as well. And the student also used the correct possessive plural apostrophe. I was just like blown away in the title of the email. So, but let me say this just before we get started. I wrote all of my seniors a a letter last night, and just thinking about all of y'all who are showing up daily for this work. We are so proud of you, and your teachers, they are so proud of you. And honestly, this goes way beyond the AP exam. I know you're dropping in and getting information of how you could do well on the exam, but what this is showing all of us right now is your character. It's not really about the test, but you're choosing in a time where just you've had a lot taken from you, instead of just saying, oh, forget this. You're showing up. You're choosing to engage your mind in some work every day, and that shows to us that your students have good character. And I love that. We love that. We are proud of you. Your teachers are proud of you. Enough of my mini sermon today. Mr. Escobar, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. And I also want to address an email that I received. We received an email from Ms. Sandusky, and she asked an interesting question. One of the things, and this is going to segue into my next point. One of the things that Ms. Barbara and I have to do now is understand that there's an immediate need, right? We have to take this AP exam in 17 school days or something like that, Ms. Barbara.
17, the chain's getting shorter.
There you go. But we also know that these videos are going to live in perpetuity out there on the internet, on YouTube, and we want them to be a useful tool moving forward, and not just for this specific test administration. So Ms. Sandusky asked a question about incorporating contemporary novels into the AP English Lit curriculum. And this is actually something that is difficult to do, I think, sometimes for teachers, because they might inherit a classroom, they might inherit a book room, they might inherit a shelf, and those are the books that the students use, and the students don't necessarily purchase novels annually. And that's a struggle, right? Because if what you've inherited is just Hamlet, Pride and Prejudice, Heart of Darkness, and Wuthering Heights, and that's what you're going to teach every year. And the other thing is that we're so busy as teachers. We're grading, we have our own lives, we have our children, we're planning, we have meetings, we're teaching for half the time, sleeping for a little bit of the time, and cooking and cleaning. So when do we sit down to actually keep up with new books come out every Tuesday, right? So what are the great books out there? So my answer to Ms. Sandusky, I think, is multifaceted here. Number one, yes, absolutely, you want to incorporate contemporary literature. As a matter of fact, you'd be doing your students a great service, because the exam, the constitution, the composition of the exam relies more heavily towards more contemporary text than older text. And it might be the hook, they might be more interested in some of the more contemporary topics perhaps. But then the other aspect is, where do I turn to? So what I do is it's some of us don't even have bookstores around anymore, but if you happen to be lucky enough to have a bookstore near where you live, you walk in and it's overwhelming. It's so daunting. I remember walking into Blockbuster, right? What that felt like when you wanted to rent a movie.
These students don't know what Blockbuster is.
I recognize that, but that was for the teachers. And some teachers may not know either. But I go to book awards oftentimes. I see not just the winner, but I look at the long list and the short list for the Booker Prize, the Nobel Prize, for any major book award, both in the United States and internationally. And that's where you're going to get great novels. One of the things I'll warn you about is some of them can be really long. And it depends on what you want for your classroom. I typically wouldn't go to a 700, 800, 900 page novel in my classroom. I want to get through 300 page novel and then move on to writing or short fiction and poetry. But that's a great source for finding new works. Just watch out for book length. Sometimes it is more than what I would want to handle in my classroom. As a segue into these videos being useful forever more, maybe. Yesterday we were remiss in not mentioning that this year's prompt will not mention the author in the title. And we've received a few emails from some of you out there concerned about whether you were getting mixed messages or mixed signals, or if we had just forgotten. And it's something that we should have mentioned yesterday and we didn't. But we want to show you, for example, what it would look like. This was yesterday's homework. The following excerpt is from 1852 novel by Nathaniel Hawthorne. Now notice that, interestingly, last year's prompt, and this is the 2019 prompt, if I'm not mistaken, Barbara, chime in please. It didn't mention the novel title, right? Now we can figure it out. They're on Blithedale Farm, but I don't know how many students would have got into Blithedale's romance right from that. But if we were to take this prompt and convert it to what we might see this year, it might just look like this. In the following excerpt, 2 characters who have been living on the Blithedale Farm, etc., etc. So for author date title, maybe we just won't have any information there, but it doesn't take away from our purpose for yesterday's lesson, which was, let's focus on the prompt. Let's see what the components of the prompt are. Let's see what's being fed to us, what's being contributed to our understanding of the passage, which then we can put to good use for our interpretation of the passage. So we want to clarify that, make sure that we understand that this year the author and the title will not be given, but that doesn't mean that we don't just breeze on by the prompt and not try to extrapolate all the other richness that's going to be included.
Right. You'll just have one. You just won't have that information. It's one less thing for you to be concerned about. But you will still have the other parts of the prompt. So when we look at this 2018 prompt and we think about what is the context, and we ask you to look at this, what is the context given here? And here we learn that 2 characters have been living on the Blithedale Farm, a community designed to promote an ideal of equality, achieve communal rural living, and they're about part-way. So again, this information is not only, I think, probably more helpful in our reading of the passage. It can help us as we write, but this really gives us background information as we go into reading the passage. Again, what's also, of course, sitting on the prompt is your task. What is your task prompt? Analyze how the author uses literary elements and techniques to portray the narrator's complex attitude towards Zenobia. So the writing task, what are the literary elements and techniques used? 2, and this is the big thing, this is the big picture thing that we want to be sure to address in the thesis, and that's exactly what we're talking about today. What is the narrator's complex attitude towards Zenobia? So that's your writing task. We spent a lot of time yesterday thinking about how do we break down a prompt, and now that we know how to break it down, let's talk about how to write a thesis statement. And if you'll remember, we've already talked about this in one of our prior lessons. It was when we were doing unit 9, finishing up that unit on longer fiction, but the premise, it's still the same. A good thesis is a good thesis is a good thesis. And so what we're going to focus on today is how do we write a thesis statement that conveys a defensible claim, super important, about an interpretation of literature. And this goal from the CED, from the course description, says that may establish a line of reasoning. Absolutely. We don't want you writing a thesis that just barely gets by. It still gets the thesis point. But what we want to do is help you know how to write a thesis that's going to set you up for a good essay, a well-organized essay. That's the goal of today's lesson.
Absolutely. The richer the thesis, the richer the essay moving forward. So let's look at this. Let's remind ourselves that thesis is an entire row in the rubric now, and you will either get 0 points or 1 point. And I want to make this very, very clear to echo what Ms. Barbara was saying. I don't think it's a great challenge to earn this point, but the path of least resistance is not our goal. Because if your essay barely gets that single point, then I think you're going to have a hard time earning points in the second row. You're not going to be able to reach any sort of complexity, great commentary. Like you said, the line of reasoning may not be there. And I don't know that you're going to be able to get the third row, sophistication, if your thesis, if your thinking, or your interpretation of the text is that simple, right? So we're going to look at different levels of what constitutes an appropriate thesis, what constitutes a good thesis, and what might be a thesis that could set you up for a better essay. Let's remember that we have to answer the prompt. It has to be defensible. So it can't be something obvious. It can't be Darth Vader wears black, right? Like that's not, there's nothing to defend there. We look at the picture, we understand, and we move forward. And it has to include an interpretation of the word. So not a summary, but this is where you and the work meet and a new understanding emerges. You have to bring something to the table.
Right. It needs to have some original insight, your ideas as you read the passage. I'm sorry. We're getting to that, right?
Absolutely. No, but I think it bears repeating, and we have to stress the point. If I'm talking to my specific students, I'm not worried that they won't earn the point on this row, but I am worried that they don't develop a sophisticated thesis. They're going to be hurting themselves for rows 2 and 3. And so I think it's pivotal. We can't see it as, oh, that's the easy row, we move on. No. I think your thesis determines what the rest of your essay looks like. And that's that's why it's important to build as complex and as nuanced a thesis as possible. It still has to be clear. It still has to be the main points, but it should not be simple if we could avoid it. And we go back to the brownie
Oh man,
image that we
I'm
saw. Yes, that does look good. So the thesis on the left would be a thesis that answers the question, and there's nothing wrong with that per se, but it's not impressing anyone, and it's not going to lead to a sophisticated culinary experience, right? Once you make it a la mode, you add the little what do you call those? I forgot the.
I don't know, but for some reason we had that neat,
Scotty, but
I don't know, some little round cookie, and we never have these around the house, but they're in my house for some reason. I don't know, and I had 3 of these for breakfast yesterday. Confession time.
that's great. That caramel does look good though. The idea is that this richness is what we're looking for because it's going to lead to a sophisticated essay. So let's see how we build
both
that.
of these are brownies. They were both brownies.
They're on the point, right?
Exactly, but we want the extra brownie, the chocolate brownie. That's what we're going for.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's remind ourselves of what the stable prompt will normally look like. And as we stated this year, we won't get the text of the author, but listen, folks, we still have to know what the stable prompt looks like, okay?
And also, this will serve you well in college because when you are doing your college writing, you are going to be writing thesis statements, and you will need to reference the author and reference the title and use those citations appropriately.
Right. We can't just teach to the test without reminding you of what you will normally experience, which is you're gonna have the book in front of you, you're gonna know who the author is and what the title is. So if we take this, and let's say we're gonna deviate for 1 second, and we try not to do this, but it's difficult sometimes because we haven't read the same thing. So let's go to Cinderella for just 1 second, right? And we're gonna pretend that Cinderella is written somehow by Walt Disney, and that it is simultaneously a film and a book. And we get the fact that we're taking some liberties here. We just want to see what the stable prompts could look like. The following excerpt is from Walt Disney's 1950 film Cinderella. In this passage, Cinderella's gown is destroyed by her stepsisters before she attends a royal ball. Read the passage carefully, then in a well-written essay, analyze how Walt Disney uses literary elements and techniques to convey a complex characterization of Cinderella. So this is what we might experience typically on the AP exam from now on. This year, it'll look a little different because we're not going to get the author and the title. So it might be in the following excerpt, Cinderella's gown is destroyed by her stepsisters, so on and so forth. So the only thing that we have really lost is title and author, but the context is the same and our task remains the same. So if we're going to develop a thesis here, we really want to focus on the task. Analyze how the author uses literary elements and techniques to convey a complex characterization of Cinderella. This complex characterization of Cinderella, that is the main part of the task. And that is really what we want to focus on as we develop our thesis. So let's look at this thesis. And Ms. Barbara, maybe you can be my teacher. And I'm gonna turn this thesis into you, okay? In the excerpt, Cinderella's gown is destroyed by her stepsisters. This takes place just before Cinderella goes to the ball. Each of her stepsisters rips a different part of her dress, thereby destroying it completely. Mic drop. I'm very proud of this thesis. Give me my A, please.
That's not quite how it works in my class. So let's see. Have you answered what is the complex characterization of Cinderella? Have you addressed that at all, or have you just given me some factual information about the story?
Well, I tell you that her stepsisters rip her dress.
Right, which is
I'd be upset if my brother ripped my soup.
But you don't. But you don't say that here, do you?
Yeah, but you know what I mean.
No. You have to tell me specifically what you mean. So really, I would say with this, you have summarized some of what has happened in the story, but you have not told me how the characterization of Cinderella is complex. And what we don't want to do is we don't want to be banking our thesis point on implied messages that you're sending. You need to be very specific with that.
Wait, can I try again?
Absolutely.
All right, I'm not liking you so much anymore. Cinderella's gown is destroyed by her stepsisters, as shown in this excerpt. Cinderella's reaction, I got you there. Cinderella's reaction when she is attacked by her stepsisters reveals her complex attitude, her character. Her behavior tells us much about her character.
Hey, okay. You are making some steps in the right direction, but we're still not there because now what you've done is you have summarized a little, and now you pulled in some of the language from the prompt.
Right, but I tell you that she has a complex character.
But you've not told me how it's complex, and you say that her behavior tells us much about her character, but you've not at all identified behavior, described that behavior. So you have brought in some language from the prompt, but we still have to. You have to have some original insight in this. You can't just repeat the prompt back.
Okay, so I got to answer something.
Yes, I mean you said she has that. When she's attacked, it reveals her complex character. How would you describe that? How would you?
Right,
what makes her character complex?
I think I want to focus on
what I want you to tell me.
Okay, let me see. In the passage, Cinderella's gown is destroyed by her stepsisters. Cinderella's sadness when she is attacked by her stepsisters reveals her character.
Yeah, now we're getting somewhere because now you have given some original insight. You've told that she's sad. You've told how she reacts to this. Does this get the point or not? In my class, I would say it's hard to define something as complex if I'm only using one word to describe it. Because if I'm only using one word, her sadness, that makes it seem simple. But yet we're going for complex, so we want to show maybe some contrasting ideas, right?
Yes, but do I get the point?
What would you do, Mr. Escobar?
All right, so here's where we break down character, right? We're back to being our normal selves. I'm with Ms. Barbara. In my classroom, I'm not going to be satisfied with the student turning this in because I think that if a student can get to this point, I can certainly take them to the next level. Now, students, this will get you the point.
And I would say this because there is in this year's scoring, you don't have to have your thesis does not have to be in the very first paragraph, and it can be throughout. So we may have this sentence in the first paragraph, and my guess is a student writing this would go on and further expand upon this paragraph.
Right. And that's what we're suggesting you do, right? We're suggesting you definitely nail the thesis in the introduction, but a reader, readers are familiar with this. Readers are the people who score your exam. They're familiar with this expression: reward students for what they do well. And the idea here is, if a student can get to sadness, surely when they write that essay, they might expand on that sadness, and that sadness might lead them to other reactions or aspects of her characterization. At that point, the thesis will be more developed. So if you're going to be a purist for the prompt, this will get you the point. This will get you the point in conjunction with probably other thesis-like statements that will be sprinkled throughout the essay. However, the complexity is not there, so you might be, just hurting yourself a bit in that middle row, and you're not showing great sophistication for the last row.
And it does not set you up to write a good essay, and that's what we want to do. So, Mr. Escobar, let's try again.
Oh, Lord. All right, how about this? Cinderella's restraint, despite her stepsister's aggression, denotes not only her hopelessness, but also her unwavering adherence to the social hierarchy that has been imposed upon her. Help me evaluate that thesis. How?
So I like this because it's defensible, right? I mean, you are proving you have original insight here, and you're going to spend the rest of your essay defending these thoughts. She's resistant, but despite her stepsister's aggression, and I think that shows some of the complexity, denotes not only her hopelessness, this again shows complexity, her hopelessness, but also her unwavering adherence to social hierarchy that's been imposed upon her. So we see this tension here, that sets a complexity. It's not described in one word. And we address a bigger idea, a controlling idea, a central idea. And so we're not waiting to the very end of the essay to say this, your big ta-da moment. We're going to say this up front and then spend the rest of the essay giving examples of this. So I love this thesis.
And the idea is that you're going to get your claims for your topic sentences. You're going to get your topic sentences from your thesis statement. You have to prove the extent to which she has shown restraint. Perhaps develop the nature of the aggression. Is it purely physical aggression? Is it emotional, psychological aggression? Why does she feel hopeless? And what does that hopeless do to her character? What does that hopelessness? Sorry.
That could be a whole body paragraph right there.
Else, right? And what about the social hierarchy? and the fact that it's been imposed upon her, already tells you something about her position within the society, that she is being forced to live within a system. There's a lot here that we can pull from to develop body paragraphs, as opposed to that other thesis that will get you the point where we just said that she is sad. And I can write one body paragraph on that. It'll probably include a lot of summary, but I don't know that the complexity of interpretation will be there. So this is what we mean by a thesis that does a lot more than just provide the answer. It sets up what your body paragraphs will be about. It's already, you focus. I don't know if you did it deliberately, but when you read this, you're really focused on the what you call correlative conjunction there, right? That's not only
right, because that's showing contrast, and that's going to show complexity. And I guarantee you, we don't know this year's prompt, but I guarantee you, you're going to have to be dealing with. I mean, it is going to be complex what you're asked to unpack. So when we can set up these contradiction, these contrasts, and start looking at that, when you set that up in your thesis, boom, you're ready to go.
And I think you're hitting row C there. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? You're showing that degree of sophistication in both thinking and composition.
We probably need to do a whole lesson on sophistication, don't we?
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, obviously that will set you up to write well in row B and row C.
So let's see where we are here. Now for this one, we're leaving the author name and the title because we're going to be using student samples and the student samples from released exams, from actual administrations. So we don't want to mess with the prompt because the students' thesis statements are genuine, so they're spelled in context. They're retaining the information from the prompt. So just bear with us. We just want to see different types of thesis statements, and let's see if we agree on what earns the point or not. So here's student sample 1. We should read the prompt perhaps, right? The following excerpt is from William Dean Howells's 1885 novel, The Rise of Silas Lapham. In this passage, you will read about the experiences of two sisters, Penelope and Irene. Read the passage carefully, then in a well-written essay, analyze how Howells uses literary elements and techniques to portray the complex experience of the two sisters within their family and society. Student sample 1. From an excerpt of his The Rise of Silas Lapham, William Dean Howell portrays sisters Penelope and Irene as dependent on their family, yet independent from society through selection of detail, words focused on self-reliance, and a significant shift in tone in order to challenge why we feel the need to constantly seek the acceptance and adoration of others, but also warn against the dangers of living in an overly sheltered life.
Perfect. So we have the dependent yet independent, so we show some contrast there. What is the complex experience of the two sisters? That sets up nicely to explore that. And then
they constantly seek the acceptance and adoration
then we go
of
to this
others.
big picture of this controlling idea. Perfect.
Now, I know what some students might be thinking, perhaps what some teachers might be thinking. There's some errors here, right? There's some grammatical errors, there's some construction errors, but that's
Students
not
are
what we're
writing a rough
assessing,
draft,
right?
right?
This is a rough draft under examination, constraints and nerves, and we're only dealing with row A,
Correct.
right? There is a point in the rubric, and we can address that in another video that talks about, if an essay is not showing control of mechanics, or, there's a line that cannot be passed for those, particularly in that second row. But
this
here,
is
we're looking
not-
at thesis. This is perfect,
And
right?
it does not interfere with our reading. And,
Right.
We're able to.
So we give this the point. Student sample 2. From the beginning of the excerpt, The Rise of Silas Lapham, William Dean Howell depicts the way of lives of two sisters, Penelope and Irene. So this one does not earn the point. This one, and it's not because of its length. Really, this student is probably one word away from earning the point, but depicts the way of lives of the two sisters.
No original insight.
Right. If this student would have given us an adjective describing the depiction of their lives, how do they
No
live
insight.
within society? Right. William Dean Howell depicts the anguished way of lives of the two sisters. You know what? You would earn the point. Again, maybe it's not as complex. Right. Absolutely, it's not complex. How many body paragraphs can you pull from that? You might be putting yourself in a corner there, but you would earn the point. So I want you students out there to realize the fine difference between earning the point and not earning the point. But then within the world of the thesis statements that do earn the point, there's a whole spectrum of complexity, and we're going to try to aim for the most complex along that spectrum.
Yeah, and I would just say, for everybody watching this, I think it is far less about earning the point and setting yourself up for good writing. If you set yourself up to write a good essay, you're going to get that point.
Absolutely, 100%. Student sample 3. This excerpt from The Rise of Silas Lapham discusses the lavish yet helpless lives of sister Irene and Penelope in a satirical way in an attempt to explain the seemingly selfish lives of Laphams because they did not know how to do otherwise. Author William Dean Howells highlights the clueless and unaware sisters through detailed examples in a satirical tone. Again, there may be lapses in grammar or spelling, but that's not what I'm focusing on here. I'm focusing on the answer. Do we get a sense for who these sisters are and how they function within society and what their experiences within that society might be? And the answer is yes. So this sample gets the point. I think you should take a picture of this, maybe take a picture of that thesis statement and figure out where, what's your goal, right? Where are you along the spectrum of thesis statements? If you have access to 2 or 3 of your essays, look at the thesis statements you have written and where along the spectrum do you fall and what do you need to do to move the next step, right? Is it include another adjective? Is it build some sort of dependent clause about society maybe?
Show some contrasting ideas that help you dive into the complexity. So today we talked about developing a thesis, not just to get that thesis point, but we want you to develop a thesis that sets you up to write a good essay. So it needs to be defensible, it needs to have original insight, and it needs to, you may not specifically spell out your line of reasoning, but it should be a statement that you can establish a line of reasoning from. And of course, it has to answer the prompt, I'm always so sad at the reading when I read some really insightful essays on a text that don't answer the prompt. So be sure you answer the prompt. So tonight we are going to have you look at the Hawthorne, what you looked at last night, the Black Hawthorne passage, and write a thesis, right? Or maybe write a couple of thesis statements, and we'll talk about them tomorrow. I'm going to show you some examples for this tomorrow. So that's what we're asking that you do tonight. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing because we did go in and we eliminated the title. Sorry, the title was there. We eliminated the date and the author from the first statement. But I see we left Hawthorne in the second one. So technically, on this year's exam, you would see then in an essay analyze how the author uses literary elements. All right, so we're trying to modify the prompts as much as we can so that they match what we might see on the exam. So that's one that slips by us.
Yeah, and you can and you can still refer to the author as the author, even though you don't know who it is. Tomorrow we're going to look at these thesis statements, and tomorrow is one of my favorite lessons. We're going to be talking about how do you organize an essay. So this goes back to line of reasoning. We'll take that thesis statement and we'll figure out the best way to organize an essay, establish a line of reasoning.
And there's the passage because you will need the passage. So take a picture of it so you have it on your device, and then you can write the thesis statement. And we'll see you here tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Make sure that you reach out for a friend if they're having device or connectivity issues, and we will see you tomorrow. Goodbye.
So signing out for Atlanta. Y'all have a great day. See you tomorrow. Hey, all you cool cats and kittens. I am Susan Barber from the ATL. I've had one too many cups of coffee today and finished watching Tiger King. Mr. Escobar, have you seen Tiger King?
As soon as you said that, I thought, someone's been watching.
Here we go. And let me say, students, I know y'all are trying to figure out how to manage your time, and it's just weird that we're teachers. This is our first pandemic we're going through too, so we're figuring out a lot of this, and we're talking among ourselves. A lot of teachers are talking about things we're watching on Netflix, things we're reading, how we're spending our time. But Miss Stacy Dawson from San Jose, she's like, we gotta open the AD Lit Review with hey all you cool cats kids. So yeah, crazy times, right? So I'm Susan Barber, Grady High School GK, proud to be representing them. am, and I'm ready for another day of AP Lit Review. We're talking about one of my favorite things today, how to organize essays. I also want to say hi to one of my favorite classes, Cindy Dixon from Savannah, Georgia, right down the road at Richmond Hill High School. Go Bobcats. So, hello to everybody. How are things in Miami today?
Things are well. We were supposed to get a lot of rain and we didn't, so we'll probably get a lot of heat instead. We were already at 97 a couple days back, so Miami is feeling the heat, and that is not the Miami Heat, the team, but the actual temperature.
Look who's with me today, Bear. I'm sorry he did not say hi, but he is with us. He's ready for another lesson.
Wearing a cap.
He's wearing, this is like the state flag of Alabama, so he's repping Alabama
Awesome.
today.
There you go. Great. So speaking of states, it's been duly noted that Arizona is watching. I received an email that my map did not have any pins on Arizona, and there's nothing to apologize for. I just haven't received an email from anyone in Arizona, and I also haven't had time to update the map, so I apologize. These videos take a minute to plan. Ms. Barbara and I spend a lot of time on the phone and texting, planning these things, and then we have our own classes, but I promise the map is forthcoming. So I would like to say hello to Mrs. Stafford out there, and I want to give a shout out to Mrs. Perkins in Woodstock Union High School, who I've been told is number one, the sweetest woman ever, and number two, so this is a little experiment, I was told that she would go nuts if we say hello. So, if we could drive someone crazy and we can feel like, I don't know, the Beatles for a second, and that'd be great.
We drive our students crazy, right?
That's right, that's right.
Way, though.
And before we get into today's lesson, which is an incredibly important lesson, I want to talk about Thesis in reference to an email I received. Someone asked, are students no longer required to speak about the theme outside of the book? Go to, the human experience, go to society, and this is going to be perhaps a longer discussion than we have time for here, but, according to the rubric, and I'm going back to the 9-point rubric, that was never delineated. Now, the upper half papers, these are students who technically can take a passage and put it in the context of, humanity and the world as a whole, but that was never, especially with holistic scoring, right? It was never like, okay, you get 1 point for that. So it was never a requirement per se, and if you look at the rubric now, there is a bullet point with the sophistication, talking about students' ability to put this outside of the context of the story, and so students will definitely be rewarded or encouraged if they can do this in a real organic way. It's not about inserting one statement that's say within the thesis as a dependent clause, or, I've heard some teachers sometimes say, make sure you end your essay with some human experience sentence. That won't get you the point. If a student truly sees this passage as reflective of society, then that should be embedded within the argument throughout the essay. That should be part of the thesis. That should be part of the claim in at least one of the body paragraphs. It should definitely drive the conclusion, because there's this discovery that it's not about these characters and it's not about the setting, but the characters and the setting are reflecting something back to humanity. So it's a little more nuanced, I think. If you've been teaching your students to do that and your students now have an eye for that, again, I think because of that third row, if they can sell it in a sophisticated way and not a candid way, then they might benefit from it. So they're not being discouraged from doing that. As a matter of fact, I think it's more explicitly encouraged now than it was in the holistic 9-point rubric. Ms. Barber, we see eye to eye on this, I think.
We see eye to eye on that. So, and a little teacher talk up front, but we just write, stay embedded in the text, write on the text is what we encourage our students to do.
Okay, so last night they were supposed to write the thesis statement, right, for the Zenobia prompt, and we have a few here, and we want to talk about whether or not these would earn the point. Let's look at the first one. Hawthorne portrays the narrator's attitude towards Zenobia through the setting of Zenobia's house, the dialogue between the narrator and Zenobia, and the contrast of their friend Hollingsworth. This is an interesting one, written by someone playing student.
Yours truly.
And what's interesting is you really want to give this thesis the point. It sounds smart. It's there seems to be a lot of build-up for evidence. I can see where the essay is going to go, so maybe there's a line of reasoning being developed already within it, but there's just no answer, right? What is the attitude towards Zenobia? Where are the adjectives? Where is the answer? So this one is a little deceiving, because it wouldn't. If I were to ask Ms. Barber, go ahead and highlight where the answer lies, she wouldn't be able to do it here. You were going to say something?
No, I think that's right. I'm not at all answering the prompt. Why is the narrator's attitude complex? Doesn't get to that.
So let's look at one of your students, perhaps, right?
Yes.
Hawthorne, through the use of personification of Zenobia's individual features and the dramatic irony from the dialogue, portrays the jealous and scornful attitude. I don't have to read any further.
Right.
There's an answer right there. We've identified it. I know exactly what will be argued in this essay. I tell my students all the time that the thesis statement is a promise, and it's not just about writing the thesis statement, but it's about following through with that promise. So I hope this great student who has promised us a really great essay then follows through and really develops the ideas of jealousy and the scornful attitude, because that they'd be hitting a home run at that point. The next one comes from Vermont. This was one of the email contributions, I believe,
from Ms. Perkins' class.
In this passage, the author describes a moment in which a proud, mysterious woman is revealed truthfully and humbly for the first time. The author employs a specific narrator perspective, symbolism, and dialogue in order to convey the narrator's admiration. Boom, the answer's right there, of Zenobia, but also his skepticism. Now,
right?
There's complexity now, right?
Love it.
It's this, but it's also this. So I know that this student, again, a thesis is a promise. If they follow through on this promise, we're in for a great essay. Sophie, congratulations out there in Vermont. And the last one, at first glance, the narrator perceives Zenobia as haughty and condescending. Boom, right off the bat, I have an answer. An observation only bolstered by the imagery of her exuberant surroundings. I love the fact that the adjectives are not just for the attitude, but now for the setting here, right? The exuberant surroundings, but in contrast between what Zenobia says and her actions sway the narrator to believe that she is more sympathetic than initially believed. So there's room for a lot of interpretation, a lot of essay can come out of this. And I'm thinking the student in 40 minutes will be hard pressed to do all of this, which is great, right? Like
exactly.
Promise a lot and then do as much as you can, and you'll be rewarded for every bit that you're able to follow through with. This is great. So Ms. Barber, you were shown how to do this, huh? Many students. This is great.
Exactly. I love being shown up.
That's right. All right. So today we are moving beyond the thesis. We already established the thesis. We know what that should sound like. We know what it should do. And now we're going to develop the commentary that establishes and explains the relationships among textual evidence, the line of reasoning, and the thesis. If you've been following these videos, you see that we started a few videos back, I think 3 videos back, with when I'm reading, how do I pull evidence? What kind of notes do I take? How do I determine which quotations are important? How do I jot that down on a sheet of paper in preparation for the essay? Then we really look at the prompt to try to make sense of what it is that we're being asked. And then we answer the thesis, right? So now we have a thesis. We know that we've collected some evidence, but how do we put it all together? And what do we do with this notion of establishing a line of reasoning, which you've heard us talk about so many times? And it really is, as I mentioned before, a new catchphrase within the AP Lit community. This comes out of the course and exam description, but it's one that we have to address. And it's one, like I said before, that we've addressed in the past. We just didn't call it this. So today we're going to see how we organize our essay, where we put commentary, what we comment on in order to establish some sort of line of reasoning in our essay.
So today we want to talk to you this is a very practical lesson on how do you organize an essay. And there are probably more than 3 ways to organize essays, but when I think about organizing an essay, these 3 come to mind. I can organize an essay by insight or ideas that I have, insights that I have about the passage as I read. I can organize the essay just the order of the text itself, just working my way systematically through the passage. And we talked about chunking the passage into different, to smaller parts to deal with. So I could just systematically work my way through the passage. Or, and this is what we typically see a lot of students doing, especially when they come to the course at the beginning, organizing by device, meaning like I'll write a paragraph about point of view, and then my next paragraph is going to be about personification, and my last paragraph is going to be about imagery. So they'll organize, they'll build each paragraph around a device. Those are three different ways. There are probably more, but three really common ways to organize essays. So we want to look at each way and then talk through how to organize your essay. So I really love essays that are organized by insight. And this is where paragraphs are centered on observations that you have when you're reading the text. So you're bringing your original insight, your original ideas. When you're reading the text, you are writing topic sentences based on these ideas that you have, and you organize your essay that way. Now, I think the advantage of this is when you think about our note taking, we have what do you notice? How do you see it? That's all your devices. Why is it important? But when you are writing about the things that you notice, it's easier for you to write about because those are the things that jump off the page for you. So I think it's easier to take the things you notice and then tie that back to answering the prompt. It's also easier for someone to give analysis on the things, that the parts of the text that they understand. When you organize by insight, it's easy. I think it's easier to establish a line of reasoning than if you're organizing by device. So all of these are advantages, and we're going to look at an example. So you're going to see how this plays out. All of these are advantages of why it's good. Why I think organizing by insight sets you up to a really solid essay. Now, so the second way we talk, and I really want to see us marry these two, and that's what I'm going to show an example of, is chunking the passage and working our way through the passage. So this is where paragraphs are centered on different chunks, different smaller parts of the passage that we've divided out, whether that be by a shift in the character that we see, or a shift in tone, or maybe the narrative pace changes. Maybe you're going from all description to dialogue. Somehow you're dividing this passage into smaller chunks, and then we can think about each chunk and just systematically work our way through the passage. I really like this because we're dealing with the passage as a whole. We're not skipping large parts of the passage, and we're not picking and choosing and maybe going out of order. So it lets us think logically through what's happening from beginning to end. And I think this is a really easy way to establish progression, character development, or progression throughout the story, looking at shifts in tone possibly, or shifts in point of view. Going in order like this really sets you up nicely for that. Now, what you have to be careful of if you're doing it this way is that you just don't get paragraphs with plot summary. But this is what happens in the first part of the passage. This is what happens in the second part. So that's something that you really want to be cautious of. And that's why I really like for you to I encourage my students to organize their essays by insight, but go in the order of the passage. So let's look at an example.
I do the same thing, and I want to say one more thing that I noticed about this approach. I think another con, definitely the biggest caveat should be the plot summary. We see that all the time, right? But the second thing is, and I think you've mentioned this a few times, which is just such a good piece of advice, and I want students to remember it. Always consider the beginning and the end, right? The test development committee has chosen to give you this glimpse into a passage. Why do they choose to start here? Why do they choose to end here? And I think the other caution for this one is time management. If you don't get to the end of the passage and really do a great interpretation of what's going on there, you might miss the development of the character at that point. You might miss the turn. You might miss something really, really significant. And that's why I also encourage my students to do the first thing, the insight approach, in a chronological way. But when you're dealing with insight, you're already taking the totality. And really, at that point, when you follow the chronology, you're really following it for evidence, right? But the insight is already an interpretation of the work as a whole, which is so important if you're going to run out of time, which could happen to any of us, really.
Right. So the insight, that's what ensures that you're answering the prompt. And then the order of the passage is just making sure that you are not missing any gaps or any major shifts. I just think it's the way to approach an essay. So let's look at an example. This is one of my students. She turned this in last week, Nadia, so shout out to her. She knows I am using this today. And what I've done for you is I'm going to give you each of her topic sentences for the body paragraph and then the chunk that it goes with. So her thesis statement, and I still gave the prompt last week that had the author's name in it, but easy to take that out. In this excerpt from Nathaniel Hawthorne, the author shows already, boom, here we go, complex, attitude, shows the internal struggle of the narrator. She tries to reconcile that in the Zenobia she is currently interacting with her memories of the old one. That's really all I need to read, Answer the prompt. She goes on, the struggle results in an inner discord, and Hawthorne ultimately portrays the narrator's attitude towards Zenobia as one full of awareness and contempt, condemning the woman's selfishness. So this is her thesis. This is her promise as to what we can find in the rest of her essay. Body paragraph 1. She's going to start at the beginning of the passage, and she's going to give us an insight about the first chunk at the beginning. And I apologize because I cut like all of the line numbers, but this is like the first 30 lines of the Zenobia passage. That's her first chunk. And her topic sentence is, the excerpt opens with the narrator regarding the evidence of Zenobia's love of opulence and self-indulgence. Here's the insight. What at first seems to be awe and appreciation, but later turns into disgust and disapproval. So that's the insight about the first chunk of this text. And then in this body paragraph, she can go on and unpack the devices, imagery, symbolism. How is the author communicating this insight? And then explain that, give the analysis of that. So that's chunk number 1 in the insight. Body paragraph number 2 is going to be about like the next 15 lines. As the narrator speaks with and observes Zenobia, she struggles with the belief that Zenobia is falsely representing herself. So again, this ties back to the thesis, this inner struggle, the inner discord. All of her topic sentences connect back to the thesis, but this is specific insight on this chunk number 2, the second part of the passage. She struggles with the belief that Zenobia is falsely representing herself, calling her an illusion, believing Zenobia wants to feel ashamed and small, fighting against the effects which Zenobia sought to impose on her. So this paragraph, she can unpack like this quick dialogue that we have between the two of them. The pacing picks up a little bit here, and so she can flesh that out and explain that. Body paragraph number 3. This is the next chunk, and this is like a large part of the passage. Zenobia's reply, however, is not what the narrator had been hoping for, and solidifies her belief that the woman is selfish and untrustworthy, leaving the narrator with a contemptuous attitude toward her. Again, connecting back to that thesis, that's a part of the internal struggle, the insight of showing what the narrator has learned. And so much in this part, the harsh and direct diction, she can use that as evidence when explaining and unpacking this. Really, the self-reflection of the narrator here. There's lots of varying punctuation in this chunk of the passage as the narrator is thinking through her thoughts, wrestling with all of that. So all of that can be used as evidence to unpack the insight here in the topic sentence. And then finally, body paragraph 4, the narrator longs for Zenobia to remain as she always has, and when it is revealed that Zenobia has changed, the narrator discards any positive feelings for her. So again, this topic sentence, it definitely ties back to the internal struggle. In this very last paragraph in the excerpt that we're given, can talk about like figurative language, similes, personification, unpack those to help flesh out her insight. So this is a great example of how a writer has chunked the text. They're working systematically through the passage, but each chunk has a topic sentence built around an insight that specifically relates to that part of the passage. Now, this writer has 4. You may look at this passage and say, I can only divide it 3 ways. I've seen passages divided 2 ways, and you have like a shift in the middle, and there's one lengthy body paragraph that talks about what happens before a shift in a character, and a lengthy body paragraph that what happens after. So we're not going after a set number of body paragraphs, but just how are you going to chunk this passage? What insights you have around each of those chunks, and then those become your body paragraphs. Does
Yeah,
that
no,
make sense, Mr.
absolutely.
Escobar?
Yeah, and I have a lot of students sometimes who ask me questions that I know where they're coming from, right? I know that they've been told certain things. Students who ask me how many paragraphs should an essay be, or how many sentences should a paragraph have, or things. And truthfully, there's no right answer, right? I don't. I tell them your thesis will dictate how many paragraphs you should have, and really how fast you can work during that 40-minute constraint. When you go to college in a few months, guys, and you're writing 10-page papers, 15-page papers, 20-page papers, 50-page papers, if you're working towards your master's or something, you can't write a 5-paragraph essay at that point, right? Each of your paragraphs will be 10 pages long. So you need to develop a strong thesis. That's going to dictate how many topic sentences you really can extrapolate and work towards, and then just hope that within those 45 minutes this year, that within those 45 minutes you get as much done as you possibly could. But there aren't these strict rules, there are guidances that your teachers may give you. But truthfully, at the reading, I don't know, Ms. Barber, I never counted how many paragraphs an essay has or how many sentences a paragraph has. It's just you're reading it, you're trying to give credit where credit is due, and we move forward. And this is the last way, right?
This is what we want to advise against, and I will tell you why. A lot of students will organize paragraphs around devices, and so an example of that would be like, the author uses similes to show, the narrator's complex attitude towards Zenobia. And even if you put qualifier, the narrator's disgusted view of Zenobia, even if you do that and bring in a little insight, I think the problem with organizing by devices, it's much harder to establish a line of reasoning when we do this. And it also, it really constricts you, it really restrains you in your analysis. It does not let you fully flesh out ideas because it's so centered on the one specific thing. So we do want you to write about devices, but use that within organizing by insight, working your way through the passage.
That's right. I mean, it's so important. And if your teacher has taught you to write an essay organized by devices, then I think you do that this year. We started in one of the videos by saying your teacher is right, your teacher is the master, and we're just going to give you other advice, right? However, if your teachers have told you to try to avoid organizing by devices, then I really want to encourage that. And the way I think about it is this: if I open a paragraph and I say,
and I think there's some examples on the next slide.
There will be, yeah. I'm always afraid of what follows is just going to be evidence of imagery or diction, but then where's the commentary? And the fix sometimes is just as simple as switch your sentence around.
Right.
If you're saying that the similes are conveying her disgruntled attitude, then open with disgruntled attitude, and then in that paragraph you won't just talk about imagery, you might talk about dialogue and character relationships, all sorts of things at that point.
Exactly. So just like Mr. Escobar was saying, if you look at topic sentence from body paragraph number 1, the imagery in the scene is one of the biggest contributors to conveying the narrator's attitude towards Zenobia. It's not that you should not talk about imagery. However, use that in support of a topic sentence that has insight to it. So that's exactly what Mr. Escobar said. So I have all of the slides today. I've taken all of this information, and that should be in the description under today's video, so you can look more closely at all of that with the examples. So when we're thinking about practice or check for understanding, this fits perfectly with the way we talked about organizing your thoughts and jotting down notes when you're reading a passage. Thinking about the beginning of the text, the middle of the text, the end of the text. What do you notice? What stands out at you? How is the author communicating that? That's where all of the devices come in. And why is this important? And that's your analysis. We're going to be talking about analysis later in the week, Friday. Yeah, we're cruising through this week. Summary versus analysis. We'll talk about Friday. So organizing your essays by insight, by working your way through the passage, aligns perfectly with taking notes this way. You're totally set up to write.
So when we're talking about, and it shouldn't say perspective up there, it
oh
should
gosh,
say,
we miss that every time.
Yeah, we're learning to live with that. But when we're talking about the development of commentary, and we're looking really at how we pace our essay, what do we put where, right? What are we going to open with? What is our line of reasoning? And today we spoke to you about 3 different ways of organizing it. One is through your insight, which is our preferred method. Another one is through chronology, which we actually like a lot, especially if you're able to blend it with the insight.
Exactly.
And then the third way, which is not a wrong way, but we see more pitfalls there, maybe, which is organizing by devices. The questions here, some of the key questions you will ask yourselves, what are the logical reasons, inferences, and conclusions that justify your claim? Based on those logical reasons, you're going to build your paragraph. So your thesis was a promise of something you're going through. Now you have to prove it. It's not about free writing. It's not about stream of consciousness. It's about developing an argument. So there should be an apparent, a transparent line of reasoning threaded throughout your essay. Look at that last bullet point as well. How do you develop commentary that conveys your complex argument about an interpretation of literature? Because your points have been organized in a deliberate manner, your commentary should grow as your essay develops. So you should be able to say, we've already looked at this, but now this new evidence takes us to this other place. And that's really where you're going to start developing, I think, a more complex understanding of the shifts that will happen within a text. So the way you organize is critical to honestly trying to earn high points in the second row and trying to earn that sophistication point as well.
Yeah, what we really want you to do is take time thinking about how you're going to organize your essay before you start writing. You've got to give yourself some time to do that planning, because in the long run, that is going to pay off. And I know it is so tempting to just jump in and start writing because the clock is ticking, but really 2 or 3 minutes planning really sets you up to write well. So tonight we're going to look at the same prompt. We're spending a lot of time on this. Same prompt. Here's the stable wording. Here's the text. And we just like for you to think about organizing your essay. So using your thesis statement, and maybe after even looking at some thesis statements today and thinking a little more about it, you want to revise your thesis statement. Totally fine. Revision, I think that's where a lot of the good thinking and good learning occurs, when we go back and revise things that we've already read. So get your thesis statement just like you want it, and then I want you to think through, how would you organize your paper? Go ahead and write topic sentences for each of your body paragraphs. And then
for that first question, we're really asking them, perhaps, let's say, think of another one for which of the 3 methods, right?
Yeah.
I think that would probably focus,
I think
our task a little better.
Exactly. And then think about, do these topic sentences show a progression of order? Can you see an established line of reasoning through that? So that's what we want you to think on tonight. We'll jump back in and start with that tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to be talking about embedding quotes and how do we pull in evidence with our own ideas, and just how does all of that look? How can we do that seamlessly? If you do not have a device, the deadline is coming up. I think it's this Friday to let College Board know. So teachers, get word out if you know students who don't have access, because they are trying to make sure everyone has what they need. I think that's it from here. Bear's still with us. He shook the hat off. He had enough of that. So signing out from Atlanta today. Always loved spending time with you. Seniors, class of 2020, love you. Proud of the work y'all are doing.
Absolutely. Goodbye, everyone.
I need like a famous Shakespeare. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the AP Lit review today. We're excited that you're here with us. It's Thursday. Is that right? I kind of lose track of days, but I think it's Thursday. We're counting on down to the exam. 15 school days. I'm still taking links out. I'm Susan Barber from Atlanta, Georgia. It's raining here today. I even had my power flicker on and off a little this morning. Here's Bear. He's hanging close today since it is stormy. Today, it's a big day in the literary world. It is Shakespeare's birthday. I'm wearing my Shakespeare shirt from the Folger Shakespeare Library. Love those people and what they're doing to get Shakespeare in the hands of students. So today, thinking about like what Shakespeare plays we like, maybe what Shakespeare plays we don't like. I don't know if this is a safe place to share plays we don't like. I'll start though. I'm not a huge fan of Romeo and Juliet. Putting that out there. I know I'm like some people never listen to another word I say. Here's what I love though. I love The Tempest. Love that. Love Othello. Love Hamlet. Really the tragedies in general. I just always like the tragedies. That's probably a weird thing that I'm drawn to those kind of plays. What's your favorite Shakespeare work, Mr. Escobar?
And how long is this YouTube session? Without a doubt, Hamlet.
Yeah.
And it's gotten to the point where I don't even like to teach Hamlet anymore. I just want it for myself. I want to read it.
You're
I want to
being
think about
stingy
it.
with Hamlet.
You know, it's not. You know how as teachers we go through the that's great. We've never heard that. Let's read it. I don't know. Hamlet is definitely my favorite. And here we have Mr. Shakespeare himself today,
Looking over
making an
us.
appearance, looking over us.
I have Bear. You have Shakespeare.
There you go. There you
We're
go.
ready. We're ready to go.
You know, with Romeo and Juliet, actually.
Oh, I shouldn't have said that.
No, I'm going to say something that will cause me some physical harm too. So don't worry about it. I'm actually a big fan of the play. I'm not a big fan of the play being taught in the 9th grade.
Interesting.
I think it's too difficult. I think that Shakespeare is showing off in so many of those passages in that play just what he could do with language. That I think even though I've heard a lot of teachers argue with me and they're like, but it's so appropriate for their age, and but there's more to that play than just two young kids who are in love.
Right.
The language is so difficult, so difficult. I love it. I don't agree with everything Harold Bloom said when he was alive, but at one point he said that Romeo and Juliet taught us how to love, and I agree. To be a glove and have that glove touch your face, and that is enough. That's just remarkable.
Well,
so
and
I love Romeo and Juliet.
maybe that's it for me because it's hard to separate like what we like as a reader ourselves and then through the teacher's eyes, because everything we read, as much as we try to separate it, it goes through this teacher lens and maybe just seeing how Romeo and Juliet is handled in the schools. So I'll give it a chance.
Maybe that's it. I don't know. But happy birthday, Shakespeare. He's definitely in our minds, many of our minds today. And let's get started. All right.
I got a couple of shout outs. Can I give a couple of shout outs?
Absolutely. Let's go.
We are way behind on emails because both of us had essays come in this week. And so we're going to catch up on our emails this weekend and give some more shout outs. But I did want to say hi to Miss Stuckey's class today, who's been watching Brookdale High School in Virginia. Hey, y'all. I know y'all understand my southern accent where you are. And also Miss Soper's class. Miss Soper is a friend of mine, as is Miss Stuckey. So these classes, y'all have rock star teachers. So shout out to Miss Soper's class in Michigan. Let's get into our lesson today.
Well, but you know what? I actually have a bone to pick because I'll let you play, Mr. Nice Guy or Miss Nice Guy here. But I'm upset. My wife told me that the International Space Station was, I think, sent a Zoom message or something to some graduates out there, some seniors. And I'm here happy that we got emails from China and Germany and Saudi Arabia. And so people in space are contacting students.
We
on the AP Lit group. Come on, Mr. and Mrs. Science astronauts up there. Let's Zoom and let's talk literature. How does Shakespeare look from where you are today? So I hope to hear from NASA and the International Space Station. I'm not sure that's going to happen.
Or are you going to put that on your map?
Oh Lord, that's another day's conversation. So yesterday we asked you to think about how you would organize this essay, and that's so critical. It's so important for students out there to start thinking. We look at the links behind Ms. Barber. This exam is coming very, very soon. You have to start thinking about what your approach is going to be as you write this essay. And yesterday we spoke about organizing your essay through insights, through the chronological sort of order of the passage, and through device organization. And we want you to select one of these methods and start outlining your essay. There is no right answer. Ms. Barber and I were very forthright in telling you that our preference is one that combines insight and the order passage, and that we tend to tell our students to stay away from the device organization. But at this stage we're gonna write the best essay with what we got, right? And hopefully these are just some thoughts that will provoke you to grow and eke out the best essay on the day of the exam. So hopefully you did organize this, because at this point you've written a thesis statement, you thought about the organizational style, and today you're not going to write an essay, but you're going to start writing a body paragraph based on what we're talking about today, because we're really looking at the claims and the evidence and the way we present that, specifically the way we present embed quotations, and we're also going to talk about some of the elements of composition that are problematic sometimes in students' essays, and that we still have plenty of time left to focus on those and try to make amends with the grammar gods and try to clean it up a little bit.
Yeah, I really think the way that students use evidence and specifically embed quotes is one of the easiest ways to elevate writing to another level. So let's look at that. But before we talk about quotations, let's think about just how do we choose evidence in general. So when we think about collecting our thoughts and organizing our thoughts, we're looking at what stands out to us, and then after we think about have insights and original ideas about what stands out to us, and we start to frame out our essay, we then move to thinking about evidence. And so not only do I need to have original ideas, but I have to support my ideas, my claims, with evidence from the text. So two questions you should be asking yourself: is the evidence that I'm choosing relevant to the insight that I have in this passage, and is there enough evidence? Is it sufficient to support it? And I really tell my students you need at least two pieces of evidence to support the claim that you have or an insight that you have. You don't want your whole paper to be just evidence. You have to have analysis, but the more evidence you can bring in to support, that's going to open you up for more analysis. Students always ask, how long should my paper be? How long should my body paragraph be? And there's not one answer for that, but I always tell my students, when you're writing, especially for the AP exam, this is not a less is more time. This is a more is more time. The more you can write, the more you can generate, then usually the greater chance that you're going to be answering the prompt. Now, you can't, we've seen a lot of essays over our careers that they are long and they don't say a lot, but that's why we're going through thinking about what evidence do I need to choose now? What do I need to say about that evidence? So if you're thinking about what do I notice? How is the author communicating this? Why is it important? If you're doing more of those things, you're going to have a great essay. So let's look at this next example when we're thinking about relevant evidence and sufficient evidence. And this is the topic sentence up here is the one working off of my student sample from yesterday. This is her topic sentence. As the narrator speaks with and observes Zenobia, she struggles with the belief that Zenobia is falsely representing herself. So that's her insight. That's the idea. So now this, I think, is in the second chunk of the text that she was working with. And I went through and highlighted some things that would support this. Well, she should make room. I saw how good it was. She should make room for herself, as gorgeous as she believes. Like maybe, she is falsely representing herself. I hardly knew whether I held Zenobia in her truest attribute. There was something like an illusion. And then we have this back and forth conversation between the two. And all of these are pieces of evidence that can be used to support this topic sentence. So you want to have your topic sentence, have your insight, and then go through the chunk of text you're working with and either jot down some notes or highlight some ideas that will support it. And you want to think, is this evidence relevant? Does it directly relate back? Does it prove my topic sentence? And is it enough? And when you look at this highlighted, like this is enough. And so then you need to move to the step of how am I going to incorporate this evidence? So let's talk about quotations and how to use quotations. The basic rule, never let a quote stand alone as its own sentence. You always need to set up a quote in some kind of way. So you can see this example here. When the narrator feels like she has Zenobia figured out, Zenobia becomes an illusion. And then you just have this quote dropped in. But the next instant, she was too powerful for my opposing struggles. I think people refer to this as a drop quote. How do you refer to these in your classroom, Mr. Escobar?
I'm so allergic to these that I don't refer to them as anything.
In Georgia, and this sounds weird now that I say it, but we call these naked quotes. Like they're just standing alone out there
I'm
naked.
not sure what we call them, but that's interesting. What's the other term I read from you? The chicken foot
the
pieces?
chicken foot.
Right? Yeah.
You're learning all the Georgia terms. Yeah, but so this quote is standing alone, and that's something that you want to avoid, just sticking a piece of evidence in. We need to introduce the quote or embed the quote. So let's look at a couple of ways that you can do this. Now, this first one, you can have an introductory phrase or context and plus the quotation. And this is probably the very first way that even in elementary school you learn how to introduce quotes.
The attribution, right?
Exactly. The author writes, comma. Well, we got to say about commas too. At some point. The author writes, comma. She has shown me the true flesh and blood of her heart. And then maybe a little later, you learn that you can set up a quote with colon. The narrator is perplexed when thinking about Zenobia, colon, quote, her manner bewildered me. Now, both of these are acceptable, but we do want to elevate our writing, and we want to set our writing up where you are taking your quotes and your evidence from the text and you're embedding them, you're weaving them in and out of your analysis and your insights. So this is the preferred way to do this, to take an assertion of your own ideas and then have the quoted material worked in throughout. Zenobia wondered why she should be complacent with that life when, quote, it was good, but there are other lives as good or better. This next one I love. The narrator thinks it to be, quote, excessively rich, just pulling in a couple of words, and the, quote, fulfillment of every fantasy of an imagination. And then I highlighted this next part blue because now we're going straight into the analysis of that, straight in the why. Why is this important? And so this is what we really like about quotes that are embedded. It allows you to just seamlessly move from evidence to analysis, evidence to analysis. And we want to be sure that you are setting yourself up to not only give the evidence, but to explain why it's important. The other thing,
if students ever receive a score from their teacher, they don't understand why they earned that score. And I think we have talked about this before, but one of the things I've had my students do in the past is go ahead and highlight all of your evidence, and then go ahead and highlight every clause or every sentence that only provides summary. Go ahead, highlight that, and then see what you have left, right? And what you have left should be analysis. And granted, it's not always the case, right? Sometimes students come up with other tangents, but if the bulk of your essay is plot and quotations, how do you expect to earn points? How do you expect to? You're not taking a claim, you're not defending it, you're not interpreting anything. And so this is crucial when you're taking. I think of an essay as real estate, as landscape. And we're not writing very long essays. We're writing, let's say, front and back, right? We're writing 2 pages, 1 page front and back, and you have a bunch of quotations. You have some plot summary. You repeat yourself here and there. Let's say your conclusion really isn't offering anything insightful, and let's say your introduction for the most part repeats the prompt, but you're not really claiming anything. What do you have left? You don't have room to write entire sentences, quote 1 or 2 sentences. It has to be what we see here in these examples, mainly that middle example. That is so rich because you have the setup, the quotation, and then that blue, and that is that's gold right there. That's what's going to push you in that second row towards the 3 and 4 points instead of the 1 and 2 points.
Yeah, and a lot of times at the reading, we will see it is not uncommon to see essays where you have a topic sentence, and then you'll have just a 2-sentence maybe quote from the text dropped in. Your naked quote is just dropped down in there, and then maybe 1 sentence following that. Maybe it summarizes, maybe it is analysis, but 1 sentence is not enough to deal with 2 whole sentences from the text. And that's why we really like breaking this down into smaller chunks. And one of my rules is, I really don't want you using a quote that is more than 9 words, and really preferably smaller than that, because when you're quoting 1 sentence or a couple of sentences, there's a lot of analysis that can occur in that. So when students break it down into 3 words, 5 words, 7 words, and insert their analysis throughout, it really lets you go deeper into analysis because you're dealing phrase by phrase or clause by clause, as opposed to sentence by sentence.
Yeah,
exactly. So I think that really helps you go deeper into your analysis. So what you want is small quotes sprinkled throughout your paper. Small quotes sprinkled throughout your paper. Lots of them.
I hear a lot of sprinkles there.
Yes, lots of sprinkles, because this is how we do it in my class. When we do this, we have ice cream, and we all have ice cream, and we talk about if you're going to an ice cream shop and you're getting an ice cream cone with sprinkles on it, if you are sprinkling, and you want your sprinkles not just like in one big clump on your ice cream cone, you want them evenly distributed, because you want a few sprinkles in every bite. You just don't want this one clump. So we're all about the food imagery, aren't we? The brownie, the ice cream, and the sprinkles. But when you think about your quotes, think about several small quotes sprinkled throughout your ice cream. You may need to go get some ice cream and sprinkles to really hit this home today. So just some reminders, small quotes, 9 words or less. I think 9 words or less. This allows you to be very specific and go much deeper in your analysis, because you're, like Mr. Escobar said, now you're looking at the language, you're breaking down phrases and clauses in these small segments. Quotes are sprinkled throughout the paragraph. This allows for a really seamless integration of your ideas and your evidence. And always we want your analysis to outweigh your quotes. So we do want lots and lots of evidence, but you have to tell us why you're using that evidence, why that evidence is important, how that evidence relates back to your topic sentence, and that relates back to the thesis. Everything is proving your argument, and your analysis is really where you're doing the heavy lifting of the explanation. That's a lot, right?
That is a lot.
This lesson, a lot of the bones of this lesson came from Melissa Smith. You probably, and I want to give her credit for this. I've been using this lesson for a couple of years, and she's not making any money off this website, so I don't feel bad giving her props. She should. It's a great resource for teachers, teachladypoets.com, and even for students. If you like poets and modern poetry, you can go to this website and click on these poets, and it'll give you some of their videos. It'll link you to poets. Just a great resource for getting poetry into teachers' hands and into students' hands. So thanks, Melissa, for letting me share your lesson today. So when we're checking for understanding, let's go back and look at the paragraph that I gave you up front, the topic sentence, and then we look at the chunk, and let's look at what this looks like with the evidence woven throughout. As the narrator speaks with and observes Zenobia, she struggles with the belief that Zenobia is falsely representing herself, calling her an, quote, illusion, believing Zenobia wants her to feel ashamed and small, fighting, quote, against the effect which Zenobia sought to impose upon her. Again, those quotes just woven throughout this student's ideas. The narrator also thinks, however, that Zenobia had the right to, quote, make herself as gorgeous as she pleased. And this next part I also highlighted, because while the writer is not directly quoting, it is very specific textual evidence. I think the rubric refers to it as specific and textual evidence. The narrator wars with which thoughts are true, settles upon asking Zenobia where the last traces of the familiar, more humble woman she had known about, wishing. And now we're getting to, this is what the narrator is looking for. This is why the narrator is turmoiled and having this internal battle. So you can also specifically refer to evidence without quoting it, but we do want you to use quotes. So that's what a paragraph would look like with embedded quotes.
And we want to remind you that today we're looking at a very specific item within the elements of composition skill set for this course. There's so many things that we could discuss. We chose to focus on quotations because every essay needs to have evidence, and the evidence can get you into trouble. There's a lot of pitfalls. You might have complete sentences where you have more quotation than your own analysis, and that's not ideal. But then the other thing that could happen is you might set up the quotation in a way that's grammatically incorrect. As Barbara had talked to you about, remember the comma, right? Make sure that you understand where you have to capitalize, where you don't capitalize, and usually you're going to capitalize when you have the attribution, but when you're embedding, it will normally just follow organically the grammatical structure of your own sentence. However, you have sat with your teachers now for most of the year. We tend to think that this is it, this is a reality, and this is all that's going to prepare us for the exam. But that's not true at all. My students and your students and you guys out there, you've written so many essays before the quarantine happened, before we became best friends. And you have to think back to all of the advice that your teacher has given you. And anytime that they mark on the paper something like, we started talking about some of these last night, Barbara, but plurals versus possessives or misplaced modifiers, subject verb agreement, run on sentences, fragments, whatever your teacher has told you that you really should focus on, now is the time for you to turn to the internet. It's not just about, what was it, Tiger King?
Yeah.
And take a break from Netflix and look up Go on Khan Academy, figure out what it is that you need to work on when it comes to evidence composition and get it fixed. Sometimes it's just, a very simple grammatical rule that for some reason you have forgotten or it never stuck, really. Now is the time because it is going to affect how you present yourself, how your essay is conveyed, and you want to get credit for absolutely everything that you're presenting on that essay. And you don't want your reader to be stuck or your reader to have to reread because it's ambiguous or awkward. So go ahead right now and focus on what your teachers have told you and impact your writing. But let's definitely start with, how do we embed quotations? How do we make them fluid? How do we make them organic? And how do we make sure that we have the right balance between what the passage was? If you include too many quotes, it's not your writing, right? If you're quoting Hawthorne, then that's Hawthorne's essay essentially. We want to see your essay, and that's why striking the balance is important. But
tomorrow we are going to be talking about analysis and what makes for good analysis. So that will end out our week on writing. I think we're going to be talking about writing next week.
Yeah, we're talking about writing next week as well. And you're still not writing the essay, like we said. We're going to take the same prompt.
It's Shakespeare's birthday. We're not writing essays.
That's
today.
right. We're making brownies and
Exactly.
what else?
Ice cream with
sprinkles. But we want you to take this prompt, and you have the passage here. And what we want you to do is develop the best body paragraph that you could develop. We want that body paragraph to have a strong topic sentence that comes directly from your thesis statement. We want you to have a good balance of evidence and commentary. We want you to try to practice embedding your quotations and not letting those quotes stand alone. We want you to take the time not just to revise, but revise and edit. At which point you're going to be focusing on the grammatical aspects of your essay. Something that a teacher taught me when I was a student was read it out loud.
Yep.
If when you read your essay out loud, you're tripping over your own sentences, there might be something off at that moment. So highlight it and then go back and see, why did I trip here? What's going on grammatically?
And I coach my students to do that as well, to read their essay aloud. I think you can catch about like 90% of just errors or things that aren't as fluid as they should be. And I know there are a lot of disadvantages with the way that this AP test is shaking down this year. But one advantage is you can read your essay out loud. And that's something that you can't do if you're sitting in a room with 100 other students taking it. So take advantage of that this year.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, they could definitely do that this year. And we've reached the end of this slide pretty much. We have to reach out today, guys. We have to reach out and help our classmates, help our students. If you know that a kid is having issues with either device or internet access, please go to the URL today, fill in the information, because this is it. It's gotten to the point where if we don't reach out today, then the College Board won't be able to reach out to them in time to be able to do anything about it. Something else I want to mention to the students: make sure that if the College Board has sent you an email, go ahead and respond to that email confirming your exam date and time. If you have not received that email, don't worry about it. All of you should be logging into your AP Classroom though. Right. Make sure you have access. Look at your profile. Make sure that you have, as part of your profile, the correct email address, and that email address is the one that you check most often. All right, because right now you need that communication with the College Board. April 28th, if I'm not mistaken, is a very big day, because that's the day that more information will come out. That's in 5 days regarding the exam, the platform, all sorts of issues. And something else, guys, remember, we focus on skills. We don't focus on how to beat the system. Students have already gotten in trouble because they have been found to be communicating about how to cheat and how to beat the game and beat the system. None of that. Okay, none of that. You trust your skill, you trust the work you put in, and you're going to do a great job. None of that nonsense.
Absolutely. So class of 2020, we love you. We're pulling for you guys. We're rooting for you. See you tomorrow. TGIF tomorrow. Hey, everybody, and happy Friday. Welcome to the AP Lit Review. Another week. It's crazy, isn't it? We are just moving on through the year. And look at my chain. I lowered it 14 weeks. It's getting shorter and shorter. 14 school days to the exam. I'm Susan Barber. Here's Bear. We're ready to hang out with you for a little while today and talk analysis. I want to give a couple of shout outs. First, in his Gates class from Shorewood High School in Seattle. Suburban Seattle. Hi to y'all. They've been joining every day. So love that. I've never been to Seattle. It is on my list, on my very short list of places to go. So when this is all over, I'm headed up to see y'all. And also Miss Clevenger's class. And I'm not even sure where this class is located, but a student reached out to me on Twitter and said, hey, could you give a shout out to our class? So hello to Miss Clevenger's class as well. Glad y'all are with us. Like I said, happy Friday. How are you doing, Mr. Escobar?
Disappointed because I still haven't heard from the International Space Station or any former presidents or Khaled Hosseini or Margaret Atwood or William Shakespeare, even though we dedicated a program to him yesterday.
I think he was upset after I talked about Romeo and Juliet.
Maybe the bad review dissuaded him from joining us today. But I did get an email from Miss Peterson, and in the bulk of her email, she has a phrase, and the phrase was a spark of light in a dark time, and that got me thinking. It got me thinking a lot. And I think it was at the end of the first or second video. I asked students to reach out to their teachers, and in this email with Miss Peterson, and she wasn't asking for this at all. This is not, but it's just something that got me thinking. Every teacher out there is trying the best that they can to be a mother, to be a father, to be a friend, a sibling, a caretaker, a teacher. You still have to cook, you still have to find toilet paper, you still have to find Lysol wipes, you still have to
school
your
kids
and school your own kids. Absolutely. There's so many demands placed on teachers right now. And all along we've been talking to teachers about how to best calm the kids and how to best instruct the kids and guide the kids. But you know what, guys? Teachers need some love too. And Ms. Barbara and I have gotten so much love. And quite frankly, that's probably why we're still doing these videos, because they're difficult and they take a lot of time, but they're so enriching and so rewarding in ways that we were not expecting them to be for us. You have to reach out to your teachers and thank them. And as gracious and as grateful and as kind and loving as you have been to us, when you write to us, that's how you need to communicate with your teachers. You gotta tell them thank you and ask them for advice and be mindful of the fact that they are human and they are doing a million things and they're still trying to take care of you. And sometimes a little thank you goes a long long, long way. So again, my homework for you today is stop the Netflix, email a teacher, email all your teachers, right? This isn't about the AP community. This is about everybody getting together. Email your non-AP teachers, email your kindergarten teacher, right? Check in on her. How is she doing? It's time to be humane, and maybe that'll make us a little more human. And with that, let's carry on.
Yeah, and let me just real quickly say, I wish we had time to just follow up and with all of the teachers who were getting emails from your students who were just telling us about the amazing people who you are and the amazing things that you're giving them in the classroom. I mean, wow, just to hear what's happening in AP classrooms and hear students brag on their teachers, oh, so heartwarming. Y'all have some great kids.
Yeah, indeed. And some great teachers out there. So Ms. Peterson, as you stay by that night light, up all night as your baby sleeps, I'm up all night too, creating these videos and scoring things and watching the news because I'm a little addicted to them, or just, speaking to my wife, or having our kids jump into our bed because they, they're anxious and they can't sleep either. So shout out to all of you. And
I sleep at night.
You do, right? You
yeah, I do sleep at night.
So last night we were working with this Zenobia prompt again.
This is our last day on Zenobia.
Right,
last day.
We're done. I don't think we're using it ever again.
There were a couple. I'm going to say one more thing, and I promise I'm going to be quiet. There were a couple of readers at the reading this year that got Zenobia tattooed on their arm for real. I'm pushing on my gut. I'm done.
Wow. Well, with that, I won't be doing that. I'm not that bold. So you all were supposed to write your body paragraph last night. And we really wanted you to focus on your topic sentence and make sure that you pull the right evidence, and then you practice embedding the quotations as we discussed yesterday. And then you're mindful as to your grammar and whatever your teachers already told you to focus on. And we wanted to show you a sample body paragraph, and here's one. And then I'm going to read through it, and then we'll talk about what is highlighted and why we highlight those components. Author's use of luxurious imagery helps cement the narrator's bafflement, which later manifests into distaste. I want you to notice how a topic sentence is really a mini thesis statement, right? Whereas the thesis statement is the promise of what the essay will be about, the topic sentence is the promise of what the paragraph will be about. So it should sound a lot like your thesis statement. The narrator describes the opulence of the room adorned with a chandelier hung down with an extravagant amount of lights, furniture exceedingly rich, and the presence of fulfillment of every fantasy of an imagination. This use of posh, impressive imagery reveals just how wealthy Zenobia is. Each reference to luxury adds to the self-conflict of the narrator as well, as he battles if he ever knew who Zenobia truly was and expresses thoughts of inferiority compared to her. The fact that Zenobia goes from Blithedale foreign full of equality to an upscale lifestyle is baffling for the narrator, which is what enables him to reveal his mix of emotions ranging from shock to complete dislike. When he witnesses her lifestyle, he is burdened with shame as he tries to bear up against the powerful effects of her wealth and beauty, which is what most likely fueled his annoyance towards Zenobia as she was now above him. Notice the things that we highlighted. We highlighted some of the evidence and look at the use of evidence and how nicely embedded it is within this sentence. Notice that it's not even a string of quotes, but it's littered with the writer's own writing. It's just rich the way that it's fully embedded and you don't skip a beat. Notice how it is tied to the topic sentence. The topic sentence makes a promise of what this paragraph is going to be about, and what the writer has promised us is that he or she will prove to us that the narrator is baffled and then grows to dislike or has a distaste for what is seen. And we see the bafflement here with the furniture exceedingly rich and the fulfillment of every fantasy and imagination. However, we are reminded that Zenobia did come from that Blithedale farm, and then that contrast, and we've spoken about contrast before, and the function of those with the passages and with the paragraphs, the contrast between what this person is seen and what this person remembers Zenobia lived is what ultimately leads into the last bit of highlights that we have here, the shame that this person has to bear up against the powerful effect of her health, wealth, and beauty. So it is that contrast between the memory of where she comes from and where she is today that leads us to this feeling of shame.
And can I say one more thing about this specific paragraph and topic sentence? Yesterday or 2 days ago, we talked about organizing by insight, chronological order, and then by device. And it's interesting because this topic sentence starts off and it's about device, but really it's so much more than that because this is a topic sentence built around insight that does include a device. So we discourage people from organizing by device, but this is really a topic sentence organized by insight that includes a device. So
not all students can write as richly as this student does, right? And sometimes with my own students, even what I tell them is that you can take that topic sentence and just flip it, right? Keep all the ideas that are there, but lead with the bafflement and the distaste.
Correct.
And then comment on how the luxurious imagery is one component that helps to convey that. And that also opens them up. I want us to hold true to what we said, that we really do like the insight organization better, right? This is a rare paragraph. This is a master paragraph.
And I would still say that even though there's a device in here, that this is a topic sentence built around insight. Mm-hmm. So, but I did just want to clarify that.
Absolutely. It's a great paragraph. Today we're going to focus on our commentary, specifically something that I know that we struggle with all year long, which is moving away from summary and into analysis. Now, Ms. Barber, this is where we might get some hate mail with what I'm about to say, but always know
so all of that should go specifically to you then.
Absolutely, yeah. But I mean well, okay, always good intentions.
Let's hear it.
A lot of students have told me that they've been told by their teachers that they should write as if the reader has not read the passage or has not read the work. And for that reason, oftentimes students are encouraged to provide a summary. I'm of the opposing mind.
Same.
I always tell my students, your reader has not only read this passage already, but your reader is tired of this passage because they read it so many times during the course of the reading. You always open the reading by reading the passage, you read it after lunch, you read it at different times throughout the day, you read it at the end of the day. You're constantly working with this passage to the point where you have it memorized. It's beyond the idea that it might come across as condescending, which there's some truth to that. It's unnecessary. And if your essays are already, as many of my students' essays are, if your essays are too short, then to fill in landscape with summary is not doing it's not productive. So as well intentioned as that advice is, and look, your teacher's right, and I am wrong. I will always say that. With my own students, I tell them the opposite. I tell them your reader knows the passage, knows the novel, knows the play, knows the poem, left and right, inside and out. There's no need to provide summary. It's all about the commentary. It's all about the analysis.
Yes. So you are writing assuming with the assumption that the reader knows this work. Just start with that assumption.
So you should get some hate email as well.
Yes.
Okay. Good. So let's get into it.
So when we look at row B of this rubric, we see under 1 point commentary, and then we see this commentary from 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, and 4 points. Commentary is really what do you have to say about the evidence you have presented. And so commentary under the 1 point, look at what it says, summarizes the evidence, but doesn't explain how the evidence supports the student's argument. Then when we get to 2 points for commentary, now we have it explain some of the evidence that relates to the student's argument, but there's no line of reasoning, or the line of reasoning is faulty. And we talked a lot about this dividing line between 2 and 3, that now we're going to have a line of reasoning. In the commentary here, it's not summary anymore. That only gets you the 1 point. So now we have commentary that explains some of the evidence and also supports a line of reasoning. And then we move on up to 4 points. And we really want you to be in this 3 and 4 point range and have full confidence that you can write and provide enough evidence and commentary to get there. The 4 points, you are consistently explaining the evidence that you provided, and it supports a line of reasoning. So when we think about summary, you know what summary is. It's just a retelling or recounting of the events. You're not really giving any of your original ideas or insight in there. You're just retelling what's already told. And so what we want to move to is, they use the word explain. Now we're explaining. So we're moving to our analysis. And this is the why part. If you're using the graphic organizer to take notes, what do you notice? How do you see the author doing it? And why is it important? We want to answer that why question. Some teachers may use the so what question. Why does it matter? So what? What does that mean? Why is it important? So analysis, we're going to be explaining patterns, contrast, unpacking layers of meaning in the text and telling why they are relevant. So that's the type of commentary that you need to be providing in your essays. So let's look at this. And the first thing when I was thinking about how to present this information, this is exactly how you can know the difference between summary and analysis. Spark Notes. Probably a couple of y'all have heard of that. So when you're thinking about Spark Notes, you'll look at that and you'll have a summary section of the work. It just flat out tells what happened. And then it has an analysis section. So that's the perfect way to think about it. We want to be in the analysis section, not the summary section. So this was, I think, from that same paragraph, or this is from the text in Zenobia. So the summary of this, the narrator feels powerless when confronted, which causes an internal struggle. All of that is really just stated in here. And I think sometimes students think that maybe if they switch information around, that it's not summary, but still, if it's not any of your original ideas in there, it is just a summary. The narrator, he compares Zenobia to an illusion, implies that Zenobia implies she is an actress. But the analysis, now we're not only going to tell that there is a struggle, which has already been shown in the text, but we're going to tell why the struggle is there. Zenobia is falsely representing herself, calling herself an illusion, believing Zenobia wants her to feel ashamed. So we're answering the why questions, and we're expanding on why is the narrator saying this? Why is Zenobia thinking of that? Going below the surface, unpacking things that aren't just straight up written about. We're having to get into motivations and layers and meanings that are not directly stated. So let's think, and honestly, today's lesson, it really is just a review of things that we've been talking about for the last few weeks. When we think about how do we do analysis, what can lead us to analysis? We've talked a lot about identifying shifts. We see a shift in a character, maybe we see a shift in a setting, we see a shift in tone. What are we shifting from? What are we shifting to? That takes you straight into analysis if you're answering those questions. Answering the question why over and over and over. I have a friend from California, Jory Kruger from Paradise High School. Like, what a crazy year for them. Hello to those people, to her students, because last year, they lost their school in the Camp Fire, and now this year, Corona. So just crazy. But she tells her students, think about like the annoying 4-year-old who is always asking the why question. I'm going out for a run. Why? Well, because I need to exercise. Why? Well, it keeps my heart healthy. Why? Well, because, so if you have a younger sibling, or just know a younger kid, they're always asking why, and you really want to have this voice in your head when you're unpacking parts of a text. Why? And just keep answering that question as many times as you can. Thinking about moving from surface level, this is what I actually see, to the depth. What's the motivation? What might this mean? How does this figurative language expand the meaning? What does it bring to it that would be there before? We're looking for patterns, connecting patterns, highlighting contrast. We spent a lot of time talking about contrast. And so if you can highlight contrast and show, like, because of this contrast, we now see this as opposed to this. All of that is analysis when you start doing those things. So there's this scene, and we can't link to it here, but it is in the description below today, and there's a link to it. But I love the New York Times Anatomy of a Scene. I don't know if any of you have seen that, or teachers if you work with it, but basically Anatomy of a Scene is where producers walk you through scenes in a movie. And so you're watching a scene in the movie, and the producer is telling you why they made the decisions to, shoot from this angle or zero in on this person. And that's kind of what we want to do. We want to put ourselves, we want to be thinking like this producer is, I'm showing this, I'm highlighting this because that really amplifies this character's voice right here. We want to be thinking about why is the author doing this, and putting ourselves and thinking about author choice, author decisions, and what is shown and highlighted because of that. So if you watch this Anatomy of a Scene from I Hate You Give, there's so many good clips there, but I love this one, and I think it will really give you insight into this is what a producer's doing with a movie, but this is how we're wanting you to break it down in an essay as well. So that's just a great mentor text, mentor clip to get you thinking about what good analysis looks like. So let me show this book because I got a lot of questions. Some of the questions are mine, and some of the questions are from this book, Digging into Literature. This is a great book for literary analysis. I use it a lot. Again, I have all of you don't have to copy these. All of these are linked in today's notes, but these are all questions that we have reviewed and spent the last few weeks looking at these things. So there are ways into making meaning of a text. When we look at the setting, we can pick apart a setting. Think about the setting as a specific author choice to communicate, to add meaning to character, or to add meaning to social commentary. The setting is not an accidental choice. And here's several questions that you could ask. I know some people, like, you can use notes on the test. I think I'm gonna, and you do what your teacher says. I think I'm going to coach my students to maybe look at these questions a few times each week, just to get their mind thinking about it. And maybe when they're watching whatever they're watching on Netflix, they could be thinking through some of these questions in their head. When they're practicing writing, thinking through some of these questions in their head. I think on test day, I'm not going to have my students have these printed out because I think students, y'all know what to do. I think you know the questions to ask, but I think these are good questions to review periodically between now and then. So we have questions for setting, questions for character. How are their characters described? What is their motivation? Questions for point of view. What biases does this point of view have? Questions for narrative structure. Am I starting in the middle? Am I flashback? How does the conflict move the plot forward? How does the character respond to the conflict? And we have all these questions about figurative language, imagery, and just thinking about how they expand and add meaning. The author's not throwing in figurative language just to make their word count. It's not like a college essay. They're there to expand the meaning. So again, all of these questions are linked to today's lesson. And I would just encourage you to read over them a few times a week between now and the exam. Be thinking about these questions when you're watching TV, when you're reading, practicing with AP prompts. And then on exam day, this is just going to be second nature to you.
Yeah, that's the phrase that I was waiting for you to utter.
It took a while, right?
Well, no, but I think everything was critically important. But everything that you do between now and then to make these questions just naturally a part of the filters you use, the thoughts that pop into your head as you're reading, then you're bound to write a successful essay because you're going to be interpreting, analyzing, whatever word you want to use at that analytical level instead of the summary, superficial level.
Right, and this is what you've been working on in your classrooms all year. So it will be second nature to you on exam day. So think about these questions, review these questions, and then just on exam day, take that metaphorical 4-year-old with you when you go to write, and that 4-year-old is asking why, and you just want to answer as many why questions about the text as you can. So this is the same paragraph that we looked at earlier and had highlighted the evidence, and now we're going to add in the analysis. So we start Hawthorne's use of luxurious imagery helps cement the narrator's bafflement, which later manifests into distaste. Then we see this next sentence where all of the evidence is brought in. The narrator describes the opulence of the room adorned with a chandelier hung down perfectly embedded with an extravagant amount of lights, furniture, exceedingly rich in the presence of fulfillment of every fantasy of an imagination. Now, here comes the analysis. This use of posh, impressive imagery reveals just how wealthy Zenobia is. Each reference to luxury adds to the self-conflict in the narrator, as well as he battles if he ever knew who Zenobia truly was and expresses thoughts of inferiority compared to her. So look at the amount of explanation of commentary compared to the amount of evidence. I mean, we do have our evidence in there, but then there is a large chunk of commentary.
You want more blue than yellow, absolutely.
We really do want more blue than yellow. We want to hear you answering these questions.
Your homework is going to help you practice this, but I'm thinking of the millions of essays that we've read in our career, right? How many of them will end at imagination? They say something, there's a claim with that green, and then students provide the evidence, and students feel quite accomplished at that point. I said something and I proved it to you.
Right.
Well, not quite. You said something and you pinpointed certain sections of the passage, but now you're expecting me to make the connections between that evidence and your claim, and that's not my job. It's your job to now flesh out that connection and really see, once we look at the text through the filter of my claim, this is the interpretation that I'm presenting. There's also, I think, the student who might provide just that first sentence in blue. This use of posh, impressive imagery reveals just how wealthy Zenobia is, period, and then move on to maybe another claim and another set of evidence. And there are so many times as I'm scoring papers that I write in the margins, so what, like, and or continue, or what a missed opportunity to delve deeper into the commentary. Always err on the side of having more blue than yellow, because yellow is, those are someone else's words. We're going to use those for evidence, but they're not the analysis that will get you the points, or truly, I mean, that's what the AP exam, right? You're going to go to college. That's not what we do in college. It's not about just rewriting the novel or the poem. It's about what we have to say about that novel or poem. So that blue is the critical part of our essay writing.
And I know you read an essay, a paragraph last night. It would be a good check for you to just go through and highlight and see. We work with highlighters all the time in my room. Evidence is highlighted with one color, and then analysis is another color, because students, they're always telling me, I have plenty of analysis, and then they highlight their paper and they're like, oops, because it's right there. So that would be a good exercise for you to do with the paragraph that you wrote.
And when we're looking at commentary, we have to think about how we develop that commentary, and that's something very important, especially if you're going to follow the advice that we just gave you, looking at last night's paragraph and highlighting it. Specifically, when you look at your commentary, don't just look at how much you put, but look to see if you're developing the commentary, or if you are simply restating the same commentary over and over again. Once you have reached a certain level on the rubric, repeating yourself won't get you much farther than that, right? You have to go to another claim, another piece of evidence, another interpretation, another bit of analysis to push that bar, because it's about, I've always told my students, it's about the breadth and the depth. You can't focus on one thing. You have to interpret multiple aspects of this passage, of this character, of this relationship, of this setting, and have a lot to say about each of those things that you see. Now, that's the goal. Granted, limited time, nerves, anxiety, whatever the case might be, but the goal should not be repetition for the sake of fulfilling Ms. Barber's highlighting assignment, right? It's not just about the color, but are we moving the argument forward? Are we developing our commentary? So these are more questions for you to consider, and I would honestly go through all these questions for all of the videos, and again, make them part of the natural filters that you use when you approach text. It's not about memorizing them. It's about understanding them, make sure they make sense. If you understand the reason for them, then you're going to understand the necessity to think about these things as you encounter text.
Right, and you're really training your mind how to think, and not just think about text, but how to think about the news when you watch it, and you're training your mind to think about music when you hear it, a piece of art, movie. And I mean, Mr. Escobar and I were laughing before we started this about how many emails we get from students who are 2 or 3 years out of their class, and they're like, you have ruined every movie for me because I can no longer just watch the movie and enjoy it. I'm having to think about, what does this symbol mean, or but that's our goal, to ruin all your movies.
Absolutely. It's more enjoyable that way. So again, we're dealing with this prompt, with this passage, last day, but it's a very specific homework assignment, right?
Yes. So this is one of the student sample essays on the College Board website. It was like a middle of the road scoring one, and what we have done is dropped in a few places that you can take the analysis further. Answer the question, why? How would you extend this analysis? I think that's a great exercise with this paragraph, or you may even want to do it with the writing that you did. Yeah, that would even be more beneficial. So that's what we're asking you to do. We have a little more homework, don't we? Yeah.
Yep.
It's the weekend, so let's think about these things. If it's safe where you are for you to go outside and get some fresh air and maybe go for a walk, do that this weekend. Why don't you call somebody who's lonely? Like, actually pick up the phone so they can hear your voice. Maybe it's a family member.
Text is not enough.
Exactly. Maybe it's a friend who is struggling. Show kindness in an unexpected way. I've already thought of what I'm going to do. I'm going to do something for some of my students. So just think of some way that you can surprise somebody with kindness. And you know what? Read something for fun. I mean, this is not all about just practicing AP stuff. I'm reading The Glass Hotel right now by Emily St. John Mandel. She wrote Station 11. That's what I'm reading for fun. I'm hoping to finish it this weekend. So those are things. Let's think about just how can we take a little life into the world.
Absolutely. And reading for fun is important. By the way, I highly recommend now Community Jones.
Yes.
My 7-year-old. Oh man, she is so good. Absolutely. So listen, nothing is too young or too highbrow, or just pick up something that'll help you bond with someone, connect with someone, love someone that much more. Take care, everyone. Have a great weekend.
Love y'all. Bye. Hey everyone, welcome to the AP Lit live review sessions. This is, I think, like week 5. It's crazy, and it's our last full week of content-driven videos. We will have some practice sessions next week, but this is the last week of live instruction. So we'll tell you more about those practice sessions at the end of the week. I'm Susan Barber from Grady High School. I'm actually in my room right now. It's kind of crazy. We're getting major renovations here and have to pack up our room. I feel like I'm in some post-apocalyptic world. I came in, mask, gloves, took our temperature. No one can be in here with us. We're all spaced out accordingly. Only a few people in the building, and I'm packing up my room. It's just I've been messaging my kids a lot today because it's just really sad. Like, I don't like being in this space without them. So I'm not going to get emotional right now, but yeah, it's a sad morning to be up here. But I finally have a backdrop that is as good as Mr. Escobar's library, so I'm excited about that. I wanted to give a shout out to a few classes before I hand it over to Mr. Escobar. Miss Murray's class in West Ypsilanti High School, Long Island. Hi to y'all. Thanks for tuning in. Mr. Rosenberg's class from York High School in York, Maine. We're excited to have y'all with us, and we are definitely going to take you up on that lobster roll when we come to visit. And finally, Miss Green's class in Venice High School in the LA area. Love that area. Hi to y'all, and to all of the rest of you watching. We are glad you're with us. Mr. Escobar, how was your weekend?
My weekend was great, and I got to tell you, when I heard from you and you told me that you were going back into your building, I felt for you and for all of us a little bit, because it must be such an eerie feeling to walk in and not have the students be there, and it's just so desolate when the kids are gone. So my heart goes out to you and to all of us, because we're all gonna have to go in at some point, and God willing, be able to pick up our stuff and just get ready for next school year. But looking forward, right? Looking forward always, and with a smile on our faces. I definitely want to take up Mr. Rosenberg, like you mentioned, my family and I were in Maine about a year ago, and we had one or two lobster rolls, but there's always space for more. So Mr. Rosenberg in York, Maine, Ms. Barbara and I might descend upon you at some point. And I also want to say hello to Mr. Walters, and this is a very this one hit close to home. This is very special for me. Mr. Walters teaches in Managua, Nicaragua, and that's where I was born. And I haven't been back to Managua since we left. So it's been 35, almost 36 years. So I will certainly be writing and connecting with Mr. Walters. And I want to say hello to all the students out there. Because we will definitely Zoom. We're gonna do something with Mr. Walters because it's the closest I've gotten back to Nicaragua. So without any further delay, let's get into today's lesson. We had asked you to look at this sample body paragraph and talk about where you might add some things, right, Ms. Barbara?
Yeah, and honestly, there's really no way to go over this. I would say if you're wanting some feedback on your paragraph, reach out to your teacher, share it with them. But here's the thing: if you are answering the why questions in these places and really diving into analysis and how to extend the argument, character development, motivation, if you're answering the author intent, if you're answering the why question, you are moving your argument forward. So that's the most important thing. And we want you to just get in the habit of when you write to just continually be asking why. So what? How can I take this argument even further? So again, if you're answering those questions, you're moving your argument forward and done a good job. Today, we want to talk about not only writing a thesis statement, but writing a thesis statement that may help establish a line of reasoning. So we've talked a couple of lessons about what a good thesis statement takes. You need to have a defensible claim. Like that's really the most important thing. You just cannot reiterate or summarize the prompt. You have to have an answer to the prompt, something that's defensible. Now, we talked also separately about line of reasoning. And today we're going to kind of marry those two and talk about how your thesis statement can set you up to have a line of reasoning. Remember, we don't want just this barely good enough thesis statement, because while that will earn you the point on line A, it doesn't set you up to write a good essay. And so we really want to think about what can we do to formulate a thesis statement that will assure that you have a line of reasoning, and then you're set up not only to get a point on row A, but to get in that 3 to 4 range on row B. And more importantly than that, big picture, once you learn how to do this, then you will be positioned to write good essays in the future as well. And this is so important. I read some of my students' essays this weekend and just saw how their body paragraphs, a lot of times these body paragraphs were organized by device, and they did not say anything other than identifying the device. There was no like original insight with them, and they just kept proving the same thing over and over, just different examples of how they saw one thing. So it didn't have a line of reasoning. There was no progression in their argument. So that's what we're going to spend today talking about.
Yeah, and we are grounded, absolutely grounded on the new rubric. And someone asked me, so I received an email. Someone asked me if we were developing a rubric specifically for this year's exam, and the answer is no. Although there is a brand new rubric for this year's course and every year thereafter, right? So we're not using the 9-point holistic rubric we used to use. We're using the 6-point rubric that was released this past summer and that we will use in the foreseeable future on the AP exam. The same person asked us also about a rumor out there that students are saying that the College Board is only going to award scores of 3s, 4s, and 5s this year. As much as I would love for that to be true for my students, the answer is no. AP scores as always range from 1 through 5, and we're going to see the spectrum. The spectrum of scores will be there. So you're not guaranteed a qualifying score if you simply sit for the exam. So there's the answer to those two questions that we received. We show this because we want you to see that in the scoring notes for the rubric, there's a bullet point down here that says the thesis may establish a line of reasoning that structures the essay, but it needn't do so to earn the thesis point. And this is alluding to what Ms. Barbara just said. We can do more in the thesis than what is required to earn the point. So this is one notion out there. We can answer the question, but we can also establish a line of reasoning within our response. And we're going to see what that means exactly. And if we look at row B, which is the evidence and commentary row, we see that as soon as we move away from the 2-point column and we enter the 3-point column, the language is all about line of reasoning. Look at under 2 points, look under evidence. It says provides some specific relevant evidence. Under 3 points for evidence, it says provide specific evidence to support all claims in a line of reasoning. And then we get the line of reasoning down here in the scoring notes as well. Organize an argument as a line of reasoning composed of multiple supporting claims. So we see it in both the thesis row and in the row in the evidence and commentary row that this notion of line of reasoning is significant to the essay and to how points will be awarded under this rubric. So let's look at some thesis statements here. These are all student samples, so they're spelled in context. The first one says in the following interchange, and we're sticking with Zenobia for the examples because this is a prompt and a passage that I think you're all familiar with now. We've had a lot of homework assignments. We've mentioned it many times in our lessons. So we're going to stick to this just for the sake of using something that's familiar to all of us. In the following interchange, excerpted from Nathaniel Hawthorne novel, portrays the narrator's love and obsession for Zenobia. Throughout the section, the author uses a lot of diction and imagery to signify the narrator's attitude towards Zenobia. Well, this thesis tells us that the narrator feels love and obsession for Zenobia. So that right there will earn this thesis the point. Let's look at the second one. Nathaniel Hawthorne shows the way the narrator feels about Zenobia in the few paragraphs. The narrator feels as though Zenobia may not be entirely authentic. He feels spite towards her and her new life after Blithedale. Hawthorne is able to portray these feelings through the use of first-person point of view and sophisticated diction. These literary techniques establish the tense tone of the excerpt. What we get here is this notion that the narrator feels as though Zenobia may not be entirely authentic and he feels spite towards her. But notice how it's worded. It's I'm going to argue this one point and I'm also going to talk about this other point. But the language itself isn't creating a link between these two, and it's also not portraying a development of ideas. It's sort of saying I'm going to make this claim and I'm going to make this claim, but it's not linking the claims in any progressive way. Look at the third one. This is the more complex thesis, even though it's not the longest one. So it's not about just who writes the longest thesis, but it's about certain elements that are included within it. The shift now. Ms. Barbara wants to stop right there and say something.
Yes, I mean that's already a great start, because we know that if you're identifying shifts in a passage, you're setting yourself up for this happened before and now this happened. You're seeing some type of contrast shift, and that's automatically, I shouldn't say automatically, but almost always that's going to, if you unpack the before and after, that's going to establish your line of reasoning.
Right, as long as you follow through, you're signaling.
As long as you follow through.
Right. The shift and internal resolution that the narrator experiences creates a resolution in her attitude towards Zenobia, where at first she was complacent in her acceptance of Zenobia's opulent lifestyle, she turns scornful and resentful as she regains control over Zenobia's proud aura and facade. Again, everything's spelled in context. So let's take a look at this, okay? Is the answer provided? Do we know the narrator's attitude towards Zenobia? I can see here that she felt acceptance towards Zenobia, maybe, towards Zenobia's opulent lifestyle, but then I see that there is scorn and resentment. And what we really want to pay attention to here is the language. The language, where at first she turns, right, these are signals to the reader that there is a development of ideas, where at first she was complacent in her acceptance, she turns scornful and resentful. Notice the difference between this thesis statement and the previous one we looked at, where it said, I'm going to argue A and I'm going to argue B, but it doesn't put those two claims in working off of each other. Whereas here we do see the progression. It's such a subtle difference. Now I also want to say this: if you're struggling with essay writing, if you're struggling with the thesis point, don't focus on this, right? We're doing what we would do in our classrooms. We have to teach at every level, right? So this is a student who can nail the thesis over and over and over again. There's no problem earning that point. But But now that student can be taken one notch higher, and they can start creating the line of reasoning or establishing, laying out the blueprint for the line of reasoning within the thesis. Anything to add there, Ms. Barber?
No, I just love it, love it, love it. It's we know exactly where this essay is going.
And the beauty of it is that the student can take this and create the topics that they're written for her or him
Correct.
already, right?
Right.
Let's look at how line of reasoning would function in the body. And what we have here is an excerpt. We don't have a full body paragraph. So if you look at what we've included in these brackets, these ellipses, something happens before this. So we get presumably a topic sentence, maybe some evidence and commentary, and then we have this middle section, and then the paragraph will continue. So let's read it. It is beautiful, the fulfillment of every fantasy of the imagination. But although the narrator is dazzled, he is uneasy and feels a bitter sense of shame. Hawthorne magnifies this feeling of shame through terms such as costly indulgence and redundance of personal ornament. The narrator expresses his disapproval of Zenobia's overly indulgent lifestyle, which is fundamentally, I assume, different from the values of his own community. He further, now, when we talk about line of reasoning, we're talking about the function of claim, evidence, and commentary, and we're also talking about not just the development of that commentary, but also the words that guide the argument. In terms of the evidence and commentary,
it moves the argument forward.
Let's deal with that notion of moving the argument forward. He is uneasy and feels a bitter sense of shame. That's a very it's a perfectly good statement, but it leaves us stagnant. This is how we feel, right? But then the beauty is this: Hawthorne magnifies this feeling of shame. In other words, the narrator is uneasy and feels a bitter sense of shame. I've already characterized the attitude, but now I'm arguing that Hawthorne, the writer, manipulates the language, manipulates the scene to magnify the feeling of shame. In other words, there's a progression, there's a logical progression. We're being moved by the language. We're not just drawing a conclusion, and that's where we begin and where we end. And you've spoken about this a lot, Ms. Barber, right? Where are we at the end of the passage as opposed to where we were in the beginning? So the language here is moving the argument forward, and we see also beautifully done the use of evidence and commentary, right? This whole notion of that it is fundamentally different from the values of his own community is getting into why the feelings of shame are magnified in the narrator. So this is a way of establishing and continuing the line of reasoning within the body paragraph. So we've looked at so far, and I think this is one of those videos that you're gonna have to watch a couple times, and then you're gonna have to practice. We're gonna establish line of reasoning. We can establish it in the thesis the way we saw, right? We sort of lay the blueprint for what the argument is going to be and how the argument is going to move forward. And then in the body paragraphs, we also establish the line of reasoning by having a strong claim, providing evidence. The claim, remember, comes from the thesis. The evidence, there should be multiple instances of evidence. Well, they should be concise. As Barbara talked about, no fewer than 9 words, no more than 9 words. It could be as few as 1 or 2 words, right? But there has to be commentary that follows. You can't just say the attitude is shameful and then put a quote and then move on. No, you have to comment on the degree of the shame, how the shame connects to the thesis statement, how it speaks about humanity, how it speaks about Hawthorne, how it speaks about whatever connection you can make. That's where your interpretation is expounded. And remember, there's words and phrases. Words and phrases. Hawthorne magnifies this feeling of shame. That was one example. Or at first, she turns. Now, this isn't for you to copy and use on the AP exam. You know, my writing for me is very organic. I don't give my students any formulas. Nothing is a plug-in or a Mad Lib. But get the sound, right? Get the feel for what it means to progress an idea, to move an idea forward. And I bet that if you look through your essays, there are subtle ways in which you're already doing this. I just want you to bring it to your consciousness, bring it to your frontal lobe to make sure that you execute accordingly on the exam.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. I think a lot of these things students are already doing, or they know they should be doing, but we don't really pull them out in isolation and look at them. And so that's what a lot of these lessons are targeted to do. Let's look at one thing in isolation and focus on that, because we spend most of our time looking at essays holistically and as a whole. So by thinking about line of reasoning, going through your paper, and maybe you go through the Zenobia paper that you've already written and just highlight through, what is my line of reasoning? Can I clearly see that? That's an exercise that is worth your time. Or how can I make it stronger?
Yeah, and making it stronger requires the combination of everything we've talked about, right? And I think that this is the last video where we're really going to focus on one thing. And after this, it's really about the composite, about putting it all together in a sophisticated manner. What should an essay look like after you have executed all of these ideas? And ask yourself all of those questions that we have told you to try to make second nature for yourselves. For this check for understanding section, I think that the challenge is big. Here is a body paragraph, and we want to look at it in terms of line of reasoning. We want to look at it in terms of the claim, evidence, and commentary, and the words and phrases that are provided. Let me read it, and then Ms. Barbara, if you could play, teacher here, and how can we guide students to look at their writing and make determinations as to whether they possess a strong line of reasoning in their essay. In paragraphs 7 and 8, after a brief conversation between characters, the narrator is not afraid to voice his criticism. Hawthorne has him do so in a brief monologue directed at Zenobia. It is within this monologue that his true feelings come out and have a strong effect on Zenobia's state, causing her to become flustered. By having the narrator express his criticism in the form of a monologue, a stronger effect is delivered on the audience. And in this case, Zenobia. This reflects the narrator's strong attitude towards Zenobia. So what's done well, and what could use some?
So there's some good things in this paragraph. This student is talking about a specific part of the text and even giving us some insight on it. The narrator in these 2 paragraphs are not afraid to voice his criticism, specifically through this brief monologue where we see his true feelings come out and the effect of that. So I like that. We have this monologue and now we see the effect on Zenobia. It causes her to be flustered. So those are some good things that the writer does. I would like, if this were my student writing, to see some quotes pulled in. I mean, always, the writer does focus here, but really what specific words, what specific phrases in this monologue do you think what causes that strong effect on Zenobia? What specific phrases, what specific words? And then take it the next step. Why would these specific words and phrases why would that cause her to be flustered? That's what I would tell my student they need to do to further develop this paragraph out. So I do like the idea. I don't disagree with anything that's what's said here, but I think pulling in quotes, specific words and phrases, and if you go back and look at row B on the reasoning, row B, the commentary and evidence and commentary section, one of the main things that separates 3 points from 4 points is have students use specific words and phrases and detailed out, analysis on them. And so I would say, depending on the rest of the essay, this would fall more in the 3 category, but we really need those specific words and phrases and the effects of the specific words and phrases on Zenobia.
Absolutely. So specificity is the goal, right?
Yep. So today we've talked about a thesis statement, and hopefully you've seen that a thesis statement can not only answer the prompt, but it can establish a line of reasoning so that you are set up to show the progression of your argument. If you can go ahead and do that in your thesis statement, then your essay just has to deliver, and you are set up to write a good essay. It's all connected right there in the thesis. So that's the goal, to write a thesis statement that shows the line of reasoning.
Perfect. Now, we have a lot of new information to share with the community, right?
Yes.
The first bit of information is something that I'm actually really excited about. The College Board has collaborated now with quill.org. So all of you listen up, okay? Specifically teachers right now, okay? Quill.org and the College Board are working together, and you go in and you create an account, and it's free. The College Board has taken care of all of this. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I don't want to speak here, Ms. Barber, but it's available for now, and I think it's going to be available for next year as well. So teachers, you create an account, you set your students up. Students will take a diagnostic assessment, and then they're going to be led through 10-minute lessons based on grammatical concepts that were that show that your students need based on the assessment that they take. So it seems like a great tool. I have not used it with my students yet, but I'm excited to use it with the students. Those of you who were at APAC this past year, Mr. Packer had mentioned something about a writing tool, a writing instrument, and he had us vote about whether we thought it would be a great tool. I'm hoping this is it. I think this is it. I'm really excited about it. So as soon as we're done today, I'm setting up my account and I'm going to use it with my students, and I'm sure that they're going to love me for it because they,
Yeah,
you know, actually, I think my students will be happy to use it because they ask me for this sort of instruction all the time. It's important for the SAT. It's important to improve their writing. They know they need it. They know they want it, and now we have it, and it's free. So I'm not complaining.
Yeah, I'm not very familiar with this, so I'm looking into digging in and just seeing what else available through this program.
Absolutely. And distance learning, right? So this is right up
This is
our
where
alley.
we are.
Yeah,
Yep.
this is great. The other thing, and now I'm talking to the students mainly. So far, teachers have had to assign practices for you using AP Classroom, but now we have some things available to you. So if you were to log in into your AP Classroom account and you click on AP Classroom, first you can catch all these YouTube lessons here on the YouTube live stream in the second box, but in the first box where it says practice answering free response exam questions, if you click on that, it's going to bring you here, optional student practice. When you click on these continue and begin buttons, you got to begin before you continue. You're going to get different free response questions. Now, these free response questions have been selected because they are the closest to what you're going to experience this year in terms of the skills that are going to be tested and also the question type that you're going to encounter, the prompts. When you do this, you answer in the text box at the bottom and then you click submit. Once you submit, it'll ask you if you're sure that you want to submit, and then it allows you to review or to review possible answers or points. And I think it works different for different subject areas where you can see what could earn you points. So this example that we received is using biology, and biology has discrete points that can be awarded. So students can see sample explanations that would reward or award the point, and then they can actually go back to their responses and make adjustments, which is great because this isn't an assessment, it's not a summative assessment. This is practice. So if you see what gets you the point and you didn't do it, well then go back and try to rework your writing so that you can maximize your points, so you can learn how to maximize your points, and then you can submit it. And you have.
And I love this. Like my students all the time, before I score their essay and give them any feedback, my students have to score their own essay, and then they have to tell me why they gave themselves that score. So I not only want my students writing, but I want my students thinking about their writing and assessing their own writing, because as I tell them, I'm not going with you to college. So you can't rely on me to know if you're writing well. You've got to train yourself to assess your own writing. I think that's probably one of the things that we as teachers can do to best serve our students, help them think about their own writing and learn how to self-assess their own writing. So this is a perfect opportunity for you to do this, and you don't have to wait for your teacher to assign it to you. You are in charge of the progress you're going to make, so you can jump on in and do this on your own.
Absolutely, but because you like to have essays assigned to you. Like that segue.
Yeah, that was a smooth progression of your argument today.
There you go. Tonight's homework is to write an essay. Now, this is the only essay I believe we're having you write this week because we're going to be using this essay to talk about what an essay should have. And remember, we're putting all these skills together now. It's on Thomas Hardy's The Mayor of Casterbridge, 19th century text. This is the original prompt, so it's not reworked. It's not remember this year's exam. We're going to have the author and the title, but we're going to keep it as is because we're going to use student samples based on this, and it'll sound strange for the student samples when they talk about Mayor of Casterbridge. Like, how do they know, right? So this is the exact prompt as it was and the exact passage, and we're asking you to write the full essay. I'm also going to say, why don't you go ahead and time yourselves? Time yourselves for 45 minutes, and this might be a good.
Do what you're going to do on exam day.
Right.
I pushed this out to my students this morning, and I said, I want you to sit where you think you're going to sit on exam day. If you think you're going to type, I want you to type it. If you think you're going to handwrite, I want you to handwrite it. Then I want you to practice uploading it. I want you to, whatever you think you're going to do on exam day, that's what I want you doing today. We're going to practice what we're going to do, not only our writing, but our routine, because the less surprises on exam day, the better.
Absolutely. And we got to remember line of reasoning. We got to remember thesis. We have to remember shifts. We have to remember characterization. We have to remember contrast. We have to remember literary devices, imagery, setting. It's all up for grabs. Show us what you can do. We want you to be proud of what you've accomplished. Okay.
And you will be. All of this is going to be second nature. And like I tell my kids, all the time, you're taking the test. The test is not taking you. You're taking the test. So it is time for you to show what you know. Show us what you know. You've spent a year refining your skills and learning how to dive deeper. Let's see it. Show what you know.
That's right. And with that, we sign off for the day. Have a great afternoon, everyone. Stay safe. Be kind to each other and write that essay.
See y'all tomorrow. Hello, everybody. Welcome to today's AP Lit Live review session. We are really excited y'all are with us. We're winding up April. I cannot even believe it that we're here at the end of the month. The AP exam is right around the corner. I'm Susan Barber from Grady High School, back in my room today, finishing packing up. So shout out to my Grady Knights. Y'all know I love y'all. I miss ya. I also want to say hi to Miss Lordeman's class from Eastside High School in Greenville, South Carolina, right up the road from here. And then a little further south is Mr. Escobar in Miami. How you doing today?
I'm doing great today. I've been receiving so many emails about the map that I showed. I think only once in the video lessons, but people have been looking forward to seeing themselves on the map. And when this first started, I want to give some context. It was just, gosh, look how pretty cool this is, right? We're getting all this correspondence from all over the world. We haven't even shared our email addresses or anything, and people are finding us. And then what it became clear was that we're all looking for a sense of community. We're all looking for reassurance that we're not in it alone, and we're certainly not in it alone. When you look at this map and you see that people from all over the United States, and Canada's in here as well. But we have Hawaii, we have Alaska, we have I think nearly all of the lower 48 states. We're missing just a handful of. I haven't received anyone from Idaho, Wyoming, North Dakota, New Mexico, Arkansas, Delaware, West Virginia, Connecticut, or Rhode Island. But I'm sure we did, and it's just been hundreds of emails to comb through. But what this tells me is that we're not in it alone, and we're not just united because of the pandemic. We're not just united because of Corona. We're united because of our love for literature, and we're united because we're all working towards ensuring that students put the best foot forward, and students are united as well as they battle this kind monster that is their AP exams. And then when we look at the world, this just astounds me because I always thought that I worked in isolation, alone in my classroom in room 218. But to think that people all over the world are working towards this common goal. Just this morning, early morning, I was communicating with a teacher from Kuwait and the teacher from Nicaragua, and I zoomed with the students from Albania. It's remarkable. And what this tells me is, again, we're not alone. So for everyone out there, even if you're the only person in your country taking this exam, we hope that these video lessons have been helpful, and know that you are forevermore our students and our colleagues if you're teachers. And I don't know if I'm going to update the map again, but keep the emails coming. Surely there's people out there who think that they're working in isolation and they're not. Si hay alguien en México, en Brasil, en Argentina, en Chile, escríbanos. Si hay quelqu'un en France qui nous écoute, écrivez-nous s'il vous plaît, because we're all in it, like I said, together. So let's get into it today. Last night you had to write an essay, correct, Ms. Barber?
It never ends, does it? The essay writing. So, but honestly, it is coming to an end. But yeah, we looked at the Mayor of Castleberry and just asked you to write an essay, and that you were supposed to look at the complex relationship between the two characters in this essay. So when we pulled this student's sample, this is actually an introduction paragraph that is on AP Exam Central as one of the student samples. And so let's look at this paragraph. This is just the intro, and this is different because it's a lot longer than most intros we've looked at, but let's look at this and then we'll talk about it. In this passage from Thomas Hardy's The Mayor of Castleberry, the narrator describes the relationship between the mayor, Michael Henchard, and his daughter Elizabeth Jane, with whom he had been previously estranged. Throughout the passage, Henchard, somewhat hypocritically, he is uncultivated himself, sharply and repeatedly admonishes his daughter for various manifestations of her lower class tendencies. Henchard apparently seeks to improve his daughter so that she can better fit into his life as mayor. Yet the more Elizabeth Jane attempts to appease her father, the more he seems to push her away. Thus, between Henchard's verbal aggressions and his shift toward icy verbal neglect, even as Elizabeth Jane changes her behavior to please him, this passage suggests that though the father and daughter have physically reunited, they largely remain estranged on an emotional level. Wow, there's so much there. And again, this is a student's intro, and this is what I want to say about this. If you are writing a 2-sentence introduction and you have your thesis that answers the prompt, and you have established a line of reasoning in your thesis, you've given us a promise of what we're going to find in the rest of the paper, boom, that is great, and you can move on and save all of your analysis, all of your commentary for the body part of the essay. If you are a more advanced writer and part of your writing style is writing long introductions like this, then you do that, and that's perfectly acceptable as well. There is not one right way to do this. So by this point in the year, you should know what feels comfortable to you and what you're capable of. So you lean into that and you go with that. But we did want to show you an example of a longer one, since most of the examples we've shown up to this point have been shorter. So some things that are good about, there's a lot, honestly.
A lot, yeah. Right.
There's a lot that's good about this. But we see Henchard, this language that sets up the complex relationship. Already we're setting this up in the intro. So we know that there's, if the writer follows through, that they're fully going to unpack that. Henchard apparently seeks to approve. Yet the more, and thus, and though, and even like I love where it talks about this shift toward icy verbal neglect. So in the intro, we have all of this language showing progression and development. And that is going to definitely establish a line of reasoning. And now all this writer has to do is just go through these points paragraph by paragraph and unpack it in their writing.
Up to it, right? Yeah.
So much good stuff here.
And what we're going to be talking about today is the actual body paragraph, right?
So yeah, how do we develop a paragraph that has commentary? And commentary is just what are you going to say about the text? So you're going to bring in evidence, and we've already talked about that. Choosing your evidence that's sufficient, choosing evidence that's specific, and now what are you going to say about that evidence? You want to explain why that evidence is important, why you've chosen that, why you think it furthers your argument, but also you can talk about part of your commentary could be how this evidence shows a progression in the relationship or the character development, and how the evidence ties back to your thesis statement. All of these are ways that you can expand upon your evidence, provide commentary.
And I think that yesterday's video and the homework from the night before that was demonstrating to students that there are places in the body that already require that expansion. But the first step is not to know how to expand, but to recognize those instances that need expansion. So I would go back to those videos, the last two videos, to try to get a sense for where it is that we put those why questions. And we're going to mirror that today as well, because that is the first step, right? A lot of times students will look at a paragraph and not know where the expansion, needs to come in. The expansion, by the way, is not more evidence. It's not about another quote. It's about you saying something about how that quote supports the thesis or leads to a new or more profound degree of interpretation.
And as I tell my students, you just like this with commentary on evidence, especially more is more. The more you can tell us why it's important, how it relates back to the thesis, how it shows a progression of ideas, the more of that you can unpack for each piece of evidence you give, the better.
And if we look at the rubric, and we're looking at the final column for that middle row, right? This is the max number of points. So at this point, if you've been following the videos, we've already spoken about the thesis row. Now we're focusing, and we've been focusing this week on this middle row. And tomorrow we're going to focus on the final row, which is the sophistication row. But we want to try to maximize our points here because this is a lot more concretely attainable, I think, than maybe row C is. So how do we try to get into the fourth column here? And we've identified two key aspects of commentary here. At the top, it says consistently explains how the evidence supports a line of reasoning. Notice that it's not about the inclusion of evidence exclusively. It is about how that evidence explains or supports. You explain how it supports the line of reasoning. And at the bottom, organize and support an argument as a line of reasoning composed of multiple supporting claims, each with adequate evidence that is clearly explained. Notice that we don't end at evidence. It doesn't just say each with adequate evidence. It says each with adequate evidence that is clearly explained. So that is the goal today, for us to understand the purpose of developing our commentary. Let's take a step back and let's understand in a body paragraph, we're going to have claims, we're going to have evidence, and we're going to have commentary. What purpose does each component serve, right? Claims provide answers. This is where you take a stance. I'm going to argue X. Evidence provides proof that claims are text-based. We cannot just say Yuri Johnson is searching for a hot dog stand because that's what you think she's doing as she's walking the streets. There is no evidence to support that claim. Whereas if you say she is searching for an adequate home for her family, there will be evidence to support it. She's looking for that vacancy sign to see how many rooms are available. But that's not where we end. We have to, again, look at the top of this slide. We have to focus on the development of commentary. So what does commentary do? Excuse me. It clarifies the link between the claims and evidence and the thesis. So you say something in the claim and you provide evidence, but it's your responsibility to explain to us, the reader, your audience, how that claim and that evidence relates back to your thesis. If we forget your thesis, and this happens all the time, I'm reading a student essay and I forget what they're arguing because I haven't been reminded of it, or it hasn't been apparent in the writing, in the text of the actual body. So you must clarify that link for us. You have to extend the analysis beyond the text. And this is something that we're going to touch on tomorrow, I believe, where we see the passage, where we see the characters and the setting and the conflict and everything that's going on, and we see it as a reflection of humanity, the human condition, human experience, all these universal applications of theme. We don't leave that for the last sentence of the essay. We don't leave that as this single epiphany me that you will inorganically stick at the end of an essay. If you truly believe that these characters and this passage is a reflection of society, then that's going to be embedded throughout your commentary. Here's a claim, here's some evidence, and here is how these two components serve to say something about the rest of humanity. And commentary also delineates new depths of understanding as the essay progresses. What we mean by this is that development aspect that Ms. Barber mentioned in that introduction, that the student was saying. Maybe I'll go back. The student says, yeah, the more, and then thus. As we see this escalation, I'm going to draw a conclusion. I'm going to draw an interpretation of that evidence. So these are three, and there's other things as well. Ms. Barber and I are simply trying to brainstorm for you, right? But however these three things make sense to you, that's what should be part of the commentary. Ms. Barber.
Yeah, there's not just one way to provide commentary. You can talk about any of these things, and that's sufficient commentary. If you were in my class, every time you turn in an essay in my class, it's highlighted in 3 highlighters. I have highlighters all around my room. I've just had them up, actually. Claims are one color, evidence is another color, and commentary is the final color. And I really want my students to visually see what amount of their paper is devoted to each of these. And we really want the commentary to outweigh the evidence. You just don't want tons and tons of quotes dropped in without explaining it. So
yeah, that visual, I think, sometimes communicates more, conveys more than just reading or even pure editing. It's undeniable what is at the forefront of that body paragraph when they see the colors, right? So what is the function of commentary? It does these 3 things, but why? Well, as you develop your commentary, your analysis becomes clear. Oftentimes we ask students, well, what do you mean by this? And the answer is, it's a little bit funny, right? Because students are like, well, what I really meant was, what do you mean what you really meant was? Well, if that's what you really meant, then that's what you should have written. You cannot assume that your audience will know what's in your head. You have to communicate that to your audience. You have to hold their hand and guide them through your thoughts and your interpretation so that we can clearly see. We don't want it to be this opaque image. We want it to be a clear, crisp image of what it is that's in your head. But again, we don't start by simply answering these 3 red questions, but addressing these 3 statements, but rather we have to know where there's room to develop the commentary. So we're gonna try this. And notice the banner that's at the top. We're no longer going to focus on a single skill. So it's not just is there enough evidence or is, am I grammatically correct? Or we have to think about everything at this point. Every lesson that we have done, every lesson that we have not done, right? I mean, it's so many videos, but this course is intended to be taught over 10 months, over an entire year. So we got to keep all those things in mind as we read this. So Ms. Barber, I want you to be critical. I want you to be mean. I want you to be cruel because I want to be a better writer.
I think I can help you be a better writer without being mean and cruel, but let's go for it.
Okay, all right, let's try this. Henchard's relationship with his daughter is not just negative.
Okay, let's stop there. If it's not just, I know already. If it's not just negative, it's not just negative, but what else?
But it is complex because he constantly seeks her presence.
Okay, it's not just negative, but it's complex because he constantly seeks her presence. So how does his seeking her presence, how does that make it non-negative? Could you explain that a little more? And could you even go on, could you give me some evidence where you see, maybe you drop, small phrases into each of those? But tell me, how are those connected? Because sometimes people seek other people's presence, but maybe it is to feed off negativity. So I do want you to explain that a little more.
And how about, do you understand what I mean by the word negative?
Tell me.
I just meant negative.
Because that's a broad,
enough.
that's a broad word. It's not just negative. Why would it be negative? Why would you say it's negative? Yeah, I would like a little more.
Yeah, this reminds me, one of the past videos, you mentioned that we should be as specific as possible.
Correct.
Maybe that's one of those instances where I was a little general.
Yes.
But maybe I do give evidence. Let's see. However, Elizabeth busies herself with manual labor. Not really. I think I'm moving on to something else. However, Elizabeth busies herself with manual labors, and she would go to the kitchen instead.
So why did you put that in there? What is that showing? What is that? How is that furthering your argument about the relationship is not just negative, it's complex because he's seeking her presence? I don't understand fully the connection between that and what you said earlier.
Yeah, I think I wanted to connect the idea that he seeks her, but she doesn't. And I also noticed I didn't put end quotes here, which is probably not the right thing to do. So there's some connections, I guess, that I can build here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Say what you said just a minute ago. How were you extending your thought?
Well, it's clearly not clear to my teacher, right? What was clear in my head was that he is seeking her, but she makes herself busy. So I thought that spoke to the relationship because it's not reciprocated.
And I do like that you started the sentence with however, but why might she be busying herself? Could you address that? Is she avoiding him? Yeah, why would she be busying herself?
Okay, that's awesome. The harshest treatment of Elizabeth centers on how she speaks. If you abide where you be a minute. It's not embedded, is it?
It's not embedded.
No attribution? Like who says this?
Right. So we worked on embedding quotes. I think you can embed that there. And then I still want you to tell me what we learned from this quote. What did we learn about Elizabeth here? What did we learn about Henchard here? So
we can learn something about a character because of how they sound or how they speak? Is that what you
are
telling me? Okay.
Absolutely. Okay. And then how might what she's saying here complicate their relationship?
It's asking for a lot.
It's asking for a lot. Now, let me say this also. It's asking for a lot. There are a lot of ways you can expand this. Some of these you may have thought about. Some of these you may have not thought about.
But do I have to expand on all of them?
That's what I'm about. Hold on, student. That's not what I'm going to say. Yeah, you don't have to go in all of these different ways, but it should be encouraging to you as a writer because there are so many ways you can extend your commentary here. So there's no way you could address all of these different ways, but there are lots of opportunities for you to be more specific in your analysis.
Okay, I feel better about the fact that I don't have to do it for every sentence.
Correct.
Because I do see how I could do it for every sentence. If it were maybe like a take-home essay, if I had a week or two to work on it.
You don't have a week or two.
Okay.
45 minutes.
Oh,
I know. You can do it.
Then her father said that she was only fit to carry wash.
What does this mean? What does this mean?
Yeah, there's no
Why would he say that?
Okay. And it makes sense to me. He's correcting her language, or he's commenting on her language and where her language will take her in life. But I don't say any of that to you.
Right. And you made the point earlier in another video that you can assume that the reader, yeah, exactly. You can assume that the reader knows the plot and what's happening, so we don't have to summarize plot. But you cannot assume that the reader of your essay is making all of the connections with the analysis. That's the heavy lifting that we're asking you to do.
Then the final sentence here, I thought it was really smart when I wrote it. This relationship probably mirrors other people's relationship with their parents.
I really like the direction you're going. I think what I would like for you to do is tell me how. How does it mirror other people's relationships with their parents? I mean, and you want to be sure that it connects back to all of your evidence in here. And you do have evidence in there, but because you've not explained it thoroughly and built to this at the end, there's a huge disconnect. You've just dropped this broad insight at the end. It's not incorrect, but you've not made the connection to it.
Then it would probably be benefit. I'm a teacher again. It would probably be beneficial for students to understand that they don't have to drop that sentence if they choose to extend beyond the text. It doesn't have to be the last sentence of any of your body paragraphs. It could be embedded wherever it organically fits. If you see that some dynamic between Elizabeth and her father does mirror society, well, you stick it there. It's going to make a lot more sense in the middle of the paragraph than at the end. Is this sort of catch-all statement?
And we're going to look at specific examples about broader context woven throughout the paragraph in tomorrow's lesson at the sophistication point.
Perfect. So there is tons to do for this paragraph, right? Which is great because that's going to be the homework.
Yeah.
Right. Yep. All right. So let's be brief.
So when we think about commentary, you just always want to be asking yourself, you've read closely, you've chosen your evidence. Now you want to think of what are the different ways I can develop my commentary? How can I explain why I use this evidence? How does it further my argument and show a progression of ideas in my argument? And how does it relate back to the thesis? Those are all ways that you can extend your analysis and your commentary.
This skill 7C really captures a lot, doesn't it?
It's a lot. And I love how it's so specific. I love that there's not just one way to give analysis. I mean, this really gives you some tools of these are different things that I can hit on in my analysis. I think it makes writing commentary easier, honestly.
And I think it really communicates the link between the thesis and the eventual commentary that will be provided in the essay. Those two are linked. There's no way to separate them, ideally.
Have you looked at Quill?
I have not had time to look at Quill.
But we will.
But I am excited about Quill, and I'm meeting with my students tomorrow, I believe. So I need to set up my account tonight, play with it just for a bit to make sure that I can guide my students. And this is going to make a huge impact on my students. I'm really excited. So again, teachers create an account, students take a diagnostic, and then they take these 10-minute lessons based on the needs that each student individually has. So it should help them and it should keep them engaged. And again, we want to remind students out there that you can access practice prompts on your own. If you log into AP Classroom, you click on AP Classroom, then you click on where it says this first box over here where it says click here for optional student practice. You click on that, and you're going to get a list of prompts. All these prompts are already they've been selected because they align to the skills and the format of the exam. You're going to click on whichever prompt you choose. Then you're going to write your response in the text box at the bottom. Then you click your response. You agree to submit it. You can review types of responses that can earn you points in different parts of the rubric. And of course, these are individual to all the different courses that are out there. And then you can make changes to your essay at that point or to your response, and then you can eventually submit it. Last night you wrote this essay. So today you're going to do two things. Ms. Barber and I had this mock student-teacher conversation regarding this paragraph. I suggest that everyone rewinds just a bit or slide the time back a bit and listen to our conversation. That's going to tell you where commentary can be added, the type of commentary that should be added, and then your homework is to expand the commentary in this paragraph. So you should end up with an awesome paragraph, which ultimately should be the type of paragraph that you model in your writing on the day of the exam and all the practice writings that you're going to do between now and the exam. After you have done this and you've gotten a sense for where commentary should be expanded and the type of comments that can be added to make the paragraph more robust and more analytical, then we want you to go back to the essay you wrote last night, select any of your body paragraphs, and then improve them based on the ideas and the concepts that we discussed today. So essentially your essay is to rewrite two body paragraphs, the one that we provided and one from your own essay. And
then tomorrow we're going to be talking about row C, the sophistication point. Looking forward to that conversation. So we will see you tomorrow. And the last day, is that the last day of April? No, tomorrow's the 29th, but almost. So y'all have a good rest of the day.
Take care, everyone. Goodbye.
Bye. Hello. Sorry about that. I just looked up and my hair is like doing some funky thing. So welcome today to the AP Lit review. We are excited to spend another day with the class of 2020. My seniors finished on Friday, which is crazy. So just trying to do everything we can here in Atlanta, Georgia to celebrate them. I love them. I'm proud of them. I'm Susan Barber from Grady High School in Atlanta, Georgia. Welcome, everybody. Mr. Escobar, what's going on today?
How are you? Usually we give some shout outs and we say hello. And today, because I'm afraid that the last day will come and go and I would have forgotten, I want to give a shout out to our families, Ms. Barber, because if your family's anything like mine, they shut down for this hour and a half period, right? There's no TV. The kids are miraculously really quiet this whole time. My son made me a clapboard early on, so
that's awesome.
I have that every day. He also sets up the equipment for me, so I come and it's all ready. My daughter gives me a kiss and she gives me a good luck charm. I think we should also thank our college board producers who are with us and in our ears every single day, and they make sure that everything runs smoothly, and we couldn't do any of this without them. We've had three, and we have lots of each one. Yeah.
People email us and they're like, "How do you put this on YouTube?" And I'm like, "We don't do anything. Like we just show up in a Zoom call, and that's all taken care of by people from YouTube and people from College Board." So that's.
And the last thank you has to go to the College Board, to Mr. Packer and his team for dreaming of this and making it come to fruition, and all his team, right, who is constantly in communication with us and giving us the latest bits of information so we can share it with you. And I would hate for us to end without thanking all of those individuals and countless others I'm sure I failed to mention, but that's my shout out for today before we begin.
We are winding down. It's crazy.
You had written the essay on Middlemarch, correct? On Elizabeth and her father and their relationship. And your homework last night was to improve two paragraphs based on the last lesson we completed. We had given you this paragraph, and what we found with this paragraph is that while it was doing a lot of really good things, there were many gaps. As a matter of fact, when Ms. Barber and I played teacher-student here, she interrupted me every single time, and she thought that every sentence could be improved and every sentence could be expanded on. And the truth of the matter is that she's 100% right. Every single sentence could probably go a little deeper, show clear evidence, clarify the commentary, make a new connection, delve deeper and deeper. And here's one example of what we mean by that. And we just took one sentence and expanded it there. Hentrick's relationship with his daughter is not just negative, but it is an enigma because he initially presents himself to her with ardor and communicated an affection with her. When he sees her the next morning, though, his manner was constrained as she had never seen it before. So here we had stopped at the word negative, and we really didn't clarify what that meant. And now what we see is that the initial reaction, interaction between them, was it that terrible? It communicated an affection towards her even, but then something shifts, and we've talked about shifts before. Whenever students can land at that place where they see a pivot, they see a turn, and we know that they're really delving into the literature. And the pivot here is when all of a sudden his manner was constrained as she had never seen it before. So clearly something has happened, and he's taken a turn, and now his interaction with her will be different. That's not the end of it, right? Now we have the rest of the paragraph, and ideally you would have expanded somehow after each sentence. And even for that first one, you didn't have to take the route that we took. The possibilities are endless. And then in the second half of your homework, which we can't obviously go over here, is you were supposed to take one of your paragraphs, one of your body paragraphs, and do the same thing. And we talked about the fact that the skill lies not just in the expansion of the commentary, but identifying the parts where commentary could be expanded. I want to take this opportunity, Ms. Barber, and say on behalf of both of us that we receive so many emails from students sharing their essays with us. We just can't. we can't. We're struggling. We could barely complete these videos and teach our own classes, and we really hope you understand. If we had the time to read all of the essays that you're sharing with us, believe me that we would love to provide you with feedback and commentary and help you guys out. But hopefully the lessons suffice. Hopefully we're giving you some guidance, but we just can't promise to get to those essays for the AQ. Right, Ms. Barber?
That's right. right. Yes.
Lesson overview. We're talking about sophistication, and this has been the point that we have technically not addressed yet, haven't we? I would actually venture to say that every single lesson amounts to sophistication. Every single lesson is contributing to writing a better, more robust, more analytical essay, but yet sophistication goes beyond just writing a good essay. So we're going to talk about it today, but I don't want you guys to focus on this too much. Focus on writing the best essay you can, and if you earn the sophistication point, well, that's just the cherry on top of that brown yellow mode that we've spoken about before. We're going to focus on 3 different aspects of sophistication, where it comes up in 3 different skill sets within the course description. We have to develop commentary that establishes and explains relationships among textual evidence, the line of reasoning, and the thesis. We must select and use relevant and sufficient evidence to both develop and support a line of reasoning, and we must demonstrate control over the elements of compositions to communicate clearly. As you will see, however, it's not just about writing well, it's about writing in a very special manner, and we're going to get into it throughout today's lesson.
So we are talking about sophistication today, and this is it's new. When we look at row C of the rubric, we've not been through a full reading yet, so this is feeling new for everyone. I did attend the pilot reading at the end of January and have a little experience, and College Board has released a couple of years of samples that have been rescored by the new rubric, so that's kind of the base of this lesson. I will upfront say that my students, we have looked at the rubric thoroughly, but they know the 4 paths to earn the sophistication point, but it's not something that we specifically work on or teach. I teach in my class. We really focus on row B. But let's look at this rubric.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah, please.
The way that I think about it, and I've done some workshops on this, and what I told teachers in the past is, perhaps there's exceptions out there. I never taught to the 9 on the old rubric. The students who could consistently write a 9 wrote 9s without me. They just had a flair to the writing, an elegance to their writing. Not that a 9 is a sophistication point, and we're going to make that clarification, but the analogy that I'm making is, if you never taught to the 9 before, and you made sure that your students were as far away from the 4 and 5, right, and trying to take them to the upper half, then that's what I continue to do this year. I made sure that I taught to all of the other elements, but I wasn't teaching to the sophistication point necessarily.
Yeah, and that's exactly where I am in my classroom. But it's complex. Having said that, my students are aware of the 4 different paths. We want you to be aware of the 4 different paths. And of course, we want you to pick up the sophistication point. I want that for everybody. So first, we're going to look at each of these different paths to getting the sophistication point. But let's look at responses that don't earn the sophistication point, because I think these notes in the rubric will help you understand when we get to the 4 specific paths. You don't get the point if you attempt to contextualize interpretation. If you do that, but such attempts consist of generalizations. This is very specific and nuanced commentary. It's not just broad-based vague generalizations about a topic. If they hint or suggest other possible interpretations, again, it has to be very specific, not only with evidence, but very specific with analysis. If a student makes a single statement about how an interpretation of the passage comments on something thematic without consistently maintaining that thematic interpretation, and it's so important when we think about the sophistication point, situated in a broader context, that has to be woven all the way throughout the essay. It's not a sentence at the end or a paragraph at the end of the essay, or even a sentence at the end of each essay. It has to be consistently woven throughout. If a student oversimplifies complexities, and this 4 or the last bullet here, if a student uses complicated or complex sentences or language, that is ineffective because it does not enhance the student's argument. It's all about writing, when we think about this vivid and persuasive style, it has to be sentences that push the argument forward. So it's not just a word thrown in here or a really complex sentence here, but it's these uses of syntax and really elevated diction that is moving the argument forward. And again, if you look at the note in the bottom, it has to be consistently throughout, not merely a phrase or a reference, but it's just all the way throughout the student's argument. So let's look at the 4 different points, and we'll talk about those individually. So the first one is identify. We can go on because I think I have slides for each of these. We can identify and explore, identifying and exploring complexities or tensions within a passage. And this is really interesting. I think, just my personal opinion, I think this may be one of the easier ways to. There's no easy way. I think this may be one of the way that you can best pick up the sophistication point, because when we're answering the prompt, that's what we're doing. We're looking at a complex relationship, or we are unpacking complexity. So this is one path, but it really, again, has to go above and beyond. So when we think about complexity, you can't just use a one-word adjective or even one sentence to explain why something is complex. When we think about complexity, it's another word for meaning like it's complicated, or there are multiple layers to this. This picture right here is of Spaghetti Junction in Atlanta. Atlanta is known for their traffic. And this intersection, anytime you tune into an Atlanta traffic report, they're talking about Spaghetti Junction. It's all about Spaghetti Junction because you just have all of these interstates coming together, and it's just, it's very complex. And they're all woven together, but they can all put you out where you need to go. So I love this picture, thinking about there are lots of different paths you can trace to get to where you're going, but you have to know how to navigate that. So it is very complex. Then the other word, identifying and exploring complexities or tensions within a passage. So I looked up tension, and in the dictionary, it said that tension can be shown through mental or emotional strain. When you think about being tense about something, how is a character or a relationship between characters marked by tension? How is that strained? And I kept thinking about this picture of, a rubber band, and you pull that, and it is tight, it is tense, So we want to get to the root of exploring what is causing that tension, and then what's the result of that tension. So the first path, identifying and exploring complexities or tensions within the passage. Let's look at a sample that does this. This is from a College Board sample, and it's Zenobia. So I have highlighted yellow and green because we're exploring. These show really well complexities and tensions, the 2 different colors, and then we have like some marker words in the blue. We see that the passage opens, the narrator is in awe, and then we have the signal word, although the narrator is dazzled and in awe, now we see some complexity. He's uneasy, feels a bitter sense of shame. And then the author goes on and magnifies this feeling. We talked about that word a couple of days ago. Now we see the author expresses his disapproval for Zenobia's overly indulgent lifestyle, which now is very different. So we have this overly indulgent lifestyle, but it's very different from the values of his community. He further states his dislike of Zenobia when he beholds her true character. And it implies that Zenobia has been hiding her personality by claiming she is a passionate, luxurious woman. So he notices that, but now again we see, in spite of that, he still harshly criticizes her. So we see this back and forth. This is true, but this is true. And it's not just one statement here of this is what I noticed, and then maybe a rebuttal statement, but it is back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. This unpacking and exploring complexities and tensions. Cool. That's not easy to write in 40 minutes, like hats off to somebody who could cold read a passage and then write like that. I honestly so many times walk away amazed at what students can do. The second path to picking up the sophistication point, illuminating the student's interpretation information by situating it within a broader context. Now, this is where the specific bullets about you cannot make generalizations, like you really have to unpack this, and it has to be throughout the essay. So it's not just like some random historical reference. And this year, I don't know. I'm just like y'all. Like, I don't know what the prompt is. I don't know if there will be a year attached to it. We know there's not going to be an author's name or title attached. So I don't know. So it may even be harder to make some of these connections to broader context. But look at the bottom, and this is David Miller, our chief reader. These are his words. The context must work in service to the student's argument that is developed and sustained throughout. So the context has to further the argument. It can't be a side note in addition to the argument that is answering the prompt. It has to be part of that. So let's look at an example. This is a student of mine who wrote Under the Feet of Jesus, that essay, because I did not see any samples from College Board. So this is from one of my students. So he talks about this, the introduction of Strella specifically, and you'll see how his is woven all throughout. It's specifically within the context of her environment. This introduced Strella as foreign, possibly Latin American, and highlights and foreshadows her struggle developing her character. Then we learn that she's inquisitive and has a capacity to learn. The next highlight, this builds sympathy necessary to the archetype described above. The teacher views her as dirty. This solidifies the immigrant child archetype and again pulls the reader's sympathy. In the next paragraph of this sample essay, the teacher uses a name and a specific rude comment that makes this even more personal, and it draws on her archetype. And then the next highlight, her struggles were about race. Talking about Estrella, that her struggles were about race, not her own shortcomings. Simply put, the teachers were racist. I know what he's thinking. Her migrant status is at the root of her problems, which builds even further reader sympathies. So woven all the way throughout. But these broader, these connections to a broader theme is also part of Nick's argument of why she was not able to really learn why the letters were a mystery to her until Professor showed up. That's all embedded in his argument, and it is consistently throughout. So,
and this is what we normally find in essays that we score. Normally, students will drop it one time, right? Like, for example, I can see students including this middle sentence. This introduces Estrella as foreign, possibly Latin American, and highlights and foreshadows her struggle developing character. And that's it. But what this student does is he takes that concept and you see him revisit it and doesn't simply restate it, but he actually does something with it. He says something. He develops our understanding of Estrella and her condition, her light, her situation, because of that context that he's creating. It's incredibly well woven throughout.
Again, to do a cold read of a passage and write like this in 40 minutes, like I didn't teach that, Okay, the next path, accounting for alternative interpretations of should say the text, not the passage. There are no College Board samples for that. I don't even know. I've never had a student do that, so I would not advise that because if you're thinking about different interpretations, like we want you to just focus in on unpacking what the prompt says. So I don't have anything to say about that one. Okay.
And what's interesting is that if it's there, someone must be doing it, right?
Someone must be doing it.
But honestly, it's not any of my students either. And I don't say that as a way of putting them down. I just think that makes them human, right? In 40 minutes to read a passage and to develop one argument, one interpretation, and really sustain not only the argument but consistent evidence and commentary towards that interpretation is just phenomenal that they can do that. To simultaneously offer an alternative interpretation, sustain that, but show how your primary interpretation is a better one, a more sophisticated one. It is asking for a lot. I'm not teaching anyone how to do this.
I don't even know if I can do that in 40 minutes on a cold read. So
it's a lot.
Okay, the last one, employing a style that is consistently vivid and persuasive. Again, there aren't any College Board samples for this. I'm going to show you one of my student samples that I awarded that to, but I put a picture of the Sydney Opera House here because there are buildings and then there are buildings. And this building is just one that you would walk by and be wowed. And it's not like you can point to one specific thing. It's the design in general. But these essays, like when you read them, it's not one thing. It's not just strong verbs. It's not, a lot of times I see students who use figurative language in their writing. That really sets essays apart. But in general, students who pick up this point just have a command of language that is not seen normally. We expect, y'all are in AP Lit, so you're already a good writer. Like essays are generally well written, but essays that pick up the sophistication point for employing a style that's consistently vivid and persuasive, they are going to be just above the well-written essay. So let's look at this example.
I think it's a good time, to clarify this for teachers because the key word is consistent. It's not about teaching students how to write a single complex sentence. It's not about practicing with students how to insert a simile into their writing. It's not, any sort of inorganic template I don't think we'll do here because it has to be from the very first sentence of the essay to the last sentence of the essay. There's this richness of vivid expression and you don't do that with one sentence. I can see a student arguing, but look at the third sentence of my second paragraph.
Right, that's a beautiful sentence.
Congratulations. All of them should be that way, right? And then you earn the sophistication point. So let's be very clear about what this is and what it is not. It is not rewarding students an entire point for here and there having really just home run sentences. It's about doing it consistently throughout. And again, I don't teach this. I think these are students who are writers.
Yes, and I think what we're not saying is that we don't teach our students how to write well. We spend a lot of time teaching students how to improve their writing. But you'll see. Let's look at this.
There's no formula.
No, I wish there were, right?
Right, yeah.
I wish there were. So this is another student sample of mine from Under the Feet of Jesus. Look at the way this starts. The student starts with a quote from the passage, which is genius. So what is this? That's going to set up like her argument in Under the Feet of Jesus. See, like young Australia. Look at her last sentence. Like a springboard, it then propels Australia into a journey of self. So like a springboard, already we're using like figurative language. It's propelling her into this journey of self-exploration. And she first must grapple with her anger before she finds, and I've typed it just as is, that help that allows her to actualize her self-confidence, which has been hidden under her own skin the whole time. In the first paragraph, I love this sentence. Australia stumbles on a tool chest the same color of her anger, red. Just pulling those connections together, and then the way she uses the red color, connects it to the anger, uses the colon there. Love it. Here's another sentence. She may be a child, but her fury is linked to an intuitive realization, an unidentifiable tools, one like to the alphabet that cannot decipher. Again, just linking all of these ideas about her command of language here is amazing. All the way down at the bottom, you can see where it talks about the struggle with English is as excruciating as rusted nails that pierce her bare feet at home. These colorful but depressing seeds of details plant a sense of hope. So now we're talking about the seeds of detail, planting a sense of hope. Again, this figurative language and taking the ideas and reformatting it in a different way. And this contrasts her fighting spirit with the obstacles that inhibit her. I think there's one more, and you can see all of this is woven throughout. Again, the middle part here, the overwhelming flood of knowledge pouring into Australia. Like, I don't know, when Mr. Escobar, I showed him this yesterday, and he's like, one of your students wrote this in a time setting. I'm like, I know, like, I did not teach this. Like, you don't teach this, but I did award the student the sophistication point for path 4 because it is just beautifully written. Not only is it beautifully written, but her command of language and all of that furthers her argument. It's not, I mean, it just pushes her argument forward, all of that.
They've been persuasive.
Persuasive. So our advice when we talk about sophistication, and you're in my classroom, you're in Mr. Escobar's classroom, this is what we tell our students. Focus on row B. Focus on row B. You want to establish a line of reasoning. You want to, that puts you in the 3 and 4 points. Give as much evidence and commentary to support your thesis, to progress your argument. Get in that 4-point range. And then if you're writing well, one of those 4 paths for sophistication may organically just come out in your writing. So check for understanding. This is back to one of the middle march prompts, and you'll see, like we saw, again, I think that first path may be the easiest to explore tensions and complexities that you see, the back and forth, not as a joyous occasion or blessing, but rather as an enigma. Elizabeth finds not support and praise, but coldness and chiding. She receives her father's criticism with shame and sadness, but yet she's still eager to please and determined to change her pattern. So this back and forth, this is true, but yet this is true, but yet this. And the more you can do that, and especially like within sentences, instead of one sentence, like this is the one thing I see, and then another sentence, this is the next thing I see, but weaving these ideas just in together. That's
the complexity, and those are the tensions. Yeah.
And
it's difficult. But again, if you focus on row B,
yes.
If your evidence is right on the money and your commentary is deep and you've answered all the whys, and when you think that you have nothing left to say, you push and you squeeze one bit more of analysis, college credit will take care of itself. You're on your way to writing a heck of an essay, and things will work out for you. So as we debrief for sophistication, make sure that you have your logical reasons and your inferences. Make sure that you develop your commentary. Make sure that the commentary clearly, explicitly articulates your critical thinking. And if you focus on that, again, you focus on your commentary and you try the best that you can, then hopefully you'll earn the sophistication point. And many of you will. But the goal ought to be a clear thesis, good evidence, strong commentary, and you're on your way to being quite successful at that point.
And you're sophisticated in our book.
Definitely.
So what we want you to do tonight is let's really lean into just on that first path, and that ties perfectly in with row B. Reread The Mayor of Castle Ridge. Just read it tonight. Now that you've written on it, reread it and make notes about what complexities, what tensions do you see within the text. Think about shifts, think about contrast, repetitions, similarities, anything that stands out. Let's try to unpack the complexities and tensions, and there are a lot of them in that passage. Let's spend some time just rereading and training our minds to look for these.
Here's the passage again. And a few reminders. Teachers and students, you have access to quill.org. The College Board and quill.org have formed a partnership. Students, in case you teachers have not been tuning in, you may want to write to them and tell them that if they go on quill.org, they can create an account and they can set you guys up so you can start practicing working on some of your grammar skills. And if you want more practice with prompts, remember that you log into your College Board account, into the AP Classroom, and there you can click on the option of practice answering pre-response exam questions. Once you get there should be quite a handful of them available to you. You can click on those. You can respond at the bottom and submit. They won't be scored for you, but you can see what types of responses will earn points. So you can sort of self-score, and you can even at that point go back and modify your responses before you officially submit it. And your teacher may not have the time to. You do 2-3 practices a day. She or he may not have the time to read through all of these. But again, you can measure the efficacy of your writing yourself based on these videos and based on the commentary that will be provided for you on AP Classroom. Thank you for joining us. I thought today was quite a sophisticated lesson, Ms. Barber. And tune in the rest of this week and next week. We're going to have a special guest. Can we say already?
Yeah.
Good. So we're going to have the chief reader joining us. So the teacher should know who the chief reader is, and students, this is the person in charge of everyone who scores the exam and the person in charge of all sorts of aspects related to the scores. So Dr. David Miller is going to be joining us, and he's just one of the greatest guys you'll ever meet. So he'll be able to send you love and clarify a lot of the issues and maybe answer some of the questions that we received from you. So we look forward to working with Dr. Miller, and we look forward to seeing you guys in the days to come. Take care, everyone.
Have a great afternoon. Hello, and welcome to the AP Lit live review session. We're excited that y'all are with us. Class of 2020, hanging in there tomorrow. Tomorrow's my students' last day of school. Can you believe that? Their last day of high school. So, wow, where has April gone? I'm Susan Barber from Atlanta, Georgia, Grady High School. Shout out, like I said, to my seniors because they are in their next to last day of high school, even though it looks completely different than what we thought. I also want to give a couple of shout outs. Miss Aguilar's class at Colony High School in Ontario. Hi to all of you. Glad you're with us. And also to Miss Atwater's class, Marshall High School in Missouri City, Texas. Glad you were with us as well. We're excited to jump in and talk about close reading today. Tomorrow we'll finish up and talk about writing, and that kind of winds up our content. We'll do some review, really like practice some opportunities for you to practice the test next week in a timed setting. We'll be offering that, and we'll share more of those details with you probably tomorrow. Mr. Escobar, how are you today?
I'm doing great, like always. Carlos Escobar from Felix Senior High School in Miami, Florida. Can't even remember my school's name anymore. It's been such a long time since I go there. I'm happy to be with you all, and like Ms. Barber said, we're talking reading today, we're talking writing tomorrow, and then next week we'll be practicing. It's very important that you all keep updated. Make sure that you go to the College Board updates. Make sure you check your emails. Students, you have to log into AP Classroom. Make sure that all of your information there is accurate and correct. Make sure that the courses you're listed for there is accurate, because those are the courses for which you will be receiving e-tickets. These are going to be the tickets that you will need to click on in order to enter the exam platform. So if you think you're taking the test, but it's not listed in your AP Classroom, then you need to speak to your teacher, speak to your AP coordinator, because something has gone awry. So make sure you check that out today.
Yeah, and the sooner the better for that. So go ahead, don't delay on that. Now is the time to take care of that.
And your homework yesterday was to look at Mayor of Castle Ridge again and look at different shifts and repetitions and similarities, things that stand out. We wanted to make sure that you read closely and you read carefully. And today we're going to be talking just about those topics. So we're not going to go over the homework per se. We're going to dive right into the lesson. And what we want to show you here is, and this might mean more to teachers, but even students, I want you to focus on something at the top, the big ideas. This is something that teachers received this year. This is the course and exam description sort of overview. And these are some of the reading components. We don't have the writing component up here because we're going to talk about that one tomorrow. But students, notice that we have talked about character and setting and structure and narration or narrator or point of view, things like that, and figurative language throughout all of these lessons. So if you have tuned in every day, if you have watched all these, you have done the homeworks, you have done the practices, you can rest assured that whether you are doing this for review or if you're a student who is not taking the course or you're taking the test for some reason, then you have indeed received some overview or coverage of anything and everything that might be included on the exam in terms of the skills that are tested. So that is the lesson overview because we're doing reading today.
Yeah, so this is the stable wording of this prompt. In the following passage, Michael Henchard and his daughter Elizabeth Jane are reunited after years of estrangement. During their separation. Henchard has risen from a poor seasonal farm worker to a wealthy mayor of a small town, while Elizabeth has supported herself by waiting tables at a tavern. Read the text carefully, then in a well-written essay, analyze how the author uses literary elements and techniques to portray the complex relationship between the two characters. We've talked in the past about deconstructing the prompt. We have some information here at the beginning of this prompt. We know that they're estranged, they have been estranged, and now they are reunited. We know that the father has gone from being poor to being a wealthy mayor, while the daughter is still just busting it and waiting tables. So all of that is just useful information. We don't want you just like rushing through the prompt, because this is going to frame your reading. And then when we get to the prompt, you're looking at how does the author portray the complex relationship between the two characters. That's going to give you purpose and direction for reading. So we really want you to spend a couple of minutes thinking about the prompt. What background information do we have? What is our specific writing task? And all of that will guide your reading, and it will give you purpose for reading. So now I'm just going to model. I took this passage and I'm going to model for you my thinking and my chunking of the text when I went through this. So again, we encouraged you to break the text down into smaller chunks to deal with it. I would say spend a couple of minutes with the prompt, read the passage once. Then if you have any other questions about the prompt, you may want to revisit that. But after you read it once, you'll probably be able to figure out how to chunk or how to divide the passage into smaller parts. And then you want to reread the passage. Like, you can't just read it once. You need to read it at least twice. And I know it's so like it goes against what you're thinking, because you're thinking I'm in this time setting, I've got to get to writing. But we really need to spend time reading and thinking, and then the writing comes so much more easily when we have spent time really closely reading. So we break it into chunks, and there's not a right or wrong number of chunks. Break it into chunks, and then we're going to take notes. You may annotate on, if you choose to print the prompt, you can annotate on there and make notes on there, or you may have a separate sheet of paper where you make notes on your different chunks. So here's the first chunk that I have. Now, one thing that I always think about as a reader is the beginning. Beginnings are so important. Endings are so important. So at the very beginning of this, one of the first words that stands out to me is enigma. That's just so interesting, like it's already a puzzle. It's already confusing from the very beginning. So that sets our tone here, one of kind of confusion, a puzzled tone type from the beginning. And now we've talked a lot about looking. We know they have a complex relationship. So I'm reading, trying to think, number one, how do I see this complex relationship? And number two, what different contrasts can I see? Because usually when I see things contrasted, that's going to help me understand the complexity in the relationship. So as I read through this a second time, I do see some contrasting things. At the beginning, Henchard, he, half carried to the point of affection with her. He seems glad to see her, but then the next morning on, his manner is constrained. So what is that about? Then we see like he has this coldness, and that turns into chiding. That's contrasted with her occasional pretty and picturesque use of dialect words. That contrast again. And so we go ahead back and forth. She is wishing to show him something. She wants this relationship with him, but he's speaking sharply to her and even insults her. Good God, are you only fit to carry wash to a pit trough? So she's trying to please him. He's coming down on her. What is that about? And then we see her response. She reddens with shame and sadness and speaks back to him with a low, humble voice, kind of that, almost like she's been put in her place. But at the end of this first chunk, her sharp reprimand was not lost on her. And so she tries to change her action. So then if I go to take notes on this might be what my notes look like. And I went ahead and told you some of the what that I noticed. And now I'm going to think about how. So I think about tone. It's an enigma, like it's perplexed, it's confusing. That's an interesting way to start a passage. Like, no, we don't know exactly who has the upper hand right here at the beginning, even though it does become very clear. But that's where the passage begins. And then I look at like the selection of detail and the contrasting characters here and hold my evidence for that. But then we have to go to the next step. Why is all of this important? And I start speculating. Why? Well, I think he wants a relationship with her, but is embarrassed by her. She is wanting to change her actions because she's wanting to change her words, wanting to change almost who she is because she wants to get his approval. So when I think about this first chunk, a couple of things that I want to remind you of. Number one, pay attention to the beginning. Beginnings are important. What you notice about the beginning, what might that tell you about not only what's to come in the passage, but the tone that it sets for the beginning. And also, we all read with different experiences and we read with different eyes. So you probably read this passage and noticed different things. That is 100% fine. It's good actually, because there's not one right answer that we're going for. I tell you, I feel for y'all, this generation, like you're the standard test generation, and you've been told your whole life it's A, B, C, D, or E, and then you get to AP Lit, and it can be several things, So we're not looking for one right answer. You're reading, you're looking at what do you notice, how do you see the author developing this, and then why is it important? So you really lean in to what you connect with in the text. We're all going to notice different things. And as a reader, Mr. Escobar can totally confirm this. We'll read several different approaches to this answer, and they're all right. You just have to be able to support and give commentary to why your claims, how you got to your claims. So I did want to show you this, and I'm putting this up in the notes today because we've not really talked about tone. It's not in the specific skill set, but I use this in my classroom. I have a picture of this, and I'm not even sure where I first got this. I think from an AP training, but I love this because when you talk about tone, I want you to be like very specific with your tone. And this starts, you'll see this wheel, it starts with just 6 different emotions, and then it's going to go out and lead you to be more specific. The more specific you can be when you're talking about tone, that will help you with your it'll help you with your analysis of the characters. It will also help you with your overall analysis of just the passage in general. So if you're writing about tone, you want to be as specific as possible. So let's look at the second chunk. So now we have this next chunk, and I chunk mine into 3 sections. Again, you may do different, and there's not one right answer. So now in this second,
I got an email from a student, asking me if they have to chunk the text. And no, the answer is no. You don't have to chunk the text. The idea behind this is that if you notice that there are natural, let's use another word, that there are natural units within the text, and that's where they're going to land on, right? They're going to land on the shift. If you see that something is moving, then you have what came before it and you have what came after it. So the whole idea behind our insistence on chunking is so that you work with more manageable amounts of text, and then you can really delve deeply. If you remember to get the 4 points in that second row, you really need not just evidence and commentary, but very specific and developed commentary to that evidence. And a lot of times, Ms. Barber warned you guys yesterday, there's a lot of generalizations in these essays, and a lot of generalizations come when students only look at the text as a whole. When students only lean back and look at the entire text and then draw these large conclusions, that's fine. That should be part of what you do in an essay. But the other part is what she's doing right now, which is looking closely and carefully at a specific part. And that's when you're going to start talking about the significance of a single word or a single image. And how does that word or how does that image really contribute to that larger picture that you were talking about before? So that's the notion behind chunking. And it doesn't have to be 2, it doesn't have to be 3. But whenever possible, you should definitely try to work with clusters of information instead of the entire text. There's going to be plenty of times when you have to draw a conclusion about the text as a whole. And we said that's part of it. But when you're in your body paragraphs, you really need to be taking individual pieces and connecting it to the whole, as opposed to just reiterating those large conclusions.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that for me as a reader, and this is how I write essays with my students sometimes, I'll sit down and write with them. And this is how I approach reading and writing. When I can chunk a text, when I can look at there's a shift here, what am I shifting from, what am I shifting to, then it's easier for me as a writer to establish my line of reasoning as well, which we know is so important. So when I break it down into these manageable pieces, I'm able to show either a progression of development ideas or a progression in character. And when I do that, then my line of reasoning works out. So that's why we're encouraging you to chunk, to look for shifts, look for the before and the after or natural breaks in the text, or maybe just think about smaller sections, whatever wording you want to use. But I think breaking it into manageable pieces helps you dive deeper. And like Mr. Escobar was saying, avoid these generalizations because we want to be very, very specific in our evidence and analysis. Okay, so here's my second part. And you can go ahead. These are the things I noticed, well, now we have this shift, like she is trying, she wants to change her behavior. So her father will not sharply criticize her. But now we shift to him and notice that, well, he's uncultivated. So why is he so critical? And it's interesting before, now I notice like in the first part, she was reddened with shame, but now he is described in almost the exact same words. He's reddened with angry shame for her. So those are some of the things I noticed. Again, the how's the author doing this? Again, the contrast between the characters that's just continued through here. Why is this important? And so now I'm looking back at that evidence and I'm looking back at their contrasting characters. Why do I think it's important? Well, some ideas that I have. Maybe he's overcompensating for his past. Maybe he's embarrassed. Maybe he's trying to be somebody he's not. And again, just as we were saying, think about shifts, think about contrast, and think about progression of ideas. And then finally, the last section is the end. Endings are just as important as beginnings. Here are some contrasts that I noticed. She would go to the kitchen instead of reading. So she would Phoebe come up twice. I mean, she's really like doing kind things. But yet, to him, it appears a small protruding needle rocks, which suggested rather than revealed what was underneath his coldness. And then we have the end part. So when I think about this section, those are some of the things I notice. The selection of detail again, and now I can really draw more conclusions as to why this is important. So when you're thinking about the end, are there any other shifts that you see? Is there new or surprising information at this point? And what can I learn from the end of the passage? So now I've read it a couple of times. I've worked with it. I've made some notes on it. And now I'm going to write my thesis. And actually, so I'll go back and relook at the prompt. What does the prompt say? And then I'm going to write my thesis and I'm going to outline my body paragraphs. That is so important to spend time outlining and thinking through your progression of ideas, how you're going to break your paper down to support your thesis. So here's a thesis. Actually, I read a thesis and then a student sent their essay and this was what this student wrote. So I am going to share this because it was better than mine. In this excerpt from the mayor of Castleridge, Hardy reveals the complex, and this is her whole intro, the complex, affectionate, yet shielded relationship between Elizabeth Jane and her father, Michael Henchard. So boom, right there, affectionate, yet shielded, have complexity right there. But Henchard and Elizabeth Jane become entangled in their own different perspectives of the relationship. Elizabeth Jane believes that Michael's reprimands mean only that he despises her, and Michael dislikes that Elizabeth Jane has to live a low-class life and reveals his love through reprimanding her, creating a barrier to emotional connection and understanding their relationship as father and daughter. So I read that, and I know, again, the thesis, this is the promise as to what the paper is going to hold. I read this thesis, I read this short intro, 3-sentence intro, and I know if this student delivers, which the student did, this is going to be a great paper. So then you'll outline your line of reasoning, and now you're finally ready to write. And that's what we're going to talk about tomorrow. So just to review this process, first, deconstruct this prompt. Spend a couple of minutes reading information on the context and know the specific writing task. Read the passage once, then reread and break into sections. Well, I think I have that as number 3. So read the passage, break into sections based on shifts or obvious changes in the text. Number 3, reread. So you've read it once, you figured out how you're going to break it down, reread and take notes. You may annotate on the paper if you're choosing to print, or you may take notes. But I do really feel like it's important to jot your ideas down. This just gives your brain a little time to process and to think. Just something about writing it down and trying to keep all of this in your head, then you run the risk of forgetting something that's really important. What do you notice? How does the author communicate it? Why is it important? Next, you're going to draft your thesis and outline your body paragraphs, and then just write your heart out. It is time at that point to show what you know. And this is what I know. If you have been diligent and faithful to just do a little practice every day, and I don't mean like since these videos started, but like from the beginning of the year, every time you show up in class and read closely, every time you show up in class and write a paragraph or write an essay, or maybe you're having a discussion with a classmate about something you notice, all of that is practice, and practice pays off over time. And it will pay off for you not only on exam day, because it will pay off for you on exam day because this class is all about the test, but then it's not at all about the test because it'll pay off for you years and years to come because you're going to be a better thinker and a better communicator as a result of the work that you have put in all year in this class. It's muscle memory.
It really is. When I look at people who I respect, who I find interesting, they're all readers.
Readers are leaders.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not a cliche statement. It's the absolute truth. We're not just preparing you for a test. We're preparing you because these are the skills that are important for you to become a thinker and a leader eventually, like you said. And my God, you fall in love with the written word. Don't take it as this monumental task. Dive into it. When I know this year's exam, we don't have a poem, right? My students were concerned, am I going to understand the poem if we have the poem? And I said, regardless of what the poem is, you got to treat that poem as if it's your favorite. Someone out there loved it. Someone out there loved it enough to write it. Someone out there loved it enough to publish it. Someone out there loved it enough to put it on the exam. If you start reading all the text like that, there's this richness to it. And if you find that richness, then you're going to write a heck of an essay. And I'm going to take this with two of this. We have masters around us. We have masters living among us. We have writers like Marilyn Robinson, Margaret Atwood, Khaled Hosseini, who have written these characters and these settings, like these rich novels. Maybe they should, contact the College Board and join us for one of these videos and talk about why it's important. We have readers out there, right? We have, President Obama puts out a list every year. Where's Obama now when we need you, right? Why are you? Because this is a question I would ask President Obama. Why do you read? Right? You've accomplished all this stuff in your life. You could sit down and just watch Netflix for the rest of your time here. Why do you read? Why do you put out that list? I think that if students recognize why it is that grown people continue to read, then they're going to understand the value of enhancing these skills and putting them into practice. So maybe we'll get an answer. I don't know about that, but we'll see.
Let's see. So again, today is just all about just not focusing on one specific thing, but focusing on everything. And really, honestly, I just believe like this is where your muscle memory takes over. You have done the work and you've done it in small incremental amounts all year. And now you just show up on exam day and you know what to do. You know what to do and you're going to do it. 100% believe that. So tonight
You're not writing an essay.
Yay.
Yay. You will be writing 2 essays next week, so prepare for that. But tonight we want to look at a new prompt. We spent plenty of time with Casterbridge. We spent plenty of time with Legate and Rosamund. And it's time to look at something new. So here we have Belinda. And this is the old prompt. Obviously, we haven't updated it because this is exactly what we find right now in AP Classroom and in AP Central. But you're going to be dealing with a 19th century novel. And we want you to read it carefully and annotate it. We want this to look like a jumbled mess by the end. Ideally, you're going to approach this the way that you will approach the exam. So if you're planning to print and annotate, then you're going to do that tonight. If you're not, if you're going to just jot down notes, then that's what you're going to do. And whether you're going to write line numbers on one side and then a note on the other, or you're going to use this chunking system of taking the 3 and then doing the what, the how, the why, whatever approach you're going to take now is when you're going to put it into practice with Belinda. And we're going to look at student samples in response to this. So it's absolutely important that you if you're walking into our classrooms, right, that you log in tomorrow and join us and with this passage well read and annotated.
As always, senior. I think we have Quill. I've not had time to look at this, but a friend of mine, Miss Adams from Oklahoma, she told me that she's been playing around with it and is really excited about all it has to offer. So I would encourage you to check it out. Again, students, teachers, it is a privilege to have you in our class. And there's so many things you could be doing. So thank you for not only spending time with us, but for giving yourself some time to just escape just the monotony of every day and to use your mind, and to focus on being a better reader and writer. I think that goes far beyond choosing to be a better reader and writer, but I think it speaks to like the character of who you are when you're choosing to spend your time this way when you could be doing so many other things. So thank you for coming to our class today. Oh my gosh, Mr. Escobar, how I wish we could really all be together in one class. Wouldn't that be awesome?
We will someday.
Yeah. Seniors, love ya. See ya tomorrow.
Take care, everyone. Goodbye.
It was AP US History. Hello. It is Friday, TGIF. Welcome to the AP Lit. This is like our last real content session. We'll have some review sessions and practice sessions next week that we'll talk a little more about at the end. But golly, this month has really flown by. Also, happy May 1st. I'm Susan Barber from Atlanta, Georgia. Grady High School. Look who's with me today. My co-teacher is back. He's been hanging out with our daughter who was home for college some during this hour, but he's back today. So I'm going to give a couple of shout outs. Miss Cardo's class at River Ridge High School in Newport Richey, Florida. Thanks for joining us. I'm glad to have y'all with us. And also Mr. Cole's class in Evansville, Indiana at Reeds High School. Hello to y'all. So many people. We have just been honored to hang out with y'all during this time. Mr. Escobar, how are you doing?
I'm doing great as always. I'm a little saddened, I think, when I hear you say that this is almost it, right? We have 1 week of prep week, and that week's going to run a little differently. Students are going to be doing the bulk of the work. We're going to be guiding them. We do have 1 or 2 exciting events planned for the week, but this is the last week of explicit instruction on our end. I do want to say hello to Tyler and Emily. We do read the emails, so here's the shout out that you asked for. And there's no way that we can go through every single email, every single kind note that you have sent us, but know that we read them. I'll just say, Ed, I read yours. It really touched me. And I'm going to miss this. I'm going to miss this theory when I retreat back to my classroom. And this is in the past, but it's been a wonderful experience. I think that we have learned so much from each other, and I'll never ever think that I work in isolation ever again. So let's dive right in. Last night, what did they have to do, Miss Barber?
So last night they read an essay. Is that right?
They were.
They just did a close reading, as we talked about close reading yesterday. Yeah. So we looked at this passage, the Belinda passage. We were doing a close read of this. We're going to look at some student samples today for this. So we talked about close reading yesterday. Went through a practice of how I did a close reading, and that's what you were going to do. This is a shorter passage, pretty accessible. So it's probably a good passage for you to practice your close reading skills. So today, do we want to read this?
I think we should, because if we have someone joining us today, and they're going to have to know this one to follow today's lesson. So should we start with the prompt?
Yeah. Let's see. Go ahead.
Okay. In the following passage from Maria Edgeworth's 1801 novel Belinda, the narrator provides a description of Clarence Hervey, one of the suitors of the novel's protagonist, Belinda Portman. Mrs. Stanhope, Belinda's aunt, hopes to improve her niece's social prospects and therefore has arranged to have Belinda stay with the fashionable lady Delacour. Read the passage carefully, then write an essay in which you analyze Clarence Hervey's complex character as Edgeworth develops it through such literary techniques as tone, point of view, and language. We have not changed this prompt to the stable prompt, and we kept the author name and title because we're going to be using student samples today, and the students will refer to these elements, and we want to make sure that you weren't confused as to how did these kids realize that it was from the novel Belinda and all that. But again, this year's exam, we're going to have no title and no author, but we will have a date.
Correct.
Right? So that might be some new information for people. We were notified that you will have a date, so that's public knowledge now. So that might help to give some context to the passage.
Yep. You want me to read?
Sure.
Okay. Clarence Hervey might have been a little more than a pleasant young man if he had not been smitten with the desire of being thought superior in everything and of being the most admired person in all companies. He had been early flattered with the idea that he was a man of genius, and he imagined that, as such, he was entitled to be imprudent, wild, and eccentric. His affected singularity in order to establish his claims to genius. He had considerable literary talents, by which he was distinguished at Oxford. But he was so dreadfully afraid of passing for a pedant that when he came into the company of the idle and the ignorant, he pretended to disdain every species of knowledge. His chameleon character seemed to vary in different lights and according to the different situations in which he happened to be placed. He could be all things to all men and to all women. He was supposed to be a favorite with the fair sex, and of all his various excellencies and defects, there was none on which he valued himself so much as his gallantry. He was not prolific, but he had a strong sense of humor and quick feelings of humanity. But he was so easily led, or rather so easily excited by his companions, and his companions were now of such a sort that it was probable he would soon become vicious. As to his connection with Lady Delacour, he would have started with horror at the idea of disturbing the peace of a family. But in her family, he said, there was no peace to disturb. He was vain of having it seen by the world that he was distinguished by a lady of her wit and fashion, and he did not think it incumbent on him to be a more scrupulous or more attentive to appearances than her ladyship. By Lord Delacour's jealousy, he was sometimes provoked, sometimes amused, and sometimes flattered. He was constantly all of her ladyships, party and public and private. Consequently, he saw Belinda almost every day, and every day he saw her with increasing admiration of her beauty, and with increasing dread of being taken in to marry a niece of the catch matchmaker, the name by which Miss Stanhope was known amongst the men of his acquaintance. Young ladies who have the misfortune to be conducted by these artful dames are always supposed to be partners in all the speculations, though their names may not appear in the firm. If he had not been prejudiced by the character of her aunt, Mr. Hervey would have thought Belinda an undesigning, unaffected girl. But now he suspected her of artifice in every word, look, and motion. And even when he felt himself most charmed by her powers of pleasing, he was most inclined to despise her for what he thought such premature proficiency in scientific cookery. He had not sufficient resolution to keep beyond the sphere of her attraction, but frequently, when he found himself within it, he cursed his folly and drew back with sudden terror.
This is definitely a passage that I think you have to read twice, right?
Huh.
And well, you spoke about that yesterday, right? The
Yeah.
first time, read it and just sort of
Get your bearing.
Maybe
Yeah.
at that point. And then, once you think you know what you know, and once you think you know what you don't know, right? I'm confused about this section here, I'm confused about that section there, then you'll reread it. But if you watched yesterday's video, you knew this was homework, and you should have read it a few times, and you should have annotated it. And through these annotations, you should get a sense for who these characters are, what they're made up of, and what their relationships are. But here is a perfect example. I was talking with my students yesterday in a Zoom call, and I was telling them we cannot ignore the context that's provided by the prompt. Any little bit helps before we enter the reading. We have so many characters, we have so many motivations and perspectives here that if we don't internalize the business up here that we're given with who Clarence Hervey is in relation to Miss Portman and Mrs. Stanhope and Belinda's aunt, we're going to be lost for most of this passage. So we have to focus on that prompt as carefully as possible. So what are we doing today?
So today we are kind of putting it all together. We're going to look, yesterday we really focused on reading. Your assignment was to close read, and today we're going to look at writing and just how all of those observations and ideas that you had from reading, close reading the passage, how that translates to writing. So again, it's not one specific thing, but we're looking at how all of these individual ideas that we have been exploring, these different techniques, these different ways into making meaning in the passage, how they all fit together and form an essay and a piece of analysis about the work.
Absolutely, but we have to be grounded on these rubrics, right? So let's just quickly review. Row A is the thesis row. This is the point that we think is probably most accessible to students. You understand that you're not just restating the prompt, but you're actually presenting a defensible interpretation of the passage. There are other things you can do in a thesis. You can start to develop the line of reasoning. You can add to the complexity of the answer, and all these things are amazingly incredible things that you ought to do because it's going to help you with row B. But if you want to look at row A in isolation, you provide the answer to the prompt, even if it's a very simple answer, and you're going to earn this point. But this row A is the launching pad towards row B.
And for let me just say for row A, the thing that we just want to reiterate is that you have to have a defensible claim. I mean, it's all hanging on that. Do I have a defensible claim? Is there some point, some insight I have, not just regurgitating? Is there something, some original insight that I am making and I'm going to spend the rest of my paper defending?
So for a student who is listening today and still doesn't understand what we mean by that defensible claim, let's look at this prompt one more time. In the following passage from Edward's 1801 novel, Belinda, the narrator, provides a description of Clarence Hervey, one of the suitors of the novel's protagonist, Belinda Portman. So if my thesis is, in this passage, we meet Clarence Hervey, who is a suitor for Belinda Portman.
That's your
interpretation. That's my
right.
thesis.
No, so that would not get the point because all you're doing is summarizing or just spitting this information back out. You've not given the reader anything new or insightful from the passage.
So let's remember that the defensible interpretation is something that comes from you. It's not something that you can turn to line 40 and say, that's where the answer is, or in the prompt, that's where the answer is. This is where you join the party. This is where you say, now that I've read this passage, now that I've considered this passage through the perspective of this prompt, this is what I have to say. This is what I'm bringing to the table. And that's essentially what that defensible interpretation is, correct?
Yes.
And row B, we go to row B. In one of the earlier videos, we spoke about the distinction between the 2-point and the 3-point columns here. And it's a really important distinction because we are trying to move everyone into the 3 and 4-point categories and trying to move away from the 0, 1, and 2-point categories. And what we saw here was that this whole business of a line of reasoning, this essay that creates signal posts for us, this essay that consistently provides claim, evidence, and commentary, this is what it takes for us to get into the 3-point and to get into the 4-point. In one of the latter videos, we really spoke about the depth of the commentary, asking why and why and why, and then filling in those gaps. So it's not sufficient to just put a piece of evidence and then have one sentence summarizing what the quote says or reiterating your claim. But now that we have a claim and some evidence, so what? Why is that there? What is your interpretation of this? How do we now understand things so much clearer? Because we have gone through a series of claim, evidence, commentary units in our essay. And as long as you do that, you're going to be hitting these last 2 columns. And then in yesterday's video, I think it was yesterday, it's 2 days ago, we spoke about sophistication. We spoke about how if you take care of trying to earn the 4 points in row B, that's probably how you're going to maximize your points for this essay. And the sophistication point is really at the cherry on top. Your language is vivid and persuasive. You're able to really dig into the complexities and the tension, the nuances of the characters. Perhaps you're the student out there who can balance multiple alternative interpretations of the passage, even though we spoke about how difficult that actually is to create. Or you can genuinely, organically, throughout your essay, intro, body, and conclusion, you really can speak to how this passage can be placed within a broader context. It's not about hitting that closing sentence. Oh, and by the way, this is about humanity. That does not do it. That's not sophistication. Sophistication is when these ideas are woven throughout the essay. So in a nutshell, that's a review of the 3 rows of the rubric.
So let's look at some student examples.
Well, let's talk about this first. What are some of the points that we have made through these? How many videos have we made? I'm 30, 25, 80, I don't know. Through all of these videos, these are just some of the points that we've made. You need to have a clear, defensible thesis. You need to have topic sentences that define the purpose of the paragraph. We don't write in a stream of consciousness type of way, which means that many of us have to outline before we start writing. We need to have apt, specific, embedded quotations throughout the essay. A line of reasoning has to be established. Commentary should make up most of your body paragraph. It should not be made up mostly of quotations, for example. Grammar rules should be followed. You have about 2 weeks. Let's get on quill.org. Let's get on some websites that can help us with grammar so we can fix those little idiosyncrasies we may have. Writing develops ideas. You're not supposed to just repeat yourselves over and over again. Once you've made the claim, you've provided evidence, and you've given commentary, the next step should be to propel that argument forward, to recognize shifts in the character, shifts in the setting, shifts in the conflicts that we find throughout the passage. Writing is always moving forward, and it isn't until your conclusion maybe that you might take a step back and look at what you've done, but still with an eye towards the future. This is now how I understand everything. Plot summary is not the goal. Not only is plot summary not the goal, but plot summary is not necessary. You write as if your reader has read the passage. You write as if your reader has read the novel. Okay? You don't have to tell us the story. Tell us your interpretation of why the story was created, in the manner in which it was, and discuss the function of multiple literary techniques. If you study row B, if you only talk about imagery throughout your entire essay, you haven't really discussed the richness of possibilities that are inherent within the passage. Yeah, it's easy. Just do all these things.
But you know what? Honestly, like y'all have been practicing all year, and I think it's just muscle memory at this point. Honestly, you just put in the work, and on exam day, you show up and you do it. So much of this, I'm not saying it's not hard work, but I think you just rely on your instincts and your gut, and you're going to be fine because you've been practicing this the whole time. So it's hard, it's complex, it's hard, but yet it kind of works itself out, you know?
Yeah, I always think the essay, the exam itself is your opportunity to show off.
Show what you know.
Right, like just go and like show the world what you can now do.
Exactly. It really is a day of celebration and for you to feel proud about what you've learned and what you've accomplished, and now you get to show people that. So it really is. I mean, in my class, and it'll be different this year, but it's a day of celebration for us.
Absolutely, yeah. We're gonna slay the beast that day.
Yep.
All right, so again, we're gonna look at Belinda, and we're going to look at intro and body paragraphs for Belinda. And we're just gonna talk through them. We're gonna talk about what's good and how we could improve each of these. So let's look at an introduction, which my boxes are covering. In the passage from Belinda, the speaker develops the very complex and somewhat arrogant character of Clarence Harvey through the use of point of view, tone, and language. So what do we have to say about this, Ms. Barber?
This is short. I mean, it does have a defensible element because it says, somewhat arrogant character. Still, there's no line of reasoning developed here. So I would like to see this thesis developed further. So you're set up to write a really good essay.
And I wonder if the student thinks that there are layers here and there's a line of reasoning perhaps when they say it's complex and somewhat arrogant. But notice what Ms. Barber said. Ms. Barber said that the answer lies in the somewhat arrogant. The fact that you're calling the character complex isn't really contributing anything to your argument. As a matter of fact, you got that word from the prompt. So the prompt already gave it to you, then you're not contributing anything. Also, this is just a pet peeve of mine. Try to spell names correctly. You're not even get points deducted. It's not, it's not that kind of exam. But children, the passage is in front of you. They mention Herbie's name 50,000 times. Let's write the name correctly, okay? It happens every year, doesn't it? I mean, sometimes they make up the names, and I know you're nervous, but every little bit helps to polish your essay. So let's keep the names as close to the original as possible.
So I do think that this writer would have, said, like, why is the speaker complex? If they could have fleshed that out, even with a couple of character trait adjectives that tend to or appear to juxtapose each other, that would definitely be a step in the right direction.
Yeah, think about the difference in this introduction, in this thesis. If the writer would have just said, speaker develops the very insecure yet arrogant character.
Yes.
As a reader, I'm really interested in that. And
how can both of those, right? How are both of those things possible?
Right, it's almost a paradox, right? Yeah. And there you're starting to develop a line of reasoning, especially if you argue that he appears insecure in these instances, but when you transition to these other instances, arrogance comes out. At that point, it's all about fleshing it out. It's about developing the thesis. And other than that, I think it's great. Students often ask us, like, should we list the terms that we're going to use? You can. You don't have to. You don't get points rewarded or taken away if you do or if you don't. Other students are taught that if you list these things, you should definitely not leave them quote unquote naked. Try to put an adjective. What is the tone, what kind of language? All that will develop the complexity of your argument. Absolutely. And you're setting yourself up to not forget what you're going to write about, and eventually help the commentary and the development of ideas what effect will be. But in terms of the thesis, must you have the terms? No. Can you? Absolutely. So I think it's a matter of choice and what you've been doing all year long. And just keep at it, right?
Yeah, what your teacher has told you to do and what you're comfortable doing. Now's not the time to make a ton of changes.
Yeah. Let's look at a body paragraph. One of the primary devices that lets the reader get a good view of Harvey's character is the point of view. Because it is third person omnipotent, the reader gets a very unbiased view of Mr. Harvey. Had it been through the eyes of one of his acquaintances or even Harvey himself, the details presented to the audience would be biased, and some would be completely non-existent. The unbiased view allows the reader to interpret for themselves just what kind of character Harvey has. Is he really as pompous as he seems, or is he someone who tries to be respectful and cautious and just is not? This unbiased view leads into the tone of the piece, which although at times seems critical or condescending, such as in line 2, 3, if he had not been smitten with the desire of being thought superior and everything, the overall tone is rather matter of fact, no excessively critical, no overly sordid, simply mild. This body paragraph does a lot, and it does a lot of good things. Let's focus on the positive. I see a lot of development of some ideas. There's some imprecision. With what the point of view is. Third person omniscient is what the writer meant to say. But there is some discussion about, when you have a third person omniscient, there's less bias than it would have been. What I wish the student would have said though is, so because we have this third person omniscient and because it's less biased, we now see that Harvey is X. And I don't think we get to the characterization of Mr. Harvey. There is that question, and it's an interesting question. Is he really as pompous as he seems, or is he someone who tries to be respectful and cautious and just is not? I wish it wouldn't have been left as a question. I want the students to now develop the possibilities for this character. But there's some good attempt at trying to flesh out some ideas, but obviously some things need improvement. What do you see?
Yeah, I totally agree. I wish the student would have gone further and discussed what they feel the character is presented. So the question, I think it does allow for an interesting way to think about the point of view, but I agree. I totally wish the student would have continued on with their thoughts about this. And then at the end, the overall tone is matter of fact. I wish they would have, again, extended this and talked about what this matter of fact tone accomplishes in the piece, how it ties back to the thesis, how it contributes more to the meaning than just identification of the tone.
Maybe even a new paragraph for that.
Absolutely. I mean, you could write an entire paragraph on that. Yes.
Yeah. The quotation, there's an attempt at embedding the quotation. I don't know that it's the most successful attempt at embedding it. But the student is getting there. It is lacking the commentary though after the quotation, right?
Yes. You cannot, if you're giving solid commentary, don't worry about giving too much. If you're analyzing it, if you're explaining, you push that as far as you can.
Yeah. And maybe if like the first, say, 8 or 9 lines, all this talk about the point of view could have been lessened just a bit, and maybe we can have some textual evidence there where we see the nature of the point of view or how the point of view is really arriving at our interpretation of characterization or the relationship or something. I think some textual evidence might be needed earlier on in the paragraph. And then maybe the student would have felt more compelled to develop the argument based on the evidence. But go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, and this is, why we have said, like, if you have words and short phrases all the way throughout, that really allows you to go from text evidence to straight into your commentary and tie that commentary back to short phrases. Really, one quote in a paragraph of this length, it's just not enough text evidence
to sustain all the claims. Yeah.
Correct.
We had talked about maybe not leading with devices, and I would actually say that is a good advice for this reader. If we look at the first sentence, one of the primary devices that lets the reader get a good view of Harvey's character is the point of view. Instead of driving point of view in the sentence, if we would have led with Harvey's character,
yes.
So we analysis of the passage reveals Harvey's character to be X. You can even say the primary way through which this is conveyed is through point of view. That's fine, but lead with that characterization, and then your passage is actually going to be about that characterization and not about point of view. Point of view would be a piece of evidence to contribute to what the characterization is. What we have here, fortunately, is we have the commentary that the College Board provided. So let's look at it and see what we can learn. The writer of this essay pays attention to the prompts. Absolutely, right? We're in the world of Belinda here, discussing how point of view and tone contribute to an understanding of character. It was very clear that they were talking about these two techniques. However, by the middle of the second paragraph, which is the one that we showed you, I believe. However, by the middle of the second paragraph, both the potential and the limitations of the response are apparent. An interesting portrait of Clarence with attention to the text is emerging. Is he really as pompous as he seems? It emerges accomplishes, however, through a mixture of articulate analysis and somewhat awkward and elegant language. We, of course, will pass minor mechanical errors. Many students, for example, misspell the main character's last name, but the discussion point of view is inexact. Third-person omnipotent isn't quite precise, right? And the superficial, this unbiased view allows the reader to interpret for themselves. What am I interpreting? What is it that I'm seeing now through this analysis? Reading the tone merely as rather matter of fact similarly places the analysis of a complex passage in a straitjacket. So the student makes claims, but there isn't development of ideas. Again, maybe separating it into two paragraphs using what we've talked about, which is periodically ask yourselves why, and then try to answer those whys would have, I think, developed this paragraph and firmly established the response as an upper response. I know the language is going to be now with the new rubric. We're so used to upper half, lower half.
Right.
The idea with writing an effective essay is what then, Ms. Barber?
We just want claims. You're making a claim, and then you're going to give text evidence to support that claim, and then you're going to give commentary that explains the function of devices, how the author is presenting information. You're going to give commentary that ties the text evidence back to your thesis, or further explains it. How does this evidence contribute to an interpretation of the work, or a central or controlling idea? That's what we're looking for.
Absolutely. And for today, there's no real homework.
No, you get the weekend off.
Yeah, well, not quite, not off. We're just not dictating what you're doing. There's so many things you can do. You should review past videos, set up your notes. Are you going to use notes? Are you going to use any, do you want a checklist of tips that you got to create? You got to get ready for exam day. And this is the best exam ever because it's open books, right? And you're not consulting teachers, you're not consulting friends, but you can definitely have a checklist of top tips that you want to keep in mind when you're writing your essays. So you can look at past videos, you can set up your notes, you can write additional essays. And we've gone through this before. You go on AP Classroom, you click on the optional student practices, you get to practice, you get to see sample responses, you get to submit it, not to Ms. Barber, but you get to submit it to AP Classroom, right? Rest, read a book. Let's get our heads ready for testing because this is real, this is coming, and you're prepared, and you're going to do great. But let's be smart about what steps we follow over the next few days. We will see you next week for prep week, right?
Right. Monday and Wednesday, you'll have opportunities to write practice essays in a timed setting. Tuesday, our chief reader, David Miller, is going to be with us, and we'll be reviewing samples and also just talking to students and teachers in general about AP literature and writing. And he's really amazing. I would encourage all of you to tune in that day and listen to him. Thursday, we will review Wednesday's practice writing, and then Friday, we'll just have some general exam tips, strategies, last-minute information about the exam. So that's kind of the rough schedule for next week.
Yeah, and
here's my contact information. I know some people this is your last week. Again, it's been a privilege to be with you. I have a couple of websites. I don't make any money off of them, so I don't mind giving them to you. AP Lit Help is a site that I run, and it's for teachers. We just have a lot of teacher resources there. A lot of different teachers from the community contribute to that. My personal site, and then on Twitter, my professional account, and Instagram, I am half professional and half personal. And here's my email. So anyway, I can help you. That's why we're here, because we just have a heart for helping teachers and for helping students in any way we can.
Absolutely. And I don't have a website, and I don't have social media. Halfway through this, I consider, hey, maybe I should open one of those, get on the Twitter or on the Instagram, and it's just not me.
And that's fine. Yeah,
I was always convinced to do it, and it's just not me. But I wish I could see all you folks. I wish I could meet all you folks, and I wish that we could continue these videos forever. Maybe not daily, but definitely forever. I'm gonna miss everyone out there, but it's not goodbye. You will join us for a week, I hope.
Yeah.
But for those of you who will not tune in again, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Bear says goodbye, and hopefully we'll see some of you next week. Happy weekend. Proud of y'all, class of 2020. We love you.